Chapter 1. The autumn air is crisp and invigorating, as gusts of cool autumn breeze stir the golden ginkgo leaves. In response to the wind's enthusiastic invitation, the ginkgo leaves detach from their branches and twirl gracefully in the air, dancing with the zephyr. The leaves sway back and forth, eventually drifting down to rest upon the cheek of a handsome slumberer. This sleeping beauty possesses exquisitely sculpted and profound features, akin to a perfect statue. His prominent nose and gentle lip line convey a sense of resoluteness tempered with tenderness. From his visage, it is evident that the slumbering youth is still quite young, in the bloom of his adolescence, approximately 15 or 16 years of age. The boy's eyelids flutter slightly before he opens his eyes wide. His bright gaze sparkles like the stars, revealing boundless wisdom and fervor. Rising to his feet, he stretches his back, wincing slightly as if suffering from a herniated disc. With his right hand bracing against the earth and his left hand supporting his waist, he stands upright. Ah, what a delightful stretch! His voice echoes through the primordial forest, mingling with the autumn breeze. Indeed, dreaming truly aids in sleep, though it would be even better if it were a spring dream, as that would enhance slumber further. Before the boy's self-muttering could conclude, he was abruptly interrupted by a wave of pain coursing through his body. Dang it, I feel like I'm falling apart. The pain contorts the youthful features of his face, which bears a rebellious charm laced with a hint of menace. After a moment, the boy, now reminiscent of an aloof male deity, sways left and right, stretching to alleviate his discomfort. Yet, the sharp sound of metal scraping against metal assaults his eardrums, causing him to grit his teeth involuntarily. It is only then that the boy realizes the strangeness of his surroundings. Where on earth am I? He surveys the area, astonished by the desolation of the wilderness surrounding him. With a small head and a plethora of bewildering questions, he ponders, who am I? Where am I? How peculiar. Am I still dreaming? I distinctly remember hitting the bottom. The boy contemplates briefly, musing that dreaming within a dream is indeed a possibility. Otherwise, it would be inexplicable. Suddenly, he performs a rather odd action. He raises his palm and delivers a sharp slap to his own face. Just the sight of it is painful. This unique method of awakening is exclusive to him, unmatched by any other. However, the slap does not yield the desired effect of rousing him. Instead, it only intensifies the pain. Not a dream? If this is not a dream, then it becomes even more bewildering, a cosmic upheaval. What a bizarre situation. I was peacefully asleep, and someone has inexplicably transported me to this forest. In an instant, the boy's anger flares up. Hey, my temper. Burdened with grievances, he attempts to sift through the remnants of his memories from before he fell asleep. Yet, as he begins to recall, it is as if a dam has burst, flooding his mind with memories. As the memories flood in, his brain struggles under the weight, overheating like an overworked CPU. Wait, why is the sky spinning? Bam! Youthful vitality prevails, and he collapses back into slumber. A tidal wave of memories rushes into the boy's consciousness, causing him to faint. In the moments before he loses consciousness, his last stubborn utterance is a muffled exclamation. Faintly, he mutters, "What the heck? I've crossed over." Uncertain how much time has passed, a cool breeze mingled with the scent of the forest awakens him. Faced with the surreal reality of his trans-dimensional journey, the boy can no longer maintain his composure. Good grief, crossing over this absurdity from novels is actually happening to me. Truly outrageous. It's like absurdity itself has opened the door and strolled right in. Raised under the tenets of Marxist materialism, he finds it exceedingly difficult to believe such nonsense. Wait, this cannot be right. I must still be dreaming. Defiantly, the boy slapped himself twice more. Ouch! The pain intensifies. The azure sky and the sporadic chirping of birds incessantly validate the reality of his situation. Indeed, he is Lu Ruoqing, a university student from the prestigious 985 University of Blue Star in his previous life. Additionally, he is a seasoned bibliophile. As a fervent lover of literature, he has read his fair share of crossing over novels, but never did he imagine that such a phenomenon could be real. Unlike the myriad tales of death by disease, accidents, or leaps from heights leading to crossing over, he has, quite remarkably, crossed over through a dream without having perished. I've brought disgrace upon crossing over enthusiasts. As for the process of entering this dream, it is indeed rather peculiar. On a fateful night on Blue Star, he had, as usual, indulged in soothing fantasies before sleep. Shortly thereafter, he blissfully succumbed to slumber. In his dreams, he beheld two chasms, with an unfathomable abyss lying between them. The abyss seemed to possess some unknown force, subtly influencing his dream and compelling him to approach the precipice. Faced with the endless void, he felt no fear. Instead, he took a step forward, plunging into the depths of the abyss. He fell endlessly, unable to escape the sensation of descending. Time passed, though he could not tell how long, until he finally hit the bottom. Indeed, he had touched the ground, and the violent impact jolted him awake. Thus, he found himself in this entirely unfamiliar world, bewildered and disoriented. Watching steadied his thoughts, confronting the immutable reality he faced, and resigned himself to his fate. Since he could not return to the 21st century, he resolved to live fully in this world. Perhaps he might even discover a way back in the future after all. This was a realm brimming with extraordinary magic, where anything is possible. Once the initial melancholy subsided, he began to sift through the chaotic memories swirling in his mind. This world is known as the Loya continent, where humans, elves, dwarves, sea folk, beastmen, and dragons coexist and thrive. Having introduced the broader context, let us now turn our attention to the unfortunate soul Watching has become. This unfortunate individual is a noble scion named Field Wilson. His family situation is relatively stable. His father, Mans Wilson, has recently ascended to the rank of Viscount. Moreover, he has two younger sisters, the 14-year-old Stephanie Wilson and the slightly younger Ella Wilson. His mother, the daughter of Earl Taylor, is renowned for her beauty throughout Rhine County, known as Fay Wilson. Originally named Fay Swift, she adopted the Wilson surname upon marrying Mans. Field Wilson's charmingly roguish appearance is inherited from his mother. In an instant, a familiar yet strange, beautiful yet gentle face materializes in Field's mind. It appears that his mother has had a profound influence on him. The path to his father Mans' nobility began over 2 decades ago. At that time, Mans was still a commoner, serving under his father-in-law, Earl Taylor Swift. Gradually, he distinguished himself amidst the frequent wars, showcasing remarkable knightly talents and unique command abilities that garnered the Earl's favor. Within a mere 5 years, Mans ascended from a knight apprentice to a high-ranking knight, leading his troops to victory in numerous battles. His outstanding performance caught the Earl's attention, who, with a desire to unite their families, arranged for his daughter, Fay Swift, to marry Mans. Simultaneously, with the Earl's covert support, Mans swiftly obtained his title, becoming a hereditary viscount, achieving both love and career success. Mans truly had an extraordinary beginning. As their offspring, Field perfectly inherited Mans' exceptional knightly aptitude and Fay Wilson's stunning looks. At the tender age of 16, he has already reached the status of a mid-level knight, exuding charm and grace, captivating countless noble maidens. Field rapidly peruses the memories flooding his mind, akin to scrolling through a social media app. In the Loya continent, there exist 2 extraordinary professions, knights and magicians. He is not particularly familiar with magicians, but he is well versed in the ranks of knights. The knight ranks ascend from lowest to highest: knight apprentice, junior knight, mid-level knight, senior knight, and grand knight. Knight apprentices are the most numerous, serving as the reserves of knights, possessing the breathing technique and requiring only slight physical training to be deemed knight apprentices. Junior knights represent the starting point of knight training. The distinction between knight apprentices and junior knights is quite simple: the presence of fighting energy within their bodies. However, cultivating a body capable of containing this energy is no easy feat. Among 100 knight apprentices, only one may emerge as a junior knight. This alone eliminates 99% of individuals. Upon advancing to junior knight, the primary focus shifts to continuously increasing the capacity for fighting energy, infusing it throughout the body. Mid-level knights hone their physical forms using fighting energy, enhancing their resilience and toughness, rendering them capable of withstanding considerable blows. Senior knights strengthen their bones, filling their bodies with fighting energy, making their physiques as formidable as iron at this stage. Knights can engage in physical contests with RPG characters. Grand Knights represent the ultimate fusion of fighting energy, flesh, and bones, achieving the pinnacle of physical cultivation. Upon his promotion to a Grand Knight, Lu Ruoqing experienced a qualitative enhancement in all aspects of his being. As he approached the pinnacle of Grand Knighthood, his fighting spirit, flesh, and bones gradually approached perfection. Ultimately, when a harmonious unity was achieved, the fighting spirit flowed seamlessly within the knight's body. The detachment of fighting spirit from the corporeal form marked the threshold to becoming a Silver Knight. However, the details of further cultivation beyond that point were absent from his memories. Lu Ruoqing then recalled the circumstances surrounding the demise of this body and could not help but lament his unfortunate fate. While out honing his fighting spirit, he encountered the severely injured Tier 3 magical beast, the blood-fong wild boar. Engaging in battle with it, he met his end, a brief summary of his life. Thus, the opportunity arose for him, a being from Blue Star, to relive his existence. Lu Ruoqing lifted his gaze and fervently bowed toward the azure sky. "Good brother, since you have already departed, I shall live on in your stead. From this moment forth, I am Field Wilson." Having accepted the reality of his transmigration, Field swiftly immersed himself in his new role, casting his eyes upon the instigator of his predicament, the Tier 3 magical beast, the blood-fong wild boar. Magical beasts, a native species of the Loa continent, were inherently attuned to magical energy, thus earning their classification by humanity. These creatures vary in strength, and the Tier 3 beast before Field was comparable to a high-ranking knight. The massive form of the blood-fong wild boar lay upon the ground like a wall toppled over. Surrounding the carcass were scattered droplets of blood and tufts of fur, a testament to the ferocity of the battle that had ensued. The fusion of two souls allowed Field to perceive the enormity of the wild boar as entirely reasonable. "Is it you who has caused me such pain?" he mused. With a body that had regained a modicum of fighting spirit, Field slowly approached the blood-fong wild boar. Despite his loathing for the beast, he recognized the value inherent in its entire being. To neglect the spoils would be a disservice. Moreover, this was something Hino, another version of himself, had procured at the cost of his life, making it entirely justifiable. Field produced a sharp dagger and plunged it into the area of the beast's head where the magical core was most likely to be found. He carved a sizable gash into the creature's skull, then set the dagger aside and reached his hand into the opening. After a period of exploration, Field's right hand encountered a solid object. Found it. He extracted a crystal the size of a pigeon's egg, exhibiting a pale yellow hue. This object was the magical core, the source of the beast's power. The magical core held myriad uses. It could enhance the efficacy and potency of a mage's spells, transforming ordinary magic into something far more formidable. Additionally, it served as an excellent alchemical material, frequently employed in the creation of various magical items such as wands, scrolls, and amulets. The extensive applications of the magical core dictated its steep price, which was so high that it could even be used as currency. The pale yellow magical core in Field's hand was a Tier 3 core of the earth element, with a market value of approximately 3,000 seer coins. "One magical core, a modest goal," he declared, carefully wiping the blood from the core before placing it into his storage pouch. Field patted the pouch at his waist, anxious not to misplace it. 3,000 seer coins were a sum an ordinary free citizen could scarcely hope to earn in a lifetime. Indeed, it was a certainty they could not. Seer coins were the official currency issued by the Seer Kingdom, used for domestic transactions. Alongside the coins, there existed lesser denominations of silver and copper coins, with one seer coin valued at roughly 100 silver coins. A single silver coin can only be exchanged for approximately 80 copper coins, with the exchange rate fluctuating due to the impacts of warfare. Both nobles and commoners alike favor the value-retaining seer gold coins. And even slaves are no exception to this preference. Carefully stowing away the magic core, Field's gaze then shifted to the fangs of the magical beast, which are also quite valuable. For knights, these fangs can be honed into weapons that are harder and sharper than those made of iron. For mages, they serve as the perfect material for crafting the core of a spellcasting wand. The fangs are the hardest part of the blood-fong wild boar, and Field exerted tremendous effort to detach them. Upon striking the fong, he realized it was harder than iron. Indeed, the magical beast is a treasure trove. Aside from the magic core and the fangs, the meat of magical beasts is also a rare delicacy. Rich in magical energy, this meat greatly benefits knights who cultivate fighting spirit and mages who develop magical power. Upholding the admirable Chinese tradition of thriftiness, Field genuinely wished to scavenge the body. However, his storage bag proved inadequate, with a mere cubic meter of space insufficient to accommodate the sizable corpse of the blood-fong wild boar. Alas, let dust return to dust. After tidying up the battlefield, Field promptly set off on his return journey. The Black Forest in which he found himself was neither too far nor too near from Wilson territory that on a fine steed, one could traverse the distance in half a day. Yet on foot, it would take an entire day before he could even glimpse the shadow of Wilson Castle. Field surveyed his surroundings, realizing that his steed, the fiery horse, had vanished without a trace. The team must have been frightened away by the third-tier magical beast. The fiery horse was a birthday gift from Field's grandmother, Lucia. Possessing a trace of magical beast lineage, one should not underestimate this small amount of magical blood. With its enhancement, the fiery horse's speed far exceeds that of ordinary horses. With the fiery horse missing, Field was left to walk. Immediately, he began to doubt, could it be that all my talent points were allocated to my appearance, leaving me with such misfortune? Gazing at the eerie, dense forest, Field felt an overwhelming sense of danger. He wished to linger in this cursed place no longer. Misfortune continued to shadow him. Akin to the deceased Field Wilson, that a close encounter with another third-tier magical beast would surely spell his doom. Life is precious, and having already perished once, Field was particularly cautious, prioritizing the preservation of his life. Relying on the memories etched in his mind, he hurried along the winding path back to Wilson territory. With intermittent stops, Field continuously melded his familiar yet strange memories, striving to avoid drawing attention to his oddities upon returning to Wilson territory. A quarter past noon, after nearly half a day's travel, he suddenly felt a relief from the pain in his waist and limbs that a moment of clarity struck him. One of the wondrous applications of fighting spirit. Fighting spirit is a secondary mutation of magical energy on the continent of Loya, greatly enhancing one's self-healing capabilities. What would have been fatal injuries in his previous life now merely required a night to rest for a while. What on earth was I thinking? This is a world of the extraordinary. He felt at ease. Stretching out his hand, Field sensed a surge of power coursing through him. I am a citizen of my homeland. Hey, I'm a superhero. He then began to flail about, releasing the energy within him, but inadvertently struck a nearby tree. With a resounding crack, the tree was severed in two by his unintentional blow. Goodness, am I truly this powerful? Staring at his hands, he was astonished by his newfound strength, which sparked his curiosity. What exactly is this fighting spirit? I feel like a human-shaped power bank, brimming with energy, yet capable of directly wielding this tremendous force. How marvelous! Alas, if only I had discovered my magical talent at the age of 10. If that were the case, I could be experiencing magical powers by now. But then a light bulb went off in Field's mind. Hadn't I crossed over? I'm the protagonist. Field resolved to have his magical talent tested upon his return. With a mix of curiosity, confusion, and bewilderment about this new world, he continued on his journey. Survival in the wilderness could wait. Finally, before the sun set, he emerged from the Black Forest. The path widened, though it remained a bumpy, muddy trail that last, he caught sight of civilization. Maki Village, the settlement closest to the Black Forest within Wilson territory, is also the most significant village in Wilson territory, a crucial hub for grain production. Upon reaching the village entrance, Field spotted a towering figure approaching him. This man was none other than the esteemed knight of Wilson territory, White Maki, the protector of Maki village. White Maki was known for his loyalty and integrity. A man of few words who earned the trust of Mans and was entrusted with managing this important town in Wilson territory. Young Master Field, was your journey successful? White's voice was deep and resonant, shaped by decades of battlefield experience that honed not only his steadfast character but also altered his tone to one of authority. Field was accustomed to this demeanor and found it unremarkable. It was satisfactory. By the way, Uncle White, it's getting late. I intend to stay overnight in Maki village and return to Wilson territory tomorrow. Would you kindly arrange accommodations for me? White nodded. Follow me. I will take you to your lodging. Field followed White closely, engaging in a bit of awkward conversation. Uncle White, how has the wheat fared this year? With favorable weather, the wheat is doing considerably better than in previous years. Have there been any bandit sightings? Moments later, Field arrived at his temporary lodging. A glance revealed a rather humble bed awaiting him. White glanced at Field. Young Master Field, you shall rest here tonight. I will send someone to deliver your dinner shortly. Field nodded. White then departed to resume his nightly patrol duties. Before long, a straightforward farmer delivered dinner, presenting 2 substantial loaves of white bread and a large cup of wheat ale. Young Master Field. Your dinner. Placing it down, he continued. Enjoy your meal, young Master Field. Field looked at the meal presented to him and chuckled. Just as expected, a quintessential representation of Western culinary culture, having been spoiled by the exquisite cuisine of Blue Star China. He felt no desire to eat. Even though this was one of the rare delicacies on the continent of Lia, he still found it unappetizing. Only the noble class could indulge in fine white bread. Commoners could only afford inferior black bread, and many struggled to fill their stomachs, let alone enjoy a drink. Ultimately, however, the overwhelming pangs of hunger triumphed over his picky palate, and Field devoured the white bread on the table. Afterward, he took a sip of the wheat ale. Ugh! What is this? It tastes like the Ganges. He set down the unpalatable ale and collapsed onto the bed, drifting off to sleep. It wasn't that the wheat ale was bad. It was merely that his previous life had spoiled his taste with refined beverages. The next morning, as the sun rose, Field bid farewell to White early and resumed his journey. While traveling, he pondered the intriguing nature of his fighting spirit. Along the road, the loyal subjects occasionally greeted him. When the sun was high, a fortress constructed entirely of stone came into view. Castles on the continent of Lia serve as both defensive fortifications and living quarters for nobles and commoners alike, acting as the political, economic, and cultural centers of a territory. Most astonishingly, territories possess the authority of self-governance, rendering the commands of King Seer ineffective within their borders. Gazing at the formidable Wilson Castle, built entirely of stone, Field felt a whirlwind of emotions. He is Field, yet he is not the same Field. The original Field has long since vanished. After lingering hesitantly at the castle gates for what felt like an eternity, Field finally resolved to step into Wilson Castle. My dear son, you have finally returned. Before the figure was seen, his voice resonated throughout the space. Mans Wilson greeted his son's return with a sonorous voice. A stout, unkempt, middle-aged man occupied the prominent seat in the hall. This was Mans, the adoptive father of Field. Beside him sat a woman in the secondary seat, her face marked by the passage of time, yet still radiating an undeniable beauty, embodying the essence that true loveliness lies beneath the surface. Clad in opulent, elegant noble attire and adorned with glittering jewels around her neck, she exuded an air of aristocratic grandeur. Father, mother, Field subconsciously called out, then slightly bent forward to pay his respects to his parents. S. Field stepped into the hall. His disheveled appearance caught his mother's eye immediately. She promptly rose from her seat, pulling Field close, her delicate hands tenderly caressing his cheek. Field, what has happened? How could your armor be so severely damaged, and your face so dirty? Field felt the tremor in his mother's hands. Mother, I am well. Please do not worry. He grasped her hands, seeking to soothe her anxiety. However, it was evident that it was not only his mother who harbored concern for Field's safety. Field, what transpired? Did you encounter a magical beast or a bandit? Mans inquired next. Field did not conceal the fact that he had faced a magical beast. After all, one lie often necessitates another, making it easier to reveal his discrepancies. He recounted the entire ordeal in detail. I chanced upon a level 3 magical beast, the blood-fong wild boar. Upon hearing level 3 magical beast, his mother's cheeks drained of color, turning pale. Mans furrowed his brow as well. It was autumn. A season of ample harvest. How could a level 3 magical beast appear in the Black Forest? Indeed, the Black Forest was considered safe in man's eyes, yet misfortune had befallen Field. After a while, as his mother continued to stroke his face, her color gradually returned. How did you escape? Man's voice came again, tinged with urgency. The blood-fong wild boar was severely wounded, its strength diminished to a mere fraction of its former self. Mans interjected, stating, yet it remains ferociously aggressive, indiscriminately attacking all living creatures nearby. A wounded magical beast is even more perilous, and an ordinary person would hardly escape unscathed. Field nodded. Recalling the situation vividly, he shrugged. I could not evade it. I had to fight for my life, ultimately slaying it. I also succumbed to unconsciousness due to exhaustion and severe injuries. A.S. Field detailed the battle. He stole glances at Mans. He observed Man's hands tightly gripping the armrests of his chair, alternating between tension and relaxation as Field narrated. Although Field stood before him, Mans could not shake his worry. Field sighed inwardly. It seems the nobility of Wilson differs from what I had imagined. The relationships among nobility in the continent of Leah can only be measured by self-interest. He had prepared himself for a father-son relationship fraught with deceit and treachery. Yet, witnessing this scene, Field suddenly realized that his presence in a noble family appeared rather harmonious. He mused to himself, at least, the opening act does not involve scheming subjects plotting my demise. Subsequently, Field produced the magical core of the blood-fong wild boar and presented it to Mans. Mans did not accept it, but waved his hand dismissively. The territory of Wilson lacks for nothing in gold coins. This is your trophy. Keep it for yourself. By the way, you have been away for quite some time. Stephanie and Ella have missed you dearly. Go visit them. Very well. Father, I shall do so at once. After bidding farewell to his parents, Field stepped out of the hall, tilting his head slightly to gaze at the sky. A wave of emotion washing over him. Although I am no longer your true son in the conventional sense, since I have traversed into the body of your son, you shall remain my parents. In the continent of Leah, the word nobility is undoubtedly synonymous with self-interest. Nobles are a breed that forsakes loyalty for gain. Relationships among nobles are tethered by mutual benefit, utterly mercenary in nature. Suspicion and oppression among fathers and sons, brothers, are commonplace, and even assassination is not rare. However, such methods remain shrouded in secrecy, hidden from the light of day, especially among those nobles devoid of familial bonds. Currently, the territory of Wilson has existed for less than 30 years, perhaps due to its recent elevation to nobility. Viscount Mans differs from other nobles, placing significant value on emotional ties, having ascended from commoner to hereditary viscount. Mans has yet to regard power as paramount. Should Field's familial bonds mirror the typical noble relationships of Leah, he would have prepared for an unexpected turn of events, seamlessly inheriting the territory of Wilson. To the north of Wilson Castle, an oddly shaped stone fortress loomed before Field's eyes. This was the magical laboratory of the wizard Golova, a place for the instruction of magic. Upon entering the laboratory, two delightful figures caught his attention. Though they were still minors, it was evident that they would blossom into extraordinary beauties in the near future. His younger sisters, Stephanie and Ella. Fortuitously, Stephanie and Ella had both demonstrated magical aptitude at the tender age of 10 and were now learning magic under the tutelage of the esteemed wizard Golova. As for Golova, he was a wizard of humble origins, possessing profound knowledge and mastery of magical concepts that far exceeded his official rank. Yet for reasons unknown, the wizard appeared lethargic and dispirited, seemingly indifferent to his surroundings. This was the Golova that existed in Field's memories. The peculiar bond between Golova and the territory of Wilson could be traced back to Mans' campaigns against marauders. Mans had once collaborated with this eccentric wizard to fend off barbarian invasions, thereby forging their unusual connection. As time progressed, Mans and Golova's partnership grew, and their relationship deepened. Eventually, as Golova aged, perhaps drawn to Man's character or seeking a place to retire, the old wizard chose to accompany Mans to the territory of Wilson. At present, Golova donned a light gray wizard's robe, while the two young girls engaged in a discussion about the various uses of different magical materials. The soft sound of footsteps attracted the attention of all three. The two girls turned and were immediately greeted by Field's presence. "Brother, you're back." Field nodded happily. "Yes, indeed. How is your magical training progressing? When will you become a junior magician?" As he spoke, he embraced Stephanie and Ella in turn. "Brother, magic cannot be mastered instantaneously. It requires a gradual approach." "Gradual approach. Do you understand?" Stephanie playfully rolled her eyes at that moment. Ella inquired with concern, "Brother, was everything smooth during your training in the Black Forest?" "Everything went quite well. My fighting spirit has improved significantly." Choosing to withhold the details of the level 3 magical beast from his sisters, Field opted to report only the positive outcomes, while the siblings engaged in cheerful conversation. Golova remained silent, showing no inclination to interrupt their long-awaited reunion, instead focusing on organizing the leather-bound records of magical knowledge. When Stephanie and Ella suddenly departed, Golova appeared indifferent, as if everything was of no concern to him. Field, casting a curious glance at Golova's demeanor, wondered what circumstances had led the wizard to such a state. He then approached Golova, recognizing that respect was due to the only high-ranking wizard of Wilson. "Golova, thank you for taking care of Stephanie and Ella." Following that, Field retrieved the magical core from his storage bag and presented it to Golova. "This is the magical core from the level 3 magical beast I defeated during my trials in the Black Forest. I hope it may be of assistance to you. Wizard Doe, are you certain that it was you who vanquished the level 3 magical beast?" Field nodded emphatically. "It was sheer luck. My life was nearly forfeit." The esteemed mage Galawa seized the magical core from Field's grasp, along with the magical core of the Bloodfang wild boar and the essence of the level 3 defensive artifact, the Earth Shield. Such treasures do not come cheaply. Although Galawa verbally lamented their expense, his hands were swift to act, meticulously wiping the magical core before stowing it within the storage bracelet adorning his arm. For a mage, magical cores are akin to a potent drug, perhaps even more alluring. The temptation of these cores is utterly irresistible, especially for a mage of humble origins who is not accustomed to wealth. Field, observing Galawa's actions, mused to himself, "If I possessed such a treasure, he would undoubtedly package the Bloodfang wild boar's carcass for transport back to the Wilson territory. The space within a storage pouch is lamentably limited. In the future, when fortune smiles upon me, I shall acquire one as well. No, I shall seek an even more superior storage ring. Storage pouches, bracelets, and rings, as their names imply, serve to hold external belongings, essential for both domestic life and travel. The storage bracelet worn by Galawa is a level 5 magical artifact, valued at 50,000 Ser gold coins that, in stark contrast, Field's storage pouch is worth a mere 500 coins, one soaring high while the other languishes low. Such storage magical artifacts are exceedingly rare, and even storage pouches are in high demand. The crafting of a storage bracelet necessitates the primary material, space stone, mined from celestial meteors, along with secondary materials such as starmoon grass and gilded ore, all requiring the expertise of a mage to forge. The rarity of materials and the high cost of labor naturally culminate in the exorbitant pricing of these magical items. Neither viscounts nor barons possess storage bracelets, and even the less affluent earls cannot afford them, opting instead for the relatively inexpensive yet efficient storage pouches. As for storage rings, they command prices exceeding 100,000 gold coins, with no upper limit in sight. At this moment, Field ventured to inquire, "Mage Galawa, might I ask if you possess a magical crystal ball? Could you possibly assess my magical aptitude once more?" Galawa's gaze flicked briefly in Field's direction. "What? Have you not already undergone an assessment of your magical talent?" Field fell silent, yet his silence spoke volumes regarding his intentions. Why seek another assessment? You possess such remarkable knightly potential. Is that not sufficient? After a moment of silence, Field articulated, "If given the chance, who would not aspire to become a distinguished mage? I harbor a lingering dissatisfaction. Perhaps my initial assessment was flawed, hence my desire for a second evaluation of my magical aptitude. I hope you will oblige, Mage Galawa. Despite his confusion, Galawa retrieved the magical crystal ball and handed it to Field. "You know how to use it. Brother, are you truly going to reassess your magical talent?" Field nodded. Although he recognized the slim chances of discovering any magical aptitude, Ella encouraged him. "Go for it." His decision to reevaluate his magical capabilities stemmed from a deep-seated pride as a transmigrator. It was one thing to be without a system. Surely he could not lack even a modicum of talent. With the fusion of two souls, there must be some change, he reasoned, with such thoughts in mind. Field accepted the magical crystal ball that in his memories at the age of 10, he had displayed no magical talent. Like the T-16, he stood ready for another evaluation. Gazing at the magical crystal ball, he cleared his mind, casting aside distractions, and gently placed his hands upon it. Simultaneously, a wave of anxiety began to swell within him as he fixated on the crystal ball with hopeful anticipation. The moment Field's hands made contact with the magical crystal ball, the laboratory was enveloped in darkness, an inky black light emanating from the orb and saturating the space. In Field's recollections, the color and brightness of the light emitted by the crystal ball were indicative of one's magical aptitude. Ranked from highest to lowest as gold, purple, red, green, and white. When his sister Stefani had her talent assessed, the crystal ball had glimmered with green light. Ella, possessing slightly better aptitude, had elicited a red hue tinged with a hint of purple. Now Field stared at the pitch-black glow emanating from the crystal ball, a bitter smile creeping onto his cheeks. "Mage Galawa, what is happening? Why does it emit a black light?" Galawa, equally astonished, had evidently never witnessed such a phenomenon. "I have never encountered this situation before. Allow me to provide you with a meditation method. Try meditating and observe the results. If you feel any discomfort, cease immediately to avoid any unforeseen consequences." He then handed Field a meditation manual inscribed on parchment. Field turned to face Stefani and Ella, both bewildered. "Brother, do you possess magical talent now?" Clearly, they had yet to process the dark light that had just transpired. "Yes, but it seems not to be a favorable talent." This was evident from Galawa's reaction, which suggested that the black light represented a talent even worse than that of the white. It was no wonder Galawa felt this way. Historically, mages who exhibited peculiar lights during their assessments typically possessed abysmal magical aptitude. The mage's instinctive reasoning led him to be only mildly surprised. Dismissive of strange magical talents, Galawa lost interest in cultivating magic within a laboratory, wishing to avoid inciting his own irritation. Upon returning to his chamber, Field retrieved the meditation manual and began his practice. In the continent of Lea, a mage's advancement is directly proportional to their magical talent. The meditation method serves merely as an auxiliary function. The crux of magical cultivation lies within one's innate talent. The better the affinity for magic, the higher the magical aptitude, thus strengthening a mage's ability to perceive and absorb magical energy, naturally accelerating their advancement. Tragically, however, humanity is not favored by magic. The only two races that magic seems to cherish are the elves and dragons. Elves are born with an innate capability for magical cultivation, and they are deeply immersed in the study of magic, making them one of the most knowledgeable races on the continent. Dragons, too, are inherently magical beings, awakening their powers as they age. Field found himself envious. Among humans, those with magical aptitude are exceedingly rare. It is not uncommon for thousands to yield, but a single individual gifted with such talent. Moreover, even among those who possess magical aptitude, most are destined to be of lesser quality, manifesting as white or green talents. This myriad of factors contributes to the scarcity of mages within the human realm, rendering them akin to endangered species. The Wilson territory boasts a high-ranking mage, a source of envy for many a Viscount. Yet, every coin has its two sides. While humanity may lack innate talent, they excel in reproductive capabilities. The sheer number of humans has led to a considerable emergence of mages within the vast population. Of course, magical cultivation requires not only innate talent, but also a wealth of resources. Mages with poor aptitude, even if born into affluent aristocracy, struggle to elevate their magical levels swiftly, often relegated to the lower echelons of the magical community. In Field's words, being a mage is akin to being fed by the heavens. a vocation entirely reliant on talent, a privilege reserved for the few among the few. The original Field possessed no magical talent. But the fusion of two souls bestowed upon him an extraordinary and unprecedented black magical aptitude. Through the blending of souls, Field comprehended that the essence of magical talent lies within the soul itself. 3 years of high school biology provided him with the foundation for contemplation and hypothesis. Human magical aptitude is attributed to unique genes and neural pathways present from birth. These exceptional nerves and genes perform specific functions. Linking to the soul. The previous soul was ethereal, yet the soul within the continent of Loya had transformed from abstraction into something tangible. But oh, this is so mentally taxing. Never mind, let us focus on cultivating magic for now. Shaking his head, Field dedicated himself to the meditation practice, diligently following the manual step by step. Before long, he slipped into a state of profound introspection. Though his eyes were closed, he could sense vibrant orbs of light swirling around him in a kaleidoscope of colors. These radiant orbs seemed drawn to him, dancing exuberantly in a captivating display. This phenomenon piqued Field's curiosity, though it surpassed his current understanding of magic. What were these luminous orbs? Were they manifestations of magical energy? After contemplating for a while, he found himself at a loss for answers. Given his limited knowledge, he could not unearth the truth. Perhaps he should consult Mage Galawa for clarification. Field once again entered the peculiar magical laboratory. Upon his arrival, Master Galawa appeared slightly perplexed. "What? Have you encountered any issues?" Field earnestly nodded. "I seem to have sensed something." "What kind of thing?" "During my meditation, I felt colorful orbs of light floating around my body. I do not know what these are. Are they harmful or beneficial?" Before Field could finish his thought, he was interrupted by a startled exclamation from Master Galawa. "How can this be possible?" Galawa's expression shifted from indifference to seriousness. Stephanie and Ella also wore peculiar expressions. "Field, are you certain?" Master Galawa inquired once more. Field nodded affirmatively. "I am quite sure. They are luminous orbs." Clearly, the situation Field described took Master Galawa by surprise, leaving him momentarily speechless. The magic laboratory fell into a profound silence. With Field alternating his gaze between Master Galawa and his two companions, their expressions quite captivating. "What has happened to me?" Field asked, a hint of anxiety in his voice. "You are on the verge of becoming a junior magician." Ella, observing Field's growing agitation, finally spoke to clarify. What a twist of fate! Who would have thought that black magical talent could surpass even golden talent? At that moment, Master Galawa felt a tumult of emotions due to his own inability to advance to the Grand Magician level because of his magical talent. Truly, it is a matter of timing and fate. Master Galawa lamented. Ella's words held truth. When a magical apprentice can clearly perceive the energy orbs, their ascendance to junior magician is imminent. Such a talent must not be squandered. You should come here every afternoon to study magic with Stephanie and Ella. Master Galawa's explanation dispelled Field's confusion that I truly am a child of destiny. With proficiency in both magic and martial energy, my innate skills are fully realized. The future is bright. The earlier anxiety dissipated, and Field's spirits soared. Upon leaving the magic laboratory, however, Field found himself in a quandary. Even with his newfound magical talent, he could not afford to neglect his nightly training. Magic? Martial energy? He lifted his head. The sun was just rising, and it was morning. He would first focus on martial energy. Morning for martial energy, afternoon for magic, and evening for meditation. Perfect. Subsequently, Field made his way to the night training grounds at Wilson Castle. Looking around, he saw knight apprentices paired off, practicing their knightly skills and conditioning their bodies. Haven T.U. Eaton, your sword play is feeble. One of the two senior knights of Wilson, York, was training the apprentices. York led the Wilson defense team, the sole armed force of the territory, comprising 500 knights and 1,000 auxiliary soldiers. The 500 knights were dedicated combatants, clad in armor year-round. Although they wore armor, only a scant few truly possessed it, reflecting the backwardness of the continent of Loa. The 1,000 auxiliary soldiers were summoned during wartime to assist the cavalry, while they toiled in the fields during peacetime. The knights, too, were not true knights in the conventional sense, but were rather practitioners of the knightly breathing technique. Fewer than 30 in Wilson had actual mounts. Young Master Wilson, are you here to train your martial energy as well? Field nodded. Strength is the foundation of existence. Field stepped aside to an empty area, commencing his practice of the war god breathing technique, honing his physique and channeling martial energy into his body. As the first heir of Wilson, Field did not train alongside the others, for he sought to maintain the dignity of his noble status and avoid the ridicule of other nobles for training with soldiers. As he engaged in the abdominal breathing of the war god breathing technique, he immediately felt a gentle energy continuously infusing his body. This method of cultivating martial energy was profound, involving the expansion and contraction of the abdomen to draw in martial energy, thereby strengthening stamina, endurance, and explosive power. The threshold for martial energy cultivation was low. One merely needed a breathing technique, or even rigorous training alone could suffice to reach the junior knight stage, in contrast to the rarity of magicians. Knights formed the primary combat force across various territories. Time slipped by unnoticed as Field diligently practiced throughout the morning, enhancing his physique. He clenched his fist. Is this what power feels like? It is magnificent. As the sun rose above Wilson Castle, the afternoon arrived. Field then proceeded to Master Gallowa's small magic classroom. The greater the allure, the faster time seemed to flow, absorbed in the knowledge of magic. Field found himself oblivious to the passage of time until evening fell. Master Gallowa, it's getting late. Shoot and tea we conclude for the day, Stephanie thoughtfully reminded the master. Gazing out the window, Master Gallowa noted the silver moon hanging in the sky. We shall stop here for today. Do not forget to practice your magic. All right, Master Gallowa. Farewell. With that, Stephanie darted out of the laboratory. Field smiled and shook his head, then tidied his attire and respectfully bowed to Master Gallowa. Until tomorrow, Master Gallowa. Gallowa nodded, his impression of Field favorable. Intelligent and eager to learn, in the banquet hall, his father, Mance, and mother, Fay, were already seated at the dining table. Why are you so late today? His mother inquired. It's all my brother's fault. He keeps asking questions. So we couldn't leave. Stephanie clearly expressed her grievances. Your brother is merely curious, as it is his first encounter with magic. Such curiosity is entirely normal. Come, let us eat. The sounds of clinking utensils and chewing echoed throughout the hall. Field, you are quite fortunate to have awakened your magical talent. Field replied while chewing on bread, responding to Mance's inquiries. As dinner was drawing to a close, Field finally spoke up. Father, may I ask? Field hesitated, and Mance, wiping crumbs from the corner of his mouth, urged, just speak plainly. Stop fidgeting like a woman. I am 16 this year. I am no longer a child. Could you enlighten me about the current state of development in Wilson? I am quite ignorant of everything regarding Wilson. Field felt a twinge of anxiety, as this could be perceived as encroaching on Mance's authority. The air was still filled with the sounds of clattering, and to ease the tension, Field added, I wish to contribute to the strength of Wilson. This was Field's genuine thought. The stronger Wilson became, the safer his own life would be. Mance glanced at Field and nodded slightly. Indeed, it is time you became informed. But remember, strength is the foundation of everything. Do not neglect your training to you understand? Heeding his father's admonition, Mance finished his meal, slowly rising from the table. Everything in Wilson is managed by Nelson. Seek him out if you wish to learn anything. Field took a deep breath. In other noble territories, one would face scorn for posing such a question. The close familial bond made things much easier. There was no need for excessive caution. Having received man's approval, Field could not help but sigh as thoughts of the current state of the Loya continent crossed his mind. The situation on the Loya continent could scarcely be described as merely backward. The challenge of fostering development there was indeed formidable. The lack of advanced technology necessitated reliance on the most primitive form of labor, human effort. To fully harness this labor, it was imperative to gather information about each individual. The alignment of roles and the sheer number of people were directly correlated with the levels and velocities of development. With numerous races coexisting on the Loya continent, nations founded by the same race numbered anywhere from several to dozens, creating a chaotic and complex tapestry. Such disarray inevitably led to frequent outbreaks of war. with various nations embroiled in conflict, resulting in a significant population of refugees and slaves. Slaves were devoid of dignity. They were mere appendages to the nobility, treated as inexpensive tools of production. Even though these slaves belonged to the human race, they were still regarded as outsiders by the nobility. However, Field, hailing from the 21st century, harbored no such distorted views. To him, they were simply inexpensive labor, key to the development of the Wilson territory. After finishing his meal, Field promptly sought out Nelson, a kindly old gentleman whose eyes sparkled with wisdom. His gaze stood in stark contrast to the dull expressions of the subjects and slaves Field had encountered. Field had gleaned some information about Nelson's background. In his youth, Nelson had studied in the capital of the Seer Kingdom before journeying through various lands. He had enjoyed a life of adventure on the war-torn Loya continent, seemingly favored by the goddess of fate. Yet upon his arrival at the nascent Wilson territory, his luck seemed to wane, and his considerable talents caught the attention of Man's. It was under Man's earnest invitation that Nelson ultimately assumed the role of chief steward of the Wilson territory. Whether Nelson had genuinely wished for this position at that time remained unknown to Field. However, after more than a decade of management and life there, Nelson had successfully married and started a family in the Wilson territory. Field gazed at this loyal and dedicated contributor, who had served the Wilson territory since its inception, with a deep sense of respect. "Young Master Field, may I inquire what brings you to me?" asked Steward Nelson. "Nelson, could you tell me the current number of subjects and slaves in the Wilson territory?" After a moment's thought, Nelson replied, "To report to you, young Master Field, there are approximately 6,000 subjects and over 7,500 slaves." "Well, over 15,000 subjects is quite standard for a baronial territory. Not too many, yet not too few. However, for a viscountcy, this number barely suffices to sustain the nobility, as they embody the essence of extravagant excess. It is indeed surprising that this number can sustain the Wilson territory. Man's, having come from humble beginnings, has yet to adopt the vices of the nobility, and years of warfare have endowed the Wilson territory with a substantial treasury. Most viscounts in the Seer Kingdom were those granted titles at the kingdom's inception, with subjects numbering anywhere from 30 to 50,000, and even exceeding 100,000. The Wilson territory still had a considerable distance to cover to reach such a goal. Yet it also held significant potential for growth, Field reassured himself. Considering the geographical peculiarities of the Wilson territory, which bordered the majestic Megaros Beast mountain range, the delineation of territory was, in fact, quite ambiguous. The extent of one's ambition directly influenced the size of their holdings. The actual territory of the Wilson region far exceeded that of an ordinary viscountcy. With sufficient courage, there were no limits to its expanse. A mere 13,000 subjects in relation to the territory's vastness was but a trivial fraction. Yet, with advantages come drawbacks. The benefit of a vast territory was counterbalanced by the necessity to defend against the beasts of the mountain range. "It is indeed a complex situation," Field mused. "Steward Nelson, have you conducted a detailed census of the subjects in the Wilson territory?" Nelson appeared momentarily bewildered. "What do you mean? For instance, their names, ages, professions, and so forth?" Field's inquiry left Nelson utterly perplexed. After a brief hesitation, he regained his composure. "Young Master Field, you must understand that whether at the level of kingdoms or baronies, only approximate numbers of subjects are typically recorded." Nelson felt a bit awkward as he continued. "And I too have only kept a rough count of the subjects in the Wilson territory at AS for the other detailed information you seek. I am not well-informed. As Field had suspected, the civilization of the Loya continent remained in its nascent stages, akin to a primitive society. The rulers had yet to establish a coherent and orderly governance system. The nobility merely claimed their plots of land and erected flags, managing them in a vague manner, subsisting on rents with little regard for order. Such a flawed management model faced insurmountable challenges in fostering development. Without centuries of accumulation, true strength could not emerge. The only distinction between the Loya continent and the primitive societies of his previous life was the existence of extraordinary powers. The superficial prosperity of the Loya continent was but a fade, upheld by the nobility wielding such powers who exploited the lower classes. The adage, "all that glitters is not gold," aptly describes this situation. Moreover, this prosperity was confined to a select few, rife with contradictions. And as time wore on, these tensions would only intensify. Field, with his profound knowledge of both the heavens and the earth, understood that such a management approach was antiquated. The urgent need for a detailed census of the populace was paramount. Without it, he could not fully leverage the potential of each subject, nor could he detect population movements. This was exceedingly detrimental to the development of the Wilson territory. Field's first step in his plan for territorial development was to conduct a comprehensive census of the subjects and establish a robust household registration system. Thus, he candidly addressed Nelson. "Steward Nelson, I require you to undertake a most crucial task. I need you to compile a detailed count of the subjects in the Wilson territory and register them, including their residences, ages, professions, and so forth, thereby establishing the household registration system." A household registration system. Field nodded in affirmation. "Can you manage this?" Nelson hesitated. "Young Master Field, accomplishing your request will indeed pose some challenges, but with some extra time, it can be done. However, the more difficult aspect is that the slaves lack names and thus cannot be registered." Field placed his hand on his forehead, realizing he had entirely overlooked the fact that slaves possessed no rights. Once reduced to slavery, they forfeited their humanity and, consequently, their names. After contemplating for a moment, he proposed, "Let us do this. Inform the slaves that if they wish to become free citizens, they must choose a name for themselves and register it. Otherwise, they will lose the opportunity to become free and remain slaves for all eternity." "Very well. I shall attend to this immediately." Clearly, Mans and Nelson had reached an understanding. Otherwise, Nelson would not have been so cooperative. While there were only a few literate individuals in the Wilson territory, the future would undoubtedly demand a significant number of such individuals. Field resolved to cultivate some talent himself. Truly, it was a case of starting with a single goal and relying on oneself for everything. "Wait a moment, Nelson," Field called after the departing steward. "Young Master Field, is there something else you wish to convey?" The task of gathering detailed information on all inhabitants of the Wilson territory was indeed formidable. "Steward Nelson, select a few clever individuals from among the subject to assist you in this endeavor. Teach them literacy and basic arithmetic, and charge all expenses to the Wilson territory's account." "Understood, young Master Field." "Go ahead." Nelson turned and left, having gained new insight into the value of literacy in the Loya continent. Only the nobility and the wealthy had the privilege of education, and even those who could merely perform basic arithmetic were considered valuable assets. Everything had to be nurtured slowly, and each task required a step-by-step approach, which greatly affected his ability to lead the Wilson territory toward agricultural prosperity and a better life. It seems we must take our time. Since the facts cannot be altered, let us proceed one step at a time. After all, being 16 this year, there is ample time ahead. Enhancing the talent pool in Wilson Estate and cultivating managerial skills are among the plans that Field is eager to implement. With strategies already forming in his mind, this moment, Field's casual glance fell upon the dirt atop his shoes. "Oh dear, how could I have forgotten about the limestone? I hope there exists limestone in the continent of Loa. Perhaps I should ask Nelson to inquire." With the shortage of talent in Wilson Estate, Nelson must make do with what he has. Just as Nelson's figure began to fade from sight, Field's voice called him back once more. "Nelson, could you come here again?" Nelson wore an expression of mild frustration. "Master Field, could you not finish your sentence in one go?" Field nodded slightly, alleviating the awkwardness. "Nelson, while you're tallying the population, could you also inquire whether there are any gray or grayish-white stones in the vicinity of Wilson Estate that are brittle and easily breakable?" "Certainly, Master Field. Is there anything else you wish to command?" "No, that will be all." "Are you sure?" "Absolutely." With Field's affirmative response, Nelson departed, glancing back every few steps, wary of being summoned again. Indeed, the stones Field inquired about were limestone, a crucial material for making cement, the foundation for constructing steel jungles in his past life, had yet to be developed in the continent of Le. He aspired to create cement, which was vital for the multifaceted growth of Wilson Estate. Subsequently, Field returned to his chamber. Scattered across the central table were pieces of craft paper, adorned with hastily scribbled Chinese characters. These were notes documenting Field's daily contemplations and explorations of combat, aura, and magical energy. The reason for using Chinese characters was not due to Field's inability to comprehend the script of the human race in Loya, but rather because Chinese characters served a purpose of confidentiality. The following morning, Field, as was his custom, diligently practiced his combat aura. In the afternoon, he, along with Stephanie and Ella, proceeded to the magical laboratory of Master Garova, the place where magical education was imparted. To Field's earnest attitude towards learning radiated enthusiasm and desire. Akin to a mage who had studied magic for many years, his patience and scholarly demeanor garnered praise from Master Garova. Years of rigorous study in his previous life had instilled in Field commendable habits. Even when faced with the tedium of magical knowledge, he remained focused and engaged. His performance naturally attracted high acclaim from Garova. "The scholar has arrived. We cannot afford to slack off," Stephanie whispered to Ella, her voice tinged with urgency. Master Garova had instructed numerous noble scions, knowing that only powerful magic capable of directly enhancing one's strength could consistently capture their attention. However, Field's exceptional performance profoundly impacted Garova's perception of noble children. Over time, Garova discerned a distinct brilliance in Field, a quality he had never encountered in his extensive travels. This brilliance was not the arrogance typical of nobility, but rather an extraordinary confidence imprinted in his very essence. Coupled with a profound, scholarly demeanor and an egalitarian view of all beings. Immersed in the enchanting realm of magic, Field remained blissfully unaware that Garova's gaze towards him had transformed. His evaluation had ascended to a level unattainable by ordinary individuals. Field was oblivious to Garova's inner world, yet he understood that knowledge would always equate to power. Now faced with an extraordinary and entirely unfamiliar body of magical knowledge, how could he not be filled with passion? Those who are engrossed seldom perceive the passage of time, and before long, 6 days had swiftly elapsed. A quarter past noon, Butler Nelson approached Field, who was preparing to head to the magical laboratory. "Master Field, the tasks you assigned have been completed." Following the voice, Field observed that while Nelson's eyes remained bright, they bore the signs of fatigue. Currently, Wilson Estate has 6,342 free citizens, with 3,007 in Maki Village, 608 in Rivermouth Village, and the remainder surrounding Wilson Castle. There are 7,582 slaves, among which 6,871 are human and the rest are orc slaves. Nelson paused for breath before continuing. "As for the stone you were searching for, I have indeed found it. It is undoubtedly limestone." "Limestone?" Nelson nodded. When constructing Wilson Castle, a significant quantity of limestone was extracted from the old quarry. However, due to its brittle nature, it was deemed unsuitable for castle building and was consequently discarded by Baron Mance. Today, the old quarry still holds a substantial amount of limestone. Field pondered, hoping that this limestone was indeed what he sought. Simultaneously, he wished that the existence of extraordinary powers had not altered its original characteristics. As for what to do after acquiring the limestone, Field felt no apprehension. While he could not claim to know the cement-making process by heart, he was confident in his ability to produce it accurately. Having transitioned from a small village to university, he had spent considerable time assisting his parents in construction work, making the task of cement production exceedingly simple. Following the establishment of the cement factory, Field promptly dispatched 20 knights to guard it. They would not only ensure the factory's security, but also prevent any internal personnel from leaving, thereby safeguarding the confidentiality of the cement-making process. Cement was his proprietary product, a guarantee for the future finances of Wilson Estate. Under the management of Sarah, the cement factory began to operate smoothly, allowing Field to resume his daily training. Master Garova returned to the magical laboratory, continuing to instruct Stephanie and Ella in magic. Thanks to their exceptional talents, Field's combat aura and magical energy advanced rapidly, particularly in magic, where he sensed a budding potential to break through to the level of a junior mage. Time swiftly passed, and half a month went by in the blink of an eye, ushering in the harvest season at Wilson Estate. Standing atop the towering Wilson Castle, Field gazed down at the fields lush with wheat. Golden ears of grain adorning the land. The aroma of grain filled his senses, while the bountiful harvest nourished his spirit. From Nelson, he learned that this year had been exceptionally favorable, a rare occurrence in a century with no violent storms or droughts. The wheat thrived, its ears plump and full. The harvest season was not merely a festival for Wilson Estate, but a joyous occasion for the entirety of the continent of La. All the inhabitants set aside their tasks, fully dedicating themselves to the gathering of wheat. Perhaps the seasonal changes had caused an unusual fluctuation in magical energy. On the third day of the harvest season, good news arrived. Stephanie had broken through to become a junior mage, marking the first true mage of Wilson Estate. Upon hearing this news, Field felt a genuine sense of pride for Stephanie. Consequently, he generously arranged for Nelson to purchase a wand embedded with a level 2 magic core as a gift for her. That evening, Wilson Castle hosted a small celebratory banquet, attended by the prominent figures of Wilson Estate. As the guest of honor, Stephanie showcased her stunning magical prowess at the center of the gathering. Her colorful spells captivating Field's attention, he watched in admiration as Stephanie wielded her magic, filled with envy. "Congratulations, dear sister. Here is your gift." "Thank you, brother." Amidst the laughter and joy, the banquet quietly came to a close. Life continues, and the villagers remain diligently engaged in the harvest of wheat, while he fervently cultivates his magical powers. Time flows swiftly like a river, and half a month has passed once more. The task of wheat collection in Wilson territory has reached its conclusion. Field arrived at the entrance of the grain storage room in Wilson territory. There hung a massive lock on the door. Appearing remarkably sturdy that moment, the accompanying Nelson produced a key he had safeguarded and carefully inserted it into the keyhole, turning it to unlock the iron door. The door creaked open slowly, revealing a passage leading to the storage room. Field advanced along the corridor, his heart brimming with anticipation and excitement. Upon entering the storage room, he was once again awestruck by the sight before him. Although it was not his first visit to the storage room, it was indeed his first time during the bountiful harvest season. The storage room, situated within a vast underground chamber of Wilson Fortress, boasted a high ceiling adorned with countless twinkling ornaments, resembling fireflies amidst a starlit night sky. From its inception, the craftsmanship ensured the space remained adequately dry and ventilated, significantly extending the storage lifespan of the grains. Field observed the entire space filled with golden grains, with row upon row of grain racks laden with large sacks of cereals and flour. As he drew closer, the rich aroma of the grains enveloped him, evoking a sense of warmth and satisfaction that he reached out to touch a sack of wheat, feeling the texture and weight of the grains. Opening the bag, a handful of wheat cascaded into his palm, each grain plump and glistening. Experiencing all of this, Field felt a profound connection to the grains, a sentiment deeply etched in his bloodline. Continuing his exploration of the storage room, he discovered a small chamber containing various dried meats, prepared for the times when fresh vegetables could not be cultivated during the frigid winter months or when hunting proved unfeasible. As he surveyed the abundant grains around him, he inwardly mused, "Indeed, with grain in hand, one can remain unperturbed." After his tour of the storage room, Field exited at a leisurely pace. "Nelson, how many people can a harvest from Wilson territory sustain for a year?" "Young Master Field, I estimate that this year's yield is sufficient to feed 60,000 for an entire year." Nelson replied after some contemplation. "That's quite a substantial amount," Field remarked, to which Nelson nodded in agreement. Then, Field pondered further. Given such a large harvest, why do we still witness slaves and even villagers starving each year? "Young Master Field, you are unaware of certain circumstances. You have never paid attention to the food situation. Hence your ignorance that a harvest as bountiful as this year's is a rarity that occurs once in several decades. In previous years, achieving 50 or 60% of this year's yield would be considered commendable. Typically, it hovers around 40%. Nelson sighed softly before continuing. Moreover, the Kingdom of Sayre frequently experiences wars, leading to uprisings among the displaced, which further diminishes the harvest by 1 or 2% that I see. Field inquired further, "What is the usual yield of wheat per hectare?" In response, young Master Field, "Previous years have yielded approximately 2,000 kilograms per hectare." Field was taken aback. How could the wheat yield be so low? Recalling the astonishing yield of 8,000 kilograms per hectare from his past life, he realized that achieving such figures on the continent of Leia seemed nearly impossible. Furthermore, in comparison, his past life lacked extraordinary powers. Logically, the grain yield on the continent of Leah should far exceed that of his previous life. Yet the reality was contrary to Field's expectations. After conversing with Nelson and conducting his own investigations, he soon understood. The wheat in Wilson territory was rather primitive. A variety freshly sourced from nature, IT, had yet to undergo selection and cultivation, resulting in poor resistance to diseases, pests, and environmental adaptability, which consequently led to dismal yields. Considering this, Field surmised that the plight of wheat was likely not unique to Wilson territory, but rather a widespread issue across the entire continent of La. With this newfound understanding, Field had already included the cultivation of superior wheat varieties to enhance grain yields in his development plan. The vast expanse of the Leah continent was dotted with barren lands. Until the arable land reached saturation, how could one contemplate improving the quality of wheat? After the autumn harvest, the villagers gradually returned to their respective duties. And Field diligently continued his training in fighting spirit and magic, just as he always had 3 days after the harvest concluded. While practicing magic as usual, Field suddenly sensed an unusual surge of magical energy surrounding him. Akin to tiny sprites dancing gracefully in his vicinity, he centered his thoughts, repeatedly practicing his meditation to cultivate his magic naturally. In an instant, Field reached an enigmatic state, a sensation of transcending his own self. A sublime elevation of the soul. This feeling, fleeting as it was, vanished as swiftly as it arrived, leaving only ripples in its wake. Although the duration was brief, the outcome was as he had hoped. Field successfully advanced to the rank of a novice mage. Truly, the unrecorded talent for black magic allowed him to progress at an astonishing pace. A.S. Field was aware, even those endowed with golden magical talents typically required at least a year of arduous training and substantial amounts of magical crystals and cores to achieve the status of a novice mage. In contrast, Field had achieved this in less than a month, a testament to his extraordinary magical aptitude. After his breakthrough, he refrained from boasting, opting instead to carry on with his daily routine, eating and drinking as usual. In the tumultuous realm of the Leah continent, it was prudent to keep one's strength concealed. He only shared the news of his breakthrough with a select few close individuals, including Master Garova, as he would require guidance in his future magical studies. The brevity of time from Field's detection of his magical talent to his current status as a novice mage left Master Garova somewhat astonished. However, beside them, Stephanie and Ella erupted in excitement, wishing they could dissect his head to understand how it was constructed, as if practicing magic were as effortless as eating or drinking. This is so unfair. Brother, you possess not only exceptional knightly talent, but also such a remarkable magical gift. It makes me feel utterly inadequate after years of striving to become a novice mage, Stephanie lamented dramatically. Her face contorted in despair. Meanwhile, Ella, who had always stood by him, gazed at Field, unusually refraining from contradicting Stephanie's words. Stephanie continued to bemoan the insurmountable gap between people, as if it were an unbridgeable chasm. Field reached out a hand, gently patting Stephanie's small head. Even if you are ordinary, I will always protect you. As Stephanie felt the comforting touch on her head, a smile broke through on her little face. The following day, Field solidified his status as a mage. While Field diligently focused on his breakthrough, everything in Wilson territory continued to stabilize. The cement factory officially entered a period of steady operation. Producing cement in a continuous flow, A.S. Field observed the growing stockpile of cement in the warehouse. He contemplated its myriad uses. Field grappled with the realization that cement was not just useful, but exceedingly so. Applicable in countless scenarios, he pondered how to wield cement effectively in a fleeting moment. The haunting images of villagers perishing from the cold in previous years flashed through Field's mind. He extended his right hand, feeling the subtle chill in the air. Winter approaches. Field's gaze sharpened. He resolved to utilize the cement for constructing shelters, ensuring the villagers could weather the coming harsh winter. Field was determined to prevent a repeat of the tragic events from previous winters, where the inhabitants and slaves perished from the cold. Every individual was a valuable workforce. More importantly, a faint voice deep within him urged him on. Perhaps this was the humanity brought forth from his past life. He ultimately could not bear to witness his kin freeze to death before his very eyes. Without hesitation, Field promptly sought out Nelson, the full-time steward of Wilson's territory. Nelson was tasked with gathering all the craftsmen and 1,000 able-bodied men to form a construction team. Field emphasized, "Remember, we must act swiftly." Nelson nodded and immediately set to work. The establishment of a household registration system made it exceedingly easy for Nelson to assemble the necessary manpower in less than half a day. He accomplished the task assigned by Field. Naturally, the most experienced old craftsman, Edmund, was appointed as the captain of the construction team. Field was well acquainted with Edmund, who was one of the elders of Wilson's territory and had watched him grow up. Not being a professional artist, Field hastily sketched an abstract framework for the cement house and handed it over to Edmund. "Captain Edmund, here are my requirements regarding the appearance of the cement and the corresponding facilities." "Understood, young master." Field's obsessive cleanliness suddenly surged forth as he could no longer tolerate the disarray of the current buildings in Wilson's territory. He insisted that the houses must be constructed in an orderly manner, with each building perfectly aligned. After conveying his requests, the craftsman made further modifications based on this foundation. After a day of effort, the construction plans for the cement houses in Wilson's territory were finally completed. The next morning, the construction team began methodically building the cement houses in the northwest direction of Wilson's territory. Time was of the essence. The frigid winter would not delay its arrival simply because Wilson's territory lacked warm cement houses. As it was their first time using such advanced materials as cement, the workers had no idea how to proceed. Therefore, Field returned to his roots, personally leading them in establishing a cement house. Only when the old craftsman Edmund was capable of directing the construction team on his own did Field take his leave. Just as he departed, he arrived at the cement factory, recognizing that constructing winter accommodations for over 10,000 individuals would undoubtedly require a substantial amount of cement. He ensured that the cement production could keep pace with the usage in previous cold winters. The inhabitants could not engage in any agricultural activities and were forced to huddle in dilapidated houses, shivering and struggling to survive on meager rations. However, with cement now available, Wilson's territory would not squander the ample human resources of winter. To this end, Field specifically sought out the factory manager, Sarah. "Manager Sarah, I need you to produce a large quantity of cement. With the current personnel and kills, can you ensure a sufficient supply?" Upon hearing this, Sarah's expression turned troubled. "Young Master Field, this may be somewhat difficult." "What difficulties?" "The cement factory lacks sufficient manpower, and the kills are also inadequate. The factory was hastily established, and the number of personnel sent was indeed a bit low. I will dispatch more inhabitants to assist. Additionally, you should construct more kills that I will request Mage Garova to come and inscribe the heating magic array." "Very well, I shall get right on it." Field nodded in agreement. Subsequently, upon returning to Wilson's territory, he immediately gathered 200 idle inhabitants. He also felt that having only 20 guards to protect the cement factory was insufficient. To better safeguard the manufacturing process from leaks, Field dispatched an additional 30 knights to accompany the 200 inhabitants to the cement factory. The guard team for the cement factory increased from 20 to 50, necessitating a captain to lead them. The chosen captain was a nearly 30-year-old mid-level knight named Whiston. Whiston's journey as a knight was nothing short of miraculous. Originally a slave, he had been granted the knight's breathing technique by Mance. Rising to the occasion, Whiston successfully advanced from a slave devoid of combat prowess to the pinnacle of a mid-level knight in just 5 years. A remarkable transformation. After Whiston and over 200 others arrived at the cement factory, including the original 100 or so, the total number of personnel under Sarah's management exceeded 300, highlighting Field's emphasis on the cement factory's importance. At the same time, Sarah glanced at the increasing number of guards and felt an even greater weight of responsibility on her shoulders. After Field adjusted the personnel at the cement factory, he turned and made his way to Mage Garova's magical laboratory. "Mage Garova, the cement factory has expanded its kills, and I need your assistance in inscribing the heating magic array." Mage Garova did not respond immediately. Instead, he retrieved a shield from his storage ring and handed it to Field. "This is a level 3 magical artifact, the Earth Shield, a gift for your advancement to an apprentice mage." Field accepted the shield. Noticing the magic core of a blood-fong boar embedded within that moment, Field gained a deeper understanding of Mage Garova's seemingly cold exterior that concealed a warm heart, further deepening his respect for the mage. "Thank you, Minter Garovier." In response to Field's request, Mage Garova did not immediately acquiesce, revealing his deeper intentions. "You are now an apprentice mage and can learn to inscribe the heating magic array. Fortunately, I have time today." The purpose of Mage Garova was unmistakable, and Field understood his underlying meaning. "Very well." Mage Garova. Subsequently, Mage Garova commenced a small classroom session on the magic array for Field. The key to inscribing a magic array lies in guiding the magical energy, which requires inscriptions. What you must do is memorize the complex inscriptions and inscribe them in the proper arrangement. Time flew by, and soon it was evening. After just half a day's study, Field had grasped the basics of inscribing the heating magic array and only needed more practice to master it. Mage Garova was somewhat surprised by Field's rapid memorization. "Well done, well done. To learn the magic array in a single day is impressive." Field did not react much. Compared to memorizing inscriptions, the difficulty of reciting in his previous life far exceeded that of inscriptions. In Field's eyes, memorizing inscriptions was remarkably simple, easily manageable. At dawn the following day, Field made his way to the cement factory. After practicing the heating magic array once or twice, he was able to inscribe it flawlessly on all the newly expanded kilns. Before he knew it, 5 days had swiftly passed, and the residential area of Wilson's territory was steadily being constructed with the continuous support of cement. However, the tranquility of life in Wilson's territory was shattered by a letter from Count Taylor Swift. On this day, all the important figures of Wilson's territory were summoned by Mance in the hall of Wilson's territory. Every seat was filled. Waite, York, Mage Garova, and Nelson were all present. Mance surveyed the room. "Since everyone is gathered, let us discuss our stance on Count Taylor's call to arms." Before the meeting commenced, everyone present was already aware of the content of the summons. The Kingdom of Sire had gone to war with the barbarian tribes to the north, calling upon all the nobles of the kingdom to participate. Naturally, the nobles under the Count were required to convene at Swift territory to join Count Taylor before proceeding to the northern front lines of the kingdom. Field gazed pensively at the summons on the conference table, realizing that this call was unlike previous ones that involved trivial matters. It was a genuine war of the kingdom, lasting anywhere from a year to several years, or even decades. Field did not wish for Wilson's territory to engage in war. Wouldn't it be more advantageous to focus on developing the territory? Yet, Wilson's territory had no choice but to participate in the war. They had sworn allegiance to the kingdom during the feudal land distribution, and wherever the kingdom directed, they must follow. Refuse the summons would amount to open rebellion, resulting in consequences after the war, or even a swift reckoning along the way to the northern front. While the fate of the summons was inescapable, there was still considerable leeway regarding the size of the army that would respond. As long as the banner of Wilson's territory appeared at the northern front, the kingdom would have no grounds for complaint. After all, information was not as readily available, and the territory resembled a small kingdom. Aside from a lord, no one else knows the exact number of inhabitants and troops within the territory at that moment. The voice of York broke the silence in the hall that "I believe that bringing 200 knights along with the appropriate auxiliary troops will suffice. Furthermore, dispatching 200 knights from a viscount's domain is more than adequate. We must retain a sufficient military presence to ensure the safety of Wilson's territory. After all, in times of chaos, many bandits often take advantage of the turmoil." Everyone present understood the implication of the bandits York referred to. Subsequently, Waite nodded in agreement, while Mance remained silent, instead casting his gaze towards Field. Field had recently exhibited a wealth of clever ideas, and Mance hoped he would provide valuable insights. Realizing he could not evade the discussion, Field readily concurred. "Instructor York's suggestion is quite sound. Our military strength in Wilson's territory is formidable, and many ordinary viscount domains do not possess 200 knights. I believe leading 200 knights is more than sufficient." Indeed, Field's reasoning was sound, and with the backing of Count Taylor, significant troubles were unlikely to arise. After contemplating for a moment, Mance decisively stated, "This time, I shall accompany York with 200 knights and their respective auxiliaries in response to the call to arms for the battlefield." Field and Wait will remain to protect Wilson's territory. And during my absence, all matters will be managed by Field. Thus, the meeting concluded hastily, and as they exited the conference hall, Field appeared somewhat distressed. The current stability of Wilson's territory relied heavily on the deterrence provided by Mance. The Great Knight, that of course, there were also the 500 knights, a detail unknown to outsiders. All these resources have been painstakingly accumulated by Mance through fierce battles on the battlefield. The heavens can be unpredictable. Much like the unforeseen outbreak of War.1 can only hope that misfortune befalls Mance on the battlefield. Otherwise, the tranquil life of Wilson's territory would be irrevocably lost. The next day, Mance departed from Wilson's territory, leading 200 knights along with the esteemed Knight York. No sooner had Mance left than Field dispatched Wait to lead 100 knights to garrison Wilson Castle, ensuring its security, as for the remaining 200 knights. Each was assigned a specific task. First, Winston was tasked with guarding the cement factory with 50 knights, while another 50 knights were to protect the vital grain-producing village of Maggie. The remaining 100 knights were stationed at a military stronghold to the east of Wilson's territory, prepared to fend off any beast incursions that could threaten the lives of the residents. Field meticulously organized each knight's assignment. Just half a month after Mance's departure, Field became busy once again. Sufficient housing had been constructed in the northwestern residential area of Wilson's territory, ample enough to shelter over 20,000 inhabitants through the harsh winter. Next, Field aimed to relocate all civilians and slaves into the cement houses before winter officially set in. When Field led the residents to the residential area, their eyes widened in astonishment at the orderly, sturdy, warm, and clean homes in their ingrained perceptions. Only the esteemed noble lords were entitled to reside in stone-built houses. "Is this really for us to live in?" an elderly man asked a young companion. Trembling with disbelief, "It must be, for the noble lords cannot occupy so many houses," the residents whispered amongst themselves. Field stood quietly to the side, wearing a faint smile as he observed their wide-eyed expressions. The residents continued to marvel at the cement houses. Field finally addressed their unspoken questions. "Rest assured, these cement houses are indeed intended for your habitation." His simple declaration ignited a wave of enthusiasm among the crowd. He continued, "These are not stone houses. They're cement houses. Cement houses can effectively withstand the biting winds and heavy snows, ensuring that no one will perish from the cold this winter." That a chorus of murmurs followed. "So, are they free for us to inhabit?" Field overheard their most pressing concern and promptly shook his head. "Naturally, they are not free. There will be a fee. Such fine houses must surely come at a cost." The residents lamented. "It seems we have no chance of moving in." Indeed, Field recognized their apprehensions, but his next words shattered all doubts. "You need not worry. As the first group to occupy the cement houses, you will naturally enjoy the benefits of Wilson's territory. You may pay your rent according to the rates of previous years." Indeed, the free citizens living in Wilson's territory were required to pay taxes to the Lord annually, which not only served as their life insurance, but also constituted the rent for the houses built on the territory. As soon as Field finished speaking, a voice suddenly rang out from the crowd. "Long live Master Field." This was followed by a resounding cheer that echoed throughout the area. Thus, under Field's favorable policies, the residents expressed little dissatisfaction, each eagerly rushing home to gather their belongings. And so, the relocation project commenced with great momentum. As for the enslaved individuals, Field also improved their living conditions. They were arranged into shared cement houses. While only the free citizens could enjoy the privilege of luxurious single rooms, that of course, while enhancing the living environment for the slaves, Field did not neglect to motivate them as well. "You shall not remain slaves forever, and I believe you will not be slaves indefinitely." Subsequently, Field announced an important new system that I will establish a point system. Each person who actively completes their monthly tasks or fulfills assigned special tasks will earn a point. What is the purpose of these points? Field smiled slightly. "A good question." He continued, "When you accumulate 120 points, you will be able to use those points to become a free citizen of Wilson's territory. From that moment on, you will possess your own cement house and property. As long as you work diligently, you shall surely prosper." Field paused for a moment before adding, "From this point forward, Wilson's territory will be equitable." and every individual's hard work will yield rewards. Field's speech and the impending establishment of the points system greatly motivated the slaves, who would no longer labor for Wilson's territory, but rather for their own benefit. "Thank you, great Master Field," came another wave of enthusiastic cheers. Field surveyed his surroundings, feeling a twinge of amusement, reminiscent of deceiving ignorant children. There's an old saying from a past life: to become wealthy, one must first build roads. Field was well aware of this adage, for despite its simplicity, it held profound truth. Thus, the construction team, having just completed the residential area, was promptly tasked with the development of roads within Wilson's territory. Field humorously mused, "I never expected to have a day where I exploit my workers. As for which road to build first, Field had already formulated a plan. Maggie Village, aside from Wilson Castle, was the most vital location. In some respects, it was even more significant than Wilson Castle itself. Therefore, the road connecting the two was of utmost importance to distinguish it. He named this road Maggie Road. Not only would it strengthen the connection between Maggie Village and Wilson Castle, but it would also be the first cement road in Wilson's territory and even in the entire continent of Loya, making it immensely significant. While the construction team toiled away on Maggie Road, Field remained industrious as well. Planning the expansion and renovation of Wilson Castle, the Field's original intention was to completely demolish Wilson Castle and construct an entirely new edifice. However, considering Mance's absence, Field decided to focus on enhancing the outer structures of Wilson Castle first. He envisioned Wilson Castle as the center of a cross-road network, extending north towards Maggie Village, south to Rivermouth Village, west of the territory of Count Terra, and eastward towards the formidable Megalos Beast Mountain range that spanned north and south. Indeed, the military fortress to the east of Wilson Castle was established to guard against the beasts lurking within the Megalos Mountain range. The Megalos Mountain range is the largest mountain range in the continent of Loya, effectively dividing the continent into the eastern and western lands, with Wilson's territory situated in the west. With such a vast and winding mountain range, it is only natural that many nations reside in proximity to its slopes. The Kingdom of Saer is indeed one among many, but more unfortunate is the Wilson territory, which lies closest to the mountain range. Each year, monstrous beasts emerge from the Beast Mountains to assault the inhabitants, with even nobles falling victim to such attacks. That on this matter, Field possesses the most authority to speak, for he would not have traversed to the continent of Loya otherwise. The creatures do not escape from the Megalos Mountains due to its barrenness. On the contrary, the Megalos Mountains are outrageously rich in resources, mineral veins, and various rare magical materials. As for why the profit-driven noble lords do not seize the Beast Mountains, there are certainly reasons for that. Firstly, the continent of Loya is vast, yet sparsely populated, with most of the flat plains yet to be cultivated. Although the mineral veins here may not rival those of the Megalos Mountains, they are still countless. As long as one is not foolish, everyone would prefer to develop on the level land rather than the steep, rugged mountains. Secondly, just by hearing the name Megalos Beast Mountains, one can surmise that it is teeming with monsters. That low-tier beasts roam freely, while high-tier beasts frequently reveal themselves. In Field's own words, it is a case of a level 3 beast every 10 steps and a level 6 beast every 100 steps. Entering without adequate power would lead to certain death, leaving behind nothing but ashes. Moreover, it is of utmost importance that upon reaching level 6, these beasts gradually awaken their intelligence. When they realize they cannot prevail alone, they will summon their relatives to teach you a lesson. Level 7 beasts possess wisdom comparable to that of adult humans, wielding cunning and deception with great finesse, but a sense of reverence surrounds the Megalos Mountains. Even the Sky Knights dare not assert that they can traverse it safely. According to Field's knowledge, there are no shortage of level 8 beasts within the depths of the Megalos Mountains, with even those surpassing level 8 in existence. In stark contrast, the current Wilson territory is as weak as a mere grasshopper, naturally lacking the capability to provoke the beasts that even the formidable dare not disturb. At most, they could only venture to the Beast Mountains to gather a few precious magical materials. This moment, Field gazed at the exceedingly simple map laid out on the conference table. He proceeded to draw a large circle around Wilson Fortress, marking the space he reserves for its future expansion. Then, in the northwest corner of the map, he sketched a few houses to represent the residential area, revealing his identity as a soul artist. Subsequently, he established a trade zone in the southwest. Although there was currently no sign of trade, it did not hinder his plans for the future. He then turned his attention to the northeast corner of the map. Envisioning the establishment of a military camp to train a new defensive army AS for the southeastern corner, Field had yet to decide, leaving that space vacant for now. Once the plan was complete, the elder Magyong finished his duties for the day. Field returned to his chamber to begin his daily practice. However, oddly enough, he felt drowsy after only a short while of training. He collapsed onto his bed, falling into a deep slumber, and did not awaken until the following day. "How long did I sleep?" Field inquired of the maid who was tidying up. "Young Master Field, it is already noon." He shook his head, slowly rising, and donned his clothes with the maid's assistance. Observing the golden-haired, blue-eyed maid, he couldn't help but internally lament the wretched life of nobility. Yet he secretly relished it. Despite this, Field's gaze remained fixed on the maid, causing her cheeks to flush slightly. After she finished helping him dress, she hurriedly left his room, her face still red, fearful that Field might commit some unspeakable act. Field was not a man who lusted after beauty. He had not been in his past life, nor was he in this one. Rather, he simply appreciated and admired beauty. In a world devoid of mobile phones and severely lacking in entertainment, to strip away the ability to appreciate beauty would be tantamount to death. Field stretched, surprised to discover a significant improvement in his magical abilities. This sudden realization brought him joy. Yet, after the initial excitement, he found himself reflecting and pondering, a habit cultivated from his past life of self-reflection in mathematics. I mapped out the blueprint for Wilson Fortress's future development yesterday, and my brain cells nearly perished. Field clapped his hands. "Ah, that's it. It's the thinking that caused this," he then wrote in Mandarin on a piece of parchment. "Deep thinking promotes magical enhancement." In other words, engaging the mind aids in the increase of mental strength, thereby accelerating magical training. After writing, Field stretched once more and then ventured a bold hypothesis. The essence of magical cultivation is to enhance mental strength, which can be achieved through deep contemplation. Meditation, as the term suggests, involves visualization in the mind. Is not imagination also a method to enhance mental strength? Unbeknownst to him, he seemed to have stumbled upon a grand path to cultivating magical power, provided one possesses magical talent. Utilizing thought to elevate mental strength, the best method would undoubtedly be solving mathematical problems. Field was confident that contemplating any subject would pale in comparison to the mental toll of grappling with a mathematical problem. Recalling the mathematical problems from his past life filled Field with trepidation. However, to validate his hypothesis, he steeled himself against his fears and began to recall the mathematical problems from his previous life, inscribing them on the parchment. What followed was the most mentally taxing endeavor of problem-solving. Hours slipped by, and he gazed at the few problems he had managed to write down, wearing a look of despair. Yet soon, Field was astonished to find a substantial increase in his mental strength. That it seems my hypothesis was correct. Just recently, he had only ascended to the rank of an apprentice mage. If this trend continued, with another month of challenging mathematical problems, he might very well break through to the intermediate mage level. However, he soon found himself disheartened at the thought of a month's worth of mathematical problems. What a daunting task. Field shook his head, concluding that the benefits outweighed the drawbacks. He had discovered a method superior to meditation for enhancing mental strength. A mischievous smile crept across his face as he realized what should be constructed in the southeastern sector of Wilson Fortress. Indeed, Field planned to establish a variety of academies there, providing the Wilson territory with a wealth of talent. From primary schools to secondary and advanced academies, a comprehensive service would be rendered. Field silently resolved this. All the youth of Wilson territory felt an inexplicable chill. Is it just me, or is it really cold? Indeed, winter snow has not yet arrived. Why do I feel a sudden chill? I feel the same. How strange. Perhaps winter has come early this year. The development blueprint for Wilson territory has been meticulously crafted. Everything is in place. We are merely awaiting the completion of the construction of Maki Road by the infrastructure team before we can promptly commence the establishment of the primary academy. For Field, who has undergone 9 years of compulsory education, The significance of education is profoundly understood. While many matters can afford to progress at a leisurely pace, education must not be delayed. IT not only cultivates the talents essential for Wilson territory, but also fortifies the sense of belonging among its citizens. Furthermore, Field has plans to incorporate ideological and honor education into the curriculum, aiming to instill a commendable worldview in the inhabitants of Wilson territory. How can apathetic citizens possess creativity or comprehend the principle that even if one's body perishes, one's spirit endures? Field is acutely aware that on the continent of Loa, where the law of the jungle prevails, betrayal is a commonplace moral decay. To rectify these issues, education is the linchpin. What Wilson territory requires are loyal, honest, and brave warriors, along with cultured citizens who cherish their homeland, rather than opportunistic turncoats. However, this all hinges on a prerequisite. A life free from worry is essential for deeper contemplation. Only when material wealth flourishes and citizens are unburdened by the anxieties of survival can they ponder the sustenance of the spirit. Field has consistently dedicated himself to enhancing the quality of life for the citizens. Through his relentless efforts, the living standards within Wilson territory have ascended significantly. Simultaneously, various developmental aspects of Wilson territory have begun to find their footing. Moreover, numerous construction projects that have yet to commence are already in the planning stages. Just as everything in Wilson territory appears to be progressing favorably, Field encounters a rather thorny issue. The workforce is alarmingly insufficient, given that Wilson territory is still in its nascent stages. Many of its citizens were originally purchased slaves that present. The territory does not simply lack personnel, it is in dire need of them. Field contemplates that the only viable course is to purchase more slaves. After all, Lord Mans has amassed a considerable amount of gold through years of warfare. Without hesitation, Field seeks out the steward of Wilson territory, Nelson. Nelson, how much gold does Wilson territory currently possess? Master Field. There's over 130,000 Sayer gold coins that it seems there's a fair amount by the way. Where can we find a large supply of slaves for sale nearby? Nelson pauses momentarily. The Earl of Swift's territory has some slaves for sale, though the quantity may be limited. Subsequently, Nelson elaborates, most of the current slaves in Wilson territory were captured from the battlefield by Lord Mans. Moreover, even though we are short-staffed, it is not an overwhelming shortage. We could almost resolve our immediate needs by purchasing a few slaves from Earl Terra. However, if you require a substantial number of slaves, we will have to journey to the provincial capital of Santorini in the Corsi province. Wilson territory is situated in a remote area with underdeveloped infrastructure. Even the acquisition of slaves necessitates a trip to Santorini. Of course, this is also a reflection of the continent of Loa's overall lack of development. In the future, Wilson territory will require a considerable workforce, and it seems that a visit to the provincial capital of Santorini is in order. Upon hearing Field's intentions, Nelson immediately responds, Master Field, Lord Mans is currently at the front lines, and the overall situation in Wilson territory relies on your maintenance. Is it prudent for you to travel to Santorini alone at this time? Moreover, if you were to leave unaccompanied, your safety would be compromised. Shall we postpone this endeavor? Field shakes his head that he believes that internal security issues are almost non-existent during a large-scale war within the kingdom. The kingdom's most notorious thieves have been lured into the military by the promise of substantial war bounties. And the nobles, who are even more dangerous than thieves, have also taken to the battlefield. It is of no concern. As a mid-level knight, I possess the ability to protect myself, seeing Field's resolute attitude. Nelson refrains from further objections. Field then addresses Nelson. Nelson, I require you to procure 60,000 gold coins. Understood? I will retrieve the coins. After securing the funds for purchasing slaves from Nelson, Field subsequently entrusts him with the task of cultivating talents, namely education, laying the groundwork for the future primary education. Nelson, I need you to undertake one more task. What is it? Gather all children in Wilson territory who are at least 7 years old but under 12, and be responsible for teaching them literacy and basic arithmetic. Free of charge. Field nods. Excellent. Leave it to me. Since the establishment of the household registration system, recruitment has no longer posed an issue. However, the challenge lies in the absence of a suitable place for teaching. Damn it, In my eagerness to lay the foundation for primary education, I completely overlooked the lack of infrastructure. Field reflects for a moment. Let us arrange for classes to be held in Wilson Castle. Once Edmund completes Maki Road, we will immediately begin establishing the primary academy. For now, this will suffice. Nelson is taken aback by Field's decision. The castle is, after all, the true private domain of the nobility. A restricted area for the citizens, and ordinary individuals could never set foot in a noble's fortress throughout their lives. Nevertheless, Nelson does not challenge Field's proposal, recognizing that every initiative Field has implemented recently has played a crucial role in the development of Wilson territory. Very well, I will see this through. The following morning, Field sets out accompanied by his two loyal attendants, Abel and Hilbert. However, en route to Santorini, he must pass through the territory of Earl Tyler, the Swift territory, and take the opportunity to pay a visit to his grandmother, Lucia, the wife of Earl Tyler. After a day of arduous travel, Field arrives at the Swift territory and is greeted by the still beautiful visage of his grandmother. Field, it has been 6 years since we last met, and you have grown into a handsome young man. Come here, let your grandmother take a look at you. Upon seeing Field, his grandmother welcomes him with joy. Field's recollection of his grandmother Lucia is rooted in the time when he was 10 years old. That time. It was the 50th birthday of Earl Tyler, and Mans had brought the exceptionally talented young knight Field to Swift Castle to celebrate. It was during that occasion that Field first met his kindly grandmother, who left a lasting impression on the young boy. His previous steed, the fiery horse, was a gift from her, with the hope that Field would become a gallant knight like his father. Mans Field has indeed lived up to that expectation, breaking through to the rank of mid-level knight at the tender age of 16, marking him as a bona fide prodigy within the Corsi province. Dear grandmother, good day. Field greets her with a smile. As a noble woman, Lucia is no fool. In fact, women who ascend to the status of noble wives are generally quite astute. She can surmise that Field's visit to Swift Castle must be motivated by other pressing matters. Field, do tell your grandmother honestly. Has Wilson territory encountered some difficulties? Field has no intention of concealing the truth. Currently, Wilson territory is facing a shortage of manpower, and I plan to travel to Santorini to purchase some slaves. How many slaves do you require? The Swift territory also has slaves for sale. Why venture all the way to Santorini? Grandmother Lucia continues, moreover, your father Mans has led most of the troops to the northern front. It is too perilous for you to undertake such a journey alone with only a small retinue. Why not temporarily utilize the slaves from Swift territory to address your immediate needs? You can always procure more slaves from Santorini once your father returns from the battlefield. Field shakes his head, declining his grandmother's generous offer. Wilson territory currently requires approximately 3,000 able-bodied slaves. If not more, the slaves from Swift territory would be woefully insufficient. I appreciate your kind intentions, dear grandmother. Seeing Field's unwavering resolve, Grandmother Lucia refrains from pressing further, instead reallocating 50 knights from the Swift Guards to accompany Field on his journey to Santorini. Field graciously accepts his grandmother's generous assistance and expresses his heartfelt gratitude before continuing on his way to Santorini. After days and nights of relentless travel, Field finally arrives in Santorini after 5 days. As Field traversed this arduous journey, he could not help but lament the abysmal state of the road, feeling as though his very posterior might be dislodged. It is well known that an ordinary knight, mounted on a common steed, can traverse 200 miles in a single day without issue, let alone a remarkable knight riding a mount of monstrous lineage. Swiftly, he had covered approximately 400 kilometers to reach Santorini, enduring 5 grueling days and nights. This experience only deepened Field's obsession with road improvement. The towering walls of Santorini loomed before him, prompting an inward reflection on the city's grandeur, which far surpassed the modest Wilson Castle. Field instructed the accompanying guards to camp outside the city gates and, accompanied by 2 trusted attendants, made his way into Santorini. This city belonged to Duke Robin Waterhouse. The first Duke Robin had been among the great nobles who aided King Seir in establishing the Kingdom of Seir. Due to his outstanding military contributions, he was bestowed the title of Duke, governing a vast swath of the Corsi province, and his lineage had long pledged fealty to the royal family. However, as the sands of time have shifted, The current Duke Robin, having endured 4 generations, now found his relationship with the crown frayed, often bordering on antagonism. Field could not help but muse that even the strongest of bonds could be eroded by time. Upon arriving in Santorini, Field intended to direct his efforts towards the Golden Lion Trading Company. His singular aim was to procure slaves swiftly and return to Wilson territory, for its development was merely in its nascent stages. And any misstep could lead to a regression, or even worse. The urgency for manpower was palpable, and he awaited the influx of labor with bated breath. Yet, upon his first foray into Santorini, Field encountered a formidable obstacle. He was utterly lost, unaware of the direction to the Golden Lion Trading Company, that if he were to search street by street, it would be an eternity before he found it in his previous life, while money was not omnipotent. Its absence was a significant impediment. Yet, in the land of Lia, currency held the power of the divine. Field casually approached a local vendor by the roadside, tossing him a handful of gold coins. The vendor, eager and sprightly, promptly guided Field to the entrance of the Golden Lion Trading Company, true to its reputation as the largest trading establishment in the Corsi province. The company was graced by 2 imposing golden lion statues at its entrance. The Golden Lion, a level 7 magical beast, symbolized nobility and prosperity. Stepping into the trading house, Field was immediately dazzled by the glittering array of glass and jewels, nearly blinding him. The opulence of the Golden Lion Trading Company was matched only by its splendid interior. No sooner had Field crossed the threshold than a cheerful figure approached him. Esteemed guest, the Golden Lion Trading Company extends its warmest welcome. I am Italga. How may I assist you today? Field nodded in acknowledgement. Lord Italga, might I inquire if the Golden Lion Trading Company has any slaves for sale? We have an extensive selection, naturally, including slaves, Italga replied confidently. Excellent. What are your prices? That depends on the type of slave and the quantity you seek. Italga answered patiently that I wish to purchase approximately 3,000 able-bodied slaves to bolster the workforce in my territory. Ideally, they should be of the human race. Do you have any available? Indeed, we do, though the price for able-bodied slaves is quite steep. At 10 seer gold coins each, Field had inquired about slave prices prior to his arrival, knowing that Santorini, being the largest city in the Corsi province, was bustling with activity, and thus, slaves were relatively affordable. Could you take me to see where the slaves are kept? Of course, esteemed guest. Please follow me. Italga led Field from the vibrant heart of Santorini to its northeastern corner. The environment here was dismal. The ground was uneven and damp, and scattered corpses emitted a putrid stench. Field was apprehensive, fearing a potential outbreak of disease. After a short while, Italga and Field arrived at the slave-holding area of the Golden Lion Trading Company. A glance revealed sturdy cages containing able-bodied slaves of various races. Simultaneously, Field observed many elderly, weak, and women and children sitting disconsolately around the cages. The cruel law of the dark forest relentlessly challenged Field's values, forcing him to suppress his revulsion. Curious about the elderly and infirm outside the cages, Field inquired of Italga, "What is the situation with these old and sick individuals?" "Who?" Italga followed Field's gaze. They're the families of the able-bodied slaves, captured alongside them. However, as they have remained unsold for an extended period, the company, unwilling to expend resources on those deemed worthless, has released them to fend for themselves. Italga recounted this matter-of-factly, as if it were a trivial occurrence. Field was struck with a profound sense of shock and sorrow at the merciless reality of life on the Loya continent. The lives of slaves were treated as mere weeds trampled and discarded by the nobility. Devoid of dignity, suppressing his discomfort, Field made a full circuit of the area before ultimately deciding to spend 30,000 seer gold coins to purchase 3,000 able-bodied slaves. He also expressed his desire to take the surrounding elderly and infirm with him. Italga offered no objections, even secretly pleased. This not only averted the potential for future disease outbreaks, but also beautified the surroundings. Truly a win-win situation. However, Field was not a man driven by excessive compassion. He harbored no grand ambitions of becoming a savior for all or liberating the continent's slaves. His motivations for taking the surrounding slaves were primarily to prevent the separation of able-bodied slaves from their families. While the elderly and infirm could contribute some simple labor to Wilson territory, Field adamantly refused to acknowledge that it was his empathy guiding his actions. He simply believed that if he could help, he should. His current focus was to develop Wilson territory effectively, ensuring that its inhabitants had sufficient food and clothing. His aspirations were simple: to safeguard Wilson territory, bask in the sun, observe the birds, and casually explore the principles underlying the existence of martial energy and magic in the Loya continent. After completing the transaction of 30,000 gold coins, Italga promptly brought forth the slaves to hand over to Field. Subsequently, Field instructed one of his trusted guards, Hilbert, to escort Italga and the slaves out of the city to meet up with the rest of the guard to save time. Hilbert would lead the slaves ahead, while Field and another guard, Abel, planned to pay a visit to Mage Newman before hastily catching up with the group. After parting ways with Hilbert, Field retrieved a piece of leather parchment given to him by Mage Garova, which bore a specific address. Following the directions, he led Abel to the destination. Contrary to Field's expectations of a lavish villa, they arrived at a dilapidated wooden shack. Field was incredulous that the esteemed high mage recommended by Garova had fallen to such a state, which explained his desire to leave the bustling Santorini behind. He cautiously approached and knocked on the rickety door, which seemed on the verge of collapse. "I.S. Mage Newman residing here. I come at the behest of Mage Garova to invite Mage Newman to Wilson territory." No sooner had he knocked than the door creaked open, revealing a pair of cunning eyes peering through the crack, surveying the surroundings. "Are you Field?" "Indeed, I am Field. May I ask if Mage Newman is present?" Before Field received a response, the figure within swiftly bolted from the door, seizing Field and attempting to escape. Seeing the situation escalate, Guard Abel immediately raised his sword, prepared to engage in combat. "Stop, stop. No need to panic. I mean no harm to your master. I am the Mage Newman you seek." As Newman spoke, he produced a letter of communication with Galois and handed it to Field. After receiving the letter and perusing its contents, Field became convinced that the individual standing before him, who bore an uncanny resemblance to a thief, was indeed the illustrious Mage Newman. Subsequently, Field turned to Abel and declared, "He is the Newman we seek. Sheathe your sword." However, Abel, upon hearing Field's words, did not immediately lower his weapon. Instead, he scrutinized Mage Newman with a discerning gaze, seemingly ensuring that this person posed no threat to Field, before gradually sheathing his sword. "What is with that dubious look? I'm a noble mage," Newman retorted, clearly displeased. Field waved his hand, interrupting Newman's incessant chatter. "Respected Mage Newman, your appearance does lend itself to misinterpretation." It was then that Field seemed to recall something. "Ah, Mage Newman, you appear rather hurried. Is there a matter of urgency?" Upon hearing Field's prompt, Mage Newman was instantly reminded of a pressing issue that filled him with anxiety, urging Field to depart post-haste. "No time for explanations. Let us go. I have prepared my belongings. We must set off swiftly." Observing the anxious demeanor of Mage Newman, Field refrained from probing further and instead led him toward the city gate. Just as Field was about to exit the city, a group of knights approached swiftly from behind. The leading knight bellowed, "Newman, you shameless scoundrel, the potion you concocted caused the death of my thunder steed. You shall compensate me for my loss." As the knight called out Newman's name, he turned to ascertain the situation, only to hear Newman's voice, tinged with guilt, urging, "Hurry, I do not know them. They are brigands." Field rolled his eyes in response. "You think I would fall for that? What brigand would dare rob in the province of Kelsey?" In a moment of distraction, the shouting knight reached the trio, blocking their path out of the city, specifically obstructing Mage Newman's exit. Field sensed a pressure from this individual akin to that of his father, Mance, deducing that the man before him was at least a great knight, if not on the verge of becoming a silver knight. Having achieved a state of inner tranquility, Field could not help but marvel inwardly. Such was the province's strength. Where formidable foes abounded, it appeared that this knight harbored a significant grudge against Mage Newman. Dismounting, Field addressed the knight, "Esteemed Sir Knight, I am Field Wilson, of the Viscountcy of Wilson. Mage Newman is currently en route to the Wilson domain at my invitation. May I inquire as to why you impede his passage?" Noting Field's noble attire, the knight began to explain, "Honorable young Master Wilson, I am Moray, the blacksmith and leader of the Kale Mercenary Corps, and why conflict with Newman began with a thunder steed we recently captured. As is well known, thunder steeds are fierce and difficult to capture. During the process, we severely injured the creature, and to treat it, I spent 50 gold coins on a potion crafted by Newman at this point. Moray shot a fierce glare at Newman, who instinctively recoiled behind Field. Moray continued, "Yet when I administered the healing potion, the thunder steed bled profusely and perished. It was worth 2,000 gold coins." Field had heard of thunder steeds. They were true second-tier magical beasts. Incomparable to ordinary horses with magical bloodlines, they were among the few magical creatures that could be tamed, known for their speed and the thunderous sound of their gallop. Hence, their price remained exorbitant, typically reserved for the steeds of noble lords. Not only were they striking, but they also possessed formidable strength, making them the mounts of many knights' dreams that to date, Field had not heard of any nation capable of forming a cavalry entirely comprised of magical beast mounts. Upon hearing Moray's words, Newman immediately countered, "Your thunder steed was already near death. This is not the fault of my potion," regretting his decision to bring Mage Newman back to the Wilson domain. Field lamented internally. Initially, he thought it prudent to acquire a high-level mage without cost. Yet before even leaving Santorini, he had inadvertently embroiled himself in a significant predicament, now facing a potential loss of 2,000 gold coins. He sighed inwardly, realizing that one often gets what one pays for. Seeing Field's silence, Newman hastily interjected to assert his worth, fearful that Field might abandon him. "I am a potion master. I can concoct various potions for the Wilson domain." Field regarded Newman with skepticism regarding his potion-making skills, but having already resolved to take him along, he would not easily retract his decision. Turning away from Newman, Field produced 2,000 gold coins and handed them to Moray. "Sir Moray, Mage Newman is now a member of the Wilson domain, and as the future Lord of Wilson, I shall cover his debts." Thus, the farce concluded with Field's payment. Once the matter was resolved, Field could not resist teasing Newman. "Mage Newman, you haven't even arrived at the Wilson domain, and already you've accrued a debt of 2,000 gold coins. How do you intend to repay it?" Stammering, Newman found himself at a loss, deciding instead to adopt a nonchalant attitude. "Heh, I can take my time repaying." Field paid no heed to Newman's shamelessness and promptly mounted his horse. Embarking on the journey home, upon exiting the city, Field spurred his horse onward, showing no lingering affection for the thriving Santorini. Within half a day, he spotted a winding procession. Grandmother Lucia's guard knights were patrolling back and forth. The guard knights ensured that the slaves did not escape, while also safeguarding their safety. As Field progressed along the line, he soon reached the forefront of the procession. Hilbert rode at the very front, guiding the way. "Young master." "All is well." "Indeed, young master." Upon leaving Santorini, we noticed some watchful eyes trailing us, but as the procession moved forward, they gradually dispersed. "Excellent. Remain vigilant. A caravan of gold will tempt any noble." "Yes, young master. Has the caravan faced any challenges?" "Aside from the elderly and infirm slowing our pace, everything has proceeded smoothly." In broad daylight, who would dare rob a noble's possessions? Suddenly, a voice interrupted Field and Hilbert's conversation. It was then that Hilbert noticed an unfamiliar figure trailing behind Field. "Mage Newman, a rather incompetent high mage," Field introduced nonchalantly. "What do you mean incompetent? What is that supposed to imply?" Newman reiterated, "I emphasize once more. It is not my potion that is at fault. The Thunder Steed was on the brink of death, and this truly cannot be blamed on me." Ever since departing Santorini, Newman's incessant chatter had not ceased. Initially, Field engaged in sporadic conversation, but as Newman grew increasingly verbose, Field found his lips moving like a Gatling gun. Growing weary of Newman's incessant ramblings, Field had developed an automatic filtering mechanism for Newman's words. After hearing Hilbert's report, Field silently rejoiced. Thank goodness nothing went awry. Otherwise, the gold would have been wasted. He hoped the remainder of their journey would proceed as smoothly, as long as all is well. Let us proceed at a more leisurely pace, remaining ever vigilant. Yes. As the days of travel passed by, after 10 days, the caravan arrived safely at the Swift territory, allowing Field to finally ease his tense nerves. In Field's estimation, the journey back to Wilson would undoubtedly be fraught with challenges. Regardless of the race, slaves were merely walking, naked coins. The 3,000 young slaves and 3,000 elderly and weak individuals that Field had purchased represented a significant sum of gold. It was no wonder that Field felt anxious. The world he inhabited was no longer the civilized realm of his former life. Caution is the mother of safety. He certainly did not wish to meet an untimely end along the way. However, to Field's surprise, the journey had been remarkably tranquil, with not even a shadow of bandits encountered, which led him to hold the nobility's moral character in slightly higher regard in the predatory realm of the continent of Loa. Nobles and bandits were hardly distinguishable as far as Field knew. Most notorious brigand groups had noble patrons lurking behind them. Upon further reflection, he found this quite reasonable in a noble's domain, without the noble's permission and support. They would have been eradicated long ago by the overwhelmingly powerful nobles. Upon his return to the Swift territory, Field did not linger. After a brief greeting with grandmother Lucia, he departed that he needed to arrange for these slaves before the onset of winter, as he did not wish for his gold to perish along the way. Upon successfully returning to Wilson, snowflakes began to gently fall from the sky. During Field's absence, Edmund had led the construction team to complete the Maki Road and was now building the elementary academy. Upon his return to Wilson, Field naturally entrusted the arrangement of the slaves and the subsequent tasks to Nelson, who was well aware of what needed to be done to AS for the inept advanced Mage Newman. He had been promptly dispatched to the magical laboratory. Field had grown weary of his incessant prattle and chatter, eagerly wishing for his swift departure. At last, peace had returned on the third day after Field's return to Wilson. Heavy snow began to fall, officially ushering the territory into the cold embrace of winter. In winters past, whether in Wilson or in the domains of the nobles, the inhabitants had little to occupy their time during the frigid season. Often succumbing to idleness, nobles, subjects, and slaves alike would remain cooped up in fortresses or rudimentary wooden huts, idly passing the hours. However, this winter in Wilson was distinct. The subjects and slaves were laboring fervently. Yet, not a hint of resentment toward Field could be found. Rather, they expressed gratitude and appreciation. Within the nobles' territory, labor equated to sustenance, preventing them from starving in the wilderness. Moreover, Field had provided them with warm, cemented accommodations. Everyone in Wilson regarded Field as a great and benevolent noble. Anyone daring to utter a word of disparagement against him would be seized and given a thorough beating by the crowd. Field had not anticipated that merely by securing basic living conditions, he would elicit such profound gratitude from Alti's side. Your demands are truly modest. Since the onset of winter, various forms of labor in Wilson had nearly ceased, leaving the subjects with ample leisure time. This inadvertently provided a significant workforce for infrastructure development. With the collective efforts of the people of Wilson, the elementary academy was completed with remarkable speed, signifying the commencement of the educational endeavor in Wilson. Thanks to Nelson's instruction, Wilson could boast a few individuals who could be deemed teachers. Subsequently, under Field's strong insistence, every individual in Wilson was required to dedicate at least an hour to study there. Each evening, Field would teach a course on values, focusing on loyalty, integrity, and the spirit of honor. This was an experience that every individual had to undergo. For Field, only through ideological unity could the true potential of Wilson be unleashed. Furthermore, he aimed to cultivate subjects loyal to Wilson, rather than mere fence-sitters. Of course, besides developing Wilson, Field was also actively exploring the territory, searching for items that could be exchanged for gold. Currently, the various facets of Wilson were in dire need of funds. With the treasury draining rapidly, nearing the point where salaries could not be met to this end, Nelson had approached Field multiple times. "Young master, the treasury is running low." All right, I need money. Give me money. These 5,000 gold coins are truly our last reserve." But 6,000, what? Alas, this 6,000 gold coins is indeed our final resource. Each time he requested funds, Nelson would lament the lack of money. Yet when pressed again, he would manage to produce a considerable sum. Nelson, the miser, was confirmed. Although Nelson could always provide gold, Field gradually realized that he was not engaged in a mere strategy game, but rather facing the stark realities of life. With every coin spent, He had to earn it back step by step. One coin makes a hero falter. Now, I too must fret over finances. Solely relying on the war spoils earned from Mance and the proceeds from wheat sales could not sustain the lavish expenditures of Wilson. Thus, after much contemplation, Field finally conceived a brilliant idea. Magical crystal lamps. The technological civilization on the continent of Loa was still in its infancy, with various intelligent races heavily reliant on nature's offerings. For instance, at night, Wilson could only utilize the blue pearls produced by the third-tier magical beast, the azure clam. For illumination, as darkness fell, the blue pearls would emit light. However, for the sake of Wilson's educational pursuits, Field selflessly donated this blue pearl, transferring it from the Hall of Wilson to the Elementary Academy, solely to facilitate classes for those subjects who labored during the day and had no time to study. Moreover, Field had grown weary of the darkness that rendered everything invisible. The magical essence of the continent of Loa was as ubiquitous as the air of his former life, and he aspired to harness this magic to create a source of illumination. Thus, he made his way to the magical laboratory of Mage Golova. Golova and Mage Newman were engrossed in magical experimentation. Field refrained from interrupting them, quietly standing by and patiently awaiting the completion of their experiment. Time passed swiftly, and at last, Mage Golova concluded the experiment, noticing Field standing nearby. "Field, since your return to Wilson, you've been tirelessly busy. What brings you here today? Is there something you require from me? I indeed need the assistance of Mentor Golova. Recently, I have been contemplating and devising a principle for a magical crystal lamp that can replace the blue pearl for illumination at night." Both Mage Golova and Mage Newman's eyes lit up with curiosity as they simultaneously inquired, "What is the principle? Pray tell us." Field inwardly chuckled, recognizing the camaraderie between them. Yet he could hardly fathom how two individuals of such contrasting temperaments had forged a friendship while studying the magical materials assigned by the mentor. "I discovered that first-tier blue tungsten emits a dazzling white light upon contact with a modicum of magic, with a range far surpassing that of the blue pearl. Thus, I constructed a magical crystal lamp using blue tungsten as the filament and employed a first-tier magic crystal as the power source for magic. However, the challenge lies in my uncertainty regarding how to control the steady transmission of magic to the blue tungsten filament." Upon hearing Field's thoughts, Mage Newman praised him profusely. "That old fellow Golova always speaks highly of you, claiming you possess a knack for innovative ideas. Initially, I was skeptical, but it appears he was indeed correct." Simultaneously, Mage Golova remarked, "I must admit, you have a talent in this domain that I recognized blue tungsten 80 years ago. Yet I never conceived of utilizing it to create a magical crystal lamp." Field mused inwardly. "This is not my unique insight. Rather, I have merely replicated someone else's ingenious notion, even though these materials were commonplace in daily life. Discovering and applying them practically was no small feat. You wish for us to assist you in resolving this issue, do you not?" Field nodded. "I will devise a method for transmitting magic to the blue tungsten filament. But do you have any insights? My thoughts can be distilled into 3 primary approaches. The first involves seeking materials capable of conducting magical energy to link the blue tungsten filament lamp with the source of magic. The second entails the utilization of a magic circle. As for the final method, it incorporates both strategies." Just as Field concluded his statement, the previously unassuming Mage Newman interjected, "I am aware of a type of magical material that can perfectly conduct magical energy, first-grade red copper ore. Therefore, the task of crafting the magical crystal lamp shall be entrusted to us." "Very well. I appreciate your assistance, Mentor Galwa." Hey, don't forget about me." Field, however, effortlessly dismissed Mage Newman's interjection. Subsequently, he departed from the magical laboratory. He believed that professional matters should be left to those with expertise, allowing him to oversee the broader picture. After proposing the idea of the magical crystal lamp, Field naturally left it in the capable hands of Galwa and Newman, while he began to scout for opportunities to exchange items for gold coins within the territory of Wilson. Concerned about finances, Field sought commercial prospects in Wilson's domain. His first destination was inevitably the agricultural heartland of Maki Village. Thereafter, Field instructed the village chief, Corwin, to gather all the farmers of Maki Village, Observing this group of earnest farmers, Field felt a profound respect for them. The farmers, bewildered by their unexpected assembly, expressed their confusion. "Chief Corwin, why have you summoned us?" "Yes, we still have fields to tend." Inside the village hall of Maki, the farmers clamored, voicing their uncertainties. Suddenly, Abel exclaimed, "Silence!" "Next, Master Field wishes to inquire about a few matters," as the handsome figure stepped forth. The crowd erupted into applause, and Field approached the gathered assembly. "Ladies and gentlemen, you are all seasoned farmers of Wilson, intimately familiar with Maki Village, that I have several inquiries, and I hope for your honest responses." One farmer spoke up, "Master Field, we have lived in Maki Village for generations. Whatever you wish to know, I shall divulge." The surrounding farmers echoed in agreement. "Indeed, Master Field, feel free to ask." Field's initiative to build homes had garnered the farmer's approval. He nodded and inquired, "Aside from wheat, do you cultivate any other crops? Or perhaps certain unique plants? Or even different varieties of wheat?" The farmers exchanged glances, evidently puzzled and unable to grasp Field's questions. "What new variety of wheat? Do you know anything about it, Alan?" A farmer named Alan shook his head. "I have no idea." The unfamiliar term left the farmers in a state of confusion that a new variety of wheat is simply one that differs from the original, yielding higher production or exhibiting greater resistance to cold and drought. The crowd fell silent. Yet, amidst the quiet, a faint voice emerged. "Master Field, I have discovered a high-yield wheat. Does that count as a new species?" "Indeed." Who spoke? Step forward. Thanks to Field's keen hearing, he caught the soft murmur amidst the noise. "Here I am." Master Field, following the voice, a farmer standing at the edge of the crowd came into view. This individual had dark skin, clearly marked by years of labor. Food is paramount, and Field had long sought to resolve the low yield of grain in Wilson. The wheat production in the continent of Leah was not only low, but also had poor drought and cold resistance. Whenever harsh weather struck, the wheat harvest would plummet. In the event of natural disasters, the yield would be even more dismal. Under such circumstances, possessing abundant gold coins would be futile, as acquiring food would be impossible. As the saying goes, before the troops march, provisions must be secured. Although Wilson was not at war, it did not diminish Field's ambition to transform it into a land of agricultural abundance. However, this endeavor hinged on the ability to cultivate superior wheat seeds. Field's vision for Wilson was to cultivate the least land while producing the greatest yield. This was one of his dreams. Yet cultivating wheat seeds was no task to be accomplished overnight. It required substantial time and effort. If Field wished to develop excellent wheat seeds from scratch, it would likely take at least 3 years, assuming favorable conditions. 3 years seemed an eternity to Field. Soon enough, children would be running errands. Yet, this dark-skinned farmer was like a timely rain for Field. If his claims held true, Wilson would not only bypass the early stages of cultivating quality wheat, but also soon possess excellent seeds. How could Field not be elated, not feel a surge of excitement? He sprang to his feet. "Yes, what you say true." His sudden outburst startled the crowd, causing them to instinctively step back in his excitement. He asked, "What is your name?" perhaps not expecting to be noticed so swiftly, or perhaps startled by Field's abrupt movement. The farmer replied, somewhat nervously, "Master, my name is Ale. Every word I speak is true. I would never deceive you." "Really?" Ale added emphatically. "That is wonderful. If your claims are accurate, I shall not only pardon you, but reward you handsomely. Quickly, tell me how you discovered it." Ale hesitated. "Well, that's a long story." "Then make it brief." Field urged. "All right. Initially, I found it in a barren field, and it was entirely different from the ailing wheat surrounding it. It thrived, lush and green. At first, I dismissed it, thinking it was merely a weed, but it resembled a larger wheat seedling. So I decided to keep it." Ale continued. "During the autumn harvest, I was astonished to find that it bore wheat with golden, plump ears. Subsequently, after another year's planting, I managed to produce many such seeds." After hearing Ale's vivid account of the discovery of the new wheat variety, Field was convinced that Ale had indeed found something extraordinary. "Ale, you are truly my lucky star." But then he regained his composure. "If you have discovered excellent wheat seeds, why have you not cultivated them on a larger scale?" Ale's gaze faltered, as if he bore a hidden burden. Glancing furtively at someone in the crowd, "What is it?" Field discerned his hesitation, saying, "Speak freely. No one shall hold you accountable." After a moment's hesitation, Ale, seemingly resolved, said, "I once reported it to Chief Corwin, but he dismissed my claim, believing that Wilson's grain harvest should not rely on seeds of dubious origin." As soon as Ale finished speaking, Chief Corwin, trembling, interjected, "Master Field, please don't blame me. I'm only prioritizing the assurance of Wilson's grain harvest. What if this new wheat fails to produce grain next year?" Trembling, Chief Corwin continued, and Field reassured him, "You need not worry. Chief Corwin, your concerns are valid, and I shall not place blame upon you." Field's words eased Corwin's trembling legs somewhat, and he slowly lifted his gaze to meet Field's, reflecting inwardly. If he were in Corwin's position, he too would be skeptical of unknown wheat seeds, favoring those that had been cultivated for many years and were well known. Field sat deep in thought. The farmers remained silent, neither daring to leave nor inquire further, patiently awaiting Field's next move. "I must establish an agricultural research institute dedicated to cultivating grain varieties and discovering new crops. Ale, you shall serve as the director, and you may recruit the necessary personnel as you see fit. What do you think?" Ale was suddenly taken aback, startled by the unexpected surprise that had befallen him. He had never anticipated that, in his lifetime, he would gain the favor of a noble lord. "The future of Wilson territory, which will yield the most crops with the least amount of land, rests upon your shoulders," Field continued. After a considerable delay, Ale finally regained his composure and exclaimed with excitement, "Master Field, I'm deeply grateful for your trust. I shall not disappoint your expectations." Field nodded and turned his gaze towards Corwin, the village chief of Maki Village. "Chief Corwin, you must not remain idle either. The agricultural prospects of Wilson territory rely on you as well. I am also establishing a food administration, and I ask if you have the confidence to serve as its director." Corwin was taken aback. Having originally thought that EL would assume the position of director of the Agricultural Research Institute, he had believed himself to be sidelined. Yet unexpectedly, he was entrusted with a significant responsibility by Master Field. The disparity was overwhelming, and his heart raced. "Thank you for your trust, Master Field. I will ensure that every inch of Wilson territory is cultivated properly." Field smiled slightly. "Then, Director Corwin, you must work in earnest collaboration with Director L to produce more food for Wilson territory. Once the construction team completes the Rivermouth Road, I will send them to build the necessary facilities for you." After a moment's reflection, Field added, "Director Corwin, allocate half of the land next year for the cultivation of new wheat varieties." "Understood, Master Field." At that moment, Field was eager to share insights from his previous life regarding hybridization, hoping to provide AEL with a new perspective. "Director AEL, I have an idea that may assist you in cultivating superior crops, utilizing different pollen for cross-pollination. I am unsure of its feasibility, but it certainly offers a fresh avenue for thought." L did not immediately respond to Field, but instead pondered the viability of this method. He then expressed his heartfelt admiration. "How did I not consider this approach? Truly, Master Field, with your guidance, I shall cultivate higher-yielding crops." Field was highly pleased with Ale's response. Ale possessed a commendable spirit of inquiry and a penchant for contemplation, which was precisely why Field had chosen him for the role of director of the Agricultural Research Institute. In Field's eyes, such a significant responsibility could not be entrusted to just anyone. Field's visit to Maki Village not only unearthed a talented agricultural figure like L, but also led him to discover a resilient and high-yielding wheat variety, which filled him with a sense of joy akin to uncovering treasure. His steps back to Wilson territory felt markedly lighter. Upon returning from Maki Village, night had already fallen. As he passed by the elementary academy, he observed numerous villagers diligently studying literacy and basic arithmetic under Nelson's guidance. Upon closer inspection, he noticed they were predominantly older men and women. Witnessing their furrowed brows and anxious expressions, Field felt an unexpected sense of satisfaction. Perhaps it was the shared experience of his past suffering that resonated within him, fulfilling an inner yearning. Of course, any sense of schadenfreude was purely internal. He merely glanced at them from afar before returning to Wilson Castle. Field understood well that without persistent efforts, great achievements remained elusive. The strength of Wilson territory required continuous accumulation, bit by bit. Since the onset of winter, he had tirelessly endeavored in various aspects of Wilson Territory's development, scarcely finding time to devote to his own training. Now that everything was in order and various areas were under control and developing systematically, he could finally focus on his cultivation. The next day at dawn, Field awoke early, still invigorated by the unexpected joy from Maki Village. He intended to take advantage of this time to visit another village within Wilson Territory while hoping for unexpected gains in Rivermouth Village. With fervor, Field made his way to Rivermouth Village. Just as he was nearing his destination, he encountered the construction team, led by Edmund, who were diligently working on the Rivermouth Road. Upon noticing Field's arrival, Edmund immediately stepped away from his duties. "Good day, Master Field. How may I assist you?" Field shook his head. "I am merely passing through." "Master Field, are you heading to Rivermouth Village?" Edmund asked, somewhat surprised. "Yes, is there an issue? I have heard that Rivermouth Village has encountered some problems and has been abandoned by Lord Mans. Only the elderly and infirm remain there." Before reaching Rivermouth Village, Field had already received unsettling news from Edmund. He promptly inquired, "What issues are at hand?" Edmund shook his head. "I am not entirely sure." Field patted him on the shoulder. "Very well, continue your work." "Yes, sir." As Field passed by, he noticed many villagers laboring vigorously. He called out to all those toiling, "Keep up the good work. This evening, I will instruct the chef to prepare extra rations for you, with meat soup included." His words instantly ignited their enthusiasm. "Thank you, Master Field." The construction team responded in unison that we are grateful for your generosity, and we shall complete our tasks diligently. Their gratitude was heartfelt, not mere flattery. In the cold winter months, without work, there would naturally be no lord's wages or food. For most, their earnings barely sufficed for daily sustenance, leaving them unable to stockpile provisions to weather the winter. Thus, having a meal during winter was a blessing, let alone warm meat soup. Presently, Wilson Territory not only provided ample food supplies, but also offered warm meat soup, a luxury that many envied. Field nodded, satisfied with their fervor for work, and then inquired of Edmund, "How much longer until the Rivermouth Road is completed?" "I have additional tasks for your construction team. Reporting to Master Field, it should be finished by tomorrow." "Excellent, excellent. Your efficiency is commendable. Master Field, the high efficiency is all thanks to your wisdom and benevolence," Edmund replied. "Your invention of cement has not only allowed us to reside in warm cement houses, free from the cold, but has also significantly reduced construction time. You are truly the greatest noble I have ever encountered. Ha ha ha." "Edmund, I appreciate your kind words. However, I will continue to assign tasks as planned." "Regardless of your flattery, Master Field, please assign any tasks without hesitation. I shall complete them even without sleep." Field nodded. "Good. Such ambition. Once the Rivermouth Road is completed, proceed directly to Maki Village and find El and Corwin, constructing the Food Administration and Agricultural Research Institute as they require." "Understood, Master Field." After giving these instructions, Field continued on his way to Rivermouth Village. Soon as he arrived in Rivermouth Village, he was greeted by Norton, the village chief. "Master Field, I am Norton, the chief of Rivermouth Village. May I inquire what brings you to our village?" There was no need for you to come personally. A simple command would suffice. Field regarded the grinning Norton, who bore the countenance of a sycophant. Upon noticing Field's demeanor, Norton quickly wiped the smile from his face and adopted a serious tone, saying, "The Lord has likely forgotten that Rivermouth Village is still part of Wilson Territory." Though Field had lived in Wilson Territory for 16 years, he had never visited Rivermouth Village and was not well versed in its affairs. He knew only that it was situated along a modest river, the name of which eluded him. He only recognized it as a tributary of the renowned Mississippi River in the Western continent. Field understood Norton's grievances. As the guardian of Rivermouth Village, failing to resolve its issues would naturally incite dissatisfaction. He then pointed to a winding river and inquired, "Chief Norton, what is the name of this river?" "The Nine Bends River." Field surveyed the serpentine waterway and mused inwardly. What a vividly descriptive name it was. Subsequently, the two of them walked along the riverbank. Before long, Field noticed scattered houses established at a distance from the river. These dilapidated and crumbling structures starkly contrasted with the cement buildings of Wilson's domain. illustrating a clear polarization. With a sigh of despair, he lamented that the inhabitants of Wilson's territory would have to endure another harsh winter. I have heard that the villagers of Mouth River are facing difficulties. Could you enlighten me on the matter? When the conversation turned to sorrowful topics, Mayor Norton could not help but exhale deeply as he explained. Mr. Field, you are perhaps unaware that the meandering river is often plagued by a formidable monster known as the magic knife fish, which frequently ambushes the villagers, leaving no one daring enough to construct homes near the river's mouth. Then why not report the issue and seek assistance in eradicating the magic knife fish? It is not for lack of trying. Rather, we are simply unable to do so. Mayor Norton then recounted the events that had transpired. In the past, reports had been sent to Lord Mance, who had indeed attempted to exterminate the creatures several times. However, curiously, shortly after each eradication effort, the magic knife fish would reappear, proving impossible to eliminate completely. How can this be? Surely they cannot just materialize out of thin air. Norton nodded in agreement. The meandering river connects to the Mississippi River, and the magic knife fish swims in from there. Field furrowed his brow, realizing that upon arriving at Mouth River, he had encountered an insurmountable obstacle and was taken aback by the village's state of disrepair. It seemed that the development of Mouth River would have to be postponed until Wilson's domain grew stronger. Capable of forming a patrol team to survey the riverbanks daily before considering the village's progress. Undeterred, Field inquired once more, what do the villagers of Mouth River rely on for their livelihood? Norton sighed deeply again and replied, the villagers cultivate honey fruits far from the river or risk their lives to fish for sustenance. Field nodded thoughtfully and proceeded to ask Norton several questions. Gaining a general understanding of Mouth River's circumstances for the village to develop, the foremost challenge was to address the issue of the magic knife fish. The solution, albeit rather straightforward and brute, would be to establish a patrol team led by an intermediate knight or composed entirely of junior knights to patrol the small river daily. Yet, Wilson's knightly forces were woefully inadequate to achieve such a formation. All that could be done was to wait for a more opportune time. With a heavy heart, Field returned to Wilson Castle under Norton's expectant gaze. Meanwhile, he felt an overwhelming shame for failing to fulfill his duties as lord. Whether other nobles felt the same sense of shame, Field could not ascertain, but he certainly experienced a disquieting sensation. From the current perspective, the journey to Mouth River was not entirely fruitless. At the very least, he had gained insight into the village's plight and the intriguing honey fruit. Each early autumn, Wilson Castle was graced with a bountiful harvest of honey fruits. One of the few fruits available in Wilson's domain. The honey fruit is sweet and delectable with succulent flesh, making it exceedingly appealing to the human palate. However, like a coin with two sides, the honey fruit is no exception. While it is sweet and juicy, it is also incredibly prone to rotting and difficult to preserve. As the saying goes, where there are problems, there are solutions. Field suddenly contemplated another use for the honey fruit. Wine. Crafting sweet beverages from it would be a delightful prospect for nobles who had long been accustomed to subpar wheat ale. Although he had conceived a method to tackle the preservation issue of honey fruits, immediate implementation was not feasible. The honey fruit trees in Mouth River thrived by the riverbank, and without the meandering river, the fruits would lose their exquisite taste. Regrettably, Wilson's domain lacked the strength to resolve the magic knife fish dilemma in Mouth River. It was imperative to train an army and cultivate formidable warriors. 3 days after the expedition to Mouth River, heavy snow fell like goose feathers across the entirety of Wilson's domain. The entire region donned a pristine white winter coat. However, the biting cold winds and the flurry of snowflakes did not dampen the spirits of the inhabitants, in stark contrast to previous years of destitution. The villagers now enjoyed shelter, sustenance, and even the occasional hearty soup, bringing them unprecedented satisfaction. The infrastructure team, led by Edmund, had become a model of labor within Wilson's territory. Field felt a pang of pride and promptly commissioned a banner to honor the construction team. Observing the bustling activity of the team, Field was struck by the realization that specialization breeds efficiency. Within a mere half-month, the construction team not only completed the renovations in Mouth River, but also finished the establishment of the Food Administration and the Food Research Institute. Once one task concluded, another commenced, The construction team swiftly turned their attention to building a military camp in the northwest. Field personally oversaw the construction of the new barracks. The modern military camp was no longer a mere expanse of flat land. It was equipped with various facilities designed to push physical limits: deep pools of water, suspended barbed wire, and more. These facilities were crucial for Field's training of new recruits, as well as for his extreme training method. Cultivating an army and enhancing strength had always been part of Field's plan, but plans often fall victim to unforeseen changes. With a sparse population, Field had made a trip to Santorini, with a 100 illiteracy rate among his subjects. He established a primary education academy, and with Wilson's domain lacking funds, he sought out trade opportunities. The matter of building an army had been continually postponed, yet after the expedition to Mouth River, Field resolved not to delay any longer. Upon regaining his focus, Field realized that the cattle and horses were in fact his own. Time flew by swiftly, and another half-month had passed that a brand-new and unconventional military camp had been erected. It was time to train the army. Simultaneously, Field would also attempt his newly researched extreme night training method in the new barracks that on the day the military camp was completed, Field summoned Nelson. Nelson, gather all the inhabitants of Wilson's domain age 10 and above, but below 15 that regardless of gender, whether free or enslaved, call them all to assemble at the military camp. Very well. Thanks to the establishment of a household registration system, Nelson was able to return in less than half a day, bringing forth all the youths and maidens who met the criteria. Nobles typically promoted knights based on personal preference, yet Field sought to cast a wide net. He aimed to select from among them the true backbone of Wilson's domain and the future knightly order, and Field's vision was simple. If one does not offend me, I shall not offend them. Should an enemy provoke me, I shall sever their head and use it as a ball to kick. Looking around the newly constructed military camp of concrete, he observed the bewildered young boys and girls standing on the fresh cement ground. The youths before him were those who had been shaped by the teachings of the Primary Education Academy. While Field could not guarantee unwavering loyalty, they were undoubtedly more reliable than the subjects who constantly schemed rebellion. Field cleared his throat. You may wonder why I have summoned you all here. It is because I am offering you an opportunity to grow stronger, an opportunity to possess great power. If you are enslaved, you shall become free. If you are free, you shall acquire gold coins. As soon as Field's words fell, the crowd erupted in excitement. Have we caught the attention of Lord Field? It must be true. Lord Field never lies. I believe in Lord Field. So do I. The youths, who had greatly benefited from Field's generosity, began to chatter animatedly. Yet dissenting voices emerged. A tattered slave boy scoffed. Humph, sweet words. Hardship is a catalyst for growth. And the boy who has fallen into slavery has witnessed the ugly face of the nobility. Field ignored the cacophony of discussions and continued. Most importantly, you will attain glory. All that you achieve will be sung by every inhabitant of Wilson's domain. Wilson's territory will take pride in you, so let us work together to strengthen Wilson's domain and protect every individual within it. The majority of the youth were filled with fervor, yet a small faction of individuals, still shackled by their servitude, scoffed at Field's words. They had endured the malevolence of humanity, the anguish of survival, the hypocrisy of the nobility, and the predatory nature of the world around them. Their hearts had long since turned cold, impervious to the sweet nothings of the outside world. Field regarded this with a sense of familiarity. He had never entertained the notion of achieving his goals without effort. It was only by presenting tangible benefits that he could rekindle the inner flames of these slaves. Moreover, to unify the youth of Wilson's domain in thought, it was only through deep-seated loyalty that true reliability could be established. As soon as Field's words fell silent, he, along with Abel and Hilbert, commenced teaching the youth the knight's breathing technique. Although this technique played a role in Field's innovative training regimen, it was the subsequent training that represented the culmination of his wisdom. Since his arrival on the continent of Loya, Field had dedicated himself to researching methods to swiftly assist ordinary individuals in cultivating combat energy. He had once engaged in discussions about combat energy with the great Knightmans, the high-ranking knights York and Wei Te. However, the responses from Mans and York had left Field deeply disappointed. They possessed only superficial knowledge and had not delved into the underlying reasons. Following extensive observation and experimentation, Field discovered that combat energy was a mutation of magical power. The key to transcending into combat energy lay in the pinnacle of physical prowess. Yet, reaching this pinnacle was no simple feat, and even approaching it posed significant challenges. Furthermore, the process of pushing the limits of the physical body often resulted in severe injuries. The purpose of the knight's breathing technique was to provide the best means for ordinary individuals to alleviate pain and maintain their bodies after extreme training, as for the reasons many were unable to cultivate combat energy. Field had his speculations. Commoners and slaves struggled to secure enough sustenance, leaving them little energy to devote to training. Conversely, the offspring of nobility were coddled and unwilling to endure hardship. The knight's training within noble lands was merely rudimentary exercise. It was only natural that, relying solely on such methods, one could not easily break through to the rank of a junior knight. Field was certain that the knight's breathing technique was not the sole key to breaking through to the junior knight level, and he was equally confident that the first individual to cultivate combat energy on the continent of Loya had not relied on this breathing technique. This warranted further investigation. All of this led Field to the conclusion that the pinnacle of physicality was indeed the crux of advancing to the junior knight level. To this end, Field established a novel knight training methodology designed to develop the limits of the body. Initially, he implemented rhythmic long-distance running and intermittent breathing exercises to enhance cardiovascular health. Extreme cross-country running, weightlifting, and suspended sit-ups were employed to strengthen muscles. Yoga, Pilates, and stretching were incorporated to improve physical flexibility. Tai Chi and martial art training were utilized to enhance balance. The second step, the most crucial one, involved harnessing the power of nature to allow ordinary individuals to encounter extraordinary forces. The experience of life and death in a fleeting moment could maximally stimulate the limits of the body, facilitating the breakthrough to the junior knight level. Time flew by as Field diligently guided the knight apprentices through their training. Recently, he had devoted himself entirely to the training of the apprentices, even participating alongside them, that he subjected his body to the equivalent burdens and training regimen of a mid-level knight, relentlessly pushing his physical limits. Unbeknownst to him, he had already reached the pinnacle of the mid-level knight rank. The advanced knights were beckoning to him that, in all things, there exists a balance of yin and yang. The rapid progress in combat energy came at cost. Field found himself with scarcely any time to train in magical power. And after each day of cultivating combat energy, he felt his body weaken, limbs grow heavy, and fatigue consume him, akin to the aftermath of excessive exertion. Faced with such circumstances, his initial training schedule of practicing combat energy in the morning, magic in the afternoon, and meditation at night had fallen by the wayside. Overwhelmed by exhaustion and the intermittent pains coursing through his body, he returned to his quarters each day, collapsing into a deep slumber. Even as a mid-level knight, Field had not experienced such fatigue, let alone the ordinary knight apprentices. As time passed, knight apprentices began to collapse from exhaustion, and Field found himself in a tumult of internal conflict. Should he halt the knight training? Yet, among the youth, many persevered through the training, their bodies gradually growing stronger. The knight apprentices were becoming increasingly polarized. Those who adapted to the extreme training methods were flourishing, while those who could not were deteriorating. Currently, dozens had succumbed to fatigue, their bodily functions declining rather than improving, leaving them with serious health issues. At this moment, Field realized he lacked any means of treating the knight apprentices injured by the extreme training regimen. The medical standards on the continent of Loya were woefully inadequate, lacking appropriate recuperative measures. The nobility regarded their subjects and slaves as unworthy of significant effort. Yet there existed a more costly option, employing a mage to perform healing spells. However, healing spells were third-tier single-target spells, impractical for widespread application, and their costs were exorbitant, rendering them unfeasible. Alas, the medical standards in Wilson's domain were a significant shortcoming, improving medical standards to ensure the knight apprentices could recuperate post-training, preventing their bodies from collapsing or even succumbing to death during the cultivation of combat energy had become part of Field's future development plans. However, enhancing medical standards was not an overnight endeavor. Addressing the urgent need for the knight apprentices to recover post-training was paramount, as distant solutions could not quench immediate thirst. If no other options remained, the training of the new recruits would have to be slowed. After half a month of extreme knight training, both advantages and disadvantages emerged. During this period, 12 youths had successfully broken through to the junior knight level. The sheer number of individuals achieving this breakthrough in such a short span astonished the nobility. Field no longer worried about the youth who had already cultivated combat energy. The energy itself would continually heal their bodies. He could not help but marvel at the astonishingly miraculous nature of extraordinary powers on the continent of Loya. With combat energy within their bodies, they could rely on it for self-recovery, alleviating concerns over bodily collapse due to excessive training. Subsequently, Field arrived at the makeshift medical center, where youths lay weakened from overexertion. As he gazed upon their injured bodies, he felt a profound sense of guilt. With heartfelt apologies, he addressed the youths. "Rest assured, it was my oversight that led to your physical collapse. I will summon a mage to treat your bodies, ensuring no lasting ailments remain." Field then shifted his tone. "However, I regret to inform you that your journey in knight training must come to an end." His unexpected visit left the youths in shock and disbelief. In their eyes, nobility had never been benevolent beings. Those deemed useless would be cast aside without hesitation, and they had prepared themselves for such abandonment. As soon as Field finished speaking, a young girl slowly rose. "Young Master Field, you're the most compassionate noble I have ever encountered, so much so that I can scarcely believe you are indeed a noble lord." The girl understood that the requests of commoners were often dismissed as trifles by the nobility. Nevertheless, she mustered the courage to ask, "Young Master Field, I beseech you to allow me to continue my knight training. I do not wish to squander this opportunity to become a free citizen." Her eyes reflected a desperate plea. Field turned his head, resolutely shaking it. "What is your name?" In response, she replied, "My name is Lizzie." With a heavy heart, she continued, "Lizzie, every individual has strengths and weaknesses. Not everyone possesses the foundation to become a knight." In that moment, Lizzie felt as though she had plunged into an abyss. Mastery of extraordinary powers was the sole pathway for class ascension, but Field's expression was one of regret as he sighed. "Alas, I was too hasty and failed to consider all aspects. Perhaps some of you are destined to excel in commerce. Others may possess magical talent and become great mages. Still, others may have a knack for agriculture, becoming farmers who cultivate fine grains for Wilson's domain." Field continued, "From the current perspective, your present condition is no longer suitable for continuing knight training." An eerie silence enveloped the room as the injured youths wore expressions of regret and reluctance. Observing this, Field offered reassurance. "All roads lead to Rome. There are multiple paths to the pinnacle. Engaging in commerce, farming, and construction can likewise lead to liberation from servitude and the opportunity to earn a living." The youths slightly raised their heads, gazing at the hopeful figure of Field. "Thank you, young master." Upon exiting the infirmary, Field's heart raced momentarily. Soon after, he couldn't help but let out a bitter laugh. "After all, I am not a paragon of perfection and have succumbed to impatience. From this point forward, change is imperative. It cannot be a one-size-fits-all approach." The youths under Wilson's leadership remained entirely unaware that, at this very moment, their futures had been meticulously orchestrated by Field. Before the age of 10, all children in Wilson's domain would attend a primary academy for fundamental literacy, arithmetic, ideological education, and basic physical training. Upon reaching the age of 10, they would be categorized based on their physical aptitudes and interests. Those with magical talent would pursue the study of magic, while those with robust physiques would cultivate martial prowess. As for those lacking in both talents, they would select other vocations based on their hobbies and strengths. The military camp, being a training ground for soldiers, could not teach martial arts. It appears the establishment of a knight academy is in order. Without hesitation, a brand new, spacious knight academy was erected at the heart of the military camp. The first batch of students at the Knight Academy naturally comprised the 300 knight apprentices who had endured the extreme training regimen. The remaining knight apprentices were returned to their original duties. Following this reform, Field continued to urge the 300 youths to persist in their knightly training. Compared to the pre-reform era, the physical condition of the remaining youths was exceptionally sound. Thus far, None had fallen behind, and their physical abilities were steadily on the rise. Field's extreme training method was also becoming increasingly refined through practice. Before the commencement of Field's second phase plan, 32 of the knight apprentices gradually broke through to the rank of junior knight. The extreme training method proved beneficial not only for knight apprentices, but also for true knights in their cultivation. Indeed, Field's personal guards, Abel and Hilbert, also broke through to the rank of intermediate knights in succession. Hey! The students of the Knight Academy were vigorously sweating, pushing the limits of their physical capabilities, sensing the moment was ripe. Field declared, "It is time to proceed to the second step." The following morning, the apprentices who had yet to achieve the rank of junior knight were summoned by Field. Initially believing another grueling day of training lay ahead, they suddenly realized that Field was leading them out of the Knight Academy and beyond the military camp. Where could the young master be taking us? We shall simply move forward. Surely, young Master Field has his profound intentions. The youths nodded in agreement. As time flowed, a fortress came into view before the knight apprentices. A fortress, the one situated in the east of Wilson's domain, designed to guard against beast attacks. Recognizing the location, the apprentices exclaimed in surprise, "Are we to be stationed at the fortress?" This was the speculation within their hearts. However, upon arriving at the fortress, they did not linger, but instead passed straight through it. The knight apprentices were left even more bewildered. Could it be that we are headed directly towards the Maijialuo mountain range infested with beasts? Their hearts raced with anxiety. The Maijialuo mountain range had etched a deep-seated impression upon the various races of the Liya continent. Finally, just before entering the Maijialuo mountain range, they halted and a collective sigh of relief escaped their lips. Yet, when a towering mountain loomed before them, the apprentices felt their tension return. That moment, Field turned around and smiled gently. "Do you see this mountain? This shall be your training ground henceforth, the challenge you are about to overcome." Yet, with that slight smile from Field, a chill ran through the hearts of the knight apprentices. The strong remain strong. Only the strong can face difficulties without fear. Following a round of encouragement, Field nodded at Abel, who stood beside him. Abel understood and stepped forward, addressing the youths. "From now on, I shall set the requirements. Form groups of 10 and traverse the mountain before you. Remember, you must trust one another, cooperate, and overcome challenges together." As the reality of the situation sank in, the knight apprentices grew restless. "Of course, you may choose not to proceed. The choice lies in your hands." After laying out the instructions, Abel turned to glance at Field, who nodded in affirmation. Abel then called out, "Set forth." His voice echoed for some time. Yet the knight apprentices remained stationary. Field cast a glance before departing from the scene. And no matter where one may be, there will always be brave souls willing to confront the trials of life and death. Shortly after Field's departure, several knight apprentices gradually stepped into the mountain. As seconds turned into minutes, and night fell unnoticed, 206 knight apprentices had entered the mountain. Meanwhile, the remaining apprentices hesitated. For the mountain near the Maijialuo range was no trivial challenge. For those who had yet to break through to junior knight status, stepping inside could mean losing their lives in mere moments. However, not everyone possesses the courage to rise to the challenge. When the time came, the entrance was closed, and they were lined up to return to Wilson's domain. Ultimately, Abel led them back. The Liya continent is merciless. To possess great power, one must be prepared for the possibility of death at any moment. Field would not sacrifice lives to amass strength. He had his own arrangements for those knight apprentices brave enough to confront the perilous mountain. Field secretly gathered all the knights from Wilson's domain who had cultivated martial prowess. The moment the knight apprentices entered the mountain, they stealthily followed behind them. When they faced the specter of death, they would intervene to rescue them. As for the reasoning behind the 10-person teams, there was indeed a rationale. The number of junior knights in Wilson's domain was few, and if the number were slightly increased, it would ensure that each knight apprentice would be paired up. Winter snow fell heavily, blanketing the mountaintop in a thick layer. There, a solitary figure sat atop the peak, nearly becoming a snowman. Indeed, this individual was none other than Field himself. He had not returned to Wilson's fortress, but had instead come to the mountaintop to await the arrival of the knight apprentices. The howling cold wind swept by, yet to Field, who possessed martial prowess. It was merely a slight chill. The martial energy was akin to a portable heater. Truly remarkable. Snowflakes danced through the air, layering upon Field's form, simultaneously concealing the traces of his ascent, surveying the mountaintop. He found himself enveloped in a sense of solitude, gazing down upon the world below. Without a single guard by his side, his loyal attendants had been dispatched to protect the climbing knight apprentices. Moreover, Field himself was an intermediate knight. As long as he did not encounter beasts ranked at level 3 or higher, he would face no significant issues in the presence of such formidable beasts. Even gathering all the guards of Wilson's domain would prove futile. The heavy snowfall continued to blanket the mountain as Field waited in this frigid environment for 2 days that he seized every moment. Practicing magic atop the mountain. Since his journey to Haiku village, Field had not dedicated himself to serious magical training. And now was the perfect opportunity. On the morning of the second day, Field finally spotted figures approaching, a group of 10 rather disheveled youths trudging slowly towards him. In no time, they stood before Field, their voices low yet imbued with determination as they declared, "Young Master Field, we have triumphed over it." Field nodded, sweeping his gaze around. The results were evident. Among them, 8 had already broken through to the rank of junior knight, while only 2 remained unbroken. Well done. Having endured life-and-death trials, you have gained the courage to face adversity. Your future shall not be confined to being mere junior knights. Subsequently, Field turned his attention to the 2 knight apprentices who had yet to achieve junior knight status. Do not be disheartened for not breaking through. I believe that soon, you too shall attain the rank of junior knight, he then inquired. What are your names? One by one, they introduced themselves. To that moment, one youth stepped forward. Young Master Field, my name is Owen. Following him was another. Young Master Field, I am Kate. Subsequently, the young men stood in perfect alignment behind Field, akin to steadfast and formidable guardians unwaveringly defending him. After a brief interval, Field discerned figures approaching the mountain summit from a distance. As the silhouettes drew nearer, Field was finally able to see clearly. It was Hilbert leading a contingent of 10 individuals towards him. Young Master Field, they encountered a first-level magical beast, and I intervened to rescue them. Field nodded in acknowledgement. Indeed, well done. The ensuing bewilderment among the 10 was palpable. What was happening? Was there someone covertly safeguarding them as well? Soon, Field's words dispelled their confusion and own need for wild speculation. Every team has knights assigned for their protection. There is no cause for concern, and no sooner had Field uttered these words than the figure of Knight Whiston revealed itself in the nearby thicket. The scene before the youths was nothing short of astonishing, with many of them feeling their eyes well up. Well, although you did not successfully traverse the peaks alone, you have still undergone a trial, and you are commendable. Following this, the knight apprentices who had scaled the mountain began to arrive one after another. 206 knight apprentices, not one more, not one less. Among them, 150 had ascended to the rank of junior knight. At that moment, Field perceived a newfound strength in their gazes, a stark contrast to their demeanor before entering the mountains. Indeed, adversity is the finest catalyst for human growth. This knightly training has come to a successful conclusion. Do not let your newfound status as junior knights lead to arrogance, for intermediate knights await you, and even advanced knights. As for those who have not yet advanced, there is no need for concern. The trials you have faced will fortify your resolve and propel you to the status of junior knight. Field paused, seemingly contemplating something of great significance. That on this momentous day, I shall establish a knightly order, the Order of the Sacred Helm, and you shall be the inaugural knights of this order. Unbeknownst to him and the outside world, the Sacred Helm Knights, destined to sweep across the continent of Royer, were hastily founded atop this mountain. At that moment, the youths were oblivious to the significance of the Sacred Helm, but in time, they would come to understand that it symbolizes honor. The once tranquil mountaintop erupted in a chorus of jubilant cheers. Observing the exuberance of the youths, Field noted a stark difference from the former Wilson army he had known. This was the army he had longed for, imbued with spirit and vigor, a formidable force. Mans would serve as the commander of the Sacred Helm Knights, while I would take on the role of vice commander. Intermediate knights Hilbert and Abel would lead the 100-man squads as captains. Hilbert and Abel stepped forth from the crowd, kneeling in acceptance of their appointments. "We shall not fail you, young Master Field." The ascent was arduous, but the descent proved far easier. Within a day, Field arrived at the gates of Wilson Castle, where Knight Waite was anxiously pacing back and forth. Upon sighting Field, he hastily approached. "Young Master Field, a letter has arrived from Lord Mans." As Waite spoke, he handed Field a letter. After reading it, Field slowly closed the letter and returned it to Waite. Waite then perused it as well. Learning that the war between the Serre Kingdom and the barbarians had reached a stalemate, it seemed unlikely that the conflict would conclude anytime soon. Mans' letter was merely to convey his safety. The letter was soon returned to Field. "Young Master, it has been 5 days since we last saw you. Where have you been?" Knight Waite's tone was serious. In such tumultuous times, Field had been gallivanting about. It was remarkable he still possessed a good temper. "Uncle Waite, look behind you." Waite turned a glance behind Field to show his astonishment. Among the more than 200 youths, over 100 were now junior knights. Waite's eyes widened in disbelief. "Did your rigorous training method yield success?" Field nodded affirmatively. While knights may not be as rare as mages, they still rely on talent and resources. The previous composition of Wilson's forces illustrated this well. Of the 500 knights in Wilson's former army, barely over 100 were junior knights, the remainder being knight apprentices. Moreover, due to Mans' prolonged campaigns, the proportion of junior knights among Wilson's 500 knights was significantly higher than that of typical noble armies, marking it as an elite force. Yet at this moment, over 100 unfamiliar faces of junior knights stood before Waite, compelling him to accept the reality. Was this truly the result of mere months of training? Indeed, with Field's confirmation, Waite fell into a contemplative silence, feeling a profound sense of awe at the presence of such formidable individuals beside him. If he hadn't witnessed it with his own eyes, he would never have believed it. "This is all thanks to your guidance, Uncle Waite." That Field's statement was not mere modesty. During his process of formulating knightly training methods, he had sought Waite's counsel on the subject. Waite's suggestions had been both unique and generous, shared without reservation. With a cold exterior and a warm, knowledgeable heart, he was a quintessential example of a sharp tongue and a tender heart. Currently, the position of head of the Knight Academy was vacant, and he could not remain there indefinitely. Thus, Waite would be an excellent fit for the role. "Uncle Waite, I wish for you to take on the position of head of the Knight Academy. What do you think?" "The Knight Academy? Me?" Waite was taken aback, momentarily at a loss for words. Seeing Field's serious nod, he realized the gravity of the proposal. After a moment of contemplation, he replied, "Very well." As Field observed Waite leading the knight apprentices away, he felt a wave of relief wash over him. Perhaps being a hands-on manager is indeed exhausting. With the establishment of a Knight Academy, it was only fitting to create a Magic Academy as well. Adjacent to the Elementary Education Academy, a magnificent new Magic Academy rose from the ground. Spacious and orderly, the Magic Library was well equipped, and the classrooms were familiar to Field. The scenes unfolding within the Magic Academy stirred deep emotions within him. Thus began the plan for the cultivation of mages. Currently, Wilson only had 4 active mages: Master Golova, Master Loyman, Field himself, and Stephanie. It was a dismal situation, and Field lamented that 4 mages were insufficient. Yet to the other Viscounts, Field's dissatisfaction appeared as a display of arrogance. "For is hardly enough. You should consider yourself fortunate to have that many." They would beg and plead, but could not summon even a single mage. Now that the Magic Academy was established, it was time to set it into motion. "My dear mages, come forth into my fold." To ensure the success of the Magic Academy, it naturally required the presence of qualified professors. Thus, Field eagerly made his way to the old magic laboratory. Upon arrival, he found Master Neumann and Master Golova diligently working on the magical crystal lamp that Field had proposed. Indeed, comparison is the thief of joy. The newly established magic laboratory had elevated his perspective. Now, stepping into the old magic laboratory was almost unbearable. Field tiptoed quietly, as both Master Golova and Master Neumann were engrossed in their work and failed to notice his presence. The allure of the outside world was ever potent. Making time seem to fly. What felt like mere moments for the two mages stretched into what felt like an eternity for Field at last. Neumann slowly lifted his head, nudging Master Golova with his arm. However, he was met with a disapproving glare from Golova. Master Neumann's gaze began to shift toward Field. Following Neumann's line of sight, Golova finally noticed Field standing nearby. "Field, what brings you here?" Golova's tone was tinged with irritation. Field slightly bowed. "Master Golova, I wish to establish a magic academy. With you as its head." Golova rolled his eyes. "There are only a handful of nobles in Wilson. What is the purpose of creating a magic academy? Are we so idle as to entertain such notions?" Field shook his head and explained, "It is the magical academy led by Wilson, accessible to all." Upon hearing this, the expression of slight discontent on the face of the wizard Galois faded, replaced by a serious demeanor. "Are you truly intending to allow all those with magical abilities to attend the academy?" Field solemnly nodded once more. "Oh, you comprehend the implications of this decision?" Field nodded again. "Isn't this merely dismantling the aristocratic monopoly? What is the big deal? Be it commoners or slaves. As long as they possess the extraordinary, they could defy the prohibitions of the elite, a matter that would undoubtedly trouble the nobility the most. Yet, tragically, commoners and slaves who gain strength often become the new aristocrats, continuing the cycle of oppression against their own kind. That I am determined to establish the magical academy, and no one shall thwart me." Field declared resolutely. "Defying the prohibitions is not a trivial matter. The Primary Education Academy is no pushover. Very well, I shall assume the role of headmaster of the Magical Academy. That IT will be situated adjacent to the Primary Education Academy, where there exists a brand new magical laboratory, ready for immediate use." "Excellent. I shall not impose any further," observed Wizard Neumann, watching Field's retreating figure before speaking. "Isn't this action of Field's precisely in line with your original vision? To provide a pathway for commoner wizards to learn magic and break the aristocracy's stranglehold on it." Wizard Galois fell silent for a moment, pondering, indeed, perhaps I should not view Field through the lens of worldly aristocracy. As time passed, 2 days slipped by, transforming the heavy snowfall into a gentle flurry. The relocation task of Wizards Galois and Neumann was now complete. Upon arriving at the Magical Academy, Wizard Galois' eyes widened in astonishment. Akin to a naive child who had never seen the world. "This is nothing like the magical academies I have encountered before." "Hey, isn't this even better?" Neumann chuckled. While Galois marveled, Field led a grand procession of young scouts to the Magical Academy. Fortunately, the academy was spacious enough to accommodate the mere 4,000 youths without issue. Wizard Galois. "No, you should now be addressed as Headmaster Galois. Please assess the magical aptitude of everyone present here." The initial assessment of magical aptitude revealed a considerable number of candidates. Galois was momentarily taken aback, then burst into hearty laughter. In his later years, with ambitions waning, the sudden emergence of the Magical Academy had resolved the lifelong objective of Wizard Galois. Such are the great ups and downs of life. It was also the first time Field witnessed Galois wear a knowing smile. And oh, worries. No worries. Subsequently, Headmaster Galois retrieved the magical crystal ball that Field was intimately familiar with. With a jovial demeanor, Galois began assessing the magical aptitude of the candidates. Field watched as Galois merrily conducted the evaluations. The first batch consisted of youths who had been eliminated from the Night Academy. The first candidate's magical aptitude was met with a dim crystal. The second likewise yielded no illumination. As the assessments continued, Field's hopes dwindled with each passing youth who walked by without a hint of magical talent. The grim reality dawned upon him. Not everyone is destined to wield magic. The absence of magical aptitude was an insurmountable barrier on the path to learning magic. As the line of youths continued to grow, Field's heart grew colder. He had once believed that sheer numbers would yield a significant quantity of those with magical talent. Yet the idealistic vision he held was met with harsh reality, which slapped him with its unforgiving truth. The number of those possessing magical aptitude was painfully scarce. It would take time for Wilson to cultivate a legion of wizards. As the assessment continued, a familiar figure gradually approached Wizard Galois. It was none other than Liz, the girl eliminated from the Night Academy. Field cast a glance her way. harboring little expectation. After all, the preceding 100 candidates had proven that success in magic often hinged on fate. Field admired Lys for her indomitable spirit. Fighting against the shackles of her status as a slave, he turned his head, silently meditating. Immersing himself in the practice of magic, by now, Galawa had assessed nearly 100 individuals. Yet none had exhibited any magical aptitude. Field's spirits sank further. It seemed more practical to focus on his own magical training rather than linger in despair, as he felt the ambient magical energy enveloping him. His peripheral vision occasionally wandered towards the magical crystal. The man's words were mere illusions, and Field's actions betrayed his true feelings. Suddenly, a brilliant red light illuminated the entire square, drawing the attention of everyone present. Field, who had been discreetly observing Galawa's actions, quickly stood and rushed to Lys's side. "Aha! Finally, we have one!" he exclaimed as Lys gracefully bowed, addressing him as young master. Field instinctively helped her up. "Lys, I told you so. You are a born magician." Field could hardly believe that this seemingly ordinary girl possessed such remarkable magical talent. It was indeed unexpected. The first individual to be identified with magical aptitude emerged from the ranks of slaves, shining with radiant red light. Wizard Galawa remarked, with red magical talent. "The rank of a great magician is within reach. With diligent practice and perseverance, even the title of Archmage is not out of the question." In the magical capital of the Eastern Continent, the city of magic source, there were those who ascended to the rank of Archmage with red magical talent. Galawa's encouragement was not solely directed at Lys, but encompassed all the youths present, urging them not to succumb to despair due to their perceived lack of aptitude. "Lys, from this moment forth, you are no longer a slave. You are a free citizen of Wilson." "Thank you, young master," Lys replied, astonished at how her life had taken a roller coaster turn, unexpectedly granting her freedom. She then stepped aside to allow others to assess their magical potential. With the first success, Field believed that others would soon follow. Lys's red magical talent instilled hope within him, as he and Wizard Galawa continued to evaluate the magical aptitude of the youth. Fate, it seems, plays its hand in the most serendipitous of ways. As a tall, slender youth approached the magical crystal ball, the moment he touched it, the orb erupted in a dazzling and brilliant red glow. "Good heavens! What extraordinary luck!" Field thought in astonishment, witnessing the emergence of a hint of purple light intertwined with the radiant red. He couldn't help but wonder, could I truly be so fortunate? Upon my mere presence, magical talent is being revealed. "What is your name?" Field inquired. In response to young master, "My name's Arist." "That is quite a remarkable name." Field muttered under his breath. "What did you say, young master? I didn't quite catch that," Arist asked. Field waved his hand dismissively, offering a smile, then patted Arist on the shoulder, saying, "Nothing of great significance. Hurry and register. Focus on enhancing your magical abilities. Rest assured Wilson will be your steadfast support." Arist nodded excitedly, then suddenly knelt before Field, exclaiming, "Young master, last winter my mother perished in the cold. Yet this year you have provided my entire family with warm cement housing, sparing my 2 young sisters from the same tragic fate. Furthermore, you distributed food during the barren winter, allowing us to endure the harsh season. You are our family's benefactor." Arist raised his head, his slightly reddened eyes locked onto Field's. "Please allow me to pledge my loyalty to you." Field was enveloped in a complex array of emotions. He had never anticipated that such a seemingly trivial matter could save an entire family. In response to Arist's pledge of loyalty, Field promptly unsheathed his sword in the treacherous land of Loa, where deceit was rampant. The act of swearing allegiance stood as the sole credible and solemn ceremony. With the sword poised upon Arist's shoulder, Field moved it first to the left, then to the right. Thus, the solemn oath was concluded. Immediately thereafter, the next individual stepped forward to assess their magical aptitude. Upon touching the magical crystal orb, it dimmed to a dull glow, shattering Field's speculation about his own extraordinary luck. The process of evaluating magical talent was long and tedious, stretching from dawn until dusk. Over 4,000 years, merely 20 individuals were identified as possessing magical gifts, aside from Arist and Lys, who exhibited red talent. The rest were marked with white or green talent, with the superior green talent being quite rare. Indeed, magic was a privilege reserved for a select FEW. As the assessment drew to a close, the crowd gradually dispersed. The 20-odd individuals blessed with magical gifts followed the esteemed Magus Galois and Magus Lyman to embark on their studies in magic, becoming the inaugural cohort of the Magic Academy. With another significant development task accomplished in the Wilson territory, Field felt a profound sense of joy and satisfaction. A.S. Knight fell, invigorated and devoid of any fatigue. He made his way to the Knight Academy within the military camp. Surveying the facilities around him, he was compelled to engage in physical training. Field first hoisted a massive boulder, its weight pressing down upon him. Yet, rather than feeling burdened, he found himself growing increasingly at ease. Subsequently, he submerged himself in the river's depths, where the pressure of the water enveloped him. The silvery moonlight cascaded through the surface, illuminating Field's form as he contemplated his existence in this tranquil and serene environment. Uncertain of how much time had elapsed, a figure suddenly erupted from the placid waters, sending a great splash in all directions. It was none other than Field himself. Clenching his fists, he mused, "Is this the power possessed by a high-ranking knight?" Truly astonishing if a high-ranking knight wielded such prowess. One could only imagine the terrifying capabilities of a silver knight, akin to a walking miniature nuclear bomb. Having achieved his breakthrough, Field returned to Wilson Castle under the moon's gentle glow. He refrained from disclosing his advancement to high-ranking knight to anyone, quietly slipping back into his room. Following Field's appointment of White as the head of the Knight Academy and the sharing of his new training methods with him, the responsibility of nurturing knights for the Wilson territory naturally fell onto White's shoulders. He found a rare moment of leisure, though this so-called leisure was merely a reduction of 1 or 2 tasks requiring his direct oversight. Every morning, Field diligently practiced his fighting spirit. At by midday, he would traverse the various departments of Wilson territory, overseeing their development. In the afternoon, he attended the Magic Academy, studying magic under Magus Galois and engaging in the meticulous practice of magical energy. Thanks to the exceptional magical talent of Glass, Field, having recently transitioned into a junior magician, quickly approached the threshold of becoming a mid-level magician. With a bit more effort, I shall surely break through to mid-level magician before winter concludes, he thought, brimming with confidence. While diligently honing both his fighting spirit and magical energy, Field also ensured that the development of the Wilson territory did not falter. Following his directives, Nelson actively rallied blacksmiths and shipbuilders. The call for blacksmiths was to craft armor for the Knights of Wilson territory. Currently, Wilson territory lacked the capability to produce a full set of armor independently. Armor, a precious commodity within the land of Loa, was pivotal in determining the outcome of battles. The hierarchy of armor ranged from enchanted armor, heavy armor, armor with embedded plates, standard armor, down to the most rudimentary leather armor. A basic set of enchanted armor was equivalent to the core of a level 3 magical beast. The more enchantments and higher the grade, the pricier the enchanted armor, with no upper limit on cost. Heavy armor boasted the best defense among standard armors, but was cumbersome and expensive. Only a few nobles could afford to don heavy armor. Armor with embedded plates was favored by nobility, but came with a hefty price tag. One would need no less than 500 gold coins to procure it. Even second-rate armor, without plates, demanded 300 gold coins, a sum that felt like a life-or-death matter to the money-grubbing nobility. Among the 500 knights of Wilson territory, only those who had advanced to junior knight status possessed armor devoid of plates. The knights equipped with plate armor could be counted on one hand. As for the majority of knight apprentices, they were relegated to wearing cloth armor or, in some cases, no armor at all. This reflected the stark reality of most Viscount and Earl noble forces. Field's subsequent plan was to provide armor for all knights in Wilson territory, regardless of whether they were true knights with fighting spirit or mere knight apprentices. Naturally, this endeavor would incur a substantial expense. Relying solely on the war funds accumulated by Mance would undoubtedly fall short. However, Field had devised a strategy. The following day, he continued his customary rounds in Wilson territory before heading to the Magic Academy. Just as he arrived at the entrance, a figure suddenly sprang forth, accompanied by a playful taunt. "Hey!" Upon hearing that voice, Field instantly recognized who it was, his beloved sister, Ella. Who goes there? Is it a person or a ghost? You scare me half to death. Come out. Simultaneously, Field's right hand patted his heart nervously. Perhaps due to a lack of talent for theatrics or Field's overly dramatic performance, Ella could no longer contain her laughter and revealed herself. With a slight smirk, she teased, "Brother, could you show a little more sincerity?" That was utterly unconvincing. Realizing his ruse had been uncovered, Field could only smile sheepishly. He then playfully pinched Ella's soft cheek. "Hee, so it is my adorable little sister." After their playful banter, Field inquired, "Why didn't you follow Magus Galawa to learn magic today? Why come to the entrance to look for me?" Ella replied with a mischievous grin, "Guess." Field sighed in exasperation. Who had she learned this from? It reminded him of his little girlfriend from his previous life. But who else could he dote on if not for his sister? Adopting the demeanor of a concerned father, he said, "I cannot guess. You must tell your brother." Fortunately, aside from Field and Ella, there were no other witnesses. Otherwise, they would have noted the peculiar lilt in Field's voice. "Brother, you're so dim-witted. I broke through to junior magician." Ella exclaimed, beaming with joy. "Oh, really? My little sister is truly impressive." He immediately embraced her. "Now, you must prepare a gift for me, something better than what second sister gives, all right?" All right. As soon as Field made his request, he produced a magnificent magician's robe from his storage pouch and presented it to Ella. Her eyes widened in surprise. She had assumed it would take a while to receive a gift, only to find herself receiving a present for her breakthrough to junior magician immediately. Field had planned this gift for Ella since he prepared one for Stephanie last time, allowing him to readily retrieve it now. Ella gingerly accepted the magician's robe, her lips pouting as she murmured, "Thank you, brother." With a gentle smile, 2 dimples appeared on her cheeks, and in that fleeting moment, Field understood the depths of a brother's love for his sister. Ella promptly donned a wizard's robe, which was no ordinary garment, but a protective item embedded with a level 3 defensive magic array. When faced with the assault of a level 3 magical beast, anyone with common sense could escape unscathed under the protection of such a robe. This was a token of protection gifted to Ella by Field, who had tasted the bitter fruit of life and death. Subsequently, Field and Ella returned to the magical classroom of Master Galova. The pair quietly entered through the back door and settled into their seats. During the construction of the Magic Academy, Field had taken a hands-on approach in guiding the process. The environment within the academy was meticulously crafted to mirror the schools of his past life, with classrooms and surroundings that were strikingly similar. Spacious classrooms, tidy desks, and picturesque views from the windows created an educational atmosphere that far surpassed the dilapidated magical laboratories of Wilson Castle. Time flew by, and the day's magical lessons concluded. The apprentices gradually dispersed, returning to the dormitories established within the academy. Ella and Stephanie, having immersed themselves in the study of magic, had taken residence within the academy as well, albeit in luxurious single rooms. Just as Field stood to depart, Master Galova called out to him, "Field, please come here for a moment." Field nodded and followed Master Galova to the magical laboratory, since Master Galova's arrival at the academy. The teaching space had been separated from the laboratory. Before long, Field found himself in the wizard's laboratory alongside Master Newman. Master Galova approached the table, and Field's gaze followed, quickly landing on a magical crystal lamp placed upon it. With a press of switch on the lamp, brilliant white light flooded the entire laboratory. "Did you manage to create it?" Master Galova asked with a smile, nodding in affirmation. "Thanks to your suggestion. We constructed a sphere using blue tungsten. We then connected the blue tungsten to the magic crystal using first-grade red copper or inscribing our own magic array at the junctions. Finally, we controlled the flow of magical energy through the array, allowing us to operate the lamp simply by pressing this button." Master Galova pointed to the button on the magical crystal lamp. Listening to Master Galova's explanation, Field couldn't help but feel a deep admiration. Indeed, the expertise was evident. They had resolved the issue in just over 2 months. Field then inquired, "Master Galova, what is the approximate cost of producing a single magical crystal lamp?" Before Master Galova could respond, Master Newman interjected, "It is roughly equivalent to the value of a first-grade magic core, approximately 100 gold coins. This is far cheaper than the azure pearl used for lighting in the elementary academy." and it offers a broader illumination range, he added with a hint of pride, as if to say, "Do praise me." Field felt a sense of exasperation. How could someone so close to death be so childish? He then turned to Master Golova, who nodded in agreement, confirming Master Newman's claims. "Thank you for your hard work, Master Golova." Master Golova acknowledged with a nod. Master Newman stood nearby, wearing a slightly smug smile. Suddenly, Field realized that if the magical crystal lamp were to be sold without any protective measures, it would not be long before counterfeit versions flooded the market to prevent such a scenario and safeguard the treasury of Wilson. A sophisticated security and self-destruct system became paramount. Master Golova, could you create an encrypted magic array on the magical crystal lamp? If dismantled from the outside, it would automatically destroy itself. Master Golova nodded. That is quite simple. A few incomprehensible self-destruct magic arrays will suffice. That would be most helpful. Additionally, I would like to request that you produce several magical crystal lamps, as they will be needed throughout Wilson. Very well. Come back in a few days. Once the supply for Wilson's internal needs is fulfilled, we shall begin selling them externally. Field envisioned the magical crystal lamps creating ripples in the market, much like a stone cast into still water, and he could already imagine the azure pearls being eclipsed by their brilliance. The magical crystal lamp, reliant on the magic array, could only be produced by novice wizards who had mastered magical energy. Currently, the production of the magical crystal lamp was limited by the number of wizards. Even with Ella's recent breakthrough to novice wizard, the total number of wizards in Wilson had only reached 5. Field needed to oversee the overall development of Wilson while also focusing on training his fighting spirit and enhancing his magical abilities, leaving little time or energy for lamp production. Moreover, it would be a waste of talent for the first heir of the esteemed Wilson Viscount to be so underutilized. Such news would surely invite ridicule from the nobility, that as for Stephanie and Ella, they indeed had ample time and could produce a few lamps alongside their studies. Conversely, Master Golova and Master Newman could also craft some lamps while teaching magic. However, to mass-produce the magical crystal lamps, the first cohort of magical apprentices from the academy would need to advance to novice wizards. Patience would be key. Field was not in a rush, and he would begin with a limited supply of lamps to establish sales channels. In the blink of an eye, half a month had passed. Master Golova delivered 15 rare magical crystal lamps to Field Point 1 for the Knight Academy, 1 for the Magic Academy, and 1 for the Grain Bureau. Each important department received 1 lamp, leaving only 8 remaining. Gazing at the remaining lamps on the table, Field found himself in a quandary. He selected 1 lamp to gift to Grandmother Lucia. Then he allocated 5 lamps to be sold at the Golden Lion Chamber of Commerce in Santorini, aiming to establish a reputation for Wilson's magical crystal lamps. Ultimately, only 2 solitary lamps remained on the table. Perhaps these 2 could be used for visiting neighbors, Field thought, eager to visit the neighbors to the north and south of Wilson while winter still lingered. There is a saying, distant relatives are not as valuable as close neighbors, and fostering good neighborly relations is the first step in preventing bloodshed. At that moment, Field had no inkling that the neighbors he was about to visit would one day become loyal vassals of Wilson. The following morning, Abel, seizing the early light, set forth with 6 magical crystal lamps, samples of cement, and a letter from Field addressed to Grandmother Lucia. Making his way to Santorini, Field intended to take advantage of the lingering cold of winter to visit the neighbors surrounding Wilson, promoting the magical crystal lamps and cement. His first stop was naturally the neighboring territory of Viscount Rodriguez to the north. Similar to Wilson, the situation in Rodriguez was akin, as Viscount Rodriguez had been summoned to the northern front to combat the barbarians. However, unlike Wilson, which was managed by Field, the Rodriguez territory was overseen by Viscount Rodriguez's wife, Emma. At the gates of Rodriguez Castle, the imposing entrance stood firmly shut. "Esteemed Lady Emma, we are from Wilson and have come to pay you a sincere visit," Hilbert called out to the castle. After a moment, a voice echoed from above the castle. "May I inquire who is visiting from Wilson?" "The first heir of Wilson, Field Wilson," Hilbert replied, but a profound silence enveloped the castle as if someone had gone to announce their arrival. After a brief wait, the castle gates creaked open, revealing a servant before Field. "Why, Lord Field, please follow me." Before long, Field encountered Emma and gracefully performed a noble bow. "Madam Emma, Your unexpected visit is quite a surprise." Observing the handsome and courteous Field before her, Lady Emma found herself puzzled by his sudden arrival. How could it be an offense? "Your visit brings such splendor to Rodriguez Manor." After the obligatory yet tedious flattery customary among the nobility, Field proceeded to discuss the purpose of his visit. With a slight sigh, he began, "Rodriguez Manor is indeed magnificent. Alas, once night falls, the beauty fades from view, which is truly regrettable." "How could it compare to Wilson Estate?" He continued, "Madam Emma, I possess a means to illuminate the estate as brightly as day. The Rodriguez Estate is blessed with azure pearls, so illumination should not be an issue." At that moment, Lady Emma comprehended that Field's visit was not merely a social call. Hearing this, Field leisurely retrieved a magical crystal lamp from his satchel, intending to impress Lady Emma with its brilliance. As she gazed at him with curiosity, Field pressed a button. Instantly, a brilliant white light flooded the room. Lady Emma, astonished, inquired, "What is this marvel? It emits such dazzling light." With a smile, Field replied, "This is a magical crystal lamp. I shan't elaborate on its functions, but its luminous range and intensity far surpass that of the gentle glow emitted by azure pearls." Indeed, Lady Emma realized that Field's true intention was to sell her the magical crystal lamp. Simultaneously, she found herself quite taken with the lamp, yet she understood that there is no such thing as a free lunch. Thus, she cautiously asked, "Might I inquire as to the price of the magical crystal lamp?" 1,000 seer coins. Lady Emma fell silent. Observing her stillness, Field remained unperturbed, for even the most affordable azure pearls on the market cost 3,000 coins, and their illumination could not compare to that of the magical crystal lamp. He was confident that Lady Emma would be intrigued. After circling the magical crystal lamp and scrutinizing it closely, Lady Emma decisively declared, "I shall take 10. Field shook his head apologetically. "I regret to inform you, Madam Emma, that I only brought one with me this time," he continued. "Wilson Estate cannot yet produce them in large quantities. But should you require more, I shall prioritize your order." "Very well. If more can be produced, do remember to supply me first," she replied. "I shall certainly prioritize you, for you are the first customer of the magical crystal lamp." Field assured her, "Madam Emma, have you noticed the dilapidated roads of Rodriguez Manor? I have also brought you some excellent items." Before Lady Emma could respond, Field continued, "Wilson Estate has recently invented a substance called cement. It allows for the rapid construction of buildings and the repair of roads. Might this pique your interest?" He then demonstrated it again, just as he had for Mance at Wilson Castle, as expected of nobility. Lady Emma's expressions mirrored Mance's precisely. Astonished by the miraculous properties of cement, she found it as appealing as the magical crystal lamp. "What is the price?" she inquired. 100 coins per 1,000 pounds. "Excellent. I shall order 10,000 pounds of cement." Thus, the visit to Rodriguez Manor reached a successful conclusion. Field similarly employed the same strategy at Davis Barony, where Baron Davis was equally captivated by these previously unseen items. Following his visit to Davis Barony, Field also sold a magical crystal lamp and 10,000 pounds of cement. He returned to Wilson Estate, laden with 4,000 coins, and no sooner had he stepped through the grand entrance of Wilson Castle than Nelson approached him. Behind Nelson stood a man of similar age, clad in modest attire. Nelson introduced him, "Master Field, this is my friend Javier." Javier stepped forward and greeted Field. "Good day, Master Field." Field nodded in acknowledgement and turned his attention back to Nelson. Javier had previously engaged in trade across various territories of the Seer Kingdom. However, his ventures had unfortunately failed. Field quickly deduced that Javier, having exhausted his options, had sought refuge with Nelson. Wilson Estate was in dire need of intellectuals, and with Nelson's backing, Field readily agreed. "You may stay. Wilson Estate is indeed in need of personnel at this time." He then addressed Javier. "Since you have experience in commerce, you must be literate and proficient in arithmetic. Therefore, I would like you to take on the role of an instructor at the elementary academy, as they are currently in need of teachers." Both Nelson and Javier bowed in gratitude. "Thank you, Master Field." That moment, Field had no inkling that his act of kindness would bring him a remarkable talent for trade. With the preliminary sales of cement and the magical crystal lamp prepared, all that remained was for the winds of fortune to blow in his favor. Recently, Field had successfully advanced his martial prowess to that of a senior knight, while his magical abilities remained at the pinnacle of a junior mage. As he ascended in martial skills, he realized that he could not neglect his magical training. In the following days, Field resolved to strive for a breakthrough to the intermediate mage level. His diligence bore fruit, and one afternoon, he successfully reached this new level, achieving his goal more swiftly than anticipated. However, he chose to keep this advancement a secret, believing that in the perilous realm of the Loa continent, the key to survival lay in maintaining a strategic advantage. When his enemies believed victory was assured, he would strike with unexpected force. The harsh winter gradually receded and the season approached its end. Spring's gentle arrival heralded a revival of life. The earth awakened from its slumber, and nature began to flourish anew. Tender green buds unfurled upon the branches, while flowers blossomed with smiles beneath the caress of the spring breeze. The warm sunlight bathed the land, infusing it with the vigor of life and the promise of hope. The people of Wilson Estate were roused by this invigorating energy, becoming increasingly industrious. Although the winter had been filled with toil, the arrival of spring brought an even greater flurry of activity. As the time for planting commenced, spring's arrival is always a symbol of celebration. And soon, Waite brought Field good news. The Knights Academy had reached a milestone of 200 junior knights. The establishment of the Knights Academy, the construction of the barracks, and the modernization of martial training had transformed Wilson Estate from the once feeble territory it had been. Now, it was time to address the internal threats that loomed over Wilson Estate. Field selected 50 junior knights from the academy to accompany him to Rivermouth Village. The procession to Rivermouth Village was grand, comprising not only knights, but also a substantial group of settlers heading to the village. At this moment, the spring season had just begun, and remnants of winter still lingered in Rivermouth Village. Ice floes still floated upon the meandering river, and traces of snow remained on the rooftops. Recalling the longing gaze of the villagers during his previous departure from Norton Village, Field felt a profound sense of reflection. Wilson Estate was finally in a position to tackle the long-standing issue of the razor-toothed fish that had plagued them for years. Field promptly sought out Village Chief Norton. The chief surveyed the crowd and then looked at Field. "Master Field, you." Field smiled warmly. "Indeed, I have come to resolve the razor-toothed fish problem in Rivermouth Village." Village Chief Norton immediately rushed forward, exclaiming, "Thank you, Master Field. The people of Rivermouth Village shall never forget your great kindness." Field helped the tearful chief to his feet. The razor-toothed fish represented a painful memory for Chief Norton. And now that a solution was imminent, how could he not be overwhelmed with joy? Subsequently, Hilbert led the junior knights to begin clearing the river of the razor-toothed fish. However, the fish moved swiftly in the water, and the knights were not adept at aquatic combat. Hilbert could only drive the razorfish away from the riverbank and was utterly incapable of slaying it. Nevertheless, the villagers of Riverbend would no longer have to fear for their lives. Perhaps the sudden arrival of happiness left Norton momentarily speechless, as he trembled and dared not approach the riverbank. "Mayor Norton, come forth. The Juka River is no longer perilous." Upon hearing Field's call, Mayor Norton slowly approached the riverbank. "Mayor Norton, the future of Juka River will be safe. I will soon dispatch a construction team to build cement houses for you, improving your living conditions." Field continued, "Moreover, I have brought 2,000 people to assist in the development of Riverbend and to settle here. In the future, more and more individuals will arrive in Riverbend." As soon as Field finished speaking, Mayor Norton knelt before him with a thud. "Young Master Field, you have saved Riverbend." Field helped the frail Mayor Norton to his feet once more. The threat of the razorfish had been resolved, but Riverbend still required development and construction. "Mayor Norton, you cannot neglect this." Wiping his slightly reddened eyes, Mayor Norton declared, "Although I am but an old relic, I shall not shy away from any task that Riverbend requires." "Excellent. As a member of the Wilson territory, such determination is commendable. I entrust the future of Riverbend to you. Ensure that the honey fruit trees are planted throughout the village." "But, young Master Field, honey fruit is difficult to preserve. Can we truly cultivate honey fruit trees in Riverbend?" Mayor Norton asked softly. Field smiled without answering, saying simply, "Just follow my orders." Indeed, since his last visit to Riverbend, Field had discovered the treasure that was honey fruit. Its appearance was crystal clear, and its flavor was sweet and delightful that if marketed, it would undoubtedly be quite profitable. However, the challenge lay in the fact that honey fruit was extremely perishable, spoiling within 5 days. To make the most of honey fruit, Field had pondered deeply. Yet after a sip of wheat wine, an epiphany struck him. He could craft honey fruit wine, thereby resolving the preservation issue. After much experimentation, he finally succeeded in brewing honey fruit wine. This exquisite beverage perfectly retained the honey fruit's sweetness and fragrance, surpassing the taste of wheat wine, and was particularly suited for noble ladies. Understood, young Master Field. I shall certainly fulfill your request, Mayor Norton responded. His demeanor markedly different from before, his fervor nearly igniting Field's eyebrows. The Field's purpose in visiting was not merely to drive away the razorfish. He also brought skilled shipwrights, recruited by Nelson at great expense. Rivers have always been catalysts for trade, and the Juku River connecting to the Mississippi was no exception. Field intended to establish a shipyard in Riverbend to construct vessels and manage all maritime affairs. He believed that soon, his trade would flow through the Juku River to distant lands, though at that moment, he could not foresee where rivers not only aid in agricultural development, but also significantly reduce travel time. The various civilizations of the Loya continent were still in their infancy, grounded in terrestrial existence, their sights not yet set upon distant horizons. Field aimed to seize this opportunity and become the pioneer of a maritime era in this otherworldly realm. Just then, a few rickety boats moored at the shore creaked, shattering Field's enthusiasm. He chuckled awkwardly, thinking, dreams are worth having. What if they come true? The following day, having just completed the construction of the Trade Bureau, Edmund received Field's orders. Without delay, he set off with 2 construction teams to Riverbend to assist the shipwrights in establishing the shipyard and to build cement houses for the villagers. Rome was not built in a day, nor did a fat pig become plump in a single meal. Thus, Field naturally entrusted the development of Riverbend to Edmund. Before departing Riverbend, Field promoted Warren, the most experienced shipbuilder, to be the inaugural director of the shipyard. With a burden lifted from his heart, Field returned to Wilson Fortress, unconsciously humming a tune. The shipyard was established, and the unique products of Wilson territory were in place. Now, only the Trade Bureau remained. Upon returning to Wilson territory, Field immediately set about assembling the Trade Bureau. However, he faced a dilemma in selecting a director for it. The Trade Bureau could not simply be staffed by capable individuals. It also required someone adept in navigating the cunning of seasoned traders, capable of securing resources for Wilson territory. In his moment of uncertainty, Field sought out Nelson. Having traveled extensively, Nelson undoubtedly knew many individuals. Finding a qualified director for the Trade Bureau should not be difficult. Nelson, I am in the process of establishing the Trade Bureau. The Trade Bureau? A merchant guild? Field shook his head. No, the Trade Bureau is a department dedicated solely to trade, while a merchant guild is merely one of its functions. Nelson pondered for a moment, then replied, Young Master Field, the person I recommend is both far and near to— Oh, who is it? Javier. Seeing Field fall silent, Nelson defended Javier. Javier merely fell victim to the machinations of the nobility, leading to his commercial failure. It is not a reflection of his capabilities. I hope young Master Field will grant Javier another chance. Field regarded Nelson's serious expression. Very well. He shall do. With no one else suitable in Wilson territory, and with Nelson's strong recommendation, Field ultimately appointed Javier as the temporary director of the Trade Bureau. Of course, Javier's position was provisional. Should he fail, he could be dismissed at any time. Thus, the future Titan of Commerce was hastily established, while Field busied himself with various developments in Wilson territory, far away in the provincial capital of Corsi. Abel successfully met with Itarga from the Golden Line Trading Company. Itarga, holding a magical crystal lamp and cement, exclaimed, I never would have imagined that Wilson territory could produce such exquisite items. When discussing the origins of these goods, Abel spoke with pride and admiration, all thanks to the great young Master Field. His eyes gleamed with profound admiration. Suddenly, Itarga's eyes lit up as he recalled having heard that name before. After a moment's reflection, he remembered where he had encountered it. Young Master Field. I once had the pleasure of meeting him. Subsequently, Itarga's expression turned dejected, lamenting, "What a pity I did not engage in deeper conversation at that time." Itarga accepted all the cement and magical crystal lamps before handing Abel a bag of Ser coins. The Golden Lion Trading Company will purchase these items. If there are more, the company will buy them at full price. I shall convey this to young Master Field. Itarga entrusted Abel with a letter to be forwarded to Field. Abel nodded as he accepted the letter. Itarga, a seasoned merchant, immediately recognized the exceptional value of the cement and magical crystal lamps. Abel then set off on his return journey to Wilson territory. As he passed through the territory of Count Terra, Abel unexpectedly received another letter. "Please deliver this to young Master Field." Abel nodded, astonished at how many nobles were interested in cement and magical crystal lamps. His admiration for Field deepened significantly. Abel hastened his journey, returning to Wilson Fortress in less than half a day. He presented 2 letters to Field. "Young Master Field, one is from Itarga of the Golden Lion Trading Company, and the other is from Lady Lucia." Field accepted the letters from Abel and addressed the travel-worn man. "You have worked hard. Go and rest. It is no trouble. Serving young Master Field is my honor." Field was puzzled. Was his ideological education truly that effective? He waved his hand, attributing it to his overwhelming charisma. Abel nodded and exited the hall. Field casually selected one of the letters to open. It was from his grandmother, Lucia. "Dear little Field, it is a pleasure to hear from you. I have received the magical crystal lamp you sent, and I am delighted. Furthermore, to learn that you are the one who produced the magical crystal lamp and cement fills me with astonishment. You are undoubtedly aware of the situation in Swift territory. I wish to procure Lucia's grandmother's letter, which unambiguously reveals her need for magical crystal lamps and cement through its very wording." Subsequently, he produced another letter submitted by Abel, originating from the Guild of Merchants. Written by in contrast to the directness of the grandmother's communication, Italga's missive exuded a certain smoothness. After a series of extravagant praises, he gradually unveiled his true intentions. Field inhaled deeply. The market gap for magical crystal lamps and cement is immense. Wilson territory could amass a fortune merely from these 2 commodities. Alas, the current production of magical crystal lamps is woefully inadequate, yielding only a modest amount of gold coins for Wilson territory. However, the cement factory produces an abundance of cement, prompting Field to seek out the acting director of the trade department, Javier. "Javier, the time for your trial has come. Take the cement to Santorini." "Very well." Javier replied with determination in his eyes, fully aware that his test had commenced. The spring plowing season has arrived, and Wilson territory finds itself once again grappling with a shortage of manpower. Previously, the farmers engaged in cultivation have been reassigned to various departments, such as infrastructure and shipping. In times past, during the spring plowing, Wilson territory would allocate all available labor to farming. Yet, while the population of Wilson territory has indeed increased significantly, so too has the workload. Not only does Wilson territory need to cultivate honey fruit trees in Rivermouth Village, but various other departments also require personnel. Field now faces the pressing issue of insufficient manpower once more. Fortunately, the robust sales of magical crystal lamps and cement have allowed the small treasury of Wilson territory to accumulate a considerable amount of gold coins. The financial situation of Wilson territory is gradually improving, thus providing a monetary foundation for the acquisition of slaves. The plan to once again venture to the provincial capital of Santorini to purchase slaves has resurfaced in Field's mind. The rise in population naturally accompanies an increase in food consumption, making it exceedingly important to ensure self-sufficiency in food for the coming year. Field promptly summoned Corvin, the director of the food department. "Director Corvin, how is the preparation for this year's wheat planting progressing?" "In response to your inquiry, Mr. Field, all preparations are complete. We await the day of sowing." "Excellent." Field paused briefly before continuing. "I hope the new variety of wheat does not disappoint me." "Rest assured, Mr. Field," Corvin replied confidently. Having gathered considerable knowledge about the new wheat variety from his time with L. Corvin, now possessed unwavering confidence in the new wheat. As if it were his own creation, "I believe in Dean L. The wheat variety he discovered will undoubtedly lead to a bountiful harvest for Wilson territory." Field nodded affirmatively. Director Corvin, the food department's responsibilities extend far beyond merely managing the wheat of Maki Village. It encompasses the entire agricultural production and harvest of Wilson territory. Corvin furrowed his brow, somewhat perplexed. In his understanding, Wilson territory had no other areas capable of producing food aside from the wheat village. Mr. Field, it seems there are no other regions in Wilson territory that produce food, is there? Field glanced at the bewildered Corvin and slowly elucidated. The recent security concerns in Rivermouth Village have been resolved. I have arranged for Village Chief Norton to cultivate honey fruit extensively around Rivermouth Village. He will serve as the deputy director of the food department, so you should liaise with him. You will be working together in the future. Very well, Mr. Field. Following this, Field undertook his daily task of meeting with the key figures from various departments in Wilson territory to review their work. The foundations of Wilson territory remained fragile, where even minor errors could result in significant losses. Field found it imperative to supervise each department closely until they could operate smoothly, at which point his constant oversight would no longer be necessary. While Field busied himself with the affairs of Wilson territory, news from Maki Village reached his ears that Mr. Field, a sudden influx of refugees has appeared in Maki Village. They frequently raid the food supplies of our residents. At this juncture, as winter waned and spring approached, the winter reserves had been nearly depleted. The nobles, observing the diminishing granaries, began to curtail their provisions to the residents, and some, lacking adequate reserves, ceased to supply food altogether, prompting the inhabitants to flee in search of survival. This phenomenon is not uncommon in Wilson territory each spring. In previous years, Mans had opted to drive away the refugees, as the landlords had little surplus grain left. When a territory experiences the flight of dozens of its residents, it can lead to the exodus of thousands across hundreds of territories, creating a mass of refugees. Field lamented that, in the eyes of the nobility, the lives of the people on the continent of Loya are not valued. Mr. Field, should we drive away the refugees as we have in previous years? No, I will personally assess the situation before making a decision. The knight who had come from Maki Village nodded in agreement. Upon hearing this news, Field felt a tinge of excitement. Just recently, he had been troubled by a shortage of labor, and now, free manpower was presenting itself, truly a stroke of fortune. Subsequently, Field loaded several carts of food and made his way to Maki Village. Upon his arrival, he encountered the refugees lingering on the road. Famished and desperate, they gazed at the carts of food with hungry eyes. Yet none dared to approach, intimidated by the knights wielding gleaming swords. Field observed carefully and noted that the number of refugees far exceeded his expectations. Initially, he had thought there would be only 2,000 or 3,000. But upon seeing nearly 20,000 surrounding him, he felt both relief at the abundance of potential labor and an inexplicable sorrow. Those who wish for food, follow me. Upon hearing this, the refugees rose unsteadily and trailed behind Field. Upon reaching Maki Village, Field instructed the accompanying knights, prepare some meat broth and distribute bread to them. Yes, the refugees ravenously devoured the food, fearful that it might vanish before they could eat their fill. Field approached a frail young girl. "Little sister, can you tell me where you come from?" The girl ignored him, fixated on the black bread in her hands. Field patiently waited until she finished her meal. Once she had licked the crumbs from her fingers, she slowly replied, "I come from a faraway place that am my mother, and I've been chased away from every place we went, so I just kept walking and eventually arrived here." Field nodded, understanding now why there were so many refugees. They had been driven away by numerous nobles. As the knights distributed food to the more than 20,000 refugees, Field had ample time to observe them all. Among the crowd were the elderly, frail and feeble, and young children just learning to speak, evoking his pity. The knights gathered the refugees on the grassy area outside Maki Village. Field addressed them slowly. "You are all diligent farmers from various territories, yet for various reasons, you have left the ancestral lands where your families have lived for generations. You have endured countless hardships to arrive in Wilson territory. However, I wish to extend an opportunity to you, a chance to cease wandering, a chance to no longer worry about food. If you join Wilson territory, you will be warmly welcomed. That if you choose not to join, I will provide you with some food to help you leave." Field paused for a moment, gazing at the refugees. "Now, begin to make your choice." To Field's surprise, not a single person chose to leave. They all opted to remain in Wilson territory. After all, having traversed numerous noble territories, they had never encountered a noble willing to provide them with food. How could they choose to depart? Those who offer sustenance are followed without hesitation. The allure of food allowed the smooth integration of the 20,000 refugees into Wilson territory, without any complications. Consequently, Field's original plan to travel to Santorini to purchase slaves came to an abrupt end. Next, it fell to Nelson to undertake the task of registering the refugees and arranging suitable employment for them, alongside his two assistants, William and Richard. Michael. Yes, Mr. Field, if the village of Meetsai encounters refugees once more, we shall distribute provisions to them. Should they wish to stay, we will offer them shelter. If not, we shall allow them to depart. I will send food to Meetsai village shortly. Indeed, Master Field, the influx of 20,000 refugees into Wilson territory has caused the population to surpass 40,000 in an instant, significantly alleviating various pressures within the territory. However, this brings forth the challenge of food scarcity. It appears that a considerable purchase of grain will be necessary this year. Field noted that among the more than 20,000 refugees, nearly one-third were young children, that he was confident that many of them would possess magical talents. The following day, Mage Galawa commenced testing for magical aptitude. Various departments within Wilson territory had also allocated substantial manpower. While Wilson territory was busy assimilating the 20,000 refugees, the magical crystal lamps and cement had generated a considerable stir in Kersey province. Numerous nobles were inquiring about the sources of these magical crystal lamps and cement. And suddenly, this remote corner of Wilson territory was widely mentioned among the nobility. Field utilized the principle of a closed loop, incorporating anti-counterfeiting measures within the magical crystal lamps. If disassembled, they would self-destruct, leaving behind a pile of charred remains. This maneuver left the envious nobles lamenting, and acquiring cement was even more unattainable. The magical crystal lamps and cement were exclusively owned by Wilson territory, with no equivalents available. The continuous correspondence from Itarja of the Golden Line Trading Company fully confirmed the influence of Wilson territory's exclusive product. At that moment, Field slowly opened one of the letters, which urged him to expedite the delivery of cement and magical crystal lamps. He recalled that not long ago, Javier had taken the magical crystal lamps and cement. Why was there another letter? Upon opening the letter, he instantly understood. It turned out that they had all been sold out, and many nobles had placed large orders. Akati seemed another trip to Santorini was in order. However, the popularity of the magical crystal lamps and cement truly exceeded Field's expectations. The next day, a second letter from Itarja arrived in Field's hands. Esteemed Master Field, the orders are simply overwhelming, and I have dispatched a caravan to procure magical crystal lamps and cement. Field set down the letter. Realizing he wouldn't need to make the journey himself, which was quite convenient, in the days that followed, news of Wilson territory providing free food to refugees and taking them spread rapidly. Daily, several to hundreds of individuals arrived at Wilson territory. As Field observed the increasing number of residents and the gradually emptying food storage, he sighed inwardly. Without waiting for summer to arrive, Wilson territory would soon face a food shortage. In the event of a food scarcity, purchasing grain would be the solution. Enduring until the harvest season would resolve the issue. Subsequently, Field arranged for Javier, who had just returned from Santorini, to take 50,000 gold coins back to Santorini to procure food for Wilson territory. Javier, a seasoned merchant, adeptly acquired food worth far exceeding 50,000 gold coins. Field once again proved his capability. Days passed, and the population increase led to the cultivation of many previously untended lands in Wilson territory, where high-yield, resilient wheat was planted. Ever since receiving Itarja's letter, Field had been eagerly awaiting the caravan's arrival. However, unexpectedly, before the caravan could arrive, he was greeted by an unexpected visit. In the hall of Wilson territory stood 5 tall, handsome youths whose gender Field could not discern, and thus referred to them as youths. Indeed, they were the illustrious elven race, frequently depicted in Field's previous life novels. He had not anticipated encountering elves so soon upon arriving on the continent of Loa. It was Field's first sighting of elves, and he transformed into a curious observer, scrutinizing them intently. These elves sported long golden hair and pointed ears, and coupled with their tall stature, they were extraordinarily beautiful. Field soon realized that his unabashed gaze might be somewhat impolite, akin to a country bumpkin, and he scratched his head to mask his embarrassment, despite their youthful appearance akin to 20-year-old humans. In terms of lineage, these elves were old enough to be Field's grandfathers. The elven race possessed an innate lifespan approximately tenfold that of humans, making them one of the rare long-lived races on the continent of Noah. Moreover, elves were highly esteemed among humans. Every human lord took pride in recruiting an elf in the eyes of human nobility. Enlisting an elf was akin to securing a protective charm with a millennium-long duration for their family. Unlike humans, elves were honorable and rarely engaged in treachery for personal gain. The promises made by elves were binding for life, and they would adhere to them unwaveringly, since records began on the continent of Noah. Instances of elven betrayal have been exceedingly rare. The reputation of elves in the human world was indeed well earned. Should a human lord successfully recruit an elf, it was said that, even in death, the elf would continue to protect the family to which they pledged their loyalty. Field could not help but admire the character of the elven race. I am Field Wilson. I did not expect esteemed guests to visit. My apologies. After introducing himself, Field promptly inquired, "Might I know your esteemed names and the purpose of your visit to Wilson territory?" At that moment, one of the five stepped forward, clearly the leader. This individual addressed Field. "I am Alwyn, hailing from the Terillia forest of the western continent." That Alwyn's voice was refined and elegant, imparting a sense of profound comfort to Field. Indeed, it was exceedingly pleasant. After introducing himself, Alwyn promptly produced an object with which Field was intimately familiar: a magical crystal lamp. "Master Field, how many gold coins would it take for you to teach me the method of crafting magical crystal lamps?" Upon hearing Alwyn's request to purchase the crafting method, Field did not hesitate to shake his head. Surely, that was akin to asking for his life, and he was well aware of the distinction between one-time payments and ongoing earnings. "I regret to inform you that the method for crafting magical crystal lamps is not for sale." However, Field swiftly altered his tone. "If you require magical crystal lamps, I can prioritize selling them to you." Field was unsure how many times he had uttered this line. Alwyn seemed to anticipate Field's refusal. "Very well, I shall purchase 100 lamps. Currently, Wilson territory had only 50 lamps. Would Lord Alwyn be interested in purchasing that quantity?" "Naturally," Alwyn replied without hesitation, producing 50 magical crystals to give to Field. This action momentarily astonished Field. He had not expected the transaction to involve magical crystals. While the magical crystals of the Seer Kingdom were priced at 1,000 Seer gold coins, they could actually be sold for around 1,500 coins, or even higher. Field instantly felt he had struck gold. Alwyn must have been aware of these circumstances, yet still chose to transact with magical crystals. It was evident that the elven race was indeed affluent, and it seemed this fortune was to be firmly grasped. A.S. Field accepted the magical crystals from Alwyn. He could not help but chuckle foolishly to himself that Alwyn's subordinates exchanged glances, their expressions reflecting disdain. Yet Alwyn merely smiled at Field, creating a rather comical scene. The elves, true to their nature, were generous in their dealings. "Javier?" "Yes, Master Field. How may I assist you?" "Bring forth the 50 magical crystal lamps reserved for the Golden Lion Trading Company." Javier nodded and departed. Shortly thereafter, he returned with the 50 magical crystal lamps. "Here are the 50 magical crystal lamps. Please accept them." With a gentle wave of Alwyn's hand, the 50 magical crystal lamps vanished instantly. Just as Alwyn was about to take his leave from Wilson Castle, he suddenly turned to Field and inquired, "Field, do you know the purpose of my visit to Wilson territory?" "Naturally, it is to purchase the method for crafting magical crystal lamps." Alwyn shook his head, stating that his purpose for coming to Wilson territory was solely to see Field. In an instant, Field was engulfed by an overwhelming sense of unease. Ahem, he could only mask his discomfort with a cough. After a moment of contemplation, Alwyn continued, "You resemble my imagination quite closely, and your character aligns well too. I hope we have already become friends." Field smiled faintly, replying, "Naturally, you are the best of friends in Wilson territory." Alwyn's crystalline gaze fixated on Field, causing him to feel a chill run down his spine. Subsequently, Field spoke with seriousness, You're not only a friend of Wilson territory, but also a distinguished guest. Yet, as he uttered the word distinguished, Field's mind substituted it with financial backer. Alwyn seemed oblivious to this remark, continuing, "The future of Wilson territory will never be isolated. May our friendship endure eternally." As soon as he finished speaking, Alwyn promptly crossed through the gates of Wilson Castle. Suddenly, his melodious voice echoed once more, "In friendship, one should not deceive. My true name is Amelia Jones." Soon after, Amelia and her companions gradually vanished from Field's sight. What was that? Quite peculiar, I could see that moment. Field had no inkling that Amelia Jones would soon forge a profound bond with him. 2 days after the elf departed, the merchant caravan from Italgar finally arrived at Wilson territory. The pristine roads and newly constructed, neatly arranged cement houses constantly challenged the worldview of everyone in the caravan. Having traversed various territories, the caravan had witnessed many different locales, yet none compared to the opulence of Wilson territory. The houses, grand avenues, and narrow paths between villages were all constructed of cement. However, what astonished the caravan members most was that even the slaves resided in such lavish abodes, evoking sincere envy among the caravan's ranks. Ever since Field learned from Italgar's letter that a merchant caravan would be visiting Wilson territory, he had promptly arranged for Saraga to work overtime producing cement and prepared 50 magical crystal lamps. Yet, as fate would have it, just as Field could not anticipate the visit of elves to this small place, Amelia's arrival swiftly depleted the stock of magical crystal lamps he had prepared for the caravan. Gazing at the azure sky, Field could only resort to filling the deficit with cement. Soon, Field encountered the caravan leader, a slightly plump middle-aged man. "Master Field, I am Laria Ellison. I have been entrusted by Italgar to procure cement and magical crystal lamps from Wilson territory." "Ha! Welcome! Welcome!" Field greeted, but his brow furrowed slightly. "Master Field, have you encountered any difficulties? There's been a minor issue with the production of magical crystal lamps. It seems there will be none to sell to the Golden Line Trading Company." Upon hearing this, Laria immediately frowned. His primary purpose for coming to Wilson territory was to acquire magical crystal lamps, yet it appeared there were none to be had. After a moment of hesitation, Laria inquired, "What about the cement?" "We have as much cement as you desire." Laria could not leave Wilson territory empty-handed. Thus he decided to use the gold intended for the magical crystal lamps to purchase cement instead. While the profit from cement was far less than that of magical crystal lamps, there was still a gain to be had. Subsequently, Javier led Laria to the trade office to load the cement. Once the loading was complete, Laria handed Javier a storage bag. "Director Javier, here are 60,000 gold coins. Please count them. I trust in the integrity of the Golden Lion Trading Company." Javier watched the caravan gradually depart before retrieving the storage bag to tally the coins. This transaction brought 60,000 gold coins to Wilson territory. However, these coins were never handed over to Nelson by Field. He immediately instructed Javier to use the funds to purchase a substantial quantity of grain and iron ore. Indeed, iron ore, for there were very few knights in Wilson territory equipped with full sets of armor. The junior knights were clad only in weak leather armor, while the ordinary knights fought bare-chested. Field resolved to utilize the gold earned from trade to rectify this situation. As time passed, the specter of winter faded from Wilson territory. With the cold gradually receding, the spring sowing tasks commenced in earnest. The lands around Mackey Village and Wilson Castle, suitable for wheat cultivation, had begun to be sown. Simultaneously, the vicinity of Rivermouth Village was also being planted with dense honey fruit trees. "Nelson, dispatch another intermediate knight to Rivermouth Village to replace Hilbert's task." "Bring Hilbert back." "Yes, I will do so right away." After the expedition to Rivermouth Village, Hilbert had remained there, leading 50 junior knights to continually drive away the sharpening fish from the winding river. However, Hilbert had been a loyal retainer of Field for many years, making him easier to command. Before long, 2 months had passed, and during this time, Laria had made 5 trips back and forth to Wilson territory. This marked Laria's 6th visit. "Master Field, Laria wishes to see you." Field was puzzled. After their initial meeting, all matters of the Golden Line Trading Company had been handled by Javier, rendering Laria unnecessary. "Bring him to me." Javier exited the hall and soon returned with Laria. Laria produced a letter from his storage bag and handed it to Field. Laria, who entrusted you with this letter? Master Field, open it. Everything you wish to know is inside. Following that, Laria and Javier departed. Field slowly opened the letter, his gaze immediately drawn to the signature at the end, which read, James Waterhouse. James Waterhouse. Had he ever had any interaction with him? Field read the letter carefully. Recently, your reputation has soared in Santorini, and coincidentally, it coincides with my 18th birthday banquet. I cordially invite you to attend. Upon flipping the envelope over, he found it was indeed an invitation to the banquet. Field grew increasingly perplexed. He had never met James before, so why the sudden invitation to his birthday celebration? Was he unwell? James Waterhouse and he were worlds apart, though both were the first heirs of their respective territories. James was a duke capable of challenging the royal family of Seer, while Wilson territory was merely a small viscountcy. One was in the heavens, the other underground. Logically, they should have no intersection in their lives. James Waterhouse would become the Duke of Waterhouse territory, while Field would remain the Viscount of Wilson. Yet fate had entangled them together. Putting down the letter, Field sighed. It is the time and the fate. He was also torn over whether to attend James's birthday banquet in Santorini. If he chose not to go, James was the direct superior of Wilson Territory Superior, and once he ascended to Duke, Wilson Territory might suffer dire consequences. With a heavy heart, Field concluded that a trip to Santorini was unavoidable. However, he pondered that he could not simply travel all that way for a birthday banquet. After some reflection, he resolved to establish Wilson Territory's own trading company in Santorini. Wilson Territory would produce and sell its own goods, providing a comprehensive service to avoid letting others profit from the price difference. As the magical apprentices of the Magic Academy gradually advanced to the rank of junior mage, the production of magical crystal lamps became increasingly standardized. The output of magical crystal lamps surged, leaving Field untroubled by the prospect of his new trading company lacking stock. After making some arrangements, Field set off for Santorini, accompanied by Javier and Abel. Compared to his previous journey, most of the roads this time had been repaired into cement pathways. The speed at which Field and his companions traveled had significantly increased. Indeed, technology transforms lives. Before long, Field once again set foot on the soil of this magnificent city. The astonishment within him was no less than that of their first encounter. The existence of magic imbued this city with an extraordinary brilliance, dazzling in its allure. Yet at that moment, Field was entirely unaware that the magnificent auroras emanating from the guardian magic were sustained by the power of magic crystals and cores, a feat achievable only by those with considerable strength. As the temporal custodian, Field had meticulously calculated the timing of the banquet, arriving punctually at Santorini. Perfectly timed. Tomorrow marked James's birthday celebration, to demonstrate his regard for the event. Field had gone to great lengths to adorn himself in an opulent gown, extravagantly embellished with luxurious golden threads. Standing before a mirror polished from a rare stone, he struck a series of poses, admiring his own reflection. Indeed, he presented a striking visage. Were I a woman, I would undoubtedly be enamored. After indulging in self-admiration, Field was abruptly reminded of his purpose, and with Abel in tow, he made his way directly to the Duke's residence. Upon arriving, Field observed numerous nobles arriving at the Duke's estate in a steady stream. Gradually approaching the entrance, he waved the invitation in his hand to the guards. Noticing the invitation, the guards offered no resistance. Promptly allowing Field and Abel to enter, night descended. The hall of the Duke's residence began to glow with soft lighting. Massive crystal chandeliers hung from the lofty ceiling, casting warm and brilliant light that illuminated the entire banquet hall. The walls were adorned with lavish tapestries and gilded frames, depicting scenes of the first Duke Robin accompanying King Seal into battle, a testament to the host's valor and the family's esteemed legacy. The long table was draped with exquisite linen, set with silver cutlery and shimmering glassware. Before each seat lay a meticulously crafted menu, elegantly inscribed with the evening's culinary delights. Flowers and candles adorned the table, enhancing the romantic and inviting ambience in a corner of the banquet hall. A small ensemble played graceful melodies, their harmonious tunes providing an auditory delight for the guests. Servants clad in splendid attire glided through the hall, pouring wine and serving dishes with elegance and skill. Guests, resplendent in their evening finery, with gentlemen in formal suits and ladies in long gowns adorned with intricate lace and jewels, exuded an air of sophistication and nobility. Their laughter and conversations resonating throughout the hall. Witnessing all this, Field could not help but sigh inwardly. What a decadent life the nobles led, with a fa of propriety and an inner self of indulgence. Field epitomized the delicious truth. He raised a glass of fine wheat ale, savoring the roasted beast meat, charred on the outside, yet tender within it. Truly delightful. After relishing his feast, Field wandered through the banquet, aware that he had few acquaintances in Santorini and thus lacked a social circle. However, his striking looks, inherited from his mother, attracted the attention of several noble maidens, just as he finished engaging with an enthusiastic lady. A beautiful noblewoman approached him, glass in hand, inquiring, "Are you Field Wilson?" Turning his head, he cast a casual glance. "Oh dear, quite the sight." The young lady, puzzled, asked, "What do you mean, quite the sight?" "Nothing, nothing," Field quickly replied. "I am indeed Field Wilson." "Forgive my ignorance. May I inquire your name, miss?" "I am Sophia Waterhouse, James's sister. My apologies, Miss Sophia." Recently, the name of the magical crystal lamp has circulated widely among the nobility, and its creator has become well known. It is said that seeing is believing. At last, I have the pleasure of meeting the esteemed individual. Sophia smiled and chatted amiably. "Just flattery. It is merely the work of the magicians of the Wilson family. I beg to differ. As the saying goes, there is no smoke without fire." Field chose not to counter further, for in his view, excessive humility often masks pride. Moreover, nobles typically accept such compliments with a humble demeanor. As the banquet progressed, the guest of honor gradually made his entrance. James Waterhouse sauntered into the hall, flanked by young servants, creating quite the spectacle. However, oddly enough, trailing behind James was a somewhat elderly man. His presence starkly contrasting with the surrounding opulence. Field scrutinized the incongruous middle-aged man, attempting to discern his significance. The man seemed to sense something, turning his head slightly in Field's direction. Immediately, Field averted his gaze elsewhere, whistling to mask his discomfort. "Goodness, that man is undoubtedly a big shot. I dare not provoke him." Subsequently, Field refrained from lingering on the middle-aged man, wary of drawing attention to himself. James made his way along the red carpet to the head of the banquet table. "Today, I am honored to have you all join me for my birthday celebration, but on behalf of the Waterhouse family, I extend a warm welcome to each of you. You are all the young luminaries of your respective domains, destined to become their future leaders. This evening, we gather to foster camaraderie and strengthen the bonds of friendship between our territories, paving the way for future collaboration." Following this rather formal address, James declared with enthusiasm, "Let the banquet commence. Enjoy yourselves." The gathering then transformed into a lively affair of noble youths engaging in conversation to forge connections and familiarize themselves with one another, as is customary at such gatherings. Initially, Field found the noble banquet intriguing, having never experienced one firsthand. However, after enduring the festivities, his sentiments could be distilled into two words: tedious. If he were to elaborate, it would simply amplify to very tedious. Before long, Field distanced himself from the bustling crowd, standing alone by the banquet hall's window, gazing outside to onlookers. It appeared he was quietly appreciating the scenery. Yet in truth, Field was contemplating how to concoct a plausible and swift excuse to make his exit. Just as he was ruminating over potential excuses, James approached him with a smile, glass in hand. "Field Wilson, isn't this banquet dreadfully dull? A gathering entangled with complex interests." James spoke without pretense, as if they were old friends. Field glanced left and right, confirming that James was indeed addressing him. But, my apologies. I was preoccupied with the view outside and didn't notice your arrival, my lord." Field turned back to the window, replying slowly, "I fear my lord may find it amusing, but I do not particularly enjoy such banquets." He lifted his glass, taking a sip of the fine wheat ale. Subsequently, Field noticed that James Waterhouse, like himself, was gazing out the window. However, his expression bore no trace of smile. Instead, it was profoundly somber. "As nobles, we cannot escape such gatherings. Field took another sip from his glass, choosing to remain silent. Yet inwardly he mused, "This fellow is rather familiar." James continued, "When I first encountered such banquets at the age of 10, I found it quite challenging to adapt. Yet here I am now." "And now what?" Field inquired. "People inevitably grow, do they not?" After this ambiguous remark, James raised his glass once more, donning a forced smile as he returned to the vibrant festivities. Field pondered why James Waterhouse would share so much with the heir apparent of a minor barony. Unable to comprehend, he decided to dismiss the thought and concoct a few flimsy excuses before hastily departing the banquet. Upon returning to his residence, Field promptly changed out of his cumbersome ceremonial robe. "Javier, take me to the shop you purchased. Our own trading company is about to launch." Javier's eyes sparkled with anticipation as he replied, "Certainly, young Master Field. I shall lead you there at once." Following Javier, Field arrived at a crossroads, where Javier pointed to a shop nearest to the intersection, saying, "Young Master Field, it is this establishment." It must be said that Javier, once a merchant, possesses an exceptional eye for opportunity. Although this shop is not situated in the heart of the city, it boasts excellent accessibility and, most importantly, a considerable flow of foot traffic. Even from a distance, Javier noticed several individuals clad in opulent attire standing at the entrance of the shop. At first, he could not discern their identities and assumed they were troublemakers, instinctively adjusting his long sleeves to confront them. However, Field, a seasoned knight, recognized them immediately. It was James along with his sister, Sophia, and their bodyguard. Had Javier been aware of their true identities, he might have trembled in fright. Field approached them, pondering why James, the guest of honor at the banquet, had departed so soon. "Lord James, Miss Sophia, has the banquet already concluded? What brings you here?" Before James could respond, Sophia eagerly interjected, "Brother knows you have purchased a piece of land, and he guessed you would come here after leaving the banquet. So we came to find you. May I inquire what Lord James seeks from me? I had thought that after our heartfelt conversation at the banquet, we had become friends. You need not address me as Lord. Simply call me James," he said with a natural smile. Field, not one to indulge such familiarity, retorted, "James, what is it that you require from me?" James had anticipated that Field would decline, but was pleasantly surprised by his direct acceptance. Amelia was indeed correct. "You are quite extraordinary." Field felt a surge of confusion at the mention of Amelia. "Amelia, the elf?" James nodded and elaborated. "Our family has long maintained a cordial relationship with the elven clan in the Terelia forest, and Amelia has been a close friend to Sophia." Field was even more perplexed, as if he had misheard, and uncertainly asked, "Close friend?" Upon hearing Field's inquiry, James and Sophia exchanged knowing smiles, both realizing that Field had misconstrued Amelia's identity as that of a man. They shared a significant glance, leaving Field feeling utterly foolish for not distinguishing between genders. Unbeknownst to James, Field was grappling with a myriad of emotions. James proceeded to explain why he had invited a distant noble. "Amelia is a rather unique elf. Her lineage endows her with the ability to see through illusions and glimpse fragments of the future. She spoke highly of you and your character, and coincidentally, your name has been gaining renown in Santorini." James ceased his explanation, but Field had already pieced everything together. It appeared to be a web of intrigue. Field remained silent, and James continued, as a friend, "I feel obliged to offer you some modest gifts." James turned to survey the surrounding shops. "If I am not mistaken, you acquired this establishment to establish a trading company, yet the shop you purchased is rather diminutive. Lacking in grandeur, as the face of a trading company, it ought to be more impressive that I have purchased the adjacent shops as a small gift for you." Field hesitated, adhering to the principle of not accepting unearned favors, and was about to decline. However, James added, "If you consider me a friend, you should accept it." Field contemplated refusing once more, but then reconsidered. Accepting would signify that he had protection in Santorini, facilitating his trade endeavors. Moreover, receiving a gift for free was an opportunity not to be squandered. After all, a larger FAAD for the trading company would be advantageous, and he could always repay James in the future. After some deliberation, he finally acquiesced. "Thank you." In the following days, Field enlisted skilled craftsmen to connect the various shops into a cohesive establishment. Subsequently, he visited the Golden Lion to observe its layout, making necessary repairs and acquiring essential items. Ultimately, he hung a sign he had personally inscribed, declaring trading company, thus hastily establishing the venture. The only witnesses were Field, along with the James siblings. As Field gazed at the modest trading company, he consoled himself. A mountain does not need to be high. It is renowned for its spirits. The river need not be deep. It is sacred for its dragons that a business does not need a grand reputation. It suffices to have goods. Just as he finished his self-reassurance, the trading company received a fortuitous boost from James. Field, your trading company has just been established and will undoubtedly require financial circulation. Coincidentally, I am in need of a supply of cement and 100 magical crystal lamps. I shall pay you in advance, and you can deliver the goods at your leisure. James handed Field a pouch brimming with gold coins. Field accepted the pouch. Thank you for your generous support. The magical crystal lamps and cement will be delivered to the Duke's residence shortly. James nodded. Field was puzzled as to why James was being so helpful. Yet the allure of cold, hard cash was too tempting for someone like him to resist, especially since he was in dire need of funds. James, in his generosity, ensured that Field would not suffer a loss. The price of magical crystal lamps in Santorini had skyrocketed to over 2,000 gold coins each, double what Field had sold them to the Golden Lion. However, with the establishment of the trading company, there would be no middlemen profiting from a markup. The lamps would be priced at a straightforward 1,000 gold coins each, no negotiation. Simultaneously, Field lamented, these unscrupulous merchants, their profit margins are outrageous. The establishment of the trading company marked a new era of local production and sales within Wilson territory, offering competitive pricing and building customer trust through integrity. Field subsequently entrusted the trading company to the director of the Trade Bureau. Javier, your true test is about to begin. Javier nodded. A trading company. A trading company. It cannot simply be a trading company with only two types of goods. Field promptly allocated 100,000 gold coins to Javier for the purpose of acquiring a diverse array of products to enrich the company. At that moment, Sophia chimed in, I also have some surplus magical materials that could serve as a FA for you. Field scratched his head, feeling somewhat embarrassed. Thank you, Miss Sophia. Sophia smiled gently, seemingly intrigued by Field's unique character. Call me Sophia. Miss Sophia feels rather distant. Thank you, Sophia. Thus, with James' subtle guidance, the trading company quickly found its footing. As for the malicious suppression from other companies, it would depend on whether they could withstand the powerful Duke. Clearly, in the province of Corsi, there was no one formidable enough to challenge them, and no one sought to create trouble for the trading company. Since his arrival on the continent of Loya, Field finally experienced the sensation of being under someone's protection, but I must admit, it feels rather delightful. The trading company's establishment signified that it was time to leave Santorini. The following morning, Field packed his belongings, preparing to return to Wilson territory, while Javier remained behind to manage the newly founded trading company. Before heading back to Wilson territory, Field felt it necessary to bid farewell to the prominent figures. He made his way to the Duke's residence, as familiar as ever, entering as if he were returning to Wilson territory itself. The guards merely cast a fleeting glance, offering no resistance in recent months. Field had frequented the Duke's residence, and even the guards had grown accustomed to his presence. Observing the guards who paid him no heed, Field mused, does this signify some sort of achievement? A lifetime of free admission? He chuckled at his own thought. This comical scene caught James' attention. Field, what is it that amuses you? Nothing much. I have come to bid you farewell. Are you ready to return to Wilson territory? Field nodded. I have been away for several months. I cannot help but feel uneasy about not returning. James laughed. You have yet to inherit the title of Viscount, yet you are already shouldering the responsibilities of a lord. Field shrugged his shoulders. With my father absent, I suppose I must temporarily step in. Very well. After saying goodbye to Sophia, you may return. Field hastily waved his hand. Time is of the essence. I shall forego bidding farewell to Sophia. Subsequently, Field stealthily exited the Duke's mansion. His first encounter with Sophia occurred during James's birthday celebration. Tea that moment. Sophia's presence struck Field as grand, yet she bore no distinction from other noble maidens. However, since the soiree, Sophia often engaged Field in casual conversation. Were it not for Field's self-awareness, he might have mistaken her attentions for affection. In his own estimation, he was merely a penniless commoner, lacking in both wealth and power, and he accurately recognized his own position. As soon as Field left the Duke's estate, he mounted his steed and galloped swiftly out of the city. Shortly after his departure, Sophia arrived at the Duke's residence. "Brother, has Field not come today?" "He has been here, but he has already left." "Then I shall seek him at the Merchant Guild." "There is no need. He has returned to Wilson territory." "How frustrating. He didn't even bid me farewell in person." Sophia stamped her foot in annoyance. "Sister, you haven't developed a fondness for Field so soon, have you? I recall someone remarking that he possesses only good looks." "Brother," she replied playfully, "you jest. The devoted brother James is unmistakably present." James gazed skyward, reflecting with a sigh that it was unexpected that Field was adept in both magic and martial prowess. Individuals who excel in both disciplines typically achieve considerable success. Moreover, he was merely 16, just a year older than you. Sophia inquired, "Is Field already an intermediate mage and a senior knight?" James nodded, but Amelia's words ring true. The continent of Lea will undoubtedly be transformed by him. After a brief silence, Sophia departed, muttering amusing anecdotes that Field had shared with her. James observed her retreating figure, harboring an unspoken thought. Proficiency in both magic and martial skills, particularly at such a tender age, is secondary. What truly matters is his character, the ability to conceal ostentation and mask one's true strength. Field found it peculiar that, despite his aversion to nobility, he could engage in pleasant conversation with the James siblings. It was indeed a curious affair that he shook his head, casting aside these disorganized musings. The journey back to Wilson territory proceeded as smoothly as ever. "Master Field, you have finally returned. Recent events in Wilson territory require your attention." "What has transpired?" "A band of robbers has emerged near Wilson territory, frequently harassing the local villagers, and many have been abducted." "What audacity! How dare they come to Wilson territory to seize our people?" "What of Nightweight? Why has he not dispatched men to eradicate them?" Nelson shook his head and replied, "Nightweight has sent knights to cleanse the area, but the robbers are exceedingly cunning. Their hideout remains elusive." Field pondered for a moment before asking, "Have all areas surrounding Wilson territory been thoroughly searched?" "Indeed, every corner has been scoured, yet to no avail." "Have the northern Black Forest been combed through?" Nelson nodded. "We have sent men there as well, but no trace of the robbers has been found." "Where do the robbers frequently appear in Wilson territory?" "They're most prevalent in Maki Village, occasionally surfacing near the eastern military stronghold." After careful consideration, Field became certain that the robbers' hideout must be located within the Black Forest. Given the frequency of their disturbances, their lair would undoubtedly be in close proximity to Maki Village, and the only viable hiding spots around it were within the Black Forest. The Black Forest, an unclaimed expanse adjacent to the Megros Mountains, spans an area roughly equivalent to that of Wilson territory. Logically, such fertile land should have been quickly allocated to nobles. However, the Black Forest not only remains unassigned but has persisted in its existence to this day. The reasons for this are twofold. First, the land is vast and abundant. Second, during winter, numerous magical beasts invade the Black Forest. Consequently, few are inclined to accept land grants in such a perilous area. That moment, Nelson recalled something else. "Master Field, Michael has also reported a rather peculiar occurrence." "Oh, what strange occurrence?" "This band of robbers never stealthily infiltrates Maki Village to pilfer food or valuables. They solely target isolated subjects among the vassals. And thus far, over 100 individuals have been taken. Their intentions could not be more transparent." Seeing Field deep in thought, contemplating countermeasures, Nelson wisely refrained from speaking further, quietly standing by in anticipation. After a considerable pause, Field finally spoke. "Since they are abducting the vassals, I shall disguise myself as one of them to be taken by the robbers, thereby uncovering their hideout." Nelson's body trembled. "Master Field, how can you place yourself in such peril? You must not proceed with this plan, that if any misfortune were to befall you, I could not justify it to Lord Mance. It would be better to assign another to undertake this task." Field's intention to confront danger left Nelson considerably alarmed. "Fear not. I have recently ascended to the rank of intermediate knight, that a band of ruffians poses no threat to a senior knight." "That will not do. If you insist on going, then I shall accompany you. Come what may." Field regarded Nelson, whose frail appearance suggested he might collapse before even encountering the robbers. Yet, Nelson's resolve was unwavering, as he assumed a stance ready to follow Field at any moment. Seeing the futility in persuading Nelson, Field shook his head and unleashed a formidable aura directed at him. "Master Field, you've broken through to senior knight. Indeed, you can now rest assured." Nelson remained silent for a moment, intending to continue his argument, but Field preemptively interrupted him. "It is settled then. The infiltration task could indeed be assigned to other intermediate knights." But since Field's return from Santilli, he had observed that various departments were functioning smoothly without his interference. Thus, in such circumstances, Field found himself at leisure, training incessantly, and feeling rather restless. The entertainment options on the Loya continent were dismally scarce. Beyond simple banquets and drinking, there was little else to indulge in. If this continued, Field would inevitably become stifled, leading him to conceive the idea of masquerading as a vassal to experience the thrill of abduction. Disguised, Field made his way to Maki village. He wandered aimlessly, and on the vast fields, apart from the farmers toiling in the earth, only Field, the wayward soul, roamed about. Any robber with a modicum of sense would suspect foul play. Field might as well have inscribed "Come and catch me" upon his forehead. However, robbers, being robbers, remain devoid of intellect and will forever be. So, as Field passed by a thicket, 3 figures emerged from the underbrush. Who would have thought someone would be wandering so far from Maki village? Truly reckless, the leading robber declared arrogantly. How foolish indeed. "A free miner has come to us." 2 henchmen chimed "to" avoid raising suspicion. Field complied, exclaiming, flax butterfly. Boss, has he been rendered speechless? What nonsense is this? Who cares as long as he can mine? Field feigned panic. "You have met with misfortune by encountering us." Subsequently, the 3 surrounded Field, and after a token struggle, he was promptly bound. They then led him deeper into the Black Forest. After winding through the forest for some time, Field finally arrived at their hideout. Along the way, he understood why Waite had been unable to locate their lair. The robbers had established their den at the forest's edge, near the Megaros Mountains, a place no sensible person would venture. What cunning trickery! Upon arrival, Field sensed an unusual energy. The magical fluctuations in the vicinity were much more intense than those in Wilson territory. Yet, he did not dwell on it. Recognizing that different terrains could indeed yield varying magical signatures, soon he was handed over to another group without ever encountering the leader of this band of robbers. "Have you infiltrated Maki village to capture people? Did Lord Bill Sykes not issue a warning? Recently, exercise some restraint. Do not let yourselves be ensnared. Are you treating his words as mere nonsense? My lord, we apprehended him at a location far from Meatsai village. He was idly wandering about when we seized him." Field, sensing the surge of battle energy within him, prepared for confrontation, as such an obvious trap would undoubtedly arouse suspicion. "Very well, hand him over to me." Field, taken aback, thought to himself that he seemed to have encountered a fellow traveler, as there was not even a hint of skepticism. Indeed, like a Trax-like, this was diminishing the experience of my role as a spy. Subsequently, Field was smoothly transferred and escorted to the foot of the mountain. Field surveyed his surroundings with keen interest. "What are you staring at? Be careful lest I pluck out your eyes. Take this and quickly get to mining." Simultaneously, the bandit swung his whip down hard against the ground, sending up clouds of dust. Field made no resistance. He picked up the tools and proceeded to the mine, curious to discover what lay within. However, to the bandit's eyes, it appeared that Field had succumbed to his imposing presence, prompting him to crack his whip with greater delight. As soon as Field stepped into the mine, he beheld numerous captives laboring tirelessly to extract ore. "Is there not a guard here? There's only one entrance. What need is there for a guard?" He continued mining, advising, "If you wish to avoid starvation, you had best get to extracting or—" Field nodded. He was familiar with exchanging or for food. Yet instead of mining, he began to explore the periphery of the cave, which appeared to be a small iron vein. However, as Field ventured deeper, he discovered not only iron ore, but also copper and various other types of minerals. In his recollection, if a vein were merely small or miniature, it would contain only a single type of ore. It is only medium-sized veins and above that exhibit a mixture of ores. Field could hardly fathom that a bandit hunt would yield such a treasure. Based on his current observations, this vein was at least medium-sized, and Wilson's territory was poised for prosperity. After walking a while longer, Field finally reached the end of the mine. However, the end of the mine did not signify the end of the ore vein, and Field, summoning his battle energy, prepared to excavate the vein. Yet he quickly reconsidered, realizing that such a commotion would undoubtedly alert any lurking dangers, forcing him to abandon his plan for further exploration. Field resolved to eliminate this band of bandits before thoroughly investigating the ore vein. As night fell, Field and the miners gradually emerged from the cave, trading the ore in their possession for meager rations. After eating, the miners returned to their makeshift, drafty wooden huts to rest, seizing the moment amidst the crowd's movements. Field stealthily approached the wooden hut where the bandit leader resided. With the agility befitting a seasoned knight, none of the bandits detected his presence. Field tilted his head, his acute hearing effortlessly picking up sounds from within the dwelling. "We are still short-handed. I wonder when we will finish extracting from the larger vein. Lord Bill, should we not capture more people?" Field was momentarily taken aback. The bandits had indeed discovered a larger vein, which explained the abundance of mixed ores at the periphery. "We have already plundered quite a number recently, and Wilson's knights are searching for us everywhere. Going out now would be akin to walking into a lion's den. What fools they are! Once I find a buyer, sell the ore in hand, and purchase cultivation resources to elevate myself to a high-ranking knight, I can then afford to buy a lordship. By then, I shall declare this territory as my own, ensuring that this large ore vein remains undiscovered by anyone else." Following this, the villain burst into a classic foolish laugh. Ha ha ha. Field could hardly muster the energy to scoff at such folly. The vision was splendid, yet reality was stark. Once Field uncovered the existence of a large ore vein in the Black Forest, Bill Sykes' plans were destined to meet an untimely demise. He could not bear the thought of such a treasure slipping into another's grasp, even if it meant reporting it to the kingdom of Seer. Upon overhearing their conversation, Field quickly evaded the lax guards and returned to Wilson's territory to gather reinforcements. Since his arrival at the bandit hideout, Field had thoroughly observed the surroundings. Among the bandits, only Bill Sykes was a mid-ranking knight, while the others were mere commoners. The reason for his return to fetch help was not due to a lack of strength, but rather a fear of any loose ends that might leak the information regarding the large ore vein. The trade department was actively collecting or in preparation for crafting armor. The large ore vein could save Wilson's territory an immeasurable fortune in purchasing ore. However, it was unfortunate that, within the kingdom of Seer, even a lord of a miniature ore vein could not claim it solely. It must be reported to the kingdom. Should a lord dare to conceal a vein, they would face the loss of their title, never to be granted nobility again. Yet in reality, even earls with a modicum of power dared to secretly hide discovered veins from the kingdom of Seer. As for powerful marquises and dukes, they seldom felt the need to hide. Even if the royal family of Seer discovered their concealed veins, they would act as if nothing had transpired. The reason being, their strength afforded them such privilege. A duke's territory is akin to a powerful nation. The royal family of Seer would not dare provoke them lightly. Though Field's courage did not match that of a marquis or duke, he still possessed the audacity to quietly seize a large ore vein for himself. Field retraced his steps along the path back to Meadside Village, feeling quite familiar with the route at this moment. Within Meadside Village, Waite had personally led over 100 junior knights, awaiting Field's command. "Young Master Field, have you located the bandits' lair?" Field nodded. "The bandit leader is merely a mid-ranking knight, while the rest are commoners. They can be easily eradicated." Field addressed Hilbert, saying, "Hilbert, take 50 knights with me to eliminate the bandits. Uncle Waite, I would appreciate it if you could lead the remaining knights to safeguard Wilson Castle in case of any unforeseen circumstances." Waite nodded. "All right, stay safe." Field then donned his armor and mounted his steed. "Follow me." Soon, Field and his entourage swiftly vanished into the dense black forest. Waite led the remaining knights back to Wilson Castle. Hilbert rode forward. Present. Disperse the knights and capture any bandits lurking in the black forest. Gather here after half a day. Hilbert nodded, and the knights promptly scattered into the forest. Field's intention was merely to ensure that the information regarding the large ore vein remained known only to the people of Wilson's territory. Thus, the extensive outer cleanup operation commenced. Half a day later, Hilbert returned with a handful of captured bandits before Field. Young Master Field, we have thoroughly searched the Black Forest and only managed to capture these few bandits. Field nodded. Excellent. Leave 5 knights to guard them, and the rest follow me. Subsequently, Field stealthily led the knights to the foot of the Megaros Mountains. These bandits were indeed cunning. Their lair was hidden here. No wonder it was elusive in the Black Forest. Field nodded, surprised at his own capture in this location. Hilbert, take 20 knights and charge into the bandits' lair. There is a mid-ranking knight among them. It will be a good opportunity for you to hone your skills. Yes. Field then turned to the left. Kate, Owen, you two lead the remaining knights to seal off this area, ensuring no one escapes. Field solemnly inquired, do you understand? The 3 responded in unison, understood. The team then commenced their actions. Kate and Owen each led a group of knights to disperse left and right. In a moment, the encirclement began to take shape. Field cast a glance at Hilbert. Hilbert nodded in understanding and charged into the bandits' encampment. Who are you? The arrow flew forth with a soft whoosh, and the sentry bandit collapsed to the ground in response. In the blink of an eye, Hilbert charged towards the entrance of the camp. The bandits, truly a rabble, crumbled at the first strike, displaying no semblance of combat prowess. I could see that moment. Bill Sykes, still indulging in the pleasures of his bed, heard the commotion outside. Rising to dress, he shouted angrily, "What is happening out there?" Just then, a man rushed in, flustered, "My Lord Bill, it's terrible. A knight has broken in." His voice quivered with palpable fear. "What?" Bill kicked the messenger aside and stormed out of the wooden cabin, colliding with Hilbert, who was rushing towards him. "How dare you? Who are you to trespass on my territory?" The audacious bandit boasted, claiming dominion over the land he had unlawfully occupied. "Prepare to meet your end." Hilbert, sword in hand, leaped up the steps and swiftly turned to thrust at Bill. Bill dodged, rolling into the cabin to seize the battle axe resting nearby. The 2 knights danced across the battlefield, their forms moving with the swiftness of lightning. Bill swung his axe, each strike accompanied by the fury of a tempest, as if he aimed to cleave Hilbert to the ground. Yet Hilbert, like a nimble fox, deftly evaded Bill's attacks and countered with precision. Having trained under esteemed knights and fought alongside Mance in life-and-death battles, Hilbert's experience far surpassed that of a mere wild intern. Not only does this facilitate the extraction of large ore veins and magic crystal deposits, but it also enhances the confidentiality of operations. The matter of the magic crystal veins remains unknown to all, with only key personnel in the Wilson territory aware of the presence of a substantial ore vein. Even a common ore vein is regarded as an extraordinary discovery in the eyes of the populace. Upon hearing of Field's discovery of the large ore vein, everyone inhaled sharply, calming their tumultuous emotions. The mage Garova wore a pensive expression, clearly deep in thought. That moment, Nelson spoke up. The edge of the Black Forest, near the Beast Mountain Range, is seldom frequented by ordinary folk. Under normal circumstances, it would go unnoticed. What we fear is the discovery by those who are anything but ordinary. Field interjected, I have stationed guards there to prohibit any personnel from approaching or entering. The group shared an unspoken understanding, with no one suggesting reporting this to the Kingdom of Seer. Instead, they contemplated ways to maintain secrecy. Since ancient times, wealth has been synonymous with influence, especially when it pertains to a substantial ore vein that continuously generates gold coins. Thus, the plan emerged to mine clandestinely, with Hilbert tasked to oversee the ore vein. The greater the storm, the more valuable the fish, Field declared, slamming his hand on the table, solidifying his decision. You are all individuals I trust. I hope you will keep this secret. The assembly nodded in agreement. As the meeting concluded, Hilbert, still stationed at the ore vein, unwittingly found himself entrusted with a significant responsibility, while the ore was mined in secrecy. Field began to receive a series of letters from Sophia, in which she discussed the combat situations on the northern front. The kingdom's forces had triumphed over the barbarian tribes and would soon return in glory. However, Field found himself perplexed by Sophia's increasingly affectionate references to Mans, which had evolved from Lord Mans in the first letter to Baron Mans and finally to Uncle Mans, upon learning of Mans' impending return. Field also became acutely aware of a major issue within the Wilson territory. It lacked its own intelligence network, leading to an alarming information vacuum. The Wilson territory needed its own intelligence network to gather various insights and relay messages. The isolated Wilson territory remained oblivious to the threats that could arise at any moment, rendering it excessively passive. Field promptly summoned Nelson. "Nelson, I wish to establish an intelligence bureau," he stated plainly. Nelson did not respond immediately, instead pondering the feasibility and costs associated with such an initiative. "Young Master Field, establishing an intelligence bureau requires a substantial investment of manpower and resources, and results may not be visible in the short term. While the Wilson territory has amassed a considerable amount of gold, it still falls short when compared to the costs of establishing an intelligence bureau. Should we consider postponing its formation?" Field shook his head. "Any problem that can be resolved with money is not a problem at all. The Wilson territory will only grow wealthier. We need not worry about finances. Moreover, establishing an intelligence bureau is not an overnight task. We can begin by laying the groundwork." "Very well, then do we have a candidate for the director of the Intelligence Bureau?" The Intelligence Bureau was a spur-of-the-moment idea from Field, and he had not previously considered this aspect. However, seeing Nelson inquire about a candidate indicated that he likely had someone in mind. Field promptly asked, "Not why do you have anyone to recommend?" "Hilbert." Field furrowed his brow. "Why? Give me a reason." "Sir Hilbert has roamed since a young age and understands the nuances of the marketplace. No one in the Wilson territory could be more suitable for the role of director of the Intelligence Bureau than he." Field contemplated this and found Nelson's argument compelling. "All right, arrange for Abel to take over Hilbert's duties at the Orvane, allowing Hilbert to return to the Wilson territory as the director of the Intelligence Bureau." Subsequently, Field added, "Nelson, the Intelligence Bureau is of utmost importance to the Wilson territory. Please accommodate Hilbert's requests as much as possible." "Yes, young Master Field." Following the eradication of bandits, a significant amount of, or was naturally seized. With or in hand, the next step was to forge armor, thereby modernizing the Wilson territory's military. Field convened all the blacksmiths within the Wilson territory, including the highly paid blacksmiths Nelson had recruited. However, to Field's surprise, among the blacksmiths was a dwarf craftsman. Dwarves are the natural smiths of the Loya continent, renowned for their high-quality, durable weaponry. It is well known that the dwarf race is innate in forging, producing weapons of exceptional quality and formidable defense, which are cherished by various races. Historically, nearly a third of the remarkable weapons on the Loya continent have originated from the dwarves, due to their natural talent for forging. Humans often pay a premium to dwarves for their expertise in crafting weapons and armor, as well as for training apprentices. Any dwarf traversing human territories is typically held in high regard by human lords. Field lowered his gaze to the diminutive figure among the blacksmiths. "What is your name?" The dwarf raised his hammer and replied, "I am Torkin the blacksmith. I appoint you as the director of the Forging Bureau. Do you accept?" "No one can surpass me here. The Forging Bureau shall undoubtedly be mine to lead." Torkin's tone was assertive, bordering on arrogance. However, Field, familiar with the general disposition of dwarves, did not take offense at Torkin's unintentional bravado. "Very well, I entrust the Forging Bureau to you." The establishment of the Forging Bureau propelled Field's military reforms further, as soldiers would no longer have to face battle bare-chested. The newly formed Forging Bureau was tasked with crafting armor and weapons for the Holy Knight Order and the Guard Regiment. A few days later, Field returned to the Forging Bureau. "Here is the armor crafted as per your specifications." Field accepted the armor, which featured exquisite patterns etched on the exterior, with plate armor embedded within. Striking a balance between aesthetics and functionality, Field's requirements were simple. The exquisite armor would attract wandering knights to serve the Wilson territory, while the plate armor would enhance the knights' defensive capabilities, increasing their chances of survival on the battlefield. Torkin, true to his innate forging talent, had perfectly fulfilled Field's request with the armor before him. As time passed, The cool spring quietly departed, making way for the sweltering summer. Summer is the season of wheat flourishing, and the wheat in the territory grew wildly green. The farmers of the Wilson territory busied themselves in the fields, while Field immersed himself in his magical studies, faintly showing signs of a breakthrough to become a high-level mage. During this period, Field received another letter from Sophia, filled with the usual casual chit-chat and updates on the northern border's conditions. He set down the letter, reflecting on the disparity. The Duke's residence is indeed well-informed, whereas the newly established Intelligence Bureau of the Wilson Territory feels rather rudimentary in comparison. Half a month passed in a blur. And finally, man set foot on the territory of Wilson once more this moment. He appeared quite pleased at the border of Wilson territory. Why, Lord Mans, just beyond this river lies the territory of Wilson. Mans nodded, as he was more familiar with every flower and blade of grass in Wilson than anyone else. Indeed, it's been nearly a year since my last visit. I wonder how Wilson is faring now. York smiled slightly and said, "Rest assured, my Lord Mans, as we traveled, the name Field Wilson has resonated far and wide." Mans tugged at the reins, causing his steed to trot along the cement road. The sound of hooves echoing against the surface. I didn't expect that this lad Field would come up with such clever ideas. Not only has he developed cement and magical crystal lamps, but he has also established some sort of trade guild. A trade guild. York chimed in. "Ah, yes, indeed." York eagerly supported Mans' boastful remarks. After sharing their admiration, Mans kicked his horse's flanks. "Knights, we are almost home. Let us set off." With that, Mans led the charge toward Wilson Castle. As Mans drew closer to Wilson Castle, the sights and sounds around him intensified, filling him with awe. Each time Mans passed by a small village, he observed the homes of the inhabitants, new and sturdy cement houses. Mans had seen cement before, but never did he imagine its applications could be so extensive. The contrast between the Wilson territory Mans beheld now and the one he had left was stark and remarkable, leading him into a state of self-doubt. Could I have taken a wrong turn? Is this truly the realm of Wilson? It is not only Mans who finds himself ensnared in self-doubt. The hearts of the accompanying knights and the enslaved individuals, captured from the battlefield, are equally tumultuous. Is Wilson so affluent? In but a fleeting moment, Mans and his entourage arrived near Wilson Castle. As Mans gazed around, he beheld orderly rows of cement houses in the residential area, with wisps of smoke curling upwards from each hearth. Turning his head towards the adjacent trade district, he observed merchants bustling to and fro. The shops were resplendent with treasures, and shopkeepers fervently called out to potential customers, painting a vibrant scene of prosperity. The knights who had accompanied him were left in awe. Is this truly the Wilson they once knew? At that moment, York smiled and remarked, "My Lord Mans, it seems entrusting the management of Wilson to young Master Field was the wisest decision of your life." Mans was utterly captivated by the remarkable transformation of Wilson, dismissing York's jest as it passed through one ear and out the other. Strolling along the newly constructed boulevard, he eventually found himself at Wilson Castle. The castle appeared unchanged, much to Mans's slight disappointment. Yet this flicker of discontent was soon swept away by a gentle breeze that mingled in the air. Mans lifted his gaze, focusing ahead. Field, Nelson, and Waite had already been awaiting him at the entrance of Wilson Castle for quite some time. "Father, my Lord Mans." Mans bypassed Nelson and Waite, directing his words to Field. "Field, you have managed Wilson splendidly." Everything about Wilson attested to Field's adeptness in governance. Mans's heartfelt praise was graciously accepted by Field. Subsequently, Mans proceeded into Wilson Castle, while Nelson dutifully led the newly captured slaves to register and assign them tasks. Meanwhile, Waite guided the knights towards the military camp, and everything unfolded with a natural ease. Field's steps lagged slightly behind Mans, the armor he had yet to remove clanking against the cement floor. Field broke the silence first. "Father, how did the war fare?" "We achieved significant military accomplishments, barring unforeseen circumstances. The territory of Wilson will likely double." No sooner had Mans finished speaking than Field inquired, "Has the territory been confirmed?" Mans shook his head. "Not yet. We shall know more upon our visit to the royal capital of Sayre City in half a month." Field hesitated eager to propose the Black Forest as a potential fief. Field, if you have thoughts, share them. It is just the two of us here. Field surveyed their surroundings and then spoke. I've discovered a large vein of or within the Black Forest. Field's tone was unassuming, yet Mance was stirred by the revelation. Does anyone else know? Field shook his head. I've stationed guards there. Aside from the realm of Wilson, no one is aware. Mance pondered for a moment before continuing. I shall make arrangements to have the Black Forest designated as part of Wilson's territory. Mance continued onward. The distance seemed somewhat extended. He turned back to see Field still wearing a conflicted expression, his eyes betraying indecision as they darted about. After a year apart, why have you become so hesitant? Field sighed. To the end of that large vein lies a magical crystal mine that a sudden jolt surged through Mance, causing his left leg to momentarily freeze mid-stride, followed by a slight tremor, akin to a leaf caught in the wind. After a considerable pause, Mance's foot finally returned to the ground, each step thereafter heavy with contemplation. Upon reaching the banquet hall, Mance settled into his designated chair and slowly inquired, Is this truly so? Absolutely. And guards have been stationed? Field shook his head. For now, only the two of us are privy to this knowledge. Mance fell into silence once more. In a few days, let us pay a visit to your grandfather. Father and son exchanged knowing smiles, understanding everything without words. The thoughts occupying Mance and Field's minds weighed heavily upon their hearts. After all, the future ownership of the Black Forest remained uncertain. As the Lord of Wilson, Mance was naturally obliged to report on the year's progress. Field then summoned the leaders of various departments to the hall of Wilson Castle. Among them were Sarah from the cement factory, Elle from the Grain Research Institute, Garova from the Magic Academy, Waite from the Knight Academy, Cole then from the Grain Department, Warren from the Shipping Department, Tolkien from the Forging Department, Hilbert from the Intelligence Department, Javier, who had just returned to Wilson, and Edmund, the leader of the infrastructure team. You are all trusted talents of Field. His faith in you is mirrored in my own. Mance proclaimed, exuding a subtle authority. However, should anyone betray our trust, do not expect leniency. The crowd nodded in unison. After familiarizing themselves with Mance, they returned to their respective duties. Field, he called, prompting Field to turn towards him. Are you contemplating the establishment of the kingdom? Field was taken aback, uncertain of Mance's intent. Father, such words should not be spoken lightly. Mance smiled faintly. Merely jesting. His inquiry stemmed from the inspiration ignited by Field's progressive management style. Yet, at that moment, Field remained unaware that he had begun to plant the seeds of a kingdom within Mance's heart. One ambition often begets another, and this dream would only flourish in the future. It was entirely natural for Mance to entertain such thoughts. The prevailing environment of the continent of Loya encouraged aspirations of nobility within every aristocrat. Field, upon his arrival in Loya, discerned this essence, which also motivated his initiative to establish a primary academy. The citizens of Wilson must share a common direction, breaking free from the constraints imposed by the broader environment of Loya, rather than perpetually scheming rebellion. Thus, ideological education became paramount. Days later, on a crisp morning, Mance and Field set forth towards the royal capital. Prior to their journey, however, they decided to visit familiar acquaintances at the Swift Count's domain in St. Torini. Mance sought to leverage these connections to aid Wilson in acquiring the Black Forest. Soon, Field and his party arrived at Swift Castle. Grandfather, uncle, good day. Father-in-law, cousin, good day. Field and Mance greeted in turn. Field's grandfather, Count Telly Swift, was a formidable peak silver knight, while his uncle Mobach, his mother's brother, was also a powerful knight. Truly a case of like father, like son. My little grandson has come. I have heard your name mentioned quite frequently of late. Mobach nodded in agreement, adding, Indeed, you have established a trade guild. Spend more time with Island Swift. You are of similar age and will surely find common ground. And of course, uncle. Island Swift, Field's cousin, had just turned 14 and was already a junior knight of remarkable talent. Field's gaze shifted past Mobach to a handsome youth who caught his eye. Cousin, greetings. Perhaps we can spar together sometime. Perhaps due to their limited encounters, Island merely nodded slightly in response. Field, how goes your training in combat, Aura? Come, let me assess your progress, Count Tellys declared, not waiting for Field's response before summoning his aura to gauge Field's prowess. What a surprise! I had thought you were solely focused on the development of Wilson and lacked time for training. Yet you have achieved the rank of Advanced Knight, Count Tellys exclaimed, his voice filled with astonishment. Well done, well done. Wilson has a promising successor. His words elicited gasps of surprise from all present. Field, you truly have become an Advanced Knight? Mance asked, astonished. Field nodded. I only just achieved it not long ago. But since your return, I haven't found the opportunity to inform you. Uncle Mobach gazed at him, while his cousin Elon stared blankly at Field. Ah, it is merely a matter of luck. Mobach turned away. People can be so disheartening, and one must discard inferior goods. Elon clearly perceived the strong disdain in his father's eyes. You should learn more from your cousin. Mobach suggested. Elon nodded. I will, dear father. Unbeknownst to him, Field had unwittingly become the child of another family. I could see that moment. Elon turned and asked, Cousin, how did you cultivate your fighting spirit? How did you advance so rapidly? Field smiled gently. If you do not mind, I shall impart all my knowledge to you. Elon slightly cupped his hands in gratitude. Thank you, cousin. Small talk for the young, serious matters for the elders, mans, as the days until the land grant are still distant. What brings you to the royal capital so early? For the Black Forest. The Black Forest of Wilson's territory in the north. Mans nodded. Then his gaze shifted towards Field. Field understood instantly and took out 10 magical crystal lamps, handing them to Count Taylor. This is, Mans chuckled, a token of respect for your esteemed father-in-law. Taylor smiled subtly, understanding immediately. Very well, Swift Castle happens to be in need of magical crystal lamps. Subsequently, Mobach stepped forward to take the magical crystal lamps. Mans, tell me honestly, why do you need that piece of land? Mans could not speak the truth, so he recited the fabricated tale crafted by Field. The Black Forest is expansive and fertile, and most crucially, it borders Wilson's territory. It is indeed an excellent place for wheat cultivation. I have some acquaintances in the royal capital, and it should not pose any issues. Thank you, esteemed father-in-law. Thus, Mans and Field rested for the night in Count Swift's domain. Early the next morning, Field hurried to Santorini. Shortly after his arrival at the Merchants' Guild, a figure leaped into Field's embrace. Looking down, he found it was Sophia, the noble girl. Though she was young, her attributes were quite pronounced, and she held her own even against fully grown noble ladies. Field, how could you? The very first moment you arrive in Santorini, and you do not come to find me, humph? Field affectionately patted Sophia as small head as a doting father would. I was merely busy, but I came to find you as soon as I could. Sophia shook her head. Oh, please do not adopt that fatherly demeanor. Huh. Where is your brother? I have not seen him. He is still with our father. He will likely join us shortly. Man stood silently by, playing the role of a third wheel. Sophia, who was completely engrossed in Field, it was as if Mans did not exist at all. When she finally regained her awareness, she caught sight of Mans. And who might this be? This is my father, Mans Wilson. So, it is Uncle Mans. I've met you before, Uncle. Good day. Good day, good day. Noticing Field's father present, Sophia felt it inappropriate to linger any longer. She turned to Field and said, I must return, as I have magic studies this afternoon. Uncle Mans, farewell. That in a flash, Sophia dashed away. Field watched her departure, feeling an inexplicable emotion towards Sophia, entirely oblivious to Mans inching closer. Indeed, he is my son, possessing my former charm, Mans remarked, clapping Field on the shoulder. After spending 2 days in Santorini, Mans and Field set off once more towards their final destination, the royal capital of Seer City. The Kingdom of Seer comprises 11 provinces, with the Corsi province located to the east, one of the more affluent provinces. The capital, Seer City, lies within the Turco province, which serves as the kingdom's economic, trade, and political hub. At this moment, Field and Mans were traversing the Leicester province, also directly managed by the royal family. The other provinces were granted to various lords, with Corsi being one of them. As Field stepped into Leicester province, he immediately sensed its wealth. Passing through several cities, he observed a stark polarization. The nobles indulged in excess, while the common folk struggled for survival. Additionally, the landscape was adorned with flat, fertile land and favorable weather. Such a bountiful environment could yield ample food for the royal family, even when cultivating primitive wheat. Indeed, during past years of food shortages, the grains from the Leicester province sustained more than half of the kingdom's nobles. After enduring a long and arduous journey, Field and Mans finally exited the Leicester province and entered Turrico. They were now not far from Seer City. Upon entering Turrico, Field noted a marked increase in the number of merchant caravans. Although Turrico did not produce as much grain as Leicester, it was rich in mineral deposits. The province boasted one large mine, 3 medium-sized mines, 12 small ones, and countless minor veins. Moreover, as the political, economic, and cultural center of the Kingdom of Seer, Turrico was densely populated, naturally fostering vibrant trade. Consequently, Seer City attracted numerous caravans to establish shops and engage in commerce. Field surmised that the royal family must earn a considerable sum from taxes alone, easily exceeding 1 million annually. Additionally, one of the kingdom's 3 magical crystal mines was located in Turrico province. With the royal family controlling the 2 richest provinces, their power was formidable, as long as they maintained control over Turrico and Leicester. Even the most powerful nobles would think twice before rebelling against the royal family. Without external support, dukes and marquises could only develop quietly, suppressing their ambitions. Upon arriving at the gates of Seer City, Field was struck by its opulence. The towering walls were adorned with numerous defensive spells. Shimmering with radiant patterns, armored knights patrolled the ramparts, vigilant against any potential threats. Seer City, having undergone repairs and expansions by successive kings, now sprawled across a vast area, exuding a sense of gravitas born of time. Before Field could thoroughly explore the bustling city, Mans eagerly dragged him to meet various officials of the kingdom. Mans' first visit was to the official responsible for recording military achievements, to whom he personally presented 5 magical crystal lamps. This official, having evidently received numerous favors, responded to Mans' 5 lamps and 30,000 gold coins with indifference. Following this, they met a variety of government officials related to the land grants. Over the subsequent days, Field accompanied Mans and witnessed the avarice of the nobility. Nobles are never satisfied. There is only greater greed. Field, having been nurtured in a society governed by law, found such behavior utterly distasteful. Yet, to ensure that the Black Forest became part of Wilson's territory, he had no choice but to endure the insatiable greed of the nobility. Fortunately, this morning, Mans finally ceased his visits to officials. Field, today I shall introduce you to my brothers with whom I have fought side by side. Mans appeared quite excited. Field smiled with thinly veiled amusement. Field, I am aware you detest such behavior. Yet as a noble, this fate is inescapable. Field shook his head dismissively, responding perfunctorily, but you seem to be doing just fine. We shall see when that day comes, Mans replied, shaking his head at his son's dismissive attitude, feeling a sense of helplessness. At the same time, Mans was filled with nostalgia, recalling his own past when he had just become a noble. The place I am heading to is where I wish to make friends in my days as a commoner. In those days of yore, we marched onto the battlefield together, achieving great feats in unison. Alas, fate dictated that our paths diverged in the end, that I chose to receive lands as my reward, while he opted to serve as the captain of a 1,000-strong garrison in the royal capital. Field inwardly scoffed, a classic trope from the annals of literature. Father, what is his name? Julius Bonaparte. Subsequently, they arrived at an opulent edifice. Indeed, every structure that Field beheld in the royal city of Seer was remarkable. Field approached and knocked upon the door, and after a brief moment, a servant appeared before him. I am Field Wilson. May I inquire if this is the residence of Julius Bonaparte? Indeed, it is. May I ask who you are? Before Field could reply, Mans boisterously interjected, Julius, do you dare doubt that I might break down your door? Mans' voice boomed, ensuring that all were aware of his presence. At that moment, a voice from within beckoned. Let them in, Mans. It has been ages since we last met after the Battle of Karl. You remain unchanged at a man of similar age to Mans, though lacking a hint of youthful vigor and instead possessing a certain shrewdness. Spoke slowly. Julius, you too have not changed. Julius merely smiled, neither endorsing nor opposing Mans' proclamation. Only he understood that residing in the royal city of Sayre bore dangers no less dire than those of a blood-soaked battlefield. Mans and Julius exchanged their customary greetings, and after a brief exchange of pleasantries, Mans pulled Field closer. "My son, Field Wilson, will not forget to greet Uncle Julius." "Good day, Uncle Julius." Thereafter, Field produced the solitary magical crystal lamp he had prepared and presented it to Julius. "A gift for you, old man. Do not hesitate to accept it." Julius accepted the magical crystal lamp. "What is this?" "It is a magical crystal lamp, designed for illumination at night. A trinket crafted by me," Field explained. "This is the magical crystal lamp. The Golden Lion Trading Company once sold it for tens of thousands of gold coins. Upon hearing that the Golden Lion Trading Company had marked up a magical crystal lamp from a mere 1,000 gold coins to over 10,000. Field's anger surged. Curse those wretched middlemen. While cursing the Golden Lion Trading Company, Field marveled at their prowess as a venerable trading house, having successfully transported magical crystal lamps to the royal city for sale. Meanwhile, the trade guilds continued to engage in trivial skirmishes in the Kelsey province. It seemed high time to urge Javier to step up his efforts. "Then I shall accept it. I have prepared a sumptuous dinner. Tonight, we shall not return until we are inebriated." Mans and Julius regaled one another with tales of their glorious past. Field, on the other hand, mingled with Julius's son, George Bonaparte, and daughter, Mia Bonaparte. After the banquet concluded, Field bore the inebriated Mans back to their lodgings. Field sensed that the camaraderie between Julius and Mans was not as profound as Mans had portrayed, although Julius's family had warmly welcomed Mans at Field. An invisible barrier remained. Field doubted that Mans was oblivious to this. Perhaps he simply refused to acknowledge it. Days passed, and the long-awaited day of reward finally dawned. Mans, clad in resplendent knightly armor, made his way to the grand ceremony of bestowal. Upon the elevated platform of the ceremony, the reigning king of the Sayre Kingdom, Winston Sayre, sat imposingly, exuding regal authority. After an impassioned speech from King Winston, the official began to announce the names of those to be honored. As the official read the list with leisurely pace, Field's heart raced anxiously. The next recipient is Mans Wilson, with no change in title, but newly assigned the Black Forest at the foot of the Mygaros Mountains. Field's heart, which had been pounding incessantly, finally settled. He took a deep breath, a look of relief gracing his face. The outcome aligned precisely with Field's expectations. After all, one does not give gifts without reason. The Black Forest, being remote, frequently faced incursions from magical beasts of the Mygaros Mountains. In the eyes of other nobles, it was deemed a veritable wasteland, hence no one would dare seize it from the Wilsons. Field and Mans had no need to cultivate connections, in stark contrast to Field's relief. Whispers of speculation rippled through the crowd among those nobles familiar with the Black Forest. Has Mans Wilson offended some influential figure? How could he be assigned to such a desolate place? Who knows? At least it is not my misfortune. Indeed, that is true. The nobles showed no restraint in their derision, their murmurs reaching Mans' ears. Yet, Mans remained oblivious, confidently ascending the steps to receive the official certificate of his newly bestowed territory from the official. "I pledge my loyalty to the Sayre Kingdom, in the blink of an eye." The grand ceremony of bestowal concluded. Mans' title remained unchanged, still a viscount. Yet his territory had doubled in size. At T.O. Field, titles held little significance. It was the tangible land that mattered if given the choice. He would willingly exchange a rank for the doubling of the Wilson territory. After the ceremony, there was no longer reason for Mans and Field to linger in the city of Sayre. That very evening, they discreetly departed from the royal capital. Field felt a sense of unreality. The Black Forest was now within his grasp. On the surface, the area of the Wilson territory had indeed doubled, and the fertile land of the Black Forest promised to become another vital production hub for the Wilsons. Beneath the surface, however, the Wilson territory had already come into possession of a substantial mine and a magical crystal deposit. Upon returning to the Wilson estate, Field's first course of action was to commence logging in the Black Forest, thereby masking the clandestine extraction of magical crystals and ores. To cultivate is to understand the preciousness of time. There is no need for the whip to spur the horse. Man showed no inclination to usurp Field's authority over the management of the Wilson estate. The prosperity of the Wilson territory had already demonstrated Field's remarkable administrative capabilities. At this moment, the Wilson territory stood on the cusp of summer's end and autumn's beginning. The newly harvested wheat stood plump, shimmering in the sunlight with a pale green HUT was evident that the wheat had yet to reach maturity. Only when the autumn winds carried a hint of chill and the wheat heads donned their golden garb would the true harvest commence, while the wheat required a little more time to mature. The honey fruit in Rivermouth Village had already ripened. Field arrived at Rivermouth Village, where golden sunlight bathed the lush honey fruit trees, their branches heavy with fruit. The skin of the honey fruit transitioned from green to yellow, finally culminating in a vibrant orange hue, resembling tiny lanterns that exuded an enticing fragrance. Under the sun's warm glow, the oily surface of the oranges gleamed, tempting Field to pluck one and savor its sweetness. After all, it was his own orchard, and he promptly stepped forward to pick a honey fruit. In an instant, the sweet aroma filled Field's nostrils. One bite revealed an explosion of sweetness. Indeed, indulging in honey fruit is a delightful affair. Field reveled in the bounty of honey fruit, while nearby, the village chief, Norton, wore a troubled expression. "Young Master Field, you said you have a way to preserve honey fruit. Please share your method quickly, for soon the mountains will be littered with rotting fruit." "Ah," Norton sighed. Chief Norton, fret not. I have my methods." Field's confident demeanor somewhat reassured Chief Norton. Field ventured into the grove of honey fruit trees, listening to the leaves rustling in the gentle breeze, as if celebrating the joy of ripeness. Beneath the honey fruit trees, some fully ripened fruits had already fallen, their rich fragrance attracting bees, butterflies, and other insects to feast upon the fallen bounty. Field picked up a honey fruit from the ground, realizing that they needed to harvest quickly. The meager manpower of Rivermouth Village was insufficient, and Field resolved to seek assistance from the grain office. Director Cole then, "Gather all personnel from the grain office and accompany me to Rivermouth Village to harvest honey fruit." "Young Master Field, why gather so many honey fruits? We cannot possibly consume them all." Field smiled faintly. "I have my own plans. You need only to follow my instructions." "Understood." The department with the most personnel in Wilson territory. The Grain Bureau naturally bore the brunt of various agricultural endeavors. Director Cole then led a sizable group to the village of Hiku. Meanwhile, Field brought along the winemaking tools that had long been prepared. He personally oversaw the operation, while Director Cole then took a portion of the team to harvest the honey fruit. Village Chief Norton, in turn, took charge of meticulously washing the honey fruit with fresh water before draining it. Next, they meticulously removed the pits and stems from the fruit, crushing or slicing it in preparation for fermentation. Field, leading by example, set up a large wooden barrel on a makeshift table, placing the crushed fruit inside. Adding an appropriate amount of sugar, pouring in clean water, and stirring it thoroughly, he then sprinkled in the pre-prepared yeast for winemaking and mixed it again to maintain cleanliness. Field covered the mouth of the container with a clean cloth to prevent any mishap in the fermentation process. He then placed it in a warm corner, waiting for the fermentation to commence. Turning to Village Chief Norton, who had been observing the entire process closely, Field remarked, "Do you see clearly? The process of fermenting honey fruit into wine will henceforth be your responsibility." "Master Field, is it truly feasible to make wine from honey fruit? I have never witnessed fruit being used to brew alcohol before." Field cast a sidelong glance at Norton. "Let us await the outcome. Simply adhere to my instructions." With a skeptical mindset, Norton began to replicate Field's winemaking process. Field frequently reminded him, "You must diligently attend to every step. If even one step falters, an entire barrel of fine wine may be ruined." Days later, Field opened the barrel of honey fruit wine he had crafted, its surface bubbling and exuding an enticing aroma. He carefully filtered the fermented wine to remove pulp and impurities before transferring it into sealed bottles for secondary fermentation. After a period of patient waiting, Field tapped the barrel again. An intense and refreshing fragrance immediately pervaded the air, as if a long-dormant spirit had awakened. The barrel was gently pushed open. The liquid swayed within, producing a gentle, gurgling sound. With the movement of the wine, the aroma burst forth like a wild stallion, scattering in every direction. It was a complex fragrance, embodying the sweetness of ripe fruit, the spiciness of the wooden barrel, and hints of elusive spices and minerals. Every individual present was captivated by this fragrant bouquet, dispelling Norton-esque doubts. To celebrate the successful fermentation of honey fruit wine in Wilson territory. Field invited all the important figures from the region to a banquet, where the true star was not a person, but the newly brewed honey fruit wine. As everyone took a deep breath, the aroma of the wine permeated their very beings, invigorating their spirits. Each person carefully scooped a glass of wine with crystalline goblets, the liquid swirling within, creating a beautiful tableau. The wine's hue was a deep sapphire yellow, its edges adorned with a delicate golden sheen, a unique mark bestowed by the passage of time. As the glasses were gently swirled, the fragrance intensified, dancing in the air, leaping, twirling, and eventually settling to fill every corner of the banquet hall. Field closed his eyes, allowing the aroma to guide his thoughts to distant realms. The ancient process of winemaking, the countless days and nights devoted to nurturing the wine. This wine is truly rich. He mused, immersed in the intoxicating scent, only to be interrupted by a barrage of praise from Ella. Brother, this wine is delightfully sweet. Even I, who am not fond of alcohol, find its flavor quite enjoyable. Beside her, Stephanie had already drained her goblet of honey fruit wine, her slender fingers waving the cup before Field, as if to say, "Refill, refill, quickly." Field smiled as he filled Stephanie's goblet once more with honey fruit wine. At that moment, Mance's voice resonated throughout the banquet hall. This wine is indeed quite pleasant, but it lacks the potency befitting a man. Mance finished one cup only to reach for another, embodying the very essence of contradiction. No sooner had Mance's words left his lips than Field's mother chimed in. "Field, do not heed your father's nonsensical remarks. He simply cannot appreciate finer things." Laughter erupted, with Mance himself chuckling heartily. A warm and harmonious atmosphere enveloped everyone present. Alas, it is simply too scarce, thought if sold, it would surely fly off the shelves like the magical crystal lamp. Javier lamented, regretting the missed opportunity of a lucrative product. Javier turned to find Cole then and Norton exchanging knowing glances. "Director Javier, you need not worry. The Grain Bureau has ample stock. Feel free to exchange it for gleaming gold coins." The laughter that had just subsided echoed once more throughout the banquet hall. Field continued, "Javier, while we are at it, I have good news for you. You have been officially appointed. From this moment on, you are the director of the Trade Bureau, no longer merely an acting director." "Thank you, Master Field. Thank you, Lord Mance," Javier exclaimed. Shortly thereafter, honey fruit wine made its debut in the Trade Guild's shop, selling out in an instant, accompanied by a cascade of gold coins. As the financial officer of Wilson territory, Nelson could hardly contain his glee, resembling a miserly figure. Field internally chastised him for his lack of worldly experience, since Mance returned from the battlefield with over 10,000 slaves to Wilson territory. The population had surged to over 60,000, finally reaching a number befitting a viscount. A larger populace meant a greater likelihood of knights and mages emerging from among them. The Knight Academy had already trained 300 knights proficient in combat energy, steadily bolstering Wilson's strength. The former defense force of Wilson territory remained intact, yet not incorporated into the Holy Helm Knights. Each member of the Holy Helm Knights was a true knight, unlike in the past, when anyone who practiced combat energy was labeled a knight. Field equipped the Holy Helm Knights with warhorses, as well as weapons and armor freshly forged by the Smithing Bureau. One could say that each member of the Holy Helm Knights was a walking treasury. The Holy Helm Knights, crafted with Field's substantial investment, deepened Mance's dreams of nation-building. Heroes emerging from tumultuous times, the continent of Roya was indeed a chaotic era rife with warfare. Under Javier's management, the Trade Bureau flourished, amassing wealth at an astonishing rate. Yet all the riches were spent by Field, who declared, "Money left in the treasury will only grow stale. It must be utilized to generate more wealth." Under Field's persuasive influence, Mance wholeheartedly agreed. The Holy Helm Knights began to take shape, while the development of the Black Forest progressed in an orderly manner. Vast swathes of trees were being felled, and the gnarled roots of the forest were being excavated. Meanwhile, A large military fortress was constructed by Field atop the major mineral veins and the lesser-known magical crystal veins. Named the Mace Military Fortress to the outside world, it was claimed to be a defensive measure against the beast incursions from the Mydros Mountains. This was a reasonable explanation, and outsiders would harbor no suspicions regarding any ulterior motives of this military stronghold. However, to those in the know, the fortress's ostensible purpose of warding off beasts was merely a facade, with its true function being the clandestine extraction of large mineral deposits for the magical crystal veins. Field intended to complete the construction of the Mace Military Fortress first. Present. Wilson territory did not require an excess of magical materials. Additionally, Field established a new village, Hyzen, at the former site of the Black Forest, overseeing its management. Lacking a water source, Edmund, while constructing Hyzen Village, also developed irrigation systems to transform it into Wilson territory's next grain-producing stronghold. Field diligently managed every aspect of Wilson territory. Under the auspices of abundant resources, the formidable knight Mans diligently cultivates his battle energy, striving to attain the rank of Silver Knight at the earliest opportunity. The encounters between the two busy individuals in the diminutive Wilson territory are few and far between. As autumn sets in, nature gradually sheds the fervor of summer, adorning itself in the golden hues of the season. In this time, the sky displays a profound azure, with sunlight filtering through the sparse clouds, casting a particularly gentle radiance upon the earth. The wheat leaves begin their transformation from green to yellow, swaying softly in the breeze, resembling a shimmering golden sea. The forest paths are blanketed with fallen leaves, crunching underfoot, the air infused with the fragrant essence of earth and foliage. In the distance, the majestic Megaros Mountains are painted in vibrant colors, their undulating peaks resembling a beautiful tapestry. As the harvest season approaches, Mans, having received his title, remains sequestered, dedicating himself to perfecting his battle energy and seeking a breakthrough to Silver Knight. At 52 years of age, he still possesses ample time to achieve this milestone, particularly in the context of a knight's lifespan exceeding a century. Field's grandfather, Count Taller, is a powerful Silver Knight, wielding silvery battle energy and exquisite combat techniques. While victories might be claimed through sheer numbers prior to reaching the rank of Silver Knight, once one attains this level, their battle energy becomes detached, exponentially enhancing its potency. It is nearly impossible to exhaust a Silver Knight through mere numbers. Even 10 great knights would struggle to slay one, at best managing to hold their ground. The higher the knightly tier, the greater the number required for a successful ascent in combat. Man's urgency to break through to Silver Knight stems not only from the desire for longevity, but also from the burgeoning prosperity of Wilson territory. A mere great knight will no longer suffice to safeguard all that it encompasses. The crisp autumn breeze sweeps across Wilson territory as Mans wields his steel sword, striking with each swing. Suddenly, as he senses the wind caressing his form, he halts in motion. While the breakthrough to Silver Knight could be achieved through extreme training, transcending to this rank requires profound self-awareness and comprehension of the intricacies of battle energy. In that moment, it seems Mans has grasped the opportunity. Though his body is still, his internal battle energy surges with vitality. He remains in this state of contemplation, oblivious to the passage of time, until strands of white battle energy suddenly manifest around him. Immediately, he ceases his swordplay, sheathes his blade, and sits upon the ground, immersing himself in the mysteries of battle energy. As the energy departs from his body, Mans officially steps into the realm of Silver Knight. The news of his breakthrough ripples outward like stones cast into water, spreading throughout the vicinity of Wilson territory. The inhabitants of Wilson territory are filled with exhilaration. As the saying goes, without the skin, what can the hair cling to? With Mans' ascension to Silver Knight, his strength magnifies, enabling him to better protect Wilson territory. In Field's eyes, Mans' breakthrough signifies that Wilson territory has acquired its own elite combat power, marking the beginning of a promising new chapter. Unlike Field, who must conceal his own prowess, Mans throws an extravagant feast, inviting surrounding lords to celebrate. The intent is clear: to intimidate those who covet Wilson territory. instilling a sense of caution that deters them from making a move on the day of the grand celebration. Invitations are dispatched by Nelson to Lord Rodriguez, Baron Davis, and various lords of varying ranks. In Nelson's words, this is a matter of great significance, one that deserves a place on the governance table of Ser King City. Naturally, the celebration would not be complete without the attendance of the closest allies of Wilson territory. The Swift family, Count Taller, Lady Lucia, Uncle Mobach, and Field's cousin all grace the festivities with their presence. This moment. The banquet hall is bustling with guests, the atmosphere alive with conversation. Curiously, the most discussed topic is not man's ascension to Silver Knight, but rather the myriad experiences encountered during their time in Wilson territory. The well-organized and lavish cement houses inhabited by the serfs and slaves almost rival their own fortresses. Various trade caravans traverse the pristine cement roads, entering the trade district as if stepping into the bustling marketplaces of Santorini. Though still modest in scale, it possesses all essential elements, and it is merely a matter of time before it evolves into a trade hub akin to that of Santorini. Since man's return from the battlefield, the security of Wilson territory has been assured. Edmund has meticulously renovated Wilson Fortress, according to the plans Field provided, completing the extensive refurbishment just in time for man's celebration. With Wilson territory now prosperous, Field naturally sought to revamp his own abode. There's an old adage that states, a golden nest or a silver nest cannot compare to one's own doghouse. The newly renovated Wilson Fortress is no less splendid than a silver nest, adorned with glistening gemstones embedded in the supporting pillars of the hall, a magical crystal chandelier illuminating the ceiling, and luxurious gold-trimmed curtains framing the windows. As Field surveys the decor of the hall, he muses, indeed, wealth breeds ostentation, but I quite enjoy it. Just then, Field unexpectedly encounters Lady Emma, the mistress of Rodriguez territory. As she approaches that, it has been half a year since their last meeting, and Mrs. Emma appears even more radiant than before. Now, Field finds himself seamlessly navigating the banquet, realizing that there are only two types of banquets, those that never happen and those that occur countless times. He finally comprehends James's adage about personal growth. That moment, a baron whom Field barely knows remarks from a distance. This is exquisite honey fruit wine, in high demand. Today I finally have the chance to indulge. Field smiles and walks away, aware that the honey fruit wine produced this year in Wilson territory is insufficient for the vast market. However, he is confident that next year, the honey fruit wine will break into neighboring provinces. As for expanding beyond the Ser Kingdom, Field does not entertain such ambitions at the moment, not out of desire, but due to the constraints imposed by ongoing wars, which restrict commerce to within the nation. In Field's memory, no trading company has yet managed to establish a cross-border presence. That moment, Mans enters the banquet hall, elevating the event to its pinnacle. Nobles approach one by one, offering gifts to Mans and extending their congratulations. Congratulations, the crowd is jubilant, and even those harboring internal discontent must feign delight. Field observes the growing pile of gifts in the corner, reflecting, ha ha ha. The more banquets Wilson territory hosts, the better as for others. Don't invite me. I have no interest. He muses, in this splendid moment, we gather together to partake in this grand celebration. First and foremost, I extend the warmest welcome and heartfelt gratitude to all guests. To friendship, cooperation, and mutual benefit, let us enjoy this unforgettable banquet together. Here, we express our gratitude to each of you for taking time out of your busy schedules to attend this event. Your presence elevates our celebration to greater heights of grandeur and success. Tonight, we have prepared a sumptuous feast and delightful exchanges, hoping to provide you with a pleasurable experience. Furthermore, we hope this banquet will deepen our friendships, foster communication and collaboration, and strengthen alliances between our territories. Man's speech astonishes the attendees, who never anticipated that this seemingly unlettered lord could articulate such a remarkable address. While the guests express their admiration, Field, sitting below the stage, is well aware of the truth. That was written by me. I made Mans memorize it, but who cares? The banquet follows a predictable course, and time slips away amidst the clinking of glasses. As the event winds down, guests depart. marveling at the transformations within Wilson territory and particularly astounded by man's newfound eloquence. However, Count Taller, who knows man's well, has already discerned the origin of the speech. Field, quite impressive. Count Taller's peculiar maneuver leaves Mans in a state of bewilderment, now that Mans has become a silver knight. Further accomplishments may lead to his elevation to the rank of Count. Taylor exhibited no semblance of jealousy, calmly articulating his words. His actions astonished Field. Could it be that noble qualities shared by blood were so admirable? As Count Taylor and his entourage departed, Wilson's territory seemed to lapse into silence. Yet Field understood that Man's ascension to the Silver Knight rank had invigorated everyone in Wilson's domain, himself included. Shortly thereafter, Stephanie and Ella each broke through to the rank of intermediate mage, and soon after, Field ascended to the advanced mage level, catching up with the realms of Master Golova and Master Newman. Through subtle inquiries, Field learned that Master Golova was over 100 years old and had cultivated his advanced mage status through white magic talent, earning Field's deep respect, as for the carefree Master Newman. He was slightly younger than Golova, yet not significantly so. Achieving the rank of Great Mage in one's lifetime was a blessing from the heavens. Among the knights, it was initially thought that York, having endured the northern battlefield, would be the first to advance to Great Knight. Surprisingly, it was the usually taciturn Waite who first attained that rank. Abel and Hilbert also ascended to Advanced Knight. Within the Magic Academy, a select few, including Liss and Arist, broke through to the rank of Junior Mage. The continuous breakthroughs in Wilson's territory did not come without cost. The treasury held fewer than 20,000 gold coins, a mere sum that could barely cover a day's expenditures. Most of the gold accrued by the Trade Department had been invested by Field into the Knight Academy, the Holy Helm Knight Order, and the Magic Academy. The recent wave of breakthroughs was indeed a result of Field's monetary support. The fervor of breakthroughs in Wilson's territory persisted until the wheat ears turned golden. Field's smile had scarcely faltered during this period, as the cascade of joyous news filled him with elation. Waite had broken through. Liz from the Magic Academy had been promoted to Junior Mage. Each report struck a chord deep within Field's heart, an exhilarating sensation. Before long, the season of wheat harvest arrived, and the denizens eagerly sharpened their scythes. Even without harvesting the wheat, Field could foresee a bountiful yield this year. The wheat cultivated by air was nearly impervious to environmental fluctuations, its ears bowing gracefully as if shyly nodding. Field ventured into the fields, savoring the grounded assurance that the grains provided him. However, he felt this was still inadequate. The pursuit of increased grain yield should be endless. He promptly sought out Air. Director Air, have you discovered any unusual wheat varieties this year? Air shook his head. Young Master Field, I have cultivated some seeds according to your guidance. We shall see how their yield and adaptability fare next year. Splendid. In a few days, I will send an intermediate mage to assist you. Air readily agreed. Of course. Wait, something feels off? An intermediate mage? Young Master Field, did I hear you correctly, an intermediate mage? Indeed, you heard correctly. Air chuckled wryly. Young Master Field, sending an intermediate mage to me would be of no use. How could it be of no use? Field replied with a slight smile, feigning mystery as he inquired, Air, have you ever heard of magical wheat? I have not. Field was momentarily taken aback by Air's earnestness. Wheat rich in magical properties, resilient against harsh weather, commonly referred to as magical wheat. Young Master Field, are you certain such wheat exists? Air questioned skeptically. Field himself was uncertain. He had yet to hear of such magical wheat. However, this did not deter him from persuading Air to attempt creating it. After all, the continent of Lia was infused with magic. Was it not plausible? Dreams should be nurtured. Who knows what might come to fruition? Field spoke with a hint of unease. Of course it exists. What? Do you doubt me? Or is it a matter of your own capabilities? Field's counterattack left Air flustered. Young Master Field, rest assured if it exists, I shall bring it to fruition. A.S. Field prepared to leave. Air hurriedly exclaimed, Young Master, I believe I have discovered a new crop. Air then produced several kernels of corn to be why the heavens corn. Where did you find this? In the Black Forest, not near Black Forest Village. This edible? Is indeed edible. We have consumed quite a bit, delicious and fragrant, with an exceptionally high yield. Heaven has favored me. The field of my previous life cultivated corn extensively. Field patted air on the shoulder. Work diligently, and you shall have your own house and gold in the future. Moreover, your name will be remembered by every resident of Wilson's territory. Air was instantly invigorated. The effects of Field's encouragement evident. Meanwhile, within the Magic Academy, Field called out, "Second sister, third sister, I require your assistance." Before Field could elaborate, Ella raised her hand eagerly that I'll go. I'll go. Stephanie looked at Field. Her intentions clear. Third sister, you are still young. Let me handle this. Brother, I too wish to contribute to Wilson's territory. The sisters quarreled. Ella gazed at Field with pleading eyes. Her sparkling gaze nearly blinded him. Ah, Ella, let your second sister go first. You'll have your chance later. Field's words proved effective, and Ella obediently acquiesced. Very well. Next time it's my turn. Indeed, my third sister is the best. Brother, what shall I do? Field turned to his second sister. You shall assist Director Ayer in cultivating magical wheat at the Grain Research Institute. Magical wheat? I have not heard of such a thing. Neither have I, but it is a matter of human endeavor. Stephanie nodded, her admiration for Field deepening. As he remained an enigma, in the blink of an eye, the air turned crisp, and the time for the wheat harvest arrived. Director Colin of the grain department orchestrated the farmers in a methodical harvest, striving to waste not a single grain. Wasting is shameful, proclaimed a large inscription on the stone tablet before the grain department. Yet, much to Colvin's astonishment, Field personally descended to the fields to harvest wheat. This act of humility instantly garnered the farmers' unanimous praise, for nobles of the Loya continent were traditionally aloof. He was not merely pretending. It was the instinctive memory ingrained in his very being that compelled him to engage directly. As the autumn harvest thrived, the trade department continued purchasing grains. Field's actions left Cole then perplexed. The bounty of this year could sustain over 30,000 people. Wilson's territory had more than enough food to spare. Even to sell for gold coins. Young Master Field, why still purchase grain? Wilson's stores are overflowing. In response to Colvin's inquiry, Field simply stated strategic reserves. In the early stages of constructing Wilson Fortress, Field had prudently reserved ample space for grain storage. Specifically for this purpose, the autumn harvest was a protracted endeavor, entailing not only the act of reaping, but also the laborious task of drying the crops, which was exceedingly demanding. However, to ensure preservation over time, Field found it imperative to undertake such efforts. By the time Hessen Village was ceded to Wilson, summer was nearing its end, leaving insufficient time to sow wheat, necessitating the cultivation of mere vegetables and fruits instead. Surrounding Hessen Village, nearly half of the land remained untamed forest. The villagers would have to wait until the harvest concluded and leisure returned before they could gradually arrive at if, by next year, all the fields of Hessen Village, equivalent to the original territory of Wilson, were sown with wheat. The yield would suffice to sustain over 1 million lives for an entire year without issue. Contemplating this, Field couldn't help but chuckle to himself. For the grand plan of grain storage for Wilson would be realized by next autumn. Of course, all of this hinged upon the premise that Wilson's population still numbered over 60,000. Yet, this seemed unlikely. Recently, Mance had approached Field to discuss reducing some investments in training and saving gold coins for the purchase of slaves. Field pondered this in silence, recognizing that he had indeed been somewhat hasty in providing unlimited resources for training. It was time for a change. Wilson must pursue comprehensive development, avoiding the pitfalls of militaristic excess. Field sought out Nelson and instructed him to cease all free supplies of training resources. From now on, resources would be allocated based on contributions, rewarding only those who contributed to the construction of Wilson. This decisive transformation restored normalcy to Wilson. Standing by the window of Wilson Fortress, Field realized the importance of consulting others more frequently to avert decision-making missteps. The time of unrestrained demand had passed, and the reform in training resources significantly alleviated Wilson's financial burdens. Nelson, who had initially met Field with a forlorn expression, now wore a smile as the treasury had swelled, bringing him joy. During dinner, Field sat alongside his family, sharing a meal. The table, unchanged, featured the same white bread and roasted meat that he had consumed for nearly a year, leaving him utterly devoid of appetite. Suddenly, an idea struck him. Wheat could be transformed into flour, and flour could yield a variety of culinary delights, including noodles, which were among his favorites from his previous life. Thus began the culinary journey of Loa Continent, sparked by Field's disdain for white bread. At this moment, Field was blissfully unaware that his actions would revolutionize the dietary culture of Loa. The insipid white bread stood in stark contrast to the elastic noodles, and Field instinctively swallowed hard. He spat out the dry bread, exclaiming, "I have no appetite." Subsequently, Field hurried to the grain storage room. The quality of the wheat was excellent. It would undoubtedly make delectable noodles. He meticulously sifted through the wheat, discarding the shriveled grains, and proceeded to grind it into fine flour. Once the flour was ready, Field began kneading the dough, combining the flour with water in a large bowl, using his hands to ensure a thorough mixture. The dough exuded a rich wheat aroma that was utterly tantalizing. Not bad, not bad. Just one final step remains. Field's stomach rumbled in anticipation. Rolling the dough into a thin sheet was not his forte. But Wilson was not lacking in skilled women. Field directed them, and under his guidance, the adept women rolled the dough into a perfectly even sheet, akin to a finely crafted artisan piece. They then folded the sheet and cut it into thin noodles, which were hung on bamboo poles to dry in the sun. Field could hardly contain his eagerness to savor a bite of the fragrant noodles. While waiting for the noodles to dry, he occasionally turned them to prevent sticking to the bamboo. After a day's drying, he collected them and made his way to Wilson Fortress's dedicated kitchen, ready to heat oil in a pot. Perhaps Field had always been perceived by Wilson as one who concocted peculiar creations. Before he could assess the outcome, Ella, the little foodie, rushed into the kitchen. "Brother, what delicious treat have you been busy preparing all day?" Field glanced up at Ella. "Noodles. Noodles? I've never heard of them." Nonetheless, this did not deter Ella from eagerly reaching for the noodles in the pot. Simultaneously, she cheekily remarked, "Brother, let me taste them and see if they're good." Field playfully swatted her hand away. "Not ready yet. No need to rush." Ella quickly retracted her outstretched hand, sticking out her tongue and teasing. Due to the absence of spices like chili, garlic, or scallions, Field had only prepared a simple egg noodle soup. Even so, after a year of bread, this uncomplicated bowl of vegetarian noodle soup was a heavenly delight for Field. In no time, the fragrant noodles were freshly cooked. Before Field could even take action, Ella had already snatched a bowl and started eating. "Slow down. There's plenty more." Field laughed heartily, waiting for the noodles to cool slightly. After a moment, the noodles were pleasantly warm, and Field eagerly devoured them. As if he were a starving ghost reincarnated. One bowl was insufficient, so he went for a second, and still hungered for more. He consumed 4 large bowls of noodles before finally setting down his bowl. Feeling satisfied, good things are meant to be shared, Field prepared to serve all the noodles he had made that day. The onlookers gazed at the noodles, which resembled snakes, feeling a tinge of reluctance. All eyes turned to Field. "This is a delicacy, known as noodles." Upon finishing his proclamation, Field promptly picked up a bowl and began to indulge. Witnessing Field's delight, the cravings of those present were stirred. Dwarf Tolkien was the first to take a bite. "How is it?" the crowd inquired. Tolkien remained silent, responding only with slurping sounds. Seeing Tolkien enjoy the noodles so heartily, the others soon followed suit, in the face of such culinary delight. Tolkien found it impossible to speak, simply giving a thumbs up to express his approval. Javier, ever the businessman, immediately contemplated the prospect of profit after taking a bite. "Master Field, could these noodles be sold at the trading guild?" Field paused for a moment, realizing that he had made the noodles purely to satisfy his own cravings, never considering the potential for profit. Of course. "That's splendid. Another unique product for the trading guild," exclaimed Javier, a testament to his keen insight as the guild master. This moment, Mance, busy slurping noodles, chimed in. "Field, I almost doubt you're my son. How do you keep coming up with these peculiar ideas?" Before Mance could finish, Field's mother playfully tugged at his ear. "Field cannot be anyone else's son but yours. I was merely joking, trying to liven the atmosphere. Madam, please don't be upset." Field turned away, unable to bear the public display of affection. Suddenly, the noodles lost their appeal. Thus, the noodle feast came to an end. Field was not fond of gatherings, particularly the social intricacies and deceit that often accompanied them. Soon, the noodles appeared in the trading guild shop. As for the price, it is merely that wheat is slightly more expensive. Field Wilson earns a meager profit through labor costs. Although not everyone is fond of noodles, they have gained considerable popularity as an unconventional method of consuming wheat. Since the advent of noodles, Field has also developed flatbreads and dumplings using wheat, greatly enriching the dietary diversity of the people of Wilson and advancing the culinary culture of the continent of Loa. At the same time, in order to recreate the authentic aroma of noodles, he assigned Dean L. a supplementary task to seek out peculiar plants with unusual flavors. Good things require time to cultivate, and Field does not expect immediate results. Thus, he has set this as a long-term assignment. Field stood atop Wilson Castle, gazing down at the land surrounding it. After a year, he has transformed Wilson into a vibrant place. Today marks his 17th birthday banquet. However, Field chose not to invite many friends, opting instead to prepare a bowl of longevity noodles at his castle to celebrate this ordinary yet extraordinary day with his family. To his surprise, a merchant convoy from Santorini arrived bearing gifts from James and Sophia, along with a letter. The front of the letter bore the elegant inscription, "Dear Field," personally addressed. Field needed no guesswork to ascertain the author of this correspondence. Upon reading the letter, he found it filled with mundane chatter about family matters, such as the blooming of the osmanthus at the Duke's residence and the birth of her magical pet's offspring. It was merely a sharing of trivial daily occurrences, leaving Field utterly speechless. As for the gifts, he received a knight's long sword embedded with a 3rd-level magic core and a 4th-level magical defensive item, the Heart of Guardian. While accepting these distant tokens of goodwill, he silently noted a favor owed for the future. Just days after Field's 17th birthday, winter returned to Wilson. The warm, secure cement homes shielded the populace from the cold, and ample food kept them away from hunger, leading all to praise the greatness of their lord. The living standards of slaves in Wilson starkly contrasted with those in other noble territories, where even the most rebellious among them faced isolation from the rest. Such is the nature of the continent of Loa. As long as the people are not cold or hungry, they express gratitude and loyalty to their lord. Yet this seemingly simple requirement eludes 99% of the nobility across Loa. Unbeknownst to him, Field's image as a great and benevolent leader had deeply embedded itself in the hearts of every citizen of Wilson. With the onset of winter, as the land became unplowable and the farmers in the grain office found themselves with idle time, Field reassigned them to the construction and reclamation of Hyzen village. Within his chamber, feeling the drifting magical energies around him, an idea suddenly struck him. Could he create a device that automatically absorbs magical energy akin to those endowed with magical talent? He swiftly made his way to the Magic Academy. At that moment, within the academy, Mage Garova was passionately imparting magical knowledge. Gone was the former aimless Garova. He had transformed into a figure of scholarly dedication. After much contemplation, Field resolved to share his thoughts with Mage Garova. "Garova, my mentor." Now, Field's magical prowess equaled that of Garova, both being advanced mages. Yet Field still respectfully referred to Garova as mentor. Thanks to his past education, he adhered to the principle that once a teacher, always a teacher. Respect for one's teachers and the pursuit of knowledge are the changes Field sought to bring to this morally bankrupt world, setting a commendable example for the apprentices at the Magic Academy. Though Garova's magical expertise could not surpass Field's, his wealth of magical knowledge eclipsed Field's by a significant margin. In Field's eyes, knowledge was an invaluable treasure, more important than raw power, serving as the foundation for the magical development of Wilson. Since the establishment of the Magic Academy, Garova had rarely ventured outside its confines, almost never stepping beyond its doors. Field, engrossed in the construction and development of Wilson, found his encounters with Garova increasingly scarce. Upon noticing Field's arrival, Garova immediately sensed he was there with a request. "Field, what brings you here?" Field nodded. "Mentor Garova, I feel my understanding of magic is rather superficial, and my methods of utilizing magical energy are too singular." Field spoke earnestly and gravely. "Mentor Garova, confronted with the vastness of magic, I feel exceedingly insignificant. Gurova nodded in agreement. The more one knows, the more humble one becomes. Abundant knowledge and broad perspectives cultivate humility. He patted Field's shoulder, acknowledging that confusion is a common state on the journey of magical exploration. Gurova stroked his graying beard thoughtfully. What questions do you have? Speak freely. Field nodded. How is magical energy generated? There is magic all around us. How can we harness it? What is the difference between those with magical talent and those without? His trio of inquiries momentarily left Gurova in a state of bewilderment. Had Field delved so deeply into the study of magic already? After a brief pause to collect his thoughts, Gurova gazed at Field, recognizing him as familiar yet slightly altered. Although his appearance had not changed, his inner essence had transformed from a carefree spirit to that of a knowledgeable scholar. Gurova had yet to formulate a response to Field's questions, but Field continued. Mentor Gurova, through my observations, I believe magical energy emanates from the magical sun above us. It perpetually disperses magical energy across the continent of Loa, existing everywhere. Field continued. The magic originating from the sun can be absorbed and condensed by certain unique terrains, ultimately forming the magical crystal veins I am familiar with. Furthermore, those with magical talent can perceive and store magical energy, distinguishing them as exceptional humans. The essence of combat energy is merely a secondary transformation of magical energy, more readily exploitable by humanity. Akin to solar energy converted into electricity in my previous life. These deductions, however, Field refrained from sharing with Gurova. Mentor Gurova, can we harness the magical energy that permeates the air? Gurova, who had been listening intently, finally spoke. You mean a device for absorbing magical energy, correct? Field nodded. Gurova did not provide an immediate answer, and Field patiently awaited his response. Do you understand how difficult that is? Naturally, humanity has yet to fully comprehend the nature of magic. So creating such a device would be exceedingly challenging. However, I believe we will eventually grasp the essence of magical energy and create such a device. That Field's gaze was resolute, that I am willing to strive for it. To my last breath, in Field's eyes, Gurova glimpsed the future of magic. I am willing to work towards your grand vision. But ultimately, one person's strength is limited. Our small group is far from sufficient. Field smiled slightly. Any problem that can be resolved with money is no problem at all. Mentor Gurova, rest assured, I will offer generous salaries to mages to come to Wilson. Gurova nodded in agreement. I can recommend two individuals, Medinsky and Karoff. Who are they? Mages, Field replied with a look of disbelief. He certainly knew they were mages, Gurova added. They are mages with exceedingly poor magical talent. What makes them special? Medinsky is a naive novice mage. At least, that was my impression when I first heard his ideas. Gurova paused momentarily. His magical talent is merely of the lowest grade, and despite his utmost efforts, he can only remain a novice mage. Yet, he does not falter. He vows to create an era where everyone can cultivate magic. His ideas are considered heretical by traditional mages and nobility alike. Consequently, he was imprisoned in Santorini under the persecution of other mages. The esteemed Galois mage continued. Kalof was originally a minor nobleman, blessed with a happy family. However, he was perpetually fascinated by peculiar magical contraptions. And during one of his experiments, he inadvertently caused the death of his wife. Since that tragic event, Kalof has descended into madness and lost his title, which was reclaimed by the kingdom of Serre. Galois mage, can a madman truly engage in the study of magic? With a sigh filled with infinite sorrow, Galois reflected on his profound connection with Kalof. After losing his sanity, Kalof became increasingly consumed by his quest for knowledge. Dedicating himself to the study of magic with fervor, in his pursuit of magical talent, he took the lives of several gifted apprentices. Eventually apprehended, he was imprisoned in the dungeons of Santorini. It remains uncertain whether he perished within those walls. If he still breathes, perhaps you could procure his release with a handful of gold coins. I shall do my utmost, Field thought, harboring a deep-seated reluctance to associate with a madman. Yet Galois' endorsement must carry some weight. Alone in his chamber, Field retrieved the magical research records from his bookshelf. These documents encapsulated his every hypothesis and exploration regarding magic, an invaluable treasure indeed. The night enveloped the magical academy, yet remained as vibrant as daylight. Galois sat in solitude, pondering the inquiries Field had posed earlier that day. Indeed, there exists a path forward. Ever since Galois resigned himself to the unlikelihood of ascending to the rank of Grand Sorcerer, he had devoted himself to unraveling the intricacies of magic. His understanding surpassed even Field's imaginative grasp. Every monumental discovery transcends the comprehension of the masses, often remaining unrecognized when a world is tainted. And you alone shine with clarity. You must brave the scorn of society and forge ahead amidst the weight of solitude. This journey is undoubtedly fraught with pain and adversity. Once a solitary wanderer, Galois now felt a flicker of hope, for he was finally understood by someone. A nobleman of considerable means, in that instant. The future brimmed with promise. At this moment, in Wilson Fortress, Field supported his forehead with one hand, as visions of the few mages in the Wilson territory flitted through his mind. Much like the gathering of firewood to stoke the flames, so too is the pursuit of magical research. Field resolved to venture to Santorini in search of fortune, for it was the largest city in the Corsi province, a hub teeming with mages, for the two individuals recommended by Galois. Field deemed Medinsky acceptable. However, he harbored an intrinsic aversion to the eccentric Kalof, relegating him to the last option. The following day, after bidding farewell to his family, Field, accompanied by Owen and Kate, set forth for Santorini once more. Field's first destination in Santorini was naturally the trading association established by the Trade Department. That moment, the trading association bustled with visitors, comprising merchants clad in fine silks, knights adorned in armor, and mages robed in flowing garments. An eclectic mix of individuals traversed its halls. Javier was absent, having taken a caravan to the royal capital to establish a branch. With James's assistance, the trading association swiftly dominated the market with its unique offerings, including magical crystal lamps and honeyed fruit wines. Now, after a year of growth, the trading association's establishments flourished throughout the Corsi province. The burgeoning success of the trading association incited envy in many. Wilson territory, while feasting, must allow others a taste. Yet Field's perspective diverged. A taste was permissible, but only after he had dined to his fill. Although the current military strength of Wilson territory could rival that of a typical count, it remained a mere fledgling in the presence of true powerhouses. Consequently, Field allocated 20% of the trading association's profits as a form of tribute, not bribery, but rather a gesture of respect towards James's father, Lord Lockwater House. The trading association was no longer merely under James's personal aegis. It now represented the entire Duke Waterhouse's domain. A.S. Field stepped into the trading association. Larry emerged to greet him. Young Master Field, good day. Indeed, the manager of the Santorini Trading Association was none other than Larry Ellison, the leader once dispatched by the Golden Lion Trading Company to Wilson territory. Javier had employed some means to lure him away from the Golden Lion. Not only that, but Javier had also siphoned talent from various smaller trading companies, causing each to guard their key personnel jealously, fearful of inadvertently losing them to Javier's machinations. Field, observing the cadre of individuals poached from other enterprises, fell into contemplative silence. And oh wonder, Javier had faced failure in business. The root of his troubles lay here. Yet, one could not deny that half of the trading association's current success was attributable to Javier's efforts. Field's primary purpose for visiting the trading association was not mere oversight. He sought to procure gold coins to hire mages. His stance regarding the various departments within Wilson territory was singular. As long as they could deliver results, he was indifferent to their methods. Young Master Field, here are 100,000 gold coins. Subsequently, Larry presented Field with a storage bag. Field transferred the coins from the bag into his storage ring and casually returned the empty bag to Larry. Ever since he laid eyes on the elven Amelia's storage ring, Field had vowed that his first act of wealth would be to acquire one for himself. True to his word, the initial profits from selling magical crystal lamps had gone towards his storage ring. Touching the ring upon his finger, Field felt a swell of satisfaction. After inspecting his own trading association, it was only fitting to pay a visit to his friend, James, at that moment, within the Duke's residence. "James, how have you been faring lately?" since growing close to James, Field had wholly shed any pretense, omitting formalities in his greetings. "Are you here on business once more?" I have a query for you." "Spit it out. Don't beat around the bush." James, well aware of Field's nature, knew that he had come for a purpose. "This isn't for me. It's for a friend." James shot Field a sidelong glance, his expression betraying skepticism. Field feigned ignorance. "Where in Santorini can I find any idle mages? I wish to recruit a couple for my friend." Field then inquired, "By the way, are Kalof and Medinsky imprisoned in the Santorini dungeons?" "What? Can't find any mages and are becoming desperate?" "I'm merely inquiring if I truly can't recruit any mages." Field left the thought unfinished, but James had already surmised his intent. He promptly suggested, "You might check at the Mercenary Guild. Perhaps you'll find someone suitable there, but don't dismiss it. Aside from that place, where else could you entice a mage with mere gold?" Field sighed, lamenting the rarity of mages. Those with even a modicum of ability willing to work would typically be hired as guest scholars by lords or nobles. As for those with unusual aspirations, solely focused on magical research, they were often destitute to continue their studies. These mages would undertake high-risk, high-reward mercenary and bounty tasks. Field was an attentive listener. He promptly made his way to the Mercenary Guild. The entrance to the guild was bustling with comings and goings, yet all were unmistakably battered and clad in peculiar attire. Despite their disheveled appearances, they could easily rival the elite forces of the Sayre Kingdom in terms of strength. Dressed in splendid attire, Field instantly captured the attention of everyone upon entering the guild. That he approached the guild's counter, where a striking young woman stood. "Dear customer, welcome to the Mercenary Guild. How may I assist you today?" "I wish to post a recruitment notice for mages. As for the price, I am open to negotiation." "Very well. Please pay a deposit of 1,000 gold coins." Field produced the requisite sum and handed it to the young woman. "Excellent. We shall commence recruitment shortly. Please return in 2 days." Field nodded slightly before striding towards the door, catching a glimpse of other staff members hanging a wooden sign emblazoned with recruitment tasks in the prominent center of the hall. In an instant, the prestige of the Mercenary Guild in his heart diminished significantly. Field had initially envisioned it to be as depicted in novels, imbued with magical projections in the hall, exquisite, grand, and sophisticated. However, he soon clapped his palm. How could I have forgotten that magic could be employed in such a manner? Turning back, he thought to mention it to Wilson and the sorcerer Galois, as it might even result in a cross-dimensional film. Nobles are inherently wealthy and often find themselves with nothing but idle time. If a cross-dimensional film were truly produced, it could potentially yield immense profits. Just as Field exited the Mercenary Guild, he fortuitously encountered Sophia, who had come searching for him. He inclined slightly, performing a noble's bow. "Good day, Miss Sophia." Sophia, holding the hem of her skirt, gracefully curtsied. "Good day. How goes your magical training?" Field inquired in his usual paternal tone. His feelings for Sophia, an enigma. They resembled friendship, admiration, or perhaps something deeper. Nonetheless, Field could not decipher his emotions towards Sophia, resigning himself to the role of a father figure. Sophia smiled gently. "I have advanced to the rank of High Sorceress." At this revelation, Field's heart swelled with genuine joy. "Congratulations," he exclaimed, subsequently retrieving a level 4 magical artifact, a magical ring, and presenting it to Sophia. "Your gift." Sophia solemnly wrapped the spatial storage ring in her handkerchief. Fortunately, she had received the news in advance to prepare a gift. Indeed, the intelligence department continuously relayed all pertinent information regarding Sophia to Field, allowing him to anticipate her breakthrough and prepare accordingly. Of course, the current intelligence department's foundation remained rather shallow, only able to inquire about non-confidential matters. "Thank you." Field, a quintessential inexperienced gentleman in his previous life, was not particularly adept at conversing with women, often leading discussions to an awkward halt. Sensing the tension in the atmosphere, Sophia took the initiative to suggest, "Shall we stroll around? It has been quite some time since we last met." "Certainly." Field accompanied Sophia as they meandered through the bustling streets. This vibrant area was alive with various stalls and magical performances. They paused before the myriad of vendors, with Field keenly hoping to unearth hidden treasures. Regardless of Sophia's thoughts, Field firmly believed that a destined one often stumbled upon riches. However, to his dismay, their journey yielded little more than deception and subpar quality. Field encountered a magic crystal, nearly depleted of its power, being sold by a vendor as a complete crystal. Scoundrel, Field mentally scoffed. Soon after, he approached a vendor clad entirely in green. Curiosity piqued as he wondered how often one must be deceived to don such a hue. Sophia, discerning Field's confusion, quietly explained, "That is a druid. A natural-born sorcerer. I have heard their kind are all sorcerers, especially adept at potion crafting. Are druids not formidable, then?" Sophia shook her head. "Not every druid is powerful, and nature is fair, although they are all sorcerers. Their race is scarce and difficult to propagate." At that moment, the druid called out to passers-by, "Exceptional potions, don't miss out." "What kind of potion is this?" Field inquired, pointing to a vial. "Healing potion," the druid replied. Field then pointed to another vial. "And this one?" The druid lifted his gaze to Field, then glanced at Sophia, before lowering his head to respond, "A potion derived from beast hybrids. When mixed with water, it is suitable for human use, and you require it." Field remained composed, unaffected by the druid's proposition, while Sophia maintained her poise as a noble lady. "What is your name?" "I sell my craft, not my body." The druid's retort nearly choked Field. "That I assure you, my inclinations are entirely conventional. I simply wish to hire you." "How much?" 100 gold coins per month." "What do you say?" 500, 200. "I cannot offer more. Even hiring a high sorcerer shouldn't cost this much." The druid then fixed his gaze upon Field. 300 and we have a deal." "Very well, it's settled." Although the price was somewhat steep, Field was relieved to have secured a mid-level sorcerer. And a druid at that. The twist of fate would soon reveal that this druid would directly save Field's life. "Now, you should tell me your name." "Krog." Field nodded, waiting for Krog to stow away his peculiar potions into the storage ring. At that moment, Sophia, who had been standing silently beside them, finally spoke. "I heard you were recruiting sorcerers, but I wonder what your intentions are." In Wilson's territory, sorcerers were scarce, and recruiting some to serve as a FA while engaging in magical research seemed prudent. Sophia smirked. "I wonder if a high sorcerer would be needed in Wilson. Let us not jest. If I were to bring the Duke of Waterhouse's daughter back to Wilson, your father would likely arrive with a legion of knights to raise the place." Field gazed upward, contemplating the time. "It is getting late. We must part ways here." He led Krog back to the trading guild, while Sophia returned to the Duke's estate with her escort. Field, unable to endure the sight of Krog's green attire, swaying before him, promptly tossed him 50 gold coins to "Go change your outfit." "Why?" "The color green is ill-omened. It must be altered." Field emphasized, fearing a counter-argument, "I do not employ those bearing ill omens." Krog hesitated momentarily, seemingly reluctant to abandon this lucrative opportunity. Ultimately, he acquiesced, accepting the 50 gold coins from Field and departing. Seated at his desk, Field rhythmically tapped his fingers. "Krog, once you return to Wilson, you shall be tasked with teaching potion crafting to AS for the current instructor. Sorcerer Newman, he will transition to the Grain Research Institute to retrieve my younger sister." Thus, Krog's duties were assigned. "Larry, young Master Field, how may I assist you?" "Please procure some parchment, the thicker the better, along with some writing pigments." "Understood." Larry nodded and departed. Before long, Larry returned. "Young Master Field, here you are." Field took the parchment and began to inscribe designs upon it, with Larry remaining nearby, observing. After a while, Field had etched numbers and patterns onto the parchment. "Entertainment option added." That moment, Krog returned, having changed his attire. "Larry Krog, come here. I shall teach you a new form of entertainment. Playing cards." Krog, intrigued by the unfamiliar activity, immediately approached, while Larry, having witnessed the card-making process, was equally eager. As night fell, once more, "I refuse to believe my luck can be this poor." Daylight broke, and Field reminded Krog, "It is time to stop point one more round." "One more?" Krog insisted, glancing at Larry. Larry ignored Krog's hint. Playing cards was indeed enjoyable, but it was time to cease. Field nodded in agreement. One must not become overly indulgent. "Larry, gather exquisite materials, such as crystals, and replicate my designs for sale." "Certainly, young Master Field." Among the trio, who endured a sleepless night, Only Larry appeared drowsy, while Field, a master of both martial and magical arts, remained remarkably energetic despite having gone without rest for 10 days or more. Druids like Krog, due to their unique species and magical nature, also showed no signs of fatigue. However, the sleepless night nearly transformed Larry Ellison into a rare creature himself. Slowly, Larry took his leave. Field, grasping his rough deck of cards, made his way to the Duke's residence. Ever since his arrival in this world, Field had lived in solitude, lacking a true confidant. The eccentric James barely counted as half a friend. "Back again, are you? Have you found the wizard, or do I still need to fish those two out of prison for you?" Field decisively shook his head. "Am I the sort who only seeks you out when in need?" James's eyes clearly conveyed the message. "You are." Field felt a pang of guilt. "Although I have sought your assistance in the past, leaving you with a poor impression, I assure you, I have no ulterior motives this time." He then produced the deck of cards he had crafted the previous night and placed them on the table. James, intrigued by this unfamiliar object, inquired, "What is this?" "Playing cards, a source of entertainment for moments of boredom." Field glanced around and asked, "Has Sophia not returned yet?" "Ah, how curious of you to inquire about Sophia," James teased. Field noticed that James had misunderstood his intentions, but he had no desire to clarify that a futile defense would not alter the truth. Field remained silent, merely observing as James fidgeted with the cards. Unable to contain himself, James exclaimed, "Field, do tell me what exactly these playing cards are. When Sophia arrives, everything will be revealed." "Very well, I shall wait." James resumed his reading, though he was visibly restless. The novelty of the playing cards had piqued his curiosity, ultimately leading him to set aside the book. "Sophia still has some magic to learn. You should share your thoughts with me. I rarely repeat myself. We shall discuss it all when Sophia arrives." James was driven to distraction. The allure of the playing cards was simply too great, yet Field remained obstinately silent. The anticipation was torturous, especially when the object of his curiosity lay tantalizingly before him. As the seconds ticked away, just when James was on the verge of despair, Sophia finally arrived. "Field, hurry! Sophia is here. Tell me how to play." Sophia, puzzled, asked, "What do you mean, how to play?" James gestured towards the deck of cards on the table. In an instant, Sophia understood, demonstrating the close bond of siblings. "These are called playing cards, and they come with various games," Field enthusiastically explained, but both James and Sophia remained bewildered. "Experience will yield understanding. Let us become acquainted with the rules through practice." Field initiated a game of drawing cards, with James and Sophia quickly following suit. As the sun's golden rays bathed Santorini, James and Sophia transformed from novices into seasoned players, for nobles who need not worry about survival. Time is abundant. Yet, the lack of entertainment during such plentiful time can be quite burdensome. Even the simplest of playing cards captivated James, who had seen much of the world and prided himself on self-discipline. For an entire day, Field could hardly fathom how popular the cards would become once they were released for sale. However, after a day and night of playing, Field found himself feeling nauseous at the mere sight of the cards. Ultimately, it was Field who suggested returning to the Merchant Guild, thus concluding their card-playing session like a tea that moment. James and Sophia still appeared reluctant to part, leaving Field quite alarmed as Field attempted to gather the cards. Sophia swiftly intervened, organizing them with ease. Before Field's astonished eyes, Sophia calmly arranged the cards and stored them in a ring of holding without a hint of anxiety. Field stood dumbfounded, mentally chastising her. So effortlessly done. It seemed she has practiced frequently. James and Field exchanged glances, rendered speechless. "So, it's from your brother that you've honed such skills. No wonder," Field mused. Judging by the situation, it seemed the cards were unlikely to be reclaimed. After all, they were not particularly valuable. He resolved to gift them to Sophia. "Goodbye, James. Farewell, Sophia." With that, Field hastily made his exit, eager to avoid being detained for another night of card games. Once Field had departed, James remarked, "Sister, what do you suppose is the nature of his mind? How does he consistently conjure such peculiar ideas?" "Brother, you must admit, people are inherently different," Sophia chuckled. "And yet he hasn't even married yet, and already his loyalties seem to shift outward. Imagine how it will be once he does. He hasn't even made a commitment. And I notice he regards me as a sister too. Sophia replied, no, he considers me a daughter. James quipped, enough of that. Sister, when do you think playing card will appear in the Merchant Guild? Perhaps the day after tomorrow. The card designs are rather intricate. James shook his head, the very latest, tomorrow. The Merchant Guild under Field's management is remarkably efficient. The following morning, an advertisement was prominently displayed outside the Merchant Guild, proclaiming the arrival of playing cards. Are you still troubled by the monotony of time? Worry no more. It has arrived, ready to help you pass the time splendidly. Don't miss out. The idea for the advertisement was indeed Field's suggestion to Harfield. This method was now being implemented across all the shops within the Merchant Guild. The buzz surrounding the playing cards naturally attracted numerous idle nobles. Under the guidance of Larry Ellison, Field's circle of card-playing companions expanded exponentially. Today marked the deadline for the recruitment of mages that Field had posted through the Mercenary Guild. He soon arrived at the guild. Esteemed customer, we have successfully recruited 4 novice mages and 1 intermediate mage. However, the intermediate mage comes with a caveat. What kind of caveat? The intermediate mage is a key member of the Warwolf Mercenary Corps, and his condition for employment is that you must hire the entire mercenary group. While they bore the title of group, mercenary bands typically comprised only a few to several dozen members. How many members does the Warwolf Mercenary Corps currently have? And what is their composition? The Warwolf Mercenary Corps consists of 1 high-ranking knight, 3 mid-ranking knights, and 4 novice knights, in addition to the intermediate mage, totaling 8 members. What is the commission? The entire mercenary group requires 1,000 gold coins per month. Field contemplated for a moment before responding. It's a deal. We will be in touch shortly. Please return tomorrow. Field nodded and departed. On the following morning, Field returned to the Mercenary Guild. To his surprise, the atmosphere had shifted dramatically. Mercenaries congregated in small groups, engrossed in a game. Field approached with curiosity, exclaiming, "My goodness, playing cards." His astonished voice went unnoticed in the bustling hall, as the mercenaries were entirely absorbed in the game. Indeed, these were the very playing cards that Field had arranged for Larry to produce and sell. Field was astonished that within a single day, the playing cards had gained such widespread popularity. That moment, a mercenary entered the guild and approached his comrades. "Brother, what are you up to?" The mercenary's companion remained fixated on the cards, oblivious to the inquiry. "Come on. I got no money. Pay up." "Hey, I'm talking to you." The mercenary shook his companion's shoulder, finally garnering a response. "Playing cards, a new form of entertainment from the Merchant Guild. It's quite enjoyable." "Is that so? Let me give it a try." The mercenary companion glanced at him. "Do you know the rules? Go ahead and try. You might just find yourself in over your head." The newly arrived mercenary was evidently taken aback, momentarily contemplating a rebuttal, only to realize that his companion had indeed made valid points. He suppressed his urge to respond and immediately turned to dash towards the direction of the trading guild. Muttering to himself, "I'll go learn right now. Who does he think he is?" Field brushed past him, yet their paths diverged entirely. Before long, Field was ushered into a private chamber. 4 junior mages stood to one side, while the opposite side housed 7 burly, intimidating men. If it weren't for one of them clad in a mage's robe, Field might have mistaken them all for knights. Upon Field's arrival, the mercenaries introduced themselves in turn. The 4 junior mages were unremarkable, and Field let their names slip from his mind, deeming them inconsequential. It wasn't until the hoarse, gravely voice of the Warwolf Mercenary Corps leader reached his ears that his interest peaked. "I am Bacon Warwolf, the leader of the Warwolf Mercenary Corps. This is Jeff Bridges, a mid-level mage. As each mercenary completed their introduction, Field felt his spirits plummet. Surveying the burly mercenaries around him, he felt a wave of despair wash over him. This group was good for brute force, perhaps for guarding a home, but expecting them to engage in magical research was akin to forcing a duck to climb a tree, an impossible task. Field sighed inwardly, chastising himself for harboring any hope. He turned on his heel, dismissing the mercenaries as unfit for his requirements. The guild staff, sensing his discontent, were about to plead for him to reconsider when Bacon, the leader of the Warwolf Mercenary Corps, interjected. "What's this? Did my brothers come all this way just to play house with you? You want to leave the Mercenary Guild today without giving an explanation. Not even the king of the Seer Kingdom can stop me. Mark my words." Field raised an eyebrow, bemused. thinking to himself, am I that easy to intimidate? He glanced at his own reflection, noting his tall stature and fair, youthful visage. Well, I do seem somewhat gullible, he admitted silently. Stifling further internal complaints, he inquired, what do you propose? Bacon smiled slightly. 1,000 gold coins, and this matter will be forgotten. Field, enraged yet amused, retorted with a low chuckle. Not a chance. The Mercenary Guild's regulations clearly state that employers have the right to choose their mercenaries, that I am a noble. I have no reason to fear a mere mercenary. Seeing that Field was unyielding, Bacon exuded the pressure of a high-ranking knight. Oh, so that's the game you want to play? Field responded, matching his intensity with his own aura of a high-ranking knight. On the surface, they appeared evenly matched. Yet Bacon recognized he was at a disadvantage. Internally, he was astounded. The individual before him could not be more than 18 years old, yet possessed the strength of a high-ranking knight. His potential was boundless. Destined to rise as a silver knight. Bacon felt a twinge of panic. How did I end up in this predicament? Not only did I fail to extort money from my brother's medical expenses, but I also risked offending a significant figure. Regretting his choices, Bacon found himself in a dilemma. When the guild staff finally spoke up, advocating for peace and cooperation, observing the guild's conciliatory stance, Bacon decided to relent. Fine, let us give the guild some face. We shall depart. As the tension dissipated, the 4 junior mages, eager for entertainment, also took their leave. The guild staff expressed their sincere apologies, stating, this was unexpected, and I cannot fathom why the typically reputable Warwolf mercenary corps would act thus. To compensate for your displeasure, we will not charge you a single coin for this recruitment task. They then produced 1,000 gold coins and handed them to Field. Field accepted the coins. Realizing that they were attempting to placate him despite their failure to provide suitable mages, that I hope such incidents do not recur, he remarked, disappointment evident as he exited the mercenary guild. It seems I must indeed trouble James. Within the Duke's manor, Field lamented as he found James. James immediately discerned that Field had encountered obstacles at the mercenary guild. Follow me. I'll take you on a tour of the prison. Resigned, Field accompanied James to the Santorini prison. As he stepped inside, a foul stench assaulted his senses. The deeper they ventured into the prison, the more oppressive the atmosphere became. James guided Field to his cell and instructed the guard. Bring out Matinsky and Kyloff. Yes, young Master James. Moments later, the guard escorted 2 disheveled men. Their greasy hair matted against their scalps, faces unkempt, their beards merging with their hair. Their wrinkled clothing was stained with dirt and grime. As they approached, Field recoiled from the unpleasant odor emanating from them, prompting both him and James to grimace. Take them out to wash up and change into clean clothes, then bring them to me. James commanded. Yes, young Master James. Meanwhile, within the Duke's manor, the guards ushered the 2 frail prisoners into the hall. Take them away. This doesn't seem right. Field protested verbally, yet his hands showed no intention of halting. I am Field Wilson. I know you have suffered in the past and are solely acquainted with magic. Come back to Wilson territory with me, where all magical materials are at your disposal. If you agree, simply nod. The 2 men immediately nodded in agreement. The Santorini prison was not only a grim environment, but also devoid of opportunities for magical research. The choice was clear to them. Field had promised an abundance of magical materials, and following him promised many advantages. Observing them, Field noted they possessed souls but lacked faith. That I hope you can find a belief beyond magic to sustain your lives in Wilson territory. With his objectives achieved, it was time to return to Wilson territory. James, our mission has been accomplished. It is time to head back. Field hesitated, acknowledging that without James's assistance, he likely lacked the strength to retrieve anyone from Santorini prison. Thank you, James simply smiled knowingly. After bidding farewell to James, Field returned to the trading guild, gathered Druid Krog, and left Santorini. Upon reaching the city gates, they encountered a familiar face, Bacon Warwolf, specifically waiting for Field. Instantly alert, Field instinctively gripped his sword tighter. Could he be seeking vengeance? To be so brazen in Santorini, he must be courting danger. Field halted his horse at a distance from Bacon, to his surprise. Bacon bowed and extended his sword towards him. Field was taken aback, puzzled by this gesture. Is this a ruse? I apologize, Master Field. Please forgive my disgraceful behavior at the Mercenary Guild. Accept this sword, a companion of mine through many battles. As a token of my remorse, Field stared at him, increasingly bewildered. After their altercation, he had taken the time to learn about the Warwolf Mercenary Corps. In the eyes of the common folk, they held a high reputation, frequently aiding the oppressed. Most importantly, every member of the Warwolf Mercenary Corps harbored a strong disdain for hypocritical nobles. Bacon elaborated on his purpose. Master Field, forgive my rashness. I was left with no choice but to resort to such a desperate measure. My brother's life was in peril, and I felt compelled to extort you. However, upon hearing of your deeds, I realized my error. My apologies. Meanwhile, Bacon once again raised his hands high, his demeanor exuding sincerity. Had it been any other noble, a mere deception might have sufficed, and Bacon would bear no psychological burden. Yet he happened upon a considerate lord who generously distributed food to his subjects during winter. This was in stark contrast to the principles upheld by the Wolf Mercenary Corps. Prompting the scene of Bacon blocking the door to offer his apologies, Field grasped his sword, its blade shimmering under the rays of the sun. This sword, which had accompanied Bacon in countless battles, subtly emanated a hint of menace. As his gaze shifted from the sword to Bacon's contrite expression, Field was filled with deep reflection. In the ruthless land of Loya, there existed warriors who stood up for the common folk, compelling him to admire every member of the Wolf Mercenary Corps. Having learned of their experiences, Field had long since forgotten any offense he might have taken. However, the unexpected apology genuinely caught him off guard. Field stepped forward slightly and assisted Captain Bacon to his feet. Captain Bacon, rise. Such misunderstandings need not lead to this, that it was indeed I who acted inappropriately, especially towards a benevolent lord. Very well, I shall accept it. At this moment, Bacon finally managed to stand upright. Captain Bacon, how did your brother sustain his injuries? He was struck by a pre-spell during our skirmish with the barbarians. Barbarians? Did you participate in the war against them? Bacon nodded. I could not bear to witness the barbarians oppressing the people of my kingdom, so I led the Wolf Mercenary Corps onto the battlefield. Field nodded slightly. Every participant in the war is rewarded. How could there be a lack of funds for treatment? Field's mention of this triggered an immediate surge of anger within Bacon. The despicable nobles greedily embezzled the rewards meant for the Wolf Mercenary Corps, resulting in my comrades not receiving timely medical attention. And now they are on the brink of death. As he spoke, Bacon's rage gradually morphed into a furrowed brow, revealing an inexplicable sorrow. He and his Wolf Mercenary Corps bled for the kingdom of Sar. Yet they were treated in such a manner. How could this not chill one's heart? Field discerned Bacon's frantic urgency regarding his brother's condition. Had it been otherwise, he would not have laid blame on the avaricious nobles. Clog, what do you need? Bring forth your best healing potions. Clog, enduring the pain, produced 3 vials of potions. These 3 finest healing potions could fetch a substantial amount of gold. Field accepted the potions from Clog, then produced 1,000 gold coins, handing them to Bacon. Bacon's face was a mixture of astonishment and disbelief. For the sake of those who gather firewood, we must not allow them to freeze in the snowstorm. You and your mercenary corps fight for the kingdom of Sar. I respect your efforts. Use these potions and gold to treat your brother. Bacon hesitated. On one hand, he greatly needed the funds for his brother's treatment, while on the other, it clashed with his principles. However, after a moment of contemplation, he accepted the healing potions and the 1,000 gold coins. Thank you, young Master Field. Should the Wolf Mercenary Corps ever be needed, we shall not hesitate to respond. As Bacon turned to leave, Field's voice reached his ears. Captain Bacon, your sword. Field tossed the sword he held to Bacon. Bacon hesitated, then bowed once more before hastily departing. Field was no saint, and he wouldn't indiscriminately offer charity to anyone who lamented their plight before him. From Larry and the staff at the Mercenary Guild, he had learned that the Wolf Mercenary Corps was highly regarded, often aiding peasants oppressed by nobles, and held a significant reputation in Santorini. Field admired those who, amid such a brutal world, remained untainted and true to their principles. As Bacon hurried away to save his comrade's life, Field continued on his journey to this Wilson territory. I had anticipated a life of hardship upon coming here. I did not expect Wilson territory to be so opulent. Look, Even the slaves reside in stone houses. Upon arriving at Wilson territory, Clog's voice was incessant, akin to Neumann II. Field corrected him. Cement houses? Not much different. They soon arrived at the trading district. Clog continued to chatter. Damn it, it's my first time seeing a remote noble thriving like this. My queen, how are the houses here so neat and clean? Matinsky and Kaloff observed Wilson territory quietly. In no time, Field reached the Magic Academy. Clog gazed at the grand entrance marked Magic Academy. Field, am I seeing things? It's real, Field replied with a smile that he led the three to Master Golova. Master Golova, I have brought back 3 mages. Field gestured to the 2 demure individuals. These are Matinsky and Kaloff. And this one is a druid. Before Field could finish his introduction, Master Golova's voice interrupted. Kaloff, how have you been? Teacher. The usually taciturn Kaloff finally spoke. What? Teacher? Field was genuinely astonished. No wonder Master Golova had highly recommended him. Master Golova disregarded Field's shock and continued to comfort Kaloff. Let bygones be bygones. Let the past remain in the past. Kaloff bowed his head in silence. Field, Kaloff's father once hired me to teach him magic. He is somewhat of a student of mine. The reason I did not inform you earlier was to avoid our relationship influencing your decisions. Field quickly gestured to show his understanding. After handing over the 2 reticent individuals and the talkative one to Master Golova, Field returned to Wilson Castle. Did you recruit any mages? Mance inquired. Field nodded. It was quite a journey. As long as you succeeded, that's what matters. The next day, Field visited the military camp. Tolkien's forging skills were truly remarkable. Field speculated that his craftsmanship was among the finest even among the dwarves. Currently, half of the Holy Helmet Knights had donned the newly crafted armor, which gleamed brilliantly under the sun. The armies of Loya lacked categorization. Comprising only a singular type of unit, the knight. Anyone who practiced the knight breathing technique was classified as a knight, regardless of whether they possessed a steed. Field found this crude management method unacceptable and resolved to reform the military. Presently, Wilson territory had only a few dozen ordinary warhorses, all of which Field had allocated to the Holy Helmet Knights. Field aimed to transform the Holy Helmet Knights into a genuine cavalry unit, standardizing their weaponry to include a lance and a knightly sword. Meanwhile, the defense unit of Wilson territory was reappointed as the Glorious Infantry Corps, with each infantryman equipped with a longsword. They would then be categorized into shield bearers, archers, and spear soldiers, with a provisional total of 10,000 soldiers per unit. Currently, the Glorious Infantry Corps and the Holy Helmet Knights had expanded to 2,500 members, respectively, still far from their full strength. However, Field was not in a rush. Haste makes waste. He would gradually develop Wilson territory before supplementing personnel as needed. At this moment, Field envisioned a future for Wilson territory with a formidable army of 20,000 elite soldiers, 10,000 infantry, and 10,000 cavalry. A vision that was simply exhilarating. Is this excessive? It is not excessive at all. It truly befits my identity as a time traveler. At this moment, Field remains utterly oblivious to the sheer panic that will ensue within the future royal family of Sayre when they learn that Wilson possesses an army of 20,000 fully armed soldiers. Following Field's decree for military reform, the army swiftly underwent transformation under the leadership of Yorkin Waite. Throughout this process, there was not a single hindrance, as if everything Field had undertaken was inherently correct. And indeed, it was. Since Field took charge of Wilson, every initiative he implemented has contributed to the strengthening of the territory. Now, in the hearts of the people of Wilson, it has become an unspoken consensus that all of Field's actions are the most prudent choices, a sentiment even shared by Mance. Additionally, Field has tasked Javier with making every effort to procure warhorses, as the absence of these steeds means that the Holy Helm Knights will have to maintain an infantry mode for a while longer. Once again, winter is nearing its end, a season rife with the plight of the homeless. However, this year's issue of Vagrancy has not disturbed Field in the slightest, as long as the homeless arrive in Wilson territory and are willing to stay. Wilson will gladly welcome them at this moment. A servant hurriedly approaches Field. Young Master Field, Lord Mance summons you to the hall. Before long, Field finds himself in the hall. Father, what do you require of me? Field, it is once again time for the annual hunt. Field shrugs. What does that have to do with me? Every year, Mance personally leads the hunt, and has never concerned Field that in previous years, Mance never mentioned such matters to Field. It was only in the last 2 years that Field became aware of this tradition. You are no longer a child. It is time for you to venture out and gain some experience. Me? Father, are you mistaken? You trust me to go for the first time? Rest assured, I have spoken to your grandfather. He will keep an eye on you. Just don't cause any trouble. All right then, Field concedes. Thinking that staying behind would indeed be rather dull, the hunt was initiated by the first Duke of Waterhouse, Robin, as an endeavor to cull magical beasts throughout the entire Corsi province. Each winter, as the season draws to a close, the magical beasts from the Megalos Mountains invade the Corsi province. The hunt serves to eliminate these creatures and ensure the safety of the citizens. Yet, over generations, the purpose of the hunt has evolved beyond merely protecting the populace. It has transformed into a social event among the nobility, becoming akin to a camping excursion. Last winter, due to the ongoing conflict with the barbarians, the so-called hunt did not take place. The following day, Field, accompanied by Owen, Kate, and 20 fully armed ordinary knights, set out towards the dark forest, a gathering place of years past. They asked for why he chose to bring 20 ordinary knights instead of junior knights. This was all part of Field's strategy to remain inconspicuous. He did not wish to draw undue attention to himself. Field understood the wisdom in the saying that the nail that sticks out gets hammered down. The dark forest lies a considerable distance from the Megalos Mountains, and to call it distant would not be an exaggeration. Nevertheless, the dark forest is the most picturesque locale in the Corsi province. Cherished by the nobility, Field and his knights swiftly arrived at the entrance of the dark forest. In comparison to the other noble parties, which included both knights and infantry, Field's group moved with remarkable speed. Within the camp, a few nearby lords were meandering about. As Field entered the campsite with his fully armed and resplendently adorned knights, he immediately captured everyone's attention. Disembarking from his horse, Field entrusted the war horse to his accompanying guards. At that moment, a noble approached Field, evidently seeking to establish rapport. Is the contingent from Wilson. I would have thought a duke's entourage had arrived, if not for the banner. Field turned in the direction of the voice and saw a noble he did not recognize. Having rarely ventured far from home, he was not familiar with many faces. However, he had been trained to identify the emblems of different families. With a slight glance, Field observed the banner. It is Viscount Fenray. I have long admired you. Field offered a gentle smile. A smile is an indispensable lesson in noble interactions. And fortunately, Field had learned this well. Viscount Fenray nodded in acknowledgement. Wilson has truly flourished. Even the army is so splendid. How enviable. Viscount Fenray, your own army is no less impressive. The hunt had not only become a social gathering among the nobility, but also a platform for them to showcase their prowess. Any noble attending the hunt would bring their best equipment to demonstrate during the event, hoping to catch the eye of Duke Waterhouse. Where's your father, Mance? We fought together in the past. Father is unwell and cannot leave Wilson. What a pity. Wilson always welcomes your visit. Viscount Fenray. Fenray smiled faintly. Once pleasantries were exchanged, Field promptly sought out a suitable spot within the camp to set up. Within 2 days, various noble lords began to arrive in succession. That afternoon, the main attraction of the hunt also arrived at the dark forest. Duke Locke led an imposing entourage into the campsite, and the surrounding lords instinctively parted to create a path for him, standing straight and solemn at the sides. Field did likewise. Duke Locke passed by Field. He was drawn to the sight of the fully armed knights behind him. Wilson, well done. The armor of Wilson is truly striking. Field bowed slightly, saying, Field thanks you for your kind words, my lord. Duke Locke turned his attention toward Field. You are Field Wilson. Truly a remarkable figure. Field smiled and nodded, silently accepting the Duke's praise. Duke Locke continued toward the main camp. This moment, James and Sophie, following Duke Locke, also greeted Field in turn. The army of Wilson is impressive. It is indeed prosperous. Field smiled faintly. Not as good as the Duke's household. The surrounding lords exchanged glances, each inwardly reflecting on the situation. How fortunate Wilson is to have caught Duke Locke's attention so swiftly and to have become acquainted with the future heir of Waterhouse. Field stood out during the Duke's welcoming ceremony. The arrival of Duke Locke signified the imminent commencement of the hunt. As Field had anticipated, Duke Locke soon summoned all the lords. The annual hunt commences now. May you all return laden with spoils. With Duke Locke's proclamation, the event officially began. Field scanned the area and noticed many nobles forming teams to enter the dark forest to hunt. Field, too, soon joined forces with his uncle Mobach, Baron Davis, and Viscount Rodriguez, forming a party. According to past traditions, nobles would venture into the dark to hunt beasts for the evening's dinner, followed by socializing during the banquet, a well-established routine. Field and his uncle Mobach rode side by side, with Viscount Rodriguez and Baron Davis following closely behind, and finally, the guards from their respective territories bringing up the rear. Field, Wilson has truly become wealthy. Even I, your uncle, find it enviable. It is merely the trade guild that has earned some gold. Field continued, where is cousin? Why hasn't he come? He is struggling with his martial arts training. I instructed him to cultivate his skills in the castle. Regarding martial arts training, I have some experience. One must endure trials to achieve breakthroughs. Only by reaching the limits of one's physical abilities can one truly hone their skills. Perhaps my cousin should give it a try. As Field spoke, he surveyed the surroundings, realizing that tonight's dinner was still unaccounted for. I believe the intensity of his training is far from sufficient. These are merely my personal insights. Boke is, after all, his uncle, and it is only reasonable that he would share some of Wilson's nightly training techniques with his dear uncle as a form of unconventional gratitude, under the shade of a mighty tree. The strength of Count Swift allows Wilson to flourish even further. Suddenly, a wild deer dashed across Field's line of sight, plunging into the nearby thicket. Boke remained lost in thought regarding Field's words, oblivious to the deer before him. Yet Field, quick of hand and eye, promptly readied his bow and arrow. The arrow swiftly pierced the thicket where the deer had taken refuge, followed by a faint, sorrowful cry from the creature. A knight behind them promptly ventured into the underbrush, dragging out the lifeless body of the deer. Coming to his senses, Boke exclaimed, "What a remarkable shot!" The onlookers applauded in admiration. Field casually scanned his surroundings and noticed a peculiar plant bearing bright red fruits. Upon closer inspection, he was struck by its resemblance to chili peppers from his memory. "Uncle, do you recognize this plant?" "It does not appear to be a magical one. It seems more like a type of weed." Clearly, Boke was unfamiliar with this trivial, ordinary plant of no value. The noble class studied plants imbued with magical properties, beneficial for cultivation. Such roadside weeds were typically disregarded. Field plucked one of the red fruits, scrutinizing it intently, that he then crushed the fruit, releasing a pungent, spicy aroma that quickly permeated the air, undeniably reminiscent of chili peppers. Field sampled a morsel of the fruit's flesh with his fingers to ascertain its toxicity. The plant exhibited no magical fluctuations. It was merely an ordinary specimen. Even if it were toxic, a high-ranking knight's formidable digestive capabilities would render it harmless. Only the potent toxins found in magical plants could pose a life-threatening risk to knights who had cultivated battle energy. Indeed, it is not toxic, and the flavor is identical to that of chili peppers. What a treasure I have found. Field spat out the remnants of the crushed pepper. Owen and Kate stepped forth from the group. "Young Master Field, what is your command?" "Lead the knights to scour the area for this plant. Bring it back, roots and fruits included." "Understood." In no time, the knights of Wilson's territory dispersed to search for chilies. Boke also urged the knights behind him, "You should go search as well." Viscount Rodriguez and Baron Davis silently dispatched their knights as well. "Field, I see you have tasted it and are now sending people to seek it out. Have you discovered something?" Field offered Boke a slight smile. "Uncle, I cannot explain it all at once. Once I have created something, it will all become clear." "Very well. I shall await your ingenious ideas." The hunting expedition continued, and while Field searched for chilies, he also hunted down numerous beasts. Simultaneously, the combined efforts of the four territories yielded a considerable number of chilies. As the sky gradually dimmed, Boke addressed everyone. "It is getting late. It is time to return to the campsite." Indeed, returning too late may displease Duke Locke. Agreed. Viscount Rodriguez and Baron Davis echoed in agreement. They had gathered a substantial amount of chilies, and the beasts hunted were sufficient. It was time to head back. Upon their return to the camp, Viscount Rodriguez, Baron Davis, and Field parted ways. The campsite of Wilson's territory lay adjacent to that of Swift's. Flickering bonfires illuminated the area, roasting the beasts captured that day. Kate, ignite the bonfire and prepare the beasts. Field then retrieved some chili fruits from his storage ring and handed them to Owen. Owen, grind these fruits into powder and deliver it to me. Owen nodded and departed. Shortly after, Owen returned to Field, tears streaming down his face. Young Master Field, here is the chili powder. Field took the powder, cautioning, be sure not to rub your eyes. But alas, it was too late, as Owen had already rubbed his eyes. What? I didn't hear you, young Master Field. Oh, it's nothing. Just bear with it. Just as Field finished speaking, Owen's tears flowed uncontrollably. Young Master Field, what is happening to me? Do not rub your eyes. Just endure it for a moment. Field then chose to disregard Owen's plight, reasoning that he would not perish. A bit of spice was, after all, healthier. He passed the chili powder to Kate. Kate, sprinkle this powder on the meat as it nears completion. Understood. Soon, freshly roasted meat emerged from the flames. Owen, drawn by the enticing aroma, approached eagerly. Kate, your roasting skills have truly improved. It is not my skill, but rather the effect of the chili powder. Field took a large leg of meat from Kate, savoring a hearty bite. Yes. Just the familiar flavor I craved. The scent of chili instantly whetted Field's appetite. In a matter of moments, he devoured an entire leg. Kate also sampled the uniquely flavored roasted meat. Delicious. Owen nodded fervently in agreement. Indeed, young Master Field, you are incredibly clever, truly a fountain of knowledge. As this group of ruffians devoured the roasted meat with gusto, a petite figure approached Wilson's camp. Recognizing the figure, Kate and Owen immediately rose to their feet. Miss Sophia, what brings you here? I see your father busy entertaining the lords. During the banquet of the hunting expedition, both earls and marquises would attend the duke's camp, while viscounts and barons were occasionally specially invited. I grew bored and wandered off. It's just a bunch of old men. What's so entertaining? Suddenly, Sophia caught a whiff of a unique aroma wafting through the air. Field, what delectable dish are you preparing? Hurry up and serve it to me. Field promptly handed her a freshly roasted leg. Sophia's eyes widened at the sight of the meat he offered. Realizing a moment, Field swiftly sliced the leg into pieces and placed them on a plate. Sophia eagerly picked up a piece and tasted it. Delicious. The spicy meat continued to find its way into Sophia's mouth. One piece after another. In the face of such culinary delight, Sophia completely let go of her inhibitions. Indulging voraciously before Field, Field glanced at the bare bone in his hand, pondering who would have thought this little one could eat so heartily. Field, what did you add to the meat? It's incredibly fragrant. Field casually grabbed the chili powder. This must be it. Sophia took the powder, asking, what is this? An ordinary plant. I call it chili. This powder is made from it. What a marvelous substance. Do you have more? Please, give me some. Sophia extended her small hand in request. Field shook his head. Currently, this is all that I have. Very well, this will suffice. I shall take it back to let my brother sample it. Without waiting for Field's consent, Sophia's figure vanished. Moments later, Sophia appeared within the duke's camp. The lords mingled, toasting and boasting of their past glories. Sophia approached Duke Locke, declaring, Father, I have something wonderful to show you. Ding, 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 behold. With that, Sophia imitated the earlier action of sprinkling chili powder over a piece of roasted meat before handing it to Locke. This flavor is truly exceptional. Where did you acquire it? Field made it. Sophia promptly revealed Field's involvement. That rascal from Wilson's territory? Sophia nodded affirmatively. He is quite a handsome young man. Subsequently, the chili powder was eagerly divided among the assembled nobles. The pungent spiciness of the chili left a profound impression on the aristocrats, whose diets had been rather monotonous, thus laying the groundwork for the swift sales that would follow upon the chili powder's introduction. The annual hunting and social event concluded successfully. For Field, who had never participated in such a hunt before, it was indeed somewhat intriguing. However, he mused that another round might very well lead to his discomfort. For the lords who had long been accustomed to these events, it hardly stirred any excitement. Even before the event had officially ended, They were already eager to return to their respective homes. After bidding farewell to James and Sophia, Field made his way back to the Wilson estate. No sooner had he arrived than he sought out Al and Colden. He then produced the chili seeds he had discovered in the shadowy forest and presented them to Colden and Al. Cole then scratched his head and inquired, "Master Field, what is this? I have never seen it before." "Chili. I call it chili, and it will enhance the flavor of food," Field emphasized. "This is a prized find," although Colden and Al were perplexed. They nodded in agreement. One generation would plant it, and another would study it. Field then turned to Dean Al. "You know what to do, right?" "Of course." After discussing the matter at hand, Field hurried back to Wilson Castle. "Field, how was the hunt? What surprises could a noble gathering hold?" Field retorted, "Father, is everything in Wilson territory normal?" Mance pondered for a moment, shaking his head, then nodding. "Father, is there something going on or not? It seems that Waite has devised some kind of formation for the infantry. I haven't had the chance to examine it closely. You returned just in time. You should take a look yourself. I asked that all? Well, it could be considered significant." Field reflected as he walked, amused that the reserved Waite was actually capable of research. "Waite, I hope your formation does not disappoint me." Just hearing that name indicated it was no ordinary matter. He hoped it would not be merely superficial. Field approached the military camp with anticipation. Since its establishment, he had been preoccupied with various matters, and this was only his second visit to that moment. Captain York of the Radiant Infantry Regiment was leading the soldiers in practicing peculiar formations. Field also noticed that the shields held by the infantry were different. Steady hands, swing the longsword swiftly and accurately. Strike true. Not enough. Again, still insufficient. Once more. Watching this scene, Field felt a sense of satisfaction. He finally saw the emergence of some elite soldiers. "Good day, Master Field. Continue your training. Pay me no mind." Shortly thereafter, Field arrived at the Knight Academy. "Dean Waite, I heard you have developed some peculiar innovations. Are they being practiced in the camp?" Waite nodded. He then picked up a shield from beside him, identical to the one Field had seen in the camp. Field leaned in to observe, then reached out to touch it. The shield bore unique engravings, seemingly radiating a faint energy. When Field attempted to channel his internal energy into the shield, he was astonished to find it responded miraculously. Waite explained, "When a knight wields the shield, their internal energy connects with it, significantly enhancing its defensive capabilities. Moreover, when the shields are arranged in formation, their power increases exponentially." "Ha ha ha, Dean Waite, you have certainly not disappointed me." Following Waite's introduction, Field was also introduced to Waite's crowning achievement, the infantry formation, as its name suggests. The infantry formation utilizes the unique positioning of soldiers to create a strategy that offers both defensive and offensive capabilities. This formation greatly amplifies the combat strength of the infantry. Field had long believed that an equal number of infantry could never withstand a knight's assault. Yet now it appeared that formations could bridge that gap. With Field's endorsement, Waite planned to implement this formation within the Radiant Infantry Regiment. Knights are the mainstay of warfare on the continent of Loya, and the greater the number of knights with internal energy in an army, the stronger its combat capability. Currently, Wilson territory boasts a superior knight training method compared to other lords, resulting in over 300 knights possessing internal energy. However, this method is not without its drawbacks. It carries significant risks, as immediate medical treatment is required after each training session. Failing to do so can leave hidden dangers, making future breakthroughs for knights exceedingly difficult if one disregards the costs. Wilson would likely have already produced 1,000 novice knights simply for the sake of cultivating those with internal energy, even though Field has greatly restrained the training pace of the knights. The number of novice knights in Wilson territory far exceeds that of the counts, even rivaling the marquises. Yet, the high-end combat power remains lacking. As Field is aware, the number of silver knights within the Count's territory exceeds 10. His grandfather, Count Tyler, is a silver knight, and his father, still living in secret, is also a formidable knight. However, these are merely the snippets of information that Count Tella has shared regarding Wilson. Who knows if there are other silver or even gold knights lurking in the shadows? If counts face such circumstances, one can only imagine the situation for the more powerful marquises. Thus, Field views the development of high-end combat power as the foremost priority for for Wilson's self-strengthening. Presently, Wilson territory possesses wealth. Yet only Mance stands as a silver knight, rendering its strength inadequate. A field's objective is to convert gold coins into formidable power, transforming soft power into hard power and leveraging hard power to acquire soft power. As strength increases, gold coins will flow in more swiftly. The more gold coins there are, the stronger the power becomes, creating an infinite virtuous cycle. Just thinking about it brings immense satisfaction, and no sooner had Field departed the Knight Academy than Nelson sought him out. "Ah, dear steward, what brings you to me?" Field nearly let slip his inner thoughts. "Dear steward, what is that?" Field quickly waved his hand, dismissing it. "No matter, let's get to the point. A group of dwarves has arrived in Wilson territory." Field's eyes instantly sparkled. Dwarves are treasures incarnate. How could he not be excited? "Let us go. Take me to see them." Moments later, within the forge department. "Why are the dwarves all here?" Nelson explained. "They are friends and family of Tolkien, come to seek refuge." They were attracted by Wilson's generous wages. As Field stepped into the forge department, he was greeted by a host of round, plump little figures. "Be why the heavens. Why are these dwarves so fat? They're nearly spherical." Tolkien approached. "Master Field, these are my friends and family. We hope to find some work." Tolkien then gestured to one of the dwarves beside him. "This is a mid-level mage, capable of crafting enchanted equipment." "Oh, this is indeed a talent. Welcome to Wilson territory. We accept all who come, provided they are human. As long as there exists a living being, there's a place for it to thrive within the territory of Wilson. Without rules, there can be no order. Wilson has long provided an inexhaustible supply of cultivation resources. However, this model is certainly not sustainable in the long run, prompting Field to establish a reward mechanism. While it may not compare to the previous model of freely supplied resources, it still offers ample resources for the daily cultivation needs of most individuals. Whenever someone achieves a breakthrough, they are rewarded handsomely, and loans for purchasing cultivation resources are also available. Indeed, loans have significantly stimulated the internal economy of Wilson. Thanks to the efforts throughout the winter, the forests surrounding Heisen village have been almost entirely cleared, and the mice military fortress has been completed. The clandestine extraction of magic crystal veins can be perfectly concealed by the mice fortress, and the mining operations are about to commence. Currently, Wilson's Magic Academy boasts over 20 magicians. In the near future, their numbers are expected to swell further to minimize expenditure on magical materials. The mining of magic crystal veins is imperative. The first step in this endeavor, naturally, is to find trustworthy individuals. To this end, Field meticulously vetted the household registrations of everyone in Wilson and ultimately selected those who had lived there since childhood to undertake the mining of magic crystal veins. With the miners identified, the next step is to bolster the defensive capabilities of the mice military fortress to ensure its protection. Field has dispatched 500-strong squads of the Radiant Infantry to garrison the mice fortress. With everything in place, the mining operations for the magic crystal veins have secretly commenced within Wilson. At this moment, Field stands at the entrance of the magic crystal vein, observing the continuous extraction of magic crystals. The nascent form of Wilson's Magician Guild relies on you. Abel, who stands beside Field, mistakenly believes he is being addressed and promptly responds, "Young Master Field, I vow to protect this place with my life." Field nods, choosing not to elaborate. "Abel, how likely do you think it is that this magic crystal vein will be leaked?" Abel shakes his head, stating that no one can predict such things, and all they can do is take preventive measures against potential calamities. "I do not know. I only believe that human effort plays a crucial role." He nods. "Indeed, you have a way with words." Abel scratches his head, displaying his simple nature. "I learned it all in elementary academy." "I'll leave this to you. I must return now." "Understood. The spring sowing has commenced. This year, all the lands in Wilson have been planted with a new variety of wheat, through the hybridization principles proposed by Field. Dean Ale successfully cultivated a high-yield new wheat strain last year. This year, a small portion is being cultivated to observe the yield. Field finds himself increasingly impressed by Ale's agricultural talents. Furthermore, Ale frequently ventures to the outskirts of the Megalos Mountains in search of new crops. Thankfully, Wilson's military strength is sufficiently robust, often accompanied by the High Mage Krog and the Night York. leading 100-strong infantry, which allows him, an ordinary individual, to thrive in the crisis-laden Megalos Mountains. While Field cautiously oversees the extraction of magic crystal veins, a group of unexpected visitors arrives at Wilson. Ever since Hilbert assumed the role of Director of Intelligence, and Abel took charge of safeguarding the normal extraction of magic crystal veins, Field's personal guard and messenger have transformed into Owen and Kate. At this moment, Owen rushes into the hall. "Young Master Field, there's a group outside the fortress requesting to see you by name." "Who are they?" "I did not specify, only stating that you would understand upon meeting them." Field sets down the parchment in his hand. "Let us go. I shall meet them." Upon reaching the fortress entrance, 7 familiar figures come into view, one of whom Field has not encountered before. He turns out to be Captain Bacon. Indeed, this group is none other than the wolf mercenaries that Field met at the Mercenary Guild. Although a minor conflict arose from some unpleasantness in the past, it has since been resolved, and Field even generously assisted them. Logically, they should have had little to no further interaction, yet their sudden visit piques Field's curiosity about the purpose of the wolf mercenaries' long journey from Santorini. "Captain Bacon, esteemed members of the wolf mercenaries, welcome to Wilson." Field greets them warmly. Despite his curiosity about their intentions, he adheres to the adage of not striking at those who come with a smile. Moreover, the reputation of the wolf mercenaries is quite commendable, warranting Field's hospitable reception. It is unexpected to reunite so soon after parting at the Mercenary Guild. What a stroke of fate! I sincerely thank you, young Master Field, for your generous assistance, which saved me from the clutches of death. Captain Bacon responds, before a female knight clad in leather armor and wielding a bow steps forth from the crowd. "Young Master Field, this is Scarlet, my injured comrade. Thanks to your aid, she has made a full recovery, and no wonder she looks somewhat familiar. I am eternally grateful to you." "Young Master Field," Scarlet exclaims, promptly kneeling before him. Field quickly extends a hand to assist her. "It was but a trifling matter, nothing worth mentioning. You should direct your gratitude towards your captain." Field then turns to Owen and instructs, "Owen, inform the chef to prepare a banquet. I wish to host distinguished guests tonight." "Yes." Owen departs to relay the message. Field leads the rugged mercenaries into the grand hall of Wilson Fortress. The recently renovated hall, resplendent in its opulence, leaves the members of the wolf mercenaries, who have never experienced noble life, in awe. How beautiful! Absolutely stunning. The only member of the wolf mercenaries with some education, a magician, exclaims with eloquent phrases. "Ha!" Field chuckles, recalling the disarray of the past. It was a complete mess. But it has only recently been restored. Servants begin to lay out honeyed fruit wine, wheat beer, noodles, and white bread on the dining table. The sumptuous feast makes the impoverished wolf mercenaries salivate profusely. Had it not been for their pride, they would have already pounced upon the food like ravenous wolves. Field, of course, notices their eagerness. "My friends, the journey has been arduous. Please, indulge in the meal." Given permission, they rush forward, with even the only female knight disregarding her ladylike demeanor. After all, they're mercenaries now, having long abandoned such concerns. Bacon offers an awkward smile, acknowledging that the long-standing financial struggles had deprived the members of the wolf mercenaries of good food. A failing on his part as their captain. "I apologize. My comrades have not enjoyed such a lavish meal in quite some time, and they may have lost their decorum." As soon as Bacon finishes speaking, he gulps down his saliva. Field shares an understanding smile. "No matter. Let us commence dining." As the clock strikes 3 in the afternoon, the banquet table is cleared of all delicacies, and the members of the wolf mercenaries revel in their feast. At this moment, Field finally inquires about the purpose of their visit to Wilson. "Captain Bacon, may I inquire as to why you have come to Wilson to seek me?" Bacon offers another awkward smile. "We wish to come under your banner." "Surely, I did not miss here." Bacon nods firmly. "Why is that? Did you not harbor a strong disdain for nobles?" "I do not harbor any ill will towards you." "You are unlike other nobles," Scarlet interjects, her slightly rounded belly evident. "Why is that?" "It was said that you have consistently taken in refugees and provided them with warm homes that I was skeptical, but upon meeting you, I realized that the rumors circulating outside were indeed true." "Thus, so you have come to Wilson to seek my protection?" Field queries, as Bacon and the members of the Wolf mercenaries nod in unison. We are all commoners at heart, well aware of the struggles faced by the lower classes. Hearing of a noble who aids the common folk, we naturally sought your refuge. Young Master Field, do not listen to Bacon's exaggerations. That is but one of the reasons. The main reason is that we can no longer make ends meet. Field gazed at them, enveloped in silence. Captain Bacon and the other members of the Warwolf Mercenary Corps awaited his response with bated breath. After a moment of contemplation, Field resolved to accept them. The reputation of the Warwolf Mercenary Corps was well known, and Wilson Territory was in need of personnel. He raised his goblet in a toast, welcoming them to Wilson Territory. Little did he anticipate that a seemingly casual decision would lead him to acquire a mercenary band. Though this group consisted of only 8 members, their caliber was impressive. 1 high-ranking knight, 3 mid-level knights, 4 junior knights, and 1 intermediate mage. This formidable force could easily overturn the majority of baronial territories. The Warwolf Mercenary Corps. Field was a considerate noble who valued the lives of his subjects. Yet, in his own eyes, his actions were merely trifling gestures. One cannot expect a horse to run without feeding it. Such good fortune does not exist. Everything Field did was aimed at fostering a high level of work enthusiasm among his subjects. And these were merely basic life assurances, matters he considered entirely natural. Nevertheless, such simple acts garnered unanimous praise from the Warwolf Mercenary Corps, highlighting the dire living conditions faced by the common folk of the Loya continent. The pressures of life, combined with Field's benevolence, led the mercenaries to fully integrate into Wilson Territory. Naturally, upon joining, the Warwolf Mercenary Corps was obliged to adhere to the directives of Wilson Territory. Owen led the 7 knights to report to York's glorious infantry corps, while the remaining intermediate mage was assigned by Field to teach at the Magic Academy. However, his curriculum did not focus on imparting magical knowledge. Rather, he taught the students of magic how to engage in combat and safely extricate themselves from perilous situations. The arrangement of the various magical courses at the academy was finally nearing completion. Master Golova served as the dean, overseeing the entire operation. Kyloff and Medinsky were responsible for teaching magical theory. Druid Krog handled the instruction of potion making, and practical magical combat was entrusted to the seasoned mercenary Jeff Bridges. After all, Jeff had years of experience as a mercenary, with combat prowess beyond reproach. But it is worth noting that Jeff Bridges was no longer a mere mercenary. He had become a proud educator of the people of Wilson Territory. Master Golova, I leave Jeff in your capable hands. Golova nodded, deeply admiring Field's ability to attract a mercenary band solely through his character. For some reason, he felt that Field's existence would inevitably alter the plight of the common people on the Loya continent. Just as Field was about to turn away, Golova's voice halted him. Field, do not forget your daily training. Field turned back, a gentle smile gracing his lips. Of course, compared to their initial encounter, Field sensed that Golova had seemingly found his own spirit. After arranging the Warwolf mercenaries, Field soon received news from the intelligence department that IT was not particularly significant or confidential, merely a message relayed by Javier, who was in the royal capital, through the intelligence department. At present, the department's foundation was still fragile, unable to gather any crucial or important intelligence. However, its basic functions had begun to manifest, as evidenced by this incident of assisting Javier in conveying information. Thanks to Hilbert's efforts, the intelligence department was starting to come into its own, and Wilson Territory no longer found itself in the embarrassing predicament of receiving news only days after the conclusion of a conflict. Young Master Field, this letter is from Javier, sent for the capital of Sayrefield, accepted the letter. Very well. You may leave. He then slowly opened the letter, scanning its contents swiftly to grasp the reason for Javier's correspondence. The merchant guild was thriving, causing some nobles from Sayre City to become restless. These despicable nobles frequently hired thugs to harass the merchant guild, significantly disrupting their trade. Alas, the larger the tree, the more it attracts the wind. The unique products of Wilson Territory, combined with Javier's distinctive trading model, rapidly dominated the market in Sayre City. Faced with this situation, Field felt compelled to personally journey to Sayre City. Father, the Merchant Guild is encountering some troubles in Sayre City. I need to resolve this matter in person. Very well. Mans added, if you come across something truly insurmountable, remember to seek out Julius. After all, you share a bond forged in the crucible of battle." Field nodded and set off with Captain Bacon and 10 junior knights. Time flew by as Bacon reminded him, "Young Master Field, we have arrived at the province of Sayre City." Field nodded. As he stepped into the province of Sayre City, he immediately noticed numerous spies trailing behind them. Captain Bacon cautiously approached Field. "Shall we take care of this? These are mere trifles. Slaying a handful will only invite more. There's no end to it. Why expend our energy on them? Moreover, letting them spread news of our arrival in Sayre City will allow those nobles to act as they please. I shall handle whatever they throw my way." Bacon was thoroughly impressed by Field's commanding words. He thought to himself, "Truly, my lord is magnificent, exuding an aura of authority that in all honesty, Field preferred to act discreetly, yet the nobles only responded to displays of strength. The more one appears weak, the more the predatory nobles will take advantage. As they drew closer to the royal capital, Field sensed a disturbing change in the atmosphere around them. How laughable that they could not contain their impatience and dare to attack me outright. It seems I overestimated the intelligence of these nobles. The kingdom of Sayre had clearly stipulated that nobles must not assassinate one another. Violations would result in the annihilation of their entire family. Field could scarcely fathom the sheer stupidity of this group, committing such acts right under the noses of Sayre City. Just as he was deriding the intelligence of the nobles, 100 or so figures surged forth from the surrounding thickets. The leader shouted, "Charge! Kill the lord and earn 1,000 gold coins." Instantly, the crowd surged forward, but fortunately, all the knights Field had brought with him were seasoned warriors, each imbued with battle energy that in mere moments. The rabble was already showing signs of collapse. The leader, sensing the tide turning against him, glanced at his comrades and swiftly joined a fray with 5 others. Seeing the opposing leader enter the fray, Bacon immediately dispatched the foe he was engaged with and charged toward the leader. The adversary also recognized Bacon as the powerhouse of this group and rushed toward him. Clang, clang. Their battle erupted into a fierce confrontation. Field observed the imposing presence radiating from the leader, a high-ranking knight. They're truly willing to invest heavily that moment. One of Wilson Territory's knights found himself surrounded by 2 enemies, his fists unable to contend against their combined might, and thus fell into a precarious position. Just as an enemy's long sword was poised to pierce his neck, Field intervened. When he struck, he did so with astonishing precision, instantly eliminating 2 of the opposing junior knights. The leader, still engaged with Bacon, sensed the shift in fortune and attempted to flee. However, Bacon was relentless, clinging to him until all his comrades lay slain. Even then, the leader refused to surrender. After repelling Bacon with a strike, he dashed toward the thicket. Bacon was about to pursue when Field halted him. "Let him go, he is almost there. Once he enters the dense forest, even the king himself would be powerless against him." Yet his wish would ultimately remain unfulfilled. In the blink of an eye, a sudden high-ranking spell struck him down, killing him on the spot. Bacon and the other guards were left dumbfounded at this turn of events. He had been so focused on fleeing that he neglected the danger behind him, providing me with a perfect opportunity to strike. Yet, Field's explanation fell flat. Those around him were unconvinced if they refused to believe. So be it. Go. Search him for anything that might prove his identity. Though Field was aware of the slim possibility of finding any items to establish identity, he nonetheless felt compelled to search. "Young Master Field, I have discovered this," he announced. Upon seeing the emblem, Field instantly recognized it as the crest of the House of Pufar. As he gazed at the insignia, a deep contemplation ensued. This situation could either indicate that the leader was overly confident, neglecting to conceal the family emblem, or that someone was attempting to frame him using another's family crest. However, upon turning his gaze to the lifeless body of the leader, Field pondered the significant risks involved in such a frame-up. Thus, he concluded that the first scenario was the most plausible. After a brief respite, Field and his companions hastened towards the city of Sayre. The merchant guild served as the economic lifeblood of Wilson Territory, and Field's visit was primarily aimed at addressing matters concerning this guild. Upon his arrival in Sayre, he made a beeline for the merchant guild. As he drew closer, he was met with the cacophony of heated arguments, accompanied by the frantic shouts of Javier. The audacity of the ruffians to cause a scene in Seir was appalling. Did they not value their lives? Truly, they were a blight upon the city. Ha! Year after year of hunger, it would be better to be dead. The thugs mocked Javier's impotent rage. Point one ruffian chimed in. Unless you offer us something to entertain us, it seems there's no point in even opening the merchant guild. This was not mere bravado. It was an extreme of arrogance, as for the absence of the city's security forces. That was a matter worthy of scrutiny. That moment, Field, consumed by his pent-up fury from a prior attack, fortuitously stumbled upon this scene. An opportunity presented itself. The lives of these ruffians were of no greater value than that of a slave. Their demise would be inconsequential. A noble. Field felt no fear towards them. With a swift motion, he severed the head of the ruffian leader, which rolled away until it collided with a wall, coming to a halt. In all his lifetimes, Field had never encountered such a despicable demand, seeking death while wreaking havoc at the Merchant Guild. How unfortunate. The sudden turn of events left the surrounding thugs in a state of shock. Though they were mercenaries, they were not of the ilk to sacrifice their lives for money. After all, one must live to spend. Witnessing Field's decisive action, the once brazen ruffians trembled in fear. The lives of these scoundrels were trivial. A noble slaying a ruffian was akin to squashing an ant. No one would hold Field accountable. Having spent over a year on the continent of Loya, Field was well aware of the brutal living conditions in the kingdom of Seir and its neighboring realms. He surveyed his surroundings, his gaze brimming with lethal intent. Depart, or face the consequences. No mercy shall be shown. In an instant, nearly all the ruffians scattered like birds, while the few remaining fled the entrance of the Merchant Guild in a hasty retreat. Javier quickly approached Field. Young Master Field, you have finally arrived. Thank you for your efforts. The warmth in Field's voice made Javier feel that all his hardships were worthwhile. Without Javier, the Merchant Guild in Wilson territory would have taken at least 3 more years to develop to its current state in Seir. Javier proceeded to recount the experiences of the Merchant Guild during this period, mentioning the Puffer family, known for their aggressive suppression of the guild. News of Field's arrival in Seir and his swift elimination of the troublemakers spread like wildfire. In this time, the guild saw a significant reduction in ruffian activity, and a profound silence enveloped it. However, while the Merchant Guild enjoyed a semblance of calm, tumultuous events unfolded elsewhere in the kingdom of Seir. At the Puffer estate, curses and the sounds of objects being thrown filled the air. Useless. You can't even handle such a trivial task. What are you good for? After a long pause, the current Puffer Marquis realized that with Field now in Seir, executing a plan would be challenging. Furthermore, this boy was exceedingly ruthless. He had beheaded Clara upon his arrival. Had Field been present, he would have known that those he killed were not mere ruffians, but agents sent by the Puffer Marquis. At this juncture, not only were the Puffer estate's occupants seething with rage, but other nobles who had been suppressing the Merchant Guild were equally taken aback by Field's decisive actions at the guild's entrance. Prompting them to retract their underhanded maneuvers, they lamented, "Indeed, this is a territory forged through battle. His methods are impressively swift." Yet they seem to have forgotten that their ancestors, too, were once fearless warriors, renowned for their relentless pursuits of nobility through conquest. Javier returned with a fine honeyed fruit wine. Young Master Field, what shall we do next? Field tapped the table thoughtfully, admitting that he had no immediate solution. First, let Sir Bacon guard the Merchant Guild to prevent any further disturbances from ruffians, ensuring the guild operates smoothly. Meanwhile, I will seek out trouble with the Puffers. Puffer, which Marquis? Field nodded. Indeed. Young Master Field, why is that? Javier inquired, concerned that we lacked direct evidence linking the Puffer family to these events. Unfazed, Field produced the family emblem he had seized. On our journey to Seir, we were attacked, and this was recovered from the leader. Having traveled extensively with his father and dealt with nobles throughout his life, Javier instantly recognized the emblem's origin. Javier appeared hesitant. What is it? Given that the Wilson territory was merely a viscountcy, openly offending a marquis of the kingdom might not be prudent, especially considering that the Puffer Marquis seemingly had a powerful royal ally. Field, maintaining a confident and composed demeanor, replied, "Do you think I fear the Marquis?" The rapid growth of Wilson territory's power, bolstered by the support of Duke Waterhouse, had emboldened Field. Javier remained silent. The implications were clear. Though their acquaintance had been brief, Javier understood Field's fearless nature. The following day, Field swiftly drafted a formal complaint against the Puffer family and submitted it to the Kingdom of Seer. The act of openly assassinating a noble was no trivial matter. It was a grave offense deeply entrenched in the kingdom's foundational laws, and Seer took it very seriously. Before long, the current Puffer Marquis received a summons from the royal house. The Puffer Marquis, a man in his 30s, had been thrust into the role of Marquis prematurely due to the sudden death of his predecessor. Lacking the influence of seasoned nobility, his approach was devoid of the cunning typical of old foxes. Instead, he acted with a simplistic and brutal style, culminating in the foolish act of openly attacking a noble. Such a violation of the Kingdom of Seer's regulations had been committed. However, as long as no evidence existed, even if everyone suspected him, they could do nothing. But if evidence was left behind, that would implicate the Puffer family. That if Field did not take full advantage of this evidence to challenge the Puffars, he would be remiss in his duty to utilize what had been presented to him. Meanwhile, the summoned Puffer Marquis continued to vent his frustrations. Useless. You can't even handle a simple task without attracting trouble. Complaints may arise, and anger may flare, yet one must still attend to their responsibilities. Soon, the ostentatiously dressed Puffle made his appearance in the judgment hall of the royal city of Sayre, eager for all to witness his wealth. The continent of Leah had yet to establish a distinct judicial system, relying instead on the mutual vitriol exchanged much like scullery maids in a marketplace. Upon entering, Marquis Puffle immediately spotted Field, his countenance rife with disdain and contempt, for the essence of nobility was entirely absent in Puffle's demeanor. That moment, the judgment hall exuded an air of solemnity. Both parties were present, and the royal witness was already seated in the prominent position. Field, unhurried, produced the confiscated family crest, declaring, "This is the evidence against the Puffle family." Puffle was taken aback, having anticipated merely a rumor, not the unveiling of tangible proof. At this juncture, he mentally cursed the entire clan of the assailants. However, adhering to a principle of unwavering denial, Marquis Puffle resolutely refuted the allegations. That is a fabricated piece of evidence intended to frame the Puffle family. We shall never acknowledge it. A tree without bark is doomed to perish. A man without shame is invincible. The nobility of Leah had taken shamelessness to unprecedented heights. At that moment, none of the assembled nobles condemned the despicable actions of the Puffle family. Rather, they deemed the retention of evidence to be the greatest blunder committed by Marquis Puffle. The depth of despair was palpable as Field lamented the lack of integrity. Simultaneously, he felt a chilling realization. No wonder the nobility of Leah was so morally bankrupt. Ultimately, the Puffle family's obstinate denial was evident. There was no need for further words. The royal witness merely needed to inspect the crest to ascertain the truth. Subsequently, the emblem was handed over to the judge in cases of irrefutable evidence. The judge would never engage in favoritism, for the ironclad laws of the Kingdom of Sayre were well known. Thus, after a meticulous examination by the royal judge, he slowly proclaimed, "This family crest indeed belongs to the Puffle family." A trial with evidence is a vastly different spectacle from one without. The latter merely devolves into a mutual cursing of ancestors, ultimately resulting in both parties retreating home under the judge's mediation. However, a trial with evidence presents an unequivocal scenario. Following a heated exchange of words, the royal judge determined the Puffle family guilty of brazen assassination. The family crest bore a unique magical mark, rendering imitation by other families nearly impossible. Once again, Marquis Puffle mentally cursed, useless. Even with irrefutable evidence, he remained undaunted. Just as the royal witness was about to declare Puffle guilty, a voice resonated through the hall. "Wait!" Instantly, all eyes turned towards the entrance of a dashing young nobleman. Prince Spencer gracefully entered the judgment hall. "Good day, Your Highness Spencer." The assembled crowd greeted the newcomer in unison. At that moment, Field remained oblivious to the unfolding situation. If he were truly unaware, he would be a fool indeed. The Prince of the Kingdom of Sayre was a royal member, standing firmly behind Marquis Puffle. in my opinion. This matter is far from simple. The words of a powerful royal noble carried significant weight, especially those of Prince Spencer, who might one day inherit the throne of Sayre. The judge's earlier impartiality vanished without a trace. Indeed, Prince Spencer has a point. There must be more to this story. I acted rashly. He suggested that a betrayal had occurred within the Pufel family, with someone acting independently to assault Field and his entourage while bearing the family crest. Upon entering the hall, Prince Spencer immediately began his eloquent discourse, and the surrounding nobles, initially neutral, quickly aligned themselves as his supporters. After all, the future of the kingdom of Sayre could very well rest in the hands of Prince Spencer. And the nobles present were far from foolish. In such circumstances, Field found himself stripped of even the right to speak. Nevertheless, Marquis Pufel bore some responsibility for his laxity in supervising his subordinates. The prince decreed that Pufel must pay a fine of 30,000 Sayre gold coins to Field. The witness showed no inclination to consult Field's opinion and promptly announced the decision according to Prince Spencer's decree. Thus, what could have culminated in imprisonment for Pufel concluded with a mere fine of 30,000 gold coins, thanks to Spencer's timely intervention. Field felt the urge to overturn the table in protest, but ultimately restrained himself. He was no longer amidst the civilized society of his former life. Should he act out, he might very well find himself dead. Clenching his fists, his not-so-sharp nails dug into his flesh, yet a faint smile graced his face. After successfully shielding Marquis Pufel from repercussions, Prince Spencer cast a sidelong glance at Field before departing the judgment hall. The distant Wilson territory hardly warranted Prince Spencer's attention. Like a tea that moment, Pufel, the sycophant of Spencer, approached Field with an air of arrogance, tossing a storage pouch at his feet. "Here are your 30,000 gold coins. Ensure you accept them." With those sardonic words, Marquis Pufel swiftly followed Spencer out of the hall. The atmosphere within the judgment hall turned oppressive, as the onlookers were taken aback by the abrupt reversal of fortune. Witnessing the entire affair, the nobles exhibited a range of expressions: mockery, regret, disdain, and more. Gradually, the nobles dispersed, leaving Field standing in stunned silence. This was how the continent of Loya operated. The notion that one could commit heinous acts without consequence was disheartening. The nobility ought not to behave in such a manner. Field's loyal guards, Owen and Kate, sensed the profound melancholy enveloping him. This was the first time they had observed such heart-wrenching emotion from their master. Young Master Field, he remained motionless for an extended period, his tightly clenched hands eventually loosening. Then, with a smile, he picked up the 30,000 gold coins from the ground. Free gold coins should never be turned down. The sorrow that had once engulfed Field gradually receded, leaving even his two guards astonished at how swiftly he had regained his composure. Let us return to the Merchant Guild. Finding 30,000 coins without reason makes today a good day. Chiron and Kate found themselves momentarily unable to adapt to Field's sudden transformation. Today marked a day of profound humiliation for both of them. As they stepped out the door, Javier hurried over, anxious that the impetuous youth might commit an irretrievable act, eager to intervene. While the former Field might have acted rashly, the Field who had traversed 2 lifetimes had learned the virtue of patience, especially after arriving in the continent of Loya. Seeing Field unharmed, Javier's heart, which had been in turmoil, finally found peace. Moreover, he noticed Field's cheerful demeanor, causing his comforting words to falter on his lips. In the evening, Field stood alone at the window of his dormitory. The torrential rain mirrored the tempest within his heart. He stared blankly outside. And as emotions deepened, a famous saying from his past life echoed in his mind. Truth lies within the range of cannons. Originally, he had aspired to develop Wilson territory, to savor life and cultivate his skills. Yet reality had thwarted his desires. After experiencing this ordeal, Field awakened to the stark truth that the continent of Loya was not the civilized world of Blue Star. Only the strong possessed the right to voice their opinions, to command respect, and to assert a no to this moment. Field was unaware that his mindset had subtly shifted. Was then that the belief to alter the distorted landscape of Loya took root in his heart. He sought to change the haughty attitude of the nobles of the kingdom of Sel, who regarded others with disdain. While some toil tirelessly, yet stir not a ripple, others create formidable waves with mere gestures. Field belonged to the latter. This incident not only clarified Field's future direction, but also sowed the seeds of calamity for the impending downfall of the kingdom of Sel. During his solitary reflections, Field was hardly disturbed by anyone. Adversity is the greatest catalyst for growth, and the unfair treatment he endured served to illuminate the reality that this world was no longer familiar to him. Since departing the judgment hall, he had maintained a smile, as if untouched by the recent events. Yet only Field understood the depth of his sorrow. Observing his apparent joy, the members of the trading guild gradually became infected by his spirit. Slowly forgetting their unpleasant memories, the trading guild continued its operations as usual, even thriving in the absence of ruffians, bustling with activity. Yet all of this hinged upon Field, the stabilizing force. It's quite troublesome. I can't possibly remain in Cell City forever. I could see this moment. Bacon seemed to perceive Field's concerns. We could hire personnel from the mercenary guild to protect the trading guild. Field rapped his fingers on the table. That is indeed a viable option. He shifted his focus. However, this alone is insufficient. Only interests are the most loyal partners. We must entice the nobles of Cell City to board the ship of benefits from the trading guild. A dual approach is the greatest safeguard. Bacon, you have previously been a mercenary. Do you know any renowned knights or silver knights? Most of the mercenaries I know are in Santorini. Here, I fear only my mentor might suffice. Who is your mentor? The Golden Knight Bruna, known as the knight who is not a golden knight. Upon hearing Bruna's name, Field's mind immediately recalled the rumors surrounding him. Bruna was a formidable peak silver knight. A silver knight who had defeated golden knights, and was revered as the golden knight despite not being one. Even more astonishingly, Bruna had attained the rank of unparalleled silver knight from humble beginnings, becoming the aspiration and goal of many commoner knights. He had declined the reward from the kingdom of Cell, instead teaching commoner knights in Cell City, his name overshadowing even that of King Winston among the common folk. Furthermore, Bacon had once been guided by Bruna. Field's eyes brightened. A person of great strength yet questionable character would still have reservations. However, if his reputation was stellar, Field was determined to hire him regardless. Bacon, do you know where your mentor is? Bacon nodded. Field gazed at Bacon, who understood immediately why mentor particularly despises the deceitful nobility. I cannot guarantee his acceptance of your offer. As long as you can persuade your mentor, you will become a significant contributor to Wilson territory. All right, I will give it a try, though I cannot be entirely confident. Bacon departed with Field's task. Since the establishment of the trading guild, Wilson territory had never run out of gold coins, proving that shrewd merchants indeed bring wealth swiftly. Yet, upon realizing that the gold earned was primarily from the nobles, Field's conscience was momentarily pricked. A surprising visitor arrived at the trading guild shortly after Bacon left. Uncle Julius, good day. I heard about your dealings with Marquis Puffer. You handled it well, without acting impulsively. Field scoffed at the late praise, neither wishing to offend nor to jeopardize his relationship with Wilson territory. Such a scenario was too good to be true. The trial had caused quite a stir, and whenever Julius appeared in the judgment hall, Field felt a sense of gratitude towards him. Yet now, his arrival felt like a belated sentiment, lacking in value. During his years in Cell City, Julius had been assimilated by the other nobles. Losing his fervor, the camaraderie forged in life-and-death battles had faded. Had Julius not come today, Field would not have held it against him. After all, Julius was not a Wilson by name, and helping was a matter of goodwill, while not helping was a matter of duty. However, with the matter concluded, why did he rush to arrive? Field had little patience for those who offered belated support. Though his heart was tumultuous, he maintained a composed facade. Thank you for your concern, Uncle Julius. After exchanging pleasantries, Field swiftly expressed his busyness, and Julius, sensing the moment, took his leave. As soon as Julius departed, Bacon returned, accompanied by a robust and imposing figure. Field immediately recognized him as Bruna, a silver knight whose strength rivaled that of golden knights. He rose to greet him, extending the utmost respect. You must be Sir Bruna. Bacon nodded. He is my mentor, the golden knight Bruna. Sir Bruna, it is an honor to finally meet you. Bruna scrutinized Field intently, and after a moment, he spoke. You are indeed different. Field smiled, neither affirming nor denying Bruna's assessment. Yet Bacon understood the weight of Bruna's words, which significantly increased the chances of hiring his mentor. Javier, young Master Field, what is it? Prepare a banquet and bring out the honey fruit wine. I wish to entertain a distinguished guest today. Bruna raised an eyebrow slightly. I am not obligated to accept your offer. Sir Bruna, no worries. Even if you do not accept my employment, you remain a valued guest of Wilson territory. Bruna graciously accepted Field's warm hospitality, and his arrival allowed Bacon to partake in a sumptuous feast. As to why Bruna, who despised the nobility, would attend the banquet, one reason was the invitation from his former student, and the other was his curiosity about the noble who did not act like a noble, as described by Bacon. After the banquet concluded, Field wasted no time and directly stated his purpose. Sir Bruna, would you consider accepting my employment? I can offer you a monthly remuneration of 1,000 gold coins. At this, Bruna slowly set down his wine glass. I have a favorable impression of you. I accept your employment. Upon hearing Brunner's affirmative response, Field was filled with elation and immediately lifted his wine glass. To our delightful companionship, he proclaimed. Brunner also raised his glass and drank it down in one gulp. Field could hardly believe how effortlessly he had managed to employ Brunner, leaving him momentarily disoriented. Yet, all of this was thanks to Bacon, who had passionately narrated to Brunner the various aspects he had witnessed in the territory of Wilson, that in the frigid winter, the subjects were no longer succumbing to death by cold or starvation. They had even established a knight academy and a magic academy for all in Wilson, teaching the common folk the art of cultivation, which aligned perfectly with Brunner's principles. That Bacon's fervent persuasion had piqued Brunner's interest in Field. Consequently, faced with Field's warm invitation, Brunner naturally accepted. He was eager to see for himself what made Field so highly praised by his esteemed pupil. After spending some time together, Brunner resolved to accept Field's employment. With Brunner on board, Field no longer feared the petty machinations of the nobles in the city of Sire. However, that was merely the beginning. Field frequently traversed among the great noble houses, binding them to Wilson through mutual interests. Through his efforts, the troubles of the Merchant Guild were nearly resolved. If it were solely through commercial suppression, the Merchant Guild would remain unfazed. Javier and Field would ensure they understood the true nature of business warfare. In terms of core competitiveness, whatever other guilds possessed, the Merchant Guild had as well. And whatever they lacked, the Merchant Guild possessed even more as for sales tactics. Javier alone was sufficient to challenge all the guilds in the city of Sire. Moreover, Field often provided Javier with innovative methods inspired by sales techniques from his past life. In the ensuing month, the Merchant Guild saw a substantial influx of wealth. The revenue from just the city of Sire alone exceeded 500,000 Sire gold coins within a month. Furthermore, as the Merchant Guild's reputation soared, their business thrived even more. Thanks to Brunner's formidable presence, the miscreants of Sire dared not act recklessly. Most importantly, during this period, Field had also garnered the support of a powerful ally. Duke Lockwater publicly proclaimed his protection over the Merchant Guild. This declaration deeply moved Field. He was no longer alone in the world. As for the possibility of offending Prince Spencer, Duke Lockwater showed no concern. Even if King Winston of the Sire Kingdom were present, Duke Lockwater would remain unfazed. The relationship between the dukes and the Sire Kingdom was already fraught, leaving no room for concern over a prince who merely had the potential to become king. With the issues of the Merchant Guild resolved, Field naturally prepared to return to Wilson. That on this journey back, he brought only 2 personal guards and Bacon, assigning the rest of the knights to Javier. At this moment, en route to Wilson, one of his guards, Owen, expressed concern. Young Master Field, is it not somewhat unsafe with just us? There is no need for worry. I find it hard to believe anyone would dare breach the laws of the Sire Kingdom at such a moment. Field replied confidently. Bacon and his guards were unaware that Field relied not solely on his conjectures regarding the noble's intentions, but also on his own formidable strength. Indeed, nearly 2 years had passed since Field had discovered his affinity for dark magic. And just the evening prior, he had finally attained the rank of Grand Mage. That night, aside from Brunner, Field was certain that no one else was aware of his newfound status. Moreover, through the acquisition of certain specialized techniques, even the most formidable outsiders would find it challenging to discern his true prowess to the outside world. Field was merely an exceptionally talented high-ranking knight. There were many high-ranking knights of similar age in the city of Sire, some even having achieved the rank of great knight. Thanks to their affluent families, such individuals naturally garnered significant acclaim, and Field was only aware of two: the eldest son of Duke Anderson, Heekins, and the son of an ordinary earl, who had long since been recruited by Spencer. Ascending to the rank of Grand Mage was significantly more arduous than reaching that of a great knight, as it demanded vast resources and a strong affinity for magic. The earliest individuals to achieve the status of Grand Mage in the continent of Lea were typically around 20 years of age. In comparison, it was evident just how extraordinary Field's magical talent was. The four of them soon found themselves stepping into the province of Corsi. Before returning to Wilson, Field intended to visit Santorini to express his gratitude for Duke Lockwater's assistance and to convey his appreciation. Upon returning to Santorini, Field's heart was as tranquil as a still lake. As he entered the provincial capital, he made a beeline for the residence of Duke Waterhouse, within the domain of Waterhouse. The Merchant Guild's development faced no obstacles. Any challenges that arose were swiftly quelled in their infancy. I could see that moment. Duke Lockwater, engrossed in reviewing state affairs, received a report from his subordinate. "Your Grace, Field from Wilson requests an audience." Resolving matters in just 2 months. Quite impressive. Bring him into the hall. I shall be there shortly. Yes. The servant led Field into the Duke's hall as instructed, then departed. After a brief wait, Duke Lockwater arrived from the affairs office. "Good day, Duke Lockwater. I am immensely grateful for your assistance." Field expressed his heartfelt thanks with a slight bow, presenting a storage pouch to the Duke that it was but a trifling matter, hardly worth mention. Duke Lockwater replied, taking the pouch and examining its contents. After a moment, the hand that had initially intended to return the pouch to Field inexplicably faltered, unable to move. Indeed, Field had filled the pouch with 500,000 gold coins. This sum, while not insignificant for the affluent Duke's territory, seemed to weigh heavily on Lockwater's conscience. Observing the Duke's expression, Field hastily added, "Without your support, I know not when I would have resolved this issue. Please accept this small token of my appreciation." Subsequently, Duke Lockwater's hand naturally accepted the pouch. "Very well. I shall accept this token of gratitude." Field nodded in acknowledgement. "I have heard that you maintain a good relationship with the James siblings. Henceforth, feel free to call me Uncle Locke." "Very well. I shall take my leave, Uncle Locke." Field was a compliant individual, ever obedient to the words of his superiors, and Lockwater was indeed a noble he had encountered in the continent of Lea. Shortly thereafter, Field found James at this moment. Besides Sophia, there was another familiar figure beside James. No, to be more precise, it was an elf he recognized. "Amelia, Field, it has been a while. You are now a Grand Mage. How remarkable. One must indeed take a fresh look at you." Amelia's words astonished Field. He had specifically sought counsel from the sorcerers in the city of Sire regarding methods to conceal his magical prowess. Yet Amelia had seen through it effortlessly. Moreover, it was not only Field who was taken aback by Amelia's revelation. James and Sophia, the siblings, were equally surprised. Sophia, wide-eyed, turned to Field for confirmation. "Field, have you truly become a Grand Mage?" James and Sophia had both assisted him significantly, making them among the few he trusted, so he refrained from offering further denials. He nodded, silently acknowledging Amelia's insight. Field, bewildered, had thought his magical realm was well concealed, only to find it easily discerned by Amelia. Though he remained silent, his mind was tumultuous. Field fell into a contemplative silence, while Sophia, holding Amelia's delicate hand, spoke up to clarify for Field. There are always surprises you never anticipated, right? Amelia possesses a natural affinity for magic as a forest elf, granting her the unique ability to see through illusions and perceive the essence of things. Upon hearing Sophia's explanation, Field immediately realized he had encountered someone of extraordinary talent. Sophia continued, saying, "The understanding of magic by elves is far beyond what human sorcerers can comprehend." And no sooner had Sophia's words fallen than Amelia added, "What you humans consider profound techniques may merely appear as simple methods to our elven kin." Field's plan to conceal his true capabilities was dashed, though it could hardly be termed a failure, as only a few acquaintances were privy to this revelation. Field, I possess a method that will conceal your magical prowess from all races on the continent of Loya, Amelia stated. True to her insight, she had immediately touched upon the very point that piqued Field's interest. He understood that Amelia's mention of this must hold significant meaning, yet he refrained from rushing her. Patiently awaiting her elaboration, that I can teach it to you free of charge. Field inhaled deeply, confirming his suspicions that is it truly free. Amelia smiled and nodded. Moreover, I will provide you with tomes of magical knowledge accumulated over generations by the elven race. Field felt as though his mind might explode. One single statement had left him bewildered. The unexpected boon presented itself as utterly incomprehensible. Was it possible that he had been taken in by a wealthy elven maiden due to his charming demeanor? Or perhaps the elves were simply so casual that their magical knowledge was not regarded as a closely guarded secret. Unable to make sense of it, he resolved to dismiss such impractical thoughts. Shaking his head to clear his mind, the method to conceal his magical realm could be tenuously explained as a gift among friends, but tomes of magical knowledge were an invaluable treasure, the most core possession of any race. Such knowledge would be nearly impossible to leak unless a race was utterly annihilated. Field, possessing a keen awareness, recognized that there was no such thing as a free lunch. The value of the elven magical tomes far outweighed any price he could extract from Wilson's territory. He then cautiously inquired, "What is the price?" Amelia smiled once more. "You must show mercy when facing the elven race in the future." Allowing them a chance to live, Field's inner monologue erupted with sarcasm, likening Amelia to a former charlatan. "Dear lady, you cannot leave things half said. Do tell me more." Yet, even with the understanding that there is no free lunch and that this was a rather unrelated demand, Field ultimately acquiesced. Wilson's territory was in dire need of magical knowledge, and acquiring the elven tomes would allow it to bypass the arduous process of knowledge accumulation. "Very well, I agree." Amelia produced a storage ring and handed it to Field. It became evident to him that Amelia had been prepared from the outset, as her arrangements were remarkably thorough. The cost could be discussed later. For now, obtaining the magical knowledge was of utmost importance. "Thank you, Miss Amelia. May our friendship endure like the ancient elven trees." "Indeed," Amelia replied with a chuckle. Their exchange flowed effortlessly, as if they were longtime friends. James and Sophia, however, felt somewhat out of place when Amelia revealed Field's true capabilities. They were astonished by his magical talent. Their shock only deepened when Amelia voluntarily offered him the elven magical knowledge. Why? Just as Sophia began to question Amelia's preferential treatment, she was interrupted by James, who knew that such inquiries would not only embarrass Amelia, but could also jeopardize their friendship. 1 Should not ask James about his tact. It was merely the result of accumulated experience. As a prominent figure in the Terraria forest, Amelia was a once-in-a-millennium seer, and every step she took was laden with significance. The so-called Duke of Waterhouse had long enjoyed cordial relations with the elves of the Terraria forest. Largely due to Amelia's initiative, James shot a frantic look at his sister, signaling her to refrain from further questioning. Sophia, suppressing her dissatisfaction, shot James a glare. Field slipped the ring containing the magical tomes onto his finger. Although he had no valuable gifts to present to Amelia in return for her grand gesture, it did not preclude him from inviting her to a sumptuous meal at the trading house. "Amelia, James, Sophia, let us go. I shall treat you all to a grand feast." Yea, upon the mention of food, Sophia, ever the glutton, instantly cast aside her earlier displeasure. Amelia and James nodded in agreement. The three, accompanied by an elf, stepped into the trading house. Larry approached them immediately. "Good day, Master Field, Miss Sophia, Lord James." As the resident steward of Santorini, he was well acquainted with these prominent figures. However, Larry then turned his gaze to Amelia. "Eli, please fetch all the finest delicacies from the trading house. I wish to entertain our esteemed guests." Field did not introduce her, and Larry did not inquire further. Eli, seasoned in the realm of trade, understood what questions were appropriate and which were not at once. In mere moments, servants began to bring forth an array of sumptuous dishes to the table. Field gestured toward a barrel of wine and said to Amelia, "This is honeyed fruit wine, a specialty of Wilson's territory. particularly suited for ladies. I have heard of honeyed fruit wine. I did not realize it was brewed in Wilson S territory. It is exceptionally sweet and fragrant. I have sampled it many times. Aside from being somewhat pricey, it is quite delightful, Sophia remarked, sharing her tasting experience. The dining table boasted not only the usual fare of the continent's nobility, but also unique delicacies crafted by Field, allowing Amelia to savor an entirely different flavor. Field, there are times when I truly wish to crack open your head to see what peculiar thoughts reside within. How do you always concoct such bizarre creations? Sophia exclaimed, her mouth full of delicious noodles, unable to contain her chatter. James and Amelia turned their attention to Field, eager for his response. Magic is my gift, while culinary arts are my passion. Having spent ample time with the trio, Field no longer adhered to the constraints of noble etiquette. He wholeheartedly embraced Sophia's words. Upon hearing Field's response, Sophia could no longer contain herself. Someone has lost all sense of propriety and is shamelessly flaunting their shortcomings. At that moment, Eli entered, drawn by the commotion. Field quickly waved his hand. You may leave. It's nothing. Eli nodded and retreated. Meanwhile, James awkwardly covered his eyes as if he were a stranger to Sophia, subtly inching closer to Field, embodying a stance of I do not know her. Amelia wore a genuine, radiant smile. In that instant, Field was reminded of the camaraderie shared during university reunions. The banquet passed in a blur of laughter and joy among the four. Joyful moments are always fleeting. Parting remains the predominant theme of permanence. That I am so full, Sophia declared, patting her slightly protruding belly. Hee. Thank you for the hospitality. I shall take my leave now. Very well. Amelia and James departed. I could see this moment. Field slowly lifted his head, gazing at the twinkling stars, his heart overflowing with emotion. This marked the sole occasion since his arrival in the realm of Roya when he could truly relax his frayed nerves. He had always refrained from presenting his authentic self to others, as if perpetually donning a facade of falsehood. Beneath this veneer of deception, he felt suffocated. Fortunately, he encountered the James siblings and Amelia. Field was perplexed by their sincere and untainted treatment of him, which fostered a misguided notion that all nobility possessed such qualities. Yet, the events in the city of Serre still lingered vividly in his memory, compelling him to confront the sordid reality of the aristocracy on the continent of Roya. As for the differences between the James siblings and Amelia, Field could only attribute it to the halo of the protagonist. One day in the future, he would come to understand that all of this stemmed from Amelia's unique ability to glimpse fragments of the future through him. Field returned to the hall, his eyes falling upon the remnants of the meal on the table, and an entrepreneurial idea sparked in his mind. The culinary culture of Roya was rather monotonous. If he were to establish a restaurant that introduced the rich gastronomic traditions of Blue Star China to Roya, it would surely be profitable. Moreover, profit should be sought from the wealthy. As earning from the impoverished held little allure, he resolved to open an upscale restaurant, catering exclusively to the nobility. The noble lords were never short of gleaming gold coins. Naturally, a restaurant would require a diverse array of dishes, and Field planned to develop an assortment of snacks and the profound culinary culture of his past life over the next month. However, he realized that this alone would not suffice. To excel, he needed to encompass the culinary practices of various races. Ellie, how may I assist you? Young master, I need you to gather recipes for food preparation. From the human race? Field shook his head. No, I require recipes from all races. The more, the better. Understood. I shall proceed at once. As the largest merchant association in the Kelsey province, the trade association would find it easy to collect recipes from different races. However, Field felt that relying solely on the trade association would be insufficient, as it was merely a merchant guild of the Serre kingdom, making it challenging to gather culinary knowledge from other races. With a slight narrowing of his eyes, Field devised a plan involving Amelia. Having already bestowed upon her the costly knowledge of magic, it would not be a loss to request valuable recipes. The following day, he eagerly sought out Amelia to request the culinary methods of the elven race. Although Amelia was puzzled, she was more than willing to assist Field. After all, culinary recipes paled in comparison to the invaluable magical tomes she had provided. She was indifferent to the so-called methods of food preparation, It seemed she had not anticipated that Field would request such peculiar information and was unprepared for it. Thus, Amelia and her elven guards spent an entire day in a state of confusion, compiling the recipes of their kin for Field. When Amelia presented the elven recipes to Field, weariness etched across her face, she declared, "Field, I must depart from Santorini. Are you returning to the Terrallaria forest?" She nodded slightly. My purpose here has been fulfilled. It is time to return." Field remained silent for a moment. "Well, the gates of Wilson will always stand open for you." After contemplating for a while, he added, "Once the restaurant is established, you shall possess a 30% stake at a restaurant." "What does that entail?" Field turned his head, pondering before responding, "A place for the nobility to dine." Although Amelia did not fully grasp Field's concept of a restaurant, it did not hinder her from nodding in agreement. Amelia departed as swiftly as she had come, while Field immersed himself entirely in the development of culinary delights. Over the subsequent month, he rarely ventured outside, isolating himself within the kitchen of the trade association. Fortunately, through tireless effort, he managed to transcribe all the recipes he could recall, and after numerous attempts at refinement, he adapted them to suit the culinary culture of Roya. Gazing at the towering stacks of parchment, Field exhaled deeply. I have finally completed it." Meanwhile, Ellie had diligently collected a considerable number of recipes for various races as per Field's instructions. Additionally, Ellie had constructed an exquisite and luxurious little building across from the trade association, as Field had requested. Although this little edifice was not large, it exuded opulence. Enhanced magical crystal chandeliers adorned the space, illuminating it as brightly as day, even in the darkest of nights. The floors, walls, stairs, and even the ceilings were crafted from shimmering crystal. Beautiful artworks adorned the walls, providing guests with an artistic ambience while they savored their meals. Ellie executed all these details to perfection that Field's endeavors did not escape the keen eyes of James and Sophia. During this period, Sophia had sought out Field numerous times, only to find him entrenched in the kitchen each time. After several inquiries, she was met with Field's evasive responses, indicating that all would soon be revealed. And so it was that Sophia returned to the trade association once more. "Have you completed it?" Field glanced at the recipes on the table and nodded. "Field, please tell me, what exactly are you planning?" "I intend to open a restaurant, specifically catering to the nobility. At a place with an abundance of delectable dishes." The understanding of a foodie regarding food always manifests swiftly. Field shot a glance at Sophia, marveling at how aptly the term foodie described her. Sort of, yay. At that moment, Ellie entered the room. "Young Master Field, everything has been prepared as per your instructions." "Excellent. Please hire experienced chefs and young, beautiful girls at a generous salary." "Understood." Field continued to issue instructions to Ellie, completely oblivious to the fact that Sophia's eyes were nearly smoldering with intensity. If looks could wound, he would have been struck countless times by Sophia's fiery gaze. When Field turned around, Sophia instantly resumed her normal demeanor, her expressions shifting faster than the changes in a Sichuan opera. "When the restaurant opens, I will invite you for a grand feast at the earliest opportunity." "How considerate of you," Sophia whispered. "Field, why do you need beautiful girls to serve at the restaurant?" With her curiosity satisfied, Sophia's face blossomed with delight as she murmured, "That is more like it." Upon arriving at the charming little building constructed by Ellie, Field was immediately struck by a pang of regret. The endless expanse of crystal made him wince at the thought of the expense involved. Goodness, what a lavish expenditure! Despite his internal turmoil, he maintained a calm exterior, as this was indeed his directive, to create something as luxurious as possible. Everything was in place. All that remained was a name brimming with prestige, delicacies, and exquisite flavors. Let us call it the Gourmet Pavilion. At this moment, the Gourmet Pavilion lacked notoriety and clientele. It could only rely on the allure of celebrity in the realm of Roya. The true stars were undoubtedly the nobility, while they regarded wealth as paramount. It was undeniable that they were at the forefront of indulgence. In the days that followed, Field sent out a plethora of invitations, extending them to both friends and foes alike. Moreover, within the territory of Duke Waterhausen, Field had very few adversaries. When the Gourmet Pavilion opened its doors, a vibrant scene ensued, complete with a red carpet and flowers adorning the entrance. Meanwhile, within the Duke Waterhausen's estate, Sophia was earnestly beseeching Duke Locke. "Father, Field's gourmet pavilion has just opened. Shall we pay a visit?" Sophia's eyes sparkled with excitement. Duke Locke turned his head, deliberately avoiding Sophia's gleaming gaze. "I still have official matters to attend to, and shall not be going." "Dearest father, please do go. It would mean so much," Sophia implored, shaking Duke Locke's arm. All right, I shall go." Duke Locke, with a mixture of helplessness and affectionate indulgence, gently stroked Sophia's head. "Father is the best, he." Eventually, Duke Locke succumbed to Sophia's persistent coaxing and was drawn to the Delicacy Pavilion. The most prominent figure in the Corsi province, Duke Locke's presence at the Delicacy Pavilion caused lords of all ranks to converge there, regardless of their initial intentions to attend the feast. At this moment, the Delicacy Pavilion was filled to the brim with noble lords and young ladies. The opulent decor of the pavilion left the gathered nobility in awe, befitting a merchant association of such grandeur. Indeed, with every virtue comes a vice. Despite its appealing facade, one could not help but speculate about the quality of the offerings. Having savored countless delicacies, some whispered that the establishment was bound to fail eventually. Opinions among the nobles varied, yet most provided objective assessments. Meanwhile, in the shadows, Eli anxiously swallowed, having gained a deeper appreciation for his young master's capabilities. As the nobles gradually gathered, Field made his entrance, clad in ostentatious attire that elicited gasps of admiration from the noble ladies. However, it must be said that Field indeed looked exceptionally handsome in this ensemble. First and foremost, I extend my gratitude to Duke Locke for taking the time from his busy schedule to grace us with his presence. He declared, initiating the feast with a rather insipid opening remark. Unbeknownst to him, Field had become the very person he once despised. Recollecting his first attendance at James's birthday celebration, he had enjoyed the view outside all by himself. Now, he found himself one of them, recalling James's words from that time. People inevitably grow, do they not? In that instant, he comprehended the essence of this statement, leaving him momentarily speechless. Is the process of growth truly a transformation into someone one detests? Field's sudden pause and speech left Eli in a state of agitation. Yet fortunately, it lasted but a moment. "I wish everyone a delightful meal." Field had just ascended the steps when elegantly adorned young women approached each table, presenting meticulously crafted menus. The lords observed the comings and goings of the ladies with curiosity, while the more lascivious among them drooled in anticipation. Indeed, the allure of beauty remains universally captivating, under the patient explanations of the young women. The lords finally began to relish the joy of ordering, each selection akin to unboxing a mystery box, greatly satisfying their sense of intrigue. Moreover, the variety of dishes was vast, a veritable paradise for nobles accustomed to a diet of roasted meat and bread. At that moment, the very noble who had previously disparaged the Delicacy Pavilion was now savoring a delectable beggar's chicken, his mouth glistening with grease. Yet, even this could not silence his criticisms. It was far from the roasted meat he preferred. The principle of "it truly is fragrant" was undeniably at play. However, Field remained unconcerned, for as long as they continued to patronize, golden coins would inevitably flow and he would simply declare, "The customer is king." Once Field's opening remarks concluded, he had little else to do and promptly joined Duke Locke's table. As he settled down, Sophia's voice rang out, "Field, this dumpling is simply divine. If it's so delicious, why not indulge a little more? Surely, no one will snatch it away from you." At these words, Sophia instantly cast a wary glance around her. "There's no saving her now," was the unspoken sentiment shared by Duke Locke and James in that moment. Duke Locke mused inwardly, "This child is doomed." Field, gazing at the adorably naive Sophia, couldn't help but smile genuinely. Duke Locke muttered to himself, "So foolish, she doesn't know how to secure a marriage." Duke Locke feigned a troubled expression. Instinctively, Field interjected, "I believe Sophia is quite clever." Concurrently, he silently added in his heart, "Provided she does not encounter delectable food." Field, do you truly believe that? In an instant, Field realized his blunder and wished he could slap himself for his thoughtless remark. Should a marriage proposal from another world arise, he would be finished. He was still young and wished to revel in life. Yes, Indeed. Duke Locke smiled faintly, for the seasoned noble could clearly discern Field's discomfort. However, he felt no one could surpass his daughter in winning Field's genuine affection. Moreover, proximity breeds intimacy. Sophia spent her days entwined with Field. Anyone with discerning eyes could see their bond was extraordinary. Duke Locke refrained from pressing Field about Sophia, for he valued the young noble's potential. As for the rest, he believed in letting things unfold naturally. Following this grand banquet, the reputation of the Delicacy Pavilion began to spread throughout the noble circles. Now, it merely needed to multiply from 1 to 10, and from 10 to 100 as the name of the Delicacy Pavilion echoed outward. Field had already devised a swift strategy to seize the market. He was confident that soon, counterfeit delicacy pavilions would spring up like mushrooms after rain. At this juncture, the intelligence department's role became apparent. They would notify all merchant associations to establish their own delicacy pavilions. Subsequently, Field produced a storage bag filled with replicas of the pavilion's dishes. "Take this along," he instructed. "Yes," Field waved his hand, and the intelligence personnel departed from the back of the delicacy pavilion. Following this, Field lingered in Santorini for a few more days. Everything at the delicacy pavilion was functioning smoothly, reaping substantial profits. With his tasks complete, it was time for him to return to the Wilson territory. Half a year later, Field returned once more to Wilson territory. "Good day, Master Field." He was greeted warmly as he rode along the paved road, the villagers sincerely extending their greetings. Ah, truly, there's south no place like home. Upon reaching Wilson Castle, Field noted that Edmund had completely renovated the estate during his 6-month absence. Not only did it now cover an area comparable to the Duke's residence, but it was also evidently more luxurious than before. He entered the grand hall, which had expanded to more than 5 times its previous size. Spaciousness was indeed a welcome change, invigorating to the spirit. "Welcome back." "Yes, Father." The moment Field stepped into the hall, he noticed man seated at the head of the table, his brow furrowed. "Father, what has happened?" "Count Karl von Clausewitz is on the verge of conflict with your grandfather, Count Taylor Swift." The lands of Count Karl von Clausewitz and Count Taylor Swift were adjacent, occasionally clashing but generally coexisting peacefully. "Count Karl von Clausewitz? The family of the Eagles?" Mans nodded. "Why? Hadn't they been getting along well before? Furthermore, there lies the dark forest between the two territories. Oh, never mind, you're just back. Let's set aside these troubles for now. Tell me about your journey to Cell City." Field then succinctly recounted his adventures in Cell City, choosing to omit any mention of the Delicacy Pavilion, considering it a trivial matter. Upon concluding Field's narrative, Mans couldn't help but sigh deeply. "Julius, you have indeed changed." A hint of sorrow flickered across Mans' face, revealing his deep appreciation for their bond forged through trials and tribulations. Perhaps Mans had anticipated such a day would come, yet he had not expected it to arrive so swiftly. In the past, Mans chose to become a lord with territory, while Julius opted for a position in the Cell Kingdom. Their divergent paths had inevitably led to their gradual estrangement. Mans waved his hand dismissively. "Let us not dwell on it. It only brings sadness. I never imagined you would recruit Brunner. How fortunate you are." "I've always had good fortune. By the way, Father, do you know Brunner?" Mans nodded. "Not just a golden knight, but surpassing one in fame. I dare say no one in the Cell Kingdom is unaware of his name." As Mans uttered these words, his eyes sparkled with envy and admiration. Field observed the scene, realizing that Brunner's little fam Mans had indeed confirmed the facts. "Father, what exactly transpired in the Wilson territory? Please, enlighten me to—" "The territorial skirmishes. Neither too grand nor too trivial." Mans then inquired, "You are familiar with the gloomy forest, are you not?" Field nodded in acknowledgement. The gloomy forest boasts a peculiar terrain, enveloped by a unique magnetic field. Thus, those who perish within its confines, be they human or beast, do not return to dust, but instead transform into skeletal monstrosities. This forest lies at the juncture of the Corsi province and the Maryland province of the Sayre Kingdom, situated between the domains of Count Taylor and Count Karl von Clausewitz, neither of whom is inclined to expend time or effort in cleansing the area, resulting in an ever-growing accumulation of skeletal creatures. Presently, any endeavor to rid the gloomy forest of its skeletal denizens appears utterly overwhelming. Fortunately, these skeletal beings lose their vitality upon exiting the forest. Otherwise, they would have posed a severe threat to the security of both territories long ago. A month prior, there had been sightings of thunderhorses on the outskirts of the gloomy forest. Upon hearing the name Thunderhorse, Field's eyes lit up. Were they indeed the second-tier magical beasts? Indeed, Mans confirmed, is it not this very issue that reignited the conflict with Count Karl? Mans nodded slightly. Field internally scoffed. Both were local magnates. Surely they wouldn't engage in a violent clash over a mere handful of thunderhorses. Mans continued to elaborate, elucidating the sequence of events. The discord between Count Taylor and Count Karl has long been festering. Now, once again, they clashed over the thunderhorses without even exchanging words. As time progressed, the situation escalated, with both parties summoning their respective lords to the battlefield. Field found it perplexing. Why engage in battle at all? Was Count Taylor's domain truly fearful of Count Karl's? He could not fathom his father's distress. Father, if a fight is to ensue, then let it be. Is Count Karl's territory particularly formidable? Mans shook his head. It's not a matter of strength. Rather, the Serre Kingdom forbids internal strife. Thankfully, the conflict is unfolding in the sparsely populated gloomy forest. Otherwise, it would have drawn the attention of Serre City. Not only would they face severe penalties and be required to pay a substantial fine, but any discovered thunderhorses would also be confiscated by Serre City Dada. So they fear exposure. Yet both counts displayed remarkable discretion, diligently suppressing the news to prevent it from leaking. What remains now is to determine how to engage in combat without attracting unwanted attention. Indeed, caution is of the essence. Subsequently, Field began to contemplate strategies. The Wilson territory must assist Count Taylor in securing the thunderhorses without revealing their true strength. Each thunderhorse is akin to a walking fortune. However, the underlying conflict has transcended the thunderhorses. It is an eruption of long-standing grievances between the two territories. The ownership of the thunderhorses has become secondary. What is paramount is the release of pent-up frustrations. The Glorious Infantry Corps and the Holy Hell Knights are both newly established standing armies personally founded by Field. Since their inception, neither corps has engaged in battle, resulting in a complete lack of combat experience. Even though Field has equipped both the Glorious Infantry Corps and the Holy Hell Knights with superior armor and weaponry, they remain, in essence, mere recruits. Field pondered deeply. This opportunity could serve to hone the new soldiers. Without the crucible of war, one can never truly forge elite troops. After considerable reflection, Field resolved to seize this chance for practical experience. While aiding Count Taylor, they would simultaneously train the new recruits of the Wilson territory. Father, I believe we should extend our assistance to Count Taylor. Please elaborate on your reasoning. Count Taylor has rendered significant aid to the Wilson territory. Now is our moment to reciprocate. Most importantly, this is also a chance to train our army. Only through real combat can we cultivate a formidable force. Mans contemplated Field's suggestion and then nodded. Shall we deploy the Holy Helm Knights and the Glorious Infantry Corps? Half will suffice. We cannot reveal our full strength. It is wise to proceed with caution. Mans suddenly slammed the table, declaring, "Excellent. Let it be as you suggest." Mans summoned Captain York of the Glorious Infantry Corps, the current military leader. Captain York, take half of the troops and accompany me to the gloomy forest. Understood. Though Mans held the title of captain of the Holy Helm Knights, all matters concerning the Knights were managed by York. The Wilson territory lacked high-end combat power, leaving York to bear the brunt. The unified army marched forth towards the gloomy forest with great vigor. Even though the new recruits of the Wilson territory had never seen battle, Field applied the military management practices from his previous life to instill a fierce spirit within the ranks. At the very least, they presented a fearsome appearance, exuding an aura of intimidation. Meanwhile, at the boundary between the Swift Count's territory and the gloomy forest, the lords who had arrived early beheld the approaching forces of the Wilson territory. Another lord approaches. The well-equipped soldiers, marching in perfect unison, made the attending nobles feel a sense of shame, instinctively parting to allow the Wilson forces passage. Whose army is that? It belongs to the Wilson territory. Oh, then there is no cause for concern. The Wilson territory, bolstered by its trading guild and the delicacy pavilion, had become one of the wealthiest lords in the Corsi province. That it would indeed be strange if they did not invest in their military. Outside the tents, the clamor roused Mobach. Stepping out, he was met by the sight of the Wilson army, a sight he had evidently never encountered before. He had overestimated the military strength of the Wilson territory. Yet witnessing it firsthand surpassed even his expectations. "Cousin, Mans, you truly are adept at concealing your talents. Ha! It is all thanks to that lad Field." Mobach refrained from contesting this, since Mans had entrusted the management of the Wilson territory to Field after the previous conflict with the barbarians. The territory had indeed flourished beyond measure. In merely 2 years, Field had transformed the Wilson territory into a family of immense wealth. Now, he had converted that wealth into formidable military prowess. Mobach understood well that with his little nephew around, the rise of the Wilson territory was unstoppable. Soon after, Mobach's gaze shifted to his son Elon, who was merely a few months younger than Field. The more he looked, the more displeased he felt. Indeed, one must never compare individuals. The disparity was too great for the heart to bear. Field removed his helmet, revealing a handsome visage, subtly reminiscent of the Wilson family. "Uncle, good day." "Ha! I knew you would come along," Mobach said, patting Field on the shoulder. That moment, Count Taylor's voice echoed from within the tent. "Come in." Mans and Mobach stepped into the tent side by side, with Field closely following them. "Grandfather, it is young Field." Upon seeing Field, Count Taylor's stern demeanor instantly transformed into warmth. Mans and Mobach took their seats, just below Count Taylor, and the pre-battle meeting commenced. "I have brought 1,000 infantry and 500 cavalry." Indeed, shortly thereafter, the noble lords under Count Taylor took turns reporting on the state of their forces. Once the lords had completed their reports, Field finally grasped the fundamental strength of Count Taylor's side. In total, there were over 8,000 troops, including Count Taylor's 4,000 soldiers. Notably, 90% of these soldiers were infantry, while true cavalry numbered less than 1,000, with Wilson's contingent comprising the majority. Thus, it became evident just how profound an impact the arrival of 500 knights on horseback had on the assembled nobles. Through discreet inquiries, Field had come to learn of the Thunder Horses. Originally absent from the Shadow Forest, a batch of Thunder Horses had mysteriously migrated there, residing deep within until their recent discovery. It was estimated that around 80 of these magnificent creatures inhabited the forest. As Field stepped into the realm of the Shadow Forest, a chilling sensation pricked at his nerves. The dense foliage obscured the brilliance of the sun, casting a dim pall over the surroundings. While visibility was not entirely lost, the somber atmosphere sent shivers down the spines of those present. Suddenly, rustling sounds emanated from the underbrush beside Field. Instinctively, he placed his right hand on the hilt of his sword. In an instant, a foul-smelling skeletal creature lunged towards him. Drawing his sword in a swift motion, Field struck, sending the creature's head flying with a single blow. In a shocking turn of events, the decapitated skeleton did not cease its advance, but continued to charge at Field. A surge of fear, reminiscent of his past life, took hold of him, causing him to flinch. With a hint of panic, he drew his sword once more and shattered the skeletal monstrosity into fragments. Only then did the creature finally come to a halt. How sinister, Field mused inwardly. His curiosity about the origins of these skeletons piqued. Every phenomenon has its cause, although the continent of Roya is steeped in magic. There are always explanations to be found. Dismounting swiftly, Field collected the skeletal remains into his storage ring. Now was not the time for scholarly pursuits. Moppak approached cautiously. "Field, be wary. To defeat a skeletal creature, you must completely shatter its body, otherwise it will not cease its actions." Field nodded, having gained valuable insight from this encounter, reminiscent of scenes from films of his previous life. That he remounted his horse, and together with Moppak, they led their cavalry to follow closely behind the infantry led by Taylor and Mance. This campaign was straightforward, capitalizing on the 500 knights brought by Wilson. Count Taylor led the infantry ahead, tasked with locating and drawing out Count Karl's forces, while Moppak and Field trailed closely behind with their knights. Upon discovering Count Karl von Clausewitz's army, Moppak's cavalry quickly maneuvered to encircle the enemy from behind, aiming to deliver a decisive blow by striking at their weakness. The strategic deployment was uncomplicated and could be executed as long as there were swift-moving troops. However, cavalry were a rare asset coveted by noble lords, often unattainable without substantial wealth. The shadow forest stretched endlessly, making encounters between the two armies exceedingly unlikely as they roamed its depths. The primary objective remained capturing the Thunder Horses. Soon enough, Field spotted them. By a nearby pond, a dozen Thunder Horses frolicked in the water, blissfully unaware of the impending danger. Among them were 8 young foals and only 5 mature Thunder Horses. The group stealthily approached the small pond, forming a surrounding formation to prevent the Thunder Horses from escaping. At that moment, a robust Thunder Horse sensed the disturbance around it. With a fierce neigh, it bolted in one direction, right into the ambush laid by Field. Fixating on the lead horse, he leaped onto its back. The encirclement was complete, and the Thunder Horse found itself trapped, with no avenue of escape. The pressure exerted by the seasoned knights bore down on it. And after a struggle, Field successfully tamed the lead horse. The subsequent capture of the remaining Thunder Horses proceeded with remarkable ease. Observing the situation, Field surmised that there must be more than just a few dozen Thunder Horses hidden within the Shadow Forest. He speculated that a larger herd existed nearby, with the ones he had just captured having recently separated from the main group. Excitement surged within him as he contemplated the potential of these Thunder Horses. Thinking Wilson must acquire this batch, a grand vision began to take shape in his mind. A beast-riding knight order. Even if the lords involved in capturing the Thunder Horses were to sell them for gold, it would be far better for Wilson to purchase them directly at a premium. After all, Wilson was not short on funds and would gladly invest in enhancing his own security, even if it meant spending more. At that moment, Mopic reveled in the joy of having captured a dozen Thunder Horses. With these, even if we return empty-handed, this journey will have been worthwhile. Uncle, let us keep our sights set further ahead. We must not only defeat Count Carl, but also capture all the Thunder Horses in the Shadow Forest. Indeed, I had a narrow perspective, Mopic admitted to Field. Field, you must also take your inept cousin under your wing. The gap between him and you is widening, Mopic added with a hint of concern. Field smiled slightly. Of course, the Wilson and Swift families are indeed one and the same. Those words struck a chord with Mopic, causing his smile to broaden even more. Field continued, Uncle, we could invite cousin Elon to the Wilson territory. Mopic was momentarily taken aback, but inwardly pleased. He thought that if Elon could learn from Field, perhaps he could rejuvenate the Swift family. Seeing Field propose the idea, Mopic wasted no time in agreeing, effectively selling out his own son. Very well. Upon our return, I shall send that lad Elon to Wilson. Field smirked, relishing the prospect of having his younger cousin at his beck and call, a sense of mischievous excitement bubbling within him. The thought of commanding his younger cousin filled him with unexpected exhilaration. Meanwhile, far away at the Swift Count's castle, Elon unexpectedly let out a yawn. What is going on? Why is it so chilly? He wondered, oblivious to Mopic's eagerness to send him away, without any consideration for Elon's own wishes. Well, Elon's desires are of little consequence. Just as Field and Mopic were discussing Elon's future, Mance and Count Taylor's infantry stumbled upon Count Carl's forces. An eager scout rode hastily to Count Taylor. My lord, we have spotted a troop capturing Thunder Horses ahead. Count Taylor's eyes narrowed. It was evident that the only other forces in the Shadow Forest belonged to them. The approaching troop could only be Count Carl's. Taylor had not anticipated encountering them in such a vast expanse. Fate had decreed that Count Swift and Count Clausewitz were destined to clash. Send someone to contact Mopic. Instruct him to prepare. Yes. In an instant, a tense atmosphere enveloped the entire troop as they readied themselves for battle. Time was of the essence. While Count Taylor sent word to Mopic, he was already advancing with his forces. By the time they arrived, Count Carl had also mobilized his troops for combat. It was clear that Count Carl had sensed Count Taylor's approach in advance. The two forces stood at a distance, waiting for their respective counts to issue the command to attack. Count Taylor stepped forward from his ranks, and a figure emerged from the opposing army. Carl, it is time to settle our differences. Who fears whom? I have tolerated you for far too long. Words that do not resonate are best left unspoken. Both parties ceased their verbal exchanges and retreated to their respective ranks, in an instant. The two forces collided, the brutality of the cold weapon melee starkly apparent. Silver-hued long swords plunged into the throbbing hearts of their foes, as both sides engaged in a relentless struggle, with vibrant lives extinguished in the fray. Field, somewhat apprehensive, lingered in the thicket, awaiting the signal from Count Taylor. The sanguinary spectacle of the combat compelled him to grip his long sword tightly. Having resided in an era of peace, he had never witnessed such a scene. A tumultuous churn of emotions stirring within him. Yet Field restrained himself, repeatedly reminding his inner self, "I must adapt. I must adapt." This is the true visage of the Loya continent. At that moment, the disdainful gaze of Spencer and the mocking look of Marquis Puffer surfaced in his mind. Weakness is destined to be discarded by the Loya continent. Only the strong can possess dignity and survive in this merciless realm. I must eradicate everything. In that instant, an aura of malevolence emanated from Field. The pent-up anguish within him, along with feelings of resentment and solitude, finally burst forth after witnessing the brutal slaughter of blood and fire. "Field!" A shout from Mobach gradually brought him back to clarity. "What has come over me? Why such intense hostility?" Once clear-headed, Field felt a wave of trepidation wash over him, contemplating that he had seemingly been governed by rage moments prior. Taking a deep breath, he sought to calm his tumultuous emotions. Meanwhile, the battle intensified on the field, descending into a state of fierce tension. Soldier against soldier, general against general, Count Taylor naturally engaged with Count Carl. Meanwhile, Mance faced a silver knight unknown to Field. Their silvery auras clashing in combat. On the battlefield, several formidable fighters remained evenly matched, exchanging blows with vigor. In the lower echelons, Wilson's Radiant Infantry Brigade shone brightly, relying on the formation devised by Vet to withstand over thrice their number in foes with merely 1,000 men, and prevailing with remarkable dominance. This spectacle astonished the assembled nobles. Count Carl's army was no rabble. They had long participated in various wars. It would not be an exaggeration to call them seasoned warriors. Yet, at this moment, facing Wilson's green recruits, they began to show signs of faltering. This scene stirred a tempest within Count Carl, who could not help but glance aside in disbelief. When did Count Taylor acquire such a splendid army? Witnessing the deteriorating situation, Count Carl resolved to unveil his trump card. Time was of the essence. If this continued, his frontline forces would inevitably face defeat. Seizing a moment amidst the chaos, Carl made a decisive gesture. Before long, an additional 2,000 troops surged forth from the rear of the opposing army. Field, at a distance, was taken aback, realizing that Count Carl had indeed kept a reserve. No wonder Count Taylor had advised against their early entry into the fray. The arrival of Count Carl's 2,000 soldiers instantaneously amplified the pressure on the Radiant Infantry Brigade. The 1,000-strong brigade remained unfazed, growing ever bolder, engaging 5-1 without losing ground, creating an equilibrium on the battlefield. This scene left Count Carl increasingly astonished. The forces he had originally intended to deploy against Mobach were now fully committed, yet they still failed to gain the upper hand, sowing the seeds of retreat in Count Carl's heart. Just then, Field and Mobach received word from Taylor. In an instant, Field and the cavalry led by Mobach burst forth from behind Count Carl's forces, their battle cries echoing thunderously. In mere moments, the enemy's ranks were shattered by 2 swift charges. The outcome on the lower battlefield had been decisively determined. Most nobles surrendered immediately, recognizing that as long as they paid a ransom, they could return home without risking their lives. Count Carl felt a chill settle in his heart as the battlefield dynamics shifted dramatically. Before he could fully grasp the situation, the combat had quietly concluded. Realizing the peril, Count Carl swiftly retreated to the rear. Count Taylor would not allow him to escape so easily, pursuing him relentlessly. However, both were silver knights, and under such circumstances, it was impossible to detain one another. Count Carl maneuvered and retreated, swiftly breaking away from Count Taylor as he neared the thick underbrush, darting into the forest. Count Carl, having navigated the dangers, managed to elude Count Taylor's grasp. Meanwhile, another silver knight was not so fortunate. Witnessing Count Carl abandon him to his fate ignited a fury within him. "Carl, you cowardly wretch! Matthew shall someday strip the skin from your bones." Seeing Count Carl escape, Count Taylor decisively abandoned the chase. With a few leaps, he positioned himself behind Matthew, blocking his path to escape. "Ah, Count Matthew, long time no see." Count Taylor clearly recognized this silver knight. "The war has ended. Surrender now and spare yourself futile resistance. It's all that fool Carl's fault for getting me captured." Matthew cursed Carl while reluctantly lowering his weapon. He knew that resisting at this moment would lead to his certain demise. The wise recognized the times. Count Matthew wished to continue living, and paying a ransom seemed a small price to pay. He had no desire to lose his life over this. This sentiment was a common understanding among the nobility of the Sayre kingdom. Count Matthew and Count Carl were both counts of the Maryland province, sharing a close relationship. Yet when it came to interests, no one wished to let an outsider partake. However, it was unexpected that Count Carl had invited Matthew to partake in this conflict. Yet the reality could not entirely blame Count Carl. With Mance breaking through to Silver Knight status, facing two opponents left Carl with no chance of victory. He had no choice but to enlist the aid of his closely knit ally, Count Matthew. "Matthew, what benefits did Carl promise you that you assist him so readily?" At that moment, Matthew was consumed by anger at being captured. The mention of Carl only stoked his ire further. Do you believe that discussing these matters now holds any significance? The battlefield situation has become utterly clear. Deliberating on how to distribute benefits is of no relevance to me at this juncture. Had it not been for the news of Mance's elevation to Silver Knight stirring up such a commotion, do you think I would be here? Ha ha ha, indeed. Then I must trouble you to stay in the Swift Count's domain for a while. Once the ransom arrives, I shall release you at once. Matthew turned his head away, not wishing to behold Taylor's countenance. Count Matthew and Count Taylor were both nobles of the Sayre kingdom, and it was understood that one should not act with absolute cruelty as long as a sufficient ransom was paid. Both sides would part ways amicably. This was also the primary reason Matthew did not fight with all his might. The squabbles among the nobility resulted in the loss of countless lives among the common soldiers. Furthermore, this was an internal struggle within the kingdom, devoid of any royal compensation, but if a noble lord were merciful, there might be a meager subsidy. However, should one encounter a merciless lord, they may find themselves exposed to the elements, left to be devoured by wild beasts. How lamentable indeed. Yet, in the face of Count Carl's utter failure, Field firmly believes that the Count would not spare a single coin for the fallen soldiers. The internal strife within the kingdom is merely a game among nobles, while the common soldiers bear the brunt of their conflicts. Not only must they fight valiantly on the battlefield, but even if captured, their lords would not pay the exorbitant ransom for their release. Most would simply be returned as mere appendages of significant figures in the territory. Gazing around, the setting sun bleeds crimson, though it is merely a battle between two counts. The battlefield is strewn with corpses. I end this engagement. 1,000 radiant infantry exhibited extraordinary might, standing firm against 5 foes without yielding an inch, thereby becoming the backbone of this confrontation, despite the radiant infantry's formidable strength. Casualties were inevitable. Out of 1,000 soldiers, only a little over 800 remained, each bearing wounds. Field is not a miserly and indifferent noble. The conscience buried deep within compels him to acknowledge the suffering of the common folk. Upon returning to the Wilson territory, he intends to grant substantial rewards to the participating soldiers and provide generous compensation to the families of the deceased, ensuring their well-being. For those who have borne the burdens for the many, one cannot allow them to perish in the frost and snow. They sacrifice their lives for Wilson, and Field will provide their families with a life free of worries. This serves as an encouragement for the living soldiers. The Wilson territory shall not neglect anyone who has contributed to its cause. The battle in the Dark Forest saw the Wilson army take the lead, marking Field's first engagement since his arrival in this realm. Although the numbers were small, the ferocity and grandeur of the conflict were profound and significant to him. Field is no longer the naive youth untouched by the horrors of slaughter. The baptism of blood and fire is transforming him from an idealist into a decisive and astute leader. Growth can occur in an instant. At this moment, Field remains oblivious to the steely resolve and spirited glint igniting in his eyes. Meanwhile, Count Matthew's gaze flits towards the radiant infantry, shining brilliantly on the battlefield. While fear lingers in his heart, he muses, had it not been for this formidable army, defeat would have been inevitable. Beside him, Tyler seems to perceive Matthew's unspoken thoughts. Observing the Wilson army, he remarks, "The fine equipment and powerful formations are truly enviable." Despite his envy, Count Matthew feigns indifference, scoffing, "Is it not merely due to wealth? What is so remarkable about that?" Tyler smiles knowingly. The strength of the Wilson army cannot be attributed solely to riches. Choosing not to engage further with Count Matthew, Tyler directs his men to clear the battlefield. The remarkable performance of the Radiant Knights not only shook the enemy's morale, but also instilled a concrete and profound understanding of Wilson's might among the allied lords. The soldiers of the Radiant Infantry, their gazes fierce, naturally kept their distance from the other noble soldiers, who could not help but feel a sense of awe, silently thanking their stars that they were allies. Had circumstances been different, they might be the ones facing the blade. The battle in the dark forest concluded successfully. Aside from the cowardly Count Karl, who fled, all participating nobles were captured. Additionally, nearly 5,000 noble soldiers were taken prisoner, alongside their armor, weapons, and over 40 thunder horses. This battle ended with a resounding victory for Count Tyler. Gazing at the mountain of armor and weapons, Field reflects, "Indeed, war is the most expedient means to sudden wealth. Yet it is also the quickest path to utter destitution. In just half a day's time, the spoils of war amassed to over 200,000 gold coins. Of course, this constitutes only a fraction. The bulk resides in the ransoms of the nobility. That Field's gaze then shifts to the captured noble lords, who, in his eyes, have become living coins. The unspoken rule within the kingdom of Seer prohibits mutual conflict. Should war arise between two territories, the unfortunate captives must not be slain. Nobles may exchange ransoms for their freedom. This is the tacit understanding among the nobility of Seer. Engaging in private warfare violates the kingdom's regulations. Thus, paying ransoms for freedom remains an unacknowledged norm. In the kingdom's early days, the laws were strictly adhered to, but as time passed, various nobles began to quietly amass strength that rivaled the royal house. The kingdom of Seer, sensing the shift, ceased its interventions in territorial disputes, allowing the nobles to vie against one another, while the royal city reaped the benefits. Now, the kingdom of Seer eagerly anticipates the nobles fighting to the death. As it would solidify its dominion at this moment, Field is calculating the ransom prices for these lords. Count Matthew, being a count, naturally commands the highest ransom, amounting to 200,000 Seer gold coins. The Viscount's ransom stands at 100,000 and the Baron's at 50,000, fair and transparent pricing. Once the battlefield was cleared, the soldiers began to gather the bodies, subsequently preparing them for cremation. The peculiar terrain of the dark forest has the potential to transform the deceased into skeletal monsters, and none wish to engage in battle with the dead once more. The entire troop set up camp to rest, while Count Tyler dispatched knights to the captured territories to demand ransoms. With idle time on their hands, the lords turned the dark forest upside down during the wait for the ransom. The once serene dark forest likely no longer bears the shadow of the thunder horses. Over 120 thunder horses roamed leisurely in a makeshift paddock, half of which were still younglings. The nobles gazed at the majestic thunder horses, their hearts ablaze with desire. Unconsciously, they began to imagine themselves riding these magnificent steeds. Yet at this moment, they remained blissfully unaware that Field has already set his sights on the thunder horses. Time pressed on, and the team sent to collect ransoms began to return one after another. Most nobles complied, submitting their ransoms willingly. Only those whose sons wished for their father's demise and sought to usurp power would refuse to pay. Any lord who paid their ransom found Count Tyler to be a man of his word, releasing them promptly upon receipt. As they were freed, he would not forget to remind them, "Do remember to visit often." Such cruelty, even in kindness, is a deep-seated cruelty. The surviving soldiers were stripped of their armor and weapons, sent home to follow their lords. The knights sent to Count Matthew's territory returned bearing 20,000 Seer gold coins. Count Tyler took the pouch containing the 20,000 coins, casting a cursory glance. "Count Matthew, you are free to leave." "Humph." Matthew huffed, flicking his sleeve and departing without a backward glance. Remember to visit often." Count Tyler's sardonic words caused Count Matthew to quicken his pace involuntarily. In a matter of moments, Matthew's figure vanished into the dense thicket. After waiting nearly half a day, all the knights had returned. However, 500 to 600 individuals remained in the camp, unwilling to depart. Alas, it seems some truly aspire to usurp power. Field silently mourned for them. Yet Count Tyler could not concern himself with such matters. Those who had not paid their ransoms would all be taken back to Swift's domain as slaves. At last, the time for distributing the spoils of war arrived, and the nobles awaited eagerly. The method of distribution was straightforward and brutal. Those who contributed more would receive a greater share of the spoils. The Wilson territory deployed 1,000 elite Radiant Infantry and 500 elite Holy Helm Knights. Additionally, the Silver Knight Mance joined the fray, matching Count Tyler's efforts in this conflict. Within the tent, all the lords were present. Compared to the silent assembly before the war, the atmosphere now buzzed with excitement. Silence, as Count Tyler's voice rang out. The tent fell silent immediately. We have achieved a resounding victory against that old scoundrel, Count Karl. Each and every one of you present is deserving of credit. The total spoils from this endeavor amount to 230,000, with the nobles' ransoms totaling 550,000, and the Thunder Horses estimated to be worth around 200,000. Upon hearing such a multitude of gains, the assembled nobles felt a stir of excitement within their hearts once more. Nearly 1,000,000 Serre coins, such wealth that even the treasury of Count Taylor could not boast. Clearing his throat, Count Taylor spoke. Swift's domain shall claim 35%. Wilson's domain shall take 30%, and the remainder shall be divided among the rest of you. What say you? The crowd nodded in agreement. The strength of both Swift and Wilson was evident, and thus there were no objections to this allocation. That if you have any further demands, feel free to voice them, be it armor, weapons, gold, or thunder horses, at this moment. Mance was the first to rise, declaring that Wilson's domain desired all the thunder horses. The crowd gasped in astonishment. What need could Wilson's domain have for so many thunder horses? A silence enveloped the gathering. Yet the expressions on their faces betrayed their true thoughts. Mance smiled slightly, clarifying that Wilson's domain would only take thunder horses worth 200,000, along with an additional 100,000 Serre coins. The flicker of discontent that had briefly crossed the faces of the crowd vanished in an instant. The prospect of Wilson's domain engaging in such a price war was enticing. They essentially purchased thunder horses valued at 200,000 for 400,000 coins. The reason was simple. Wealth brings freedom. Moreover, within the plans of Field's Beast Knight Brigade, thunder horses were indispensable. Once this opportunity passed, who knew when another chance to acquire thunder horses would arise? Wilson's domain offered a solution that left no room for dissent, and even those nobles initially desiring thunder horses chose to remain silent. Very well, since there are no objections, it is settled, Count Taylor affirmed with finality. The assembly was taken aback. Could it be that Count Taylor held no interest in the thunder horses? Yet upon reflection, they understood. After all, the current lord of Wilson's domain was none other than Count Taylor's own son-in-law. Thus, the matter was settled, and Wilson's domain acquired the coveted thunder horses that Field had long desired. The various lords took what they needed. Some departed with the captured armor, others with the battle steeds, while yet others took their share of Serre coins. In any case, each lord left satisfied, as the lords parted ways to return to their respective domains. Field, however, had no intention of returning to Wilson's domain just yet. He deliberately left behind several corpses from Count Karl's army, intending to observe how the shadow forest transformed the dead. He witnessed an energy gradually infiltrating the lifeless bodies, attaching itself to the bones, which slowly brimming with vitality. That it was evident that the forest possessed unique terrain or certain special items that concentrated magical energy, leading to unpredictable mutations. That he glanced around, realizing that finding the source would likely take time, perhaps even concealed underground. Never mind, I shall pursue it another day. Yes, he saw the corpses beginning to tremble. On the verge of becoming skeletal monstrosities, Field swiftly cast a fireball spell, reducing them to mere ash. Subsequently, Field and Mance, accompanied by the knights, embarked on their journey home. Before they left, however, Field specifically selected 3 robust thunder horses to send to Swift's domain. Count Taylor might choose not to inquire, but Field could not neglect to offer a gift. Understanding the nuances of human relationships, whether in his previous world of Blue Star or on the continent of Loa, was essential for survival. Field was well versed in this wisdom. Count Taylor, as a noble lord and local magnate, had already possessed a magical beast mount, a second-tier flame horse. The mount that had earlier startled Field was the offspring of Count Taylor's flame horse and ordinary horses. Even though Count Taylor owned a thunder horse, this did not prevent Field from gifting him another. Alternating between riding the thunder horse and the flame horse would surely elevate his status. The other two thunder horses were intended for his cousin Elon and his uncle Mobach. When the thunder horses arrived at Swift's domain, Count Taylor couldn't help but smiled. Young Field knows how to handle matters. No wonder he's making such great profits. Clearly, Count Taylor was quite pleased with his little nephew. News of Field and Mance's triumphant return spread quickly, and the common folk, upon hearing the news, eagerly lined the streets to welcome them. Unlike the ostentatious displays of other territories, the citizens of Wilson's domain expressed genuine joy. Without comparison, there could be no harm. Their previous lives had been arduous. Yet now, they had no worries about food or clothing, and occasionally enjoyed an extra meal. The paradise in the eyes of the common folk was merely this. All of this was thanks to Field. Had he not been present, they would still be residing in dilapidated wooden shacks, perpetually struggling for survival. At this moment, Nelson stood at the gates of Wilson Fortress, awaiting the victorious procession that a little girl scattered wildflowers she had gathered by the roadside towards the passing soldiers. As the procession drew near, Nelson's eyes widened as he beheld over 100 thunder horses crackling with energy. Having traveled extensively and gained a wealth of knowledge, he instantly recognized what he saw. Thunder horses. Nelson could not suppress his tremors and quickly scurried to Mance. This was the first time Nelson had witnessed such a multitude of magical beasts, and it was precisely his awareness of the thunder horse's value that fueled his excitement. Mance? Aye. Before Nelson could finish, Mance nodded in affirmation. 120 thunder horses. What an impressive haul. A smile graced Mance's face. This was indeed the first time he had seen so many thunder horses that, if sold, Wilson's domain would reap a substantial fortune. The moment he laid eyes on the thunder horses, Nelson's thoughts turned to gold. Just the mention of gold made his eyes gleam. Field internally scoffed, realizing that Nelson, as Wilson's treasurer, was singularly focused on wealth. However, Field's next statement shattered Nelson's dreams of riches. I have no intention of selling these thunder horses. I plan to build a breeding facility for them. As soon as the words left his lips, Nelson was left dumbfounded. Is that even possible? Yet, he soon began contemplating the feasibility of establishing a breeding facility. It seems it could indeed work, young Master Field. However, this would require a substantial investment, and in the short term, it may not yield returns but rather incur significant costs. Field waved his hand dismissively. With ample funds, there's no need for concern. Well then, establishing a thunder horse breeding facility requires some initial investment, which is indeed worthwhile. Wouldn't you agree? He, young Master Field, truly has a long-term vision. I shall make arrangements immediately. The entire exchange between Field and Nelson was observed by Mance, who remained silent throughout, having unconditionally placed his trust in Field. Mance gazed at Field, reflecting inwardly, Field truly is my blood. Nelson departed to seek the optimal site for the breeding facility. The infantry of the Radiant Infantry Brigade and the cavalry of the Holy Helm Knights also returned to their barracks. According to the common traits of nobility on the continent of Loa, a great victory would typically be celebrated with a lavish feast. However, Field felt such extravagance was unnecessary. It would not only consume time and energy, but also incur expenses. Providing no benefits whatsoever, it would be far better to distribute the funds among the soldiers who fought in the campaign. As soon as Field returned to Wilson's domain, he set about compiling a list of the soldiers who had perished in battle. He arranged for compensation for the fallen and rewards for those who participated in the conflict. After a night of rest following their triumphant return, the following day, Wilson Square was filled with all the inhabitants of Wilson's domain. Mance and Field stood upon a raised platform. Mance remained silent, gazing at Field, who, with a heavy heart, began to speak slowly. Not long ago, the brave warriors of Wilson's domain faced the trials of war. Regrettably, some of our valiant souls have departed from us forever. Though their bodies may be gone, Their spirits shall endure, forever entwined with the legacy of Wilson's domain. His words were steeped in sorrow. A profound and heartfelt speech stirred the confidence within each soul of Wilson's domain. Even man, standing beside Field, could not resist casting a peculiar glance at him. Subsequently, Field slowly approached a monument draped in crimson cloth. With a swift motion, he pulled the fabric away, revealing a stone slab inscribed with the names of fallen soldiers. Laid bare before all, the establishment of the Primary Education Institute ensured that the denizens of Wilson's domain could at least recognize a few characters. Mother, that is father's name. Instantly, tears welled up in the eyes of everyone present. Field stood solemnly before the monument, bowing slightly and performing an unusual gesture of remembrance for the departed, the citizens and soldiers in the square. Though unfamiliar with such rites, instinctively mimicked Field's actions that a wave of inexplicable grief enveloped Wilson Square. Since Field's arrival in the continent of Loya, he had discerned the shortcomings of its inhabitants, not a deficiency in material wealth, but a stark poverty of the spirit. When he first set foot in Wilson's domain, its people were emotionally numb, their inner worlds shrouded in darkness, mindlessly obeying each command of their lord, merely existing in a daze. The future remained uncertain. Yet at this moment, the spiritual landscape of Wilson's citizens was rich and vibrant. In this instant, Field truly witnessed what it meant to be alive in the fullest sense. Time seemed to stand still until Field lifted his gaze, prompting the crowd to stir. The deceased could find peace, while the living would reap their rewards. That Field's gaze then fell upon Nelson at the foot of the stairs. Nelson understood the cue and ascended the steps, carrying several large chests of gold. When I call your name, step forward to receive your gold. Heiss. Shortly thereafter, a middle-aged woman accompanied by a child of 5 or 6 approached. Field took the gold and personally handed it to her. Your husband was a valiant warrior. Wilson's domain shall forever remember him. Please accept our condolences. The middle-aged woman wiped her tears. Everything was worth it for the life given for Wilson's domain. And he has not truly left us. That Heiss' gaze drifted momentarily toward the monument. That moment, a child's innocent voice inquired of Field, "Brother, will father not return?" Field was momentarily taken aback by the child's unguarded question. Indeed, he would never return. No amount of gold could restore a life. Heiss immediately pulled the child closer. Revan, this is Master Field. Field, however, could not view human life as disposable as traditional nobility often did, and he was filled with shame. Yet, he felt no regret. The path to strength was invariably accompanied by death, an unavoidable reality. If he were to cower now, calamity would surely befall not just the soldiers in the future. What is sinful in the present may yield benefits in the long run. This is a lesson Field would heed now and in the days to come. In times of chaos, a virtuous person might perish even more swiftly. In that fleeting moment, Field's conviction solidified further as he spoke. Your father will forever reside in our hearts, never truly leaving us. Upon hearing Field's response, the child innocently glanced down at his heart. Your father was a brave and steadfast knight, a hero of Wilson's domain. The little boy, though only partially comprehending, clenched his small fists resolutely. Then I too shall strive to become a brave and strong hero. Field affectionately ruffled his hair. Shortly after, Nelson called out the next name. Wilson's domain offered far more than mere compensation for the fallen soldiers. Should they have young children, the domain would provide free upbringing, alongside a halving of their rents. Furthermore, should any simple, high-paying jobs arise, the families of the deceased soldiers will be prioritized. As time progressed, the compensation for the fallen soldiers was duly distributed. Nelson announced a man's name. Kate. Victors naturally enjoy their spoils, and Field ensured that each individual would partake rather than hoard the bounty for himself. And now, your spoils. Kate received the weighty gold and performed a proper knightly salute to Field. Everything spoke for itself. After a lengthy half-day, everyone finally received their rightful rewards. While Wilson's domain distributed its spoils, external events stirred tumultuously. That moment, Count Clausewitz slammed his goblet in fury. Ever since his escape from the dark forest, he had been consumed by rage. In this battle, not only did Count Karl fail to seize a thunder horse, but he also lost over 1,000 men and tens of thousands in ransom, further straining his relationship with Count Matthew. Had it not been for the aristocracy's public prohibition against conflict, Matthew would have surely marched his army straight to Clausewitz Castle. Amidst Count Karl's sorrow, he also engaged in deep reflection, seeking the reasons for his defeat. It must be said that nobility possesses its virtues, albeit just one, a capacity for introspection. That elite army was the key to this battle. Without it, even if that scoundrel Taylor retained a backup plan, I could not have suffered such a crushing defeat. The more Karl spoke, the angrier he became, subsequently shattering the newly filled goblet against the floor. "Field Wilson, I shall remember you," Hachio at that moment. Field rubbed his nose. "Who is thinking of me?" In a world where walls have ears, the conflict between the two counts, even if waged in the secluded dark forest, was nonetheless noticed by the observant. Yet both Count Karl and Count Taylor adamantly denied it, leaving the outside world powerless to intervene. Already reeling from defeat and substantial losses, should such a revelation arise, it would spell disaster for Karl. In the kingdom of Searle, conflicts between noble domains, even in defeat, necessitated a silent acceptance of the bitter outcome. Both sides denied the confrontation in the dark forest. Yet word of the battle's outcome spread. The army of Wilson's domain displayed remarkable prowess, defeating 5 foes single-handedly, prompting skepticism among many. However, lords who had participated in the battle recognized the truth of these claims. Considering them conservative in their assessments, as time passed, the existence of a formidable army in Wilson's domain gradually gained acknowledgement among the nobles of the Kalsai province and the Milanley province. After all, Wilson's domain was immensely wealthy, making the establishment of a powerful army a reasonable endeavor. Just as external discussions grew fervent, Field's uncle Mobach arrived at Wilson's domain with Elon in tow. Contrary to the opinions of outsiders, Mobach had witnessed firsthand the might of Wilson's army. This was not merely a matter of equipment. The true strength lay in the uniquely etched shields and the soldiers' strategic formations. Mobach's visit to Wilson's domain was not solely to deliver Elon. He had ulterior motives. As he walked along the concrete road of Wilson's domain, Mobach couldn't help but exclaim, Wilson's domain has become even more prosperous." Years had passed since Mobach's last visit, and he was instantly taken aback by the splendor of Wilson's domain. The opulent and orderly houses, the clean and well-kept roads, all served to refresh Mobach's worldview. Yet, most importantly, there was an indescribable feeling, a sense of vitality absent from the decay and corruption typically associated with noble domains. The citizens, and even the slaves, exuded a vigor, their eyes bright with purpose. The aura each person radiated stood in stark contrast to that of Swift's domain. Mobach found it challenging to articulate his impressions, ultimately settling on the term prosperity, perhaps having always been in such an environment. Mans felt no such sensation. Everything seemed usual. There were no grand constructions. Mobach hesitated, clearly troubled. After much deliberation, Mobach finally stammered, "Mans, I have come with an uninvited request." Mans, with a casual motion, rested his right hand upon Mobach's shoulder. Given the relationship between Swift and Wilson, there was no sense of formality that needed to be observed. Such matters could be freely expressed. The infantry formation. Swift was willing to exchange whatever Wilson desired, gold coins. Magical cores or magical crystals would all suffice. However, Mobach's voice bore a weighty tone. Although Wilson and Swift were indeed akin to family, the intricacies of the formation remained a closely guarded secret of the territory. Mobach found himself in a dilemma, yet Mans exhibited no surprise. Both Field and Mans had anticipated this day would arrive. Moreover, they had already conspired that should such a day come, they would willingly disclose the training methods of the infantry formation without charge. However, the techniques for crafting the formation shield were an entirely different matter. Feigning difficulty, Mans turned to Field beside him. "I cannot decide this matter. The infantry formation was entirely Field's creation. You should consult him." Consequently, Mobach's gaze shifted to Field. Field smiled gently, saying, "Uncle, Swift and Wilson are essentially one family. There is no need for formality. What does Wilson wish to exchange?" Yet, Field merely shook his head. Mobach's heart sank. He initially assumed Field held no interest in the treasures of Swift Fortress. But upon reflection, he realized that Wilson was now wealthier than many marquises, and indeed, Swift had little to offer that would catch Field's I intend to offer it to Swift without charge. What? Mobach could hardly believe his ears. Suspecting he had misheard, he quickly inquired again. Is that true? Field nodded. This gesture nearly brought Mobach to tears, as he had not expected such generosity among the nobility. He had already prepared for considerable expenditure, having witnessed the formidable power of the infantry formation with his own eyes. Soon after, Field led Mobach to the Knight Academy. Dean Waite, this is Mobach Swift. He introduced, then turned to Mobach. This gentleman is the Dean of the Knight Academy and the creator of the formation. Mobach regarded the taciturn Waite, unable to fathom that such an unassuming figure had devised the formation. In his mind, the architect of such a strategy ought to be a learned and scholarly knight. Yet, the reality before him left no room for doubt. Dean Waite, in the time to come, Mobach will be learning the formation under your guidance. Waite nodded in acknowledgement. After entrusting Mobach to Dean Waite, Field departed with his cousin Elon. Elon, make sure to learn well from your cousin. Mobach called after him. The Field arrangement for Elon was direct and unembellished. He was to observe closely. As long as it did not pertain to the secrets of Wilson, he was free to roam. There is no substitute for personal experience. Only through first-hand engagement can one achieve true understanding. Mere instruction would likely lead to resentment, and ultimately, Elon would return having gleaned only superficial knowledge. Before long, the season of harvest arrived once more. Field had been in the Roya continent for 2 years and had turned 18. The expansion of honey fruit trees and the resolution of the Nine Curves River's magical fish problem had resulted in a 10-fold increase in honey fruit production this year, with honey fruit wine production soaring to over 10 times its previous yield. The season of plenty encompassed not only honey fruits, but also the large-headed wheat cultivated in Wilson. Wilson had entirely planted cold-resistant, drought-tolerant, and high-yield wheat, with additional cultivation in the village of Heisen. The grain harvested this year alone was sufficient to ensure the sustenance of 200,000 people for an entire year. Yet, Field had no intention of selling the grain. It was destined to supply the delicacies pavilion throughout the Sayre Kingdom, as well as to feed the Thunder Horses. Field arrived at the newly constructed horse farm. Witnessing the Thunder Horses galloping freely across the pasture, it was time to initiate the formation of the next legion. Subsequently, Field gathered York, Waite, and Bacon at the Knight Academy. The Thunder Horses are taking shape. I wish to establish a Beast Knight order. The boldness of his declaration stunned Waite, York, and Bacon, who had anticipated significant matters but had not expected such a monumental undertaking. They were momentarily rendered speechless that a cough from Bacon broke the silence. He was the first to speak, offering a suggestion. Thunder Horses are second-tier magical beasts. To ride them, one must at least be a mid-level knight. Waite nodded in agreement. York remained silent, but it was evident he shared the same concern that I recall that Wilson does not seem to lack mid-level knights. Bacon and York scratched their heads, neither wishing to withdraw their core forces from their respective legions. Each mid-level knight removed would weaken their battalions. Dean Waite, however, was indifferent, recognizing that all knights emerging from the Knight Academy would ultimately be integrated into a legion. The specific legion they joined mattered little. He realized that since Field established the Magic Academy and the Knight Academy, knights and mages in Wilson had proliferated like mushrooms after rain. That it was not that individuals with magical talent had increased, but rather that those with such talent were more readily identified. Presently, aside from the 2 great knights, York and Waite, Bacon had also ascended to the rank of Great Knight, thanks to the resources poured into Wilson. After a period of observation, Commander Bacon successfully earned Field's trust in the resource-scarce Wilson. Every talent was put to utmost use. From the moment he became a Great Knight, Bacon was appointed as the commander of the Holy Helm Knight Order. Commander York finally freed himself from the burdens of simultaneously leading both the Radiant Infantry and the Holy Helm Knight Orders, allowing him to focus on training and developing the infantry. Mans, the acting commander of the Holy Helm, transformed into the supreme commander of the entire army. Field's position naturally ascended as well, becoming the vice commander. There were over a dozen senior knights, including Whiston, who had followed Mans into battle, as well as Field's former bodyguards, Hilbert and Abel, all of whom had advanced to senior knight status. The number of mid-level knights was even greater, according to Nelson. Wilson had over 80 registered mid-level knights. Not to mention the numerous lower-tier knights. In terms of knight numbers alone, Wilson was not inferior to any count of earldom. The Knight Academy, Radiant Infantry, and Holy Hell Knight Order would each select 10 knights, preferably those with combat experience. Field made a decisive proclamation, and the three of them set off to choose their personnel. The establishment of the Beast Knight Order would not be accomplished overnight. The magical beasts were the crucial factor hampering its development, but of the more than 100 Thunder Horses, only 60 had reached maturity, considering the need for breeding, even with 60 mature Thunder Horses. Having that number would yield at most 30 Thunder Horses to form the Beast Knight Order. Thus, the initial scale of the Beast Knight Order could only encompass these 30 members. Before long, the three Great Knights returned, each accompanied by 10 mid-level knights. As the 30 mid-level knights departed with Field, Bacon and York felt a pang of reluctance. Dean Waite placed a hand on each of their shoulders, reassuring them, "Do not worry. They will only grow stronger." York elbowed White, standing tall without a care, for they were all my beloved champions. Nevertheless, deep within their hearts, Bacon and York felt a swell of joy at the prospect of joining the Beast Riders Order. Field had departed without returning to Wilson territory or the military camp. His whereabouts remained a mystery to all. The Beast Riders Order served as Wilson territory's clandestine weapon, a secret that must not be flaunted in the open. The fewer who were aware, the better, and thus Field concealed it in a hidden location. Leading 30 mid-tier knights through winding paths, Field ultimately arrived at the former bandit encampment, now the magnificent Maisai military fortress. Wilson territory clandestinely harvested large mineral veins and magical crystal deposits from this secretive site. The Maisai fortress not only effectively concealed the extraction of these resources, but also provided ample space for the training of the Beast Riders. Being situated close to the majestic Maijialuo Mountains, the landscape was dotted with well-constructed concrete dwellings, rivaling the living quarters of Wilson territory at this moment. Abel, the captain of the fortress guards and Field's former personal guard, awaited his arrival at the fortress entrance. "Young master, the military camp you instructed to be built is now complete." Field nodded slightly. The Beast Riders Order was the most crucial and secretive military force of Wilson territory, necessitating a trustworthy leader at its helm. Abel, the captain of the Maisai fortress guards, was the ideal choice. Not only was he Field's former guardian, but he was also a native of Wilson territory, embodying a strong sense of belonging that Field's trust in him even surpassed that of the esteemed Knight York. And no sooner had they arrived at the Maisai fortress than 30 Thunder Horses were delivered. Field patted Abel on the shoulder. "They are now in your capable hands, Commander Abel." Abel stepped back slightly, kneeling as he vowed, "I shall not disappoint the young master's trust." Meanwhile, an unexpected esteemed guest suddenly arrived at the borders of Wilson territory. As for their identity, be they friend or foe, Field had already received accurate intelligence from his information department, which had been established for over a year, finally allowing Wilson territory to see clearly. Unlike in the past, when guests arrived at the doorstep and Field remained oblivious to their identity, that would no longer be the case. The information department continuously relayed significant events occurring across the Cell Kingdom to Wilson territory. As for matters within Wilson territory itself, it was unnecessary to elaborate. Field was even aware of the minutiae, such as when a child was spanked out of course. This was a slight exaggeration, yet it underscored the formidable nature of the information department's intelligence gathering. Inside the opulent hall of Wilson Fortress, Field rested his head on one hand while rhythmically tapping the table with the other. The sound echoed throughout the hall, punctuating his deep contemplation. Why had James and Sophia come to Wilson territory? Surely it wasn't merely to see me. Such self-indulgent thoughts. Although perplexed, Field could surmise a reason or two for James and Sophia's journey from Santorini to Wilson territory. The covert struggle between Count Taylor and Count Carl could hardly escape the watchful eyes of the Waterhouse Duke, who had roots in the Kelsey province for centuries. Field estimated that less than a day had passed since the battle in the Dim Forest, and the outcome, along with its details, had already found its way to Duke Locke's administrative desk. As for James's visit to Wilson territory, it was highly likely that it bore a resemblance to Mobach's intentions. "And why, dear uncle, it seems you shall have company." At that moment, Mobach, situated within the Knight Academy, felt a sudden chill. How strange, Shifting his gaze, he pondered whether Field had money to spare, as he had constructed concrete houses for all the subjects. James smiled faintly. Who knows? Perhaps he truly has money to burn. After all, Wilson territory is not lacking in wealth. James and Sophia, being born and bred nobles, were deeply influenced by the traditional mindset of the Loya continent, although they were among the few wise individuals in Field's company. His actions continued to challenge their worldview. As they delved deeper into Wilson territory, the foundations of James and Sophia's established perspectives crumbled further. Along the way, Sophia marveled incessantly, as if she were a peasant who had never witnessed such sights. The irrigation canals, well-tended lands, and fruit trees lining the roads all bore witness to the wisdom of the individual who had planned this territory. Yet, what astonished James the most was the attitude of the subjects. Sister, have you noticed? Noticed what? The clean and tidy roads or the uniformly constructed houses? James shook his head, his tone resolute. The people. The people? What people? The ones we have encountered along our journey, with James's reminder. Sophia turned her keen little eyes about, falling into contemplation. After a moment of silent reflection, she nodded earnestly, agreeing with James's observation. They did not resemble the gaunt and haggard subjects found in most territories. Upon hearing Sophia's response, James nearly fell from his horse. Just moments ago, Sophia had appeared so serious. He had thought she had changed. It seemed he had overthought it. The affluence of Wilson territory and the improved living conditions of its subjects were hardly surprising. James shook his head, insisting earnestly, "Is their state of mind?" They seemed filled with aspirations for life, possessing souls that sparkled in their eyes. Sophia appeared indifferent, believing James to be making a fuss over nothing. People were simply people. What was the difference? James sighed, recognizing that his sister's perspective often skimmed the surface. Such naivety would not fare well among the ruthless nobility. He inwardly chastised himself for the outcome of his indulgence. Yet, gazing at Sophia's radiant visage, he found himself at a loss for words. Oh well, I suppose I shall indulge her for a lifetime. Moments later, they arrived at Wilson Fortress. Why this time? Field had long been awaiting their arrival at the entrance. James, Sophia, it has been too long. Welcome to Wilson territory. Upon seeing Field, Sophia dashed toward him. Witnessing this scene, James sighed inwardly. He had initially thought to indulge her for a lifetime, but it seemed that opportunity had slipped away. His sister had grown, and she was no longer easily kept. Sophia smiled brightly, saying, Did you expect this? We have come to Wilson territory." Indeed, he had not anticipated this, but it was delightful. It had been a long time since their last meeting. "Just in time for me to extend my hospitality." Field glanced at James, nodding in acknowledgement. James returned the gesture. Their camaraderie required no pretense of nobility. The banquet was prepared at Wilson territory. "Come, follow me." Inside the hall, Sophia, as usual, indulged in the exquisite delicacies. "James, did you come to Wilson territory for matters concerning the dim forest?" James took a sip of the freshly brewed honey fruit wine and wiped his mouth. "Indeed, I have come for the battle formations." James nodded. Subsequently, with a smile, he countered, "Could it not also be for matters of private dueling?" If it were a matter of private dueling, one would not come to Wilson territory, but rather to Swift territory. Field chuckled in response, aware that Swift territory was the main instigator of such personal conflicts. "The changes in Wilson territory have truly astonished me. It's nothing more than the result of monetary investment." Field took a sip of the honey fruit wine before continuing, "But enough of that. It has been a while since we last met, and tonight we shall drink until we are inebriated." At that moment, Sophia chimed in, "If we get drunk, we shall not return. We plan to stay in Wilson territory for a while." Stay as long as you wish, even a lifetime if you so desire. Indeed, it is often said that wine serves as a bridge between men. And so it was that Field, who typically abstains from alcohol, found himself intoxicated on this rare occasion. Subsequently, with the assistance of the servants, he returned to his chambers. As a distinguished knight, Field possessed the ability to dispel the effects of alcohol using his inner energy. However, he chose not to do so, for how often does one truly get to indulge in drunkenness? The following morning, upon regaining his senses, James sought out Field. While the joy of reunion with a friend was undeniable, The pressing matters of duty could not be overlooked. Field, I have come to learn the art of battle formations. Field nodded in acknowledgement. Follow me. Thus, James was escorted to the Knight Academy by Field. Upon arrival, James found himself in an awkward stare-off with Mobach. Field stepped forward and patted James on the shoulder. Study well. I shall take my leave. Thus began Mobach and James's collaborative journey of learning. While James immersed himself in the study of battle formations at the academy, Sophia, on the other hand, relentlessly sought the company of Field each day. Initially, Field found her presence quite agreeable, as it was indeed a delight to be accompanied by such a grand beauty. However, as time wore on, his sentiments began to shift. Sophia's incessant desire to roam alongside him left him with little personal time. Moreover, there were numerous secret places within Wilson territory that required Field's oversight. Yet Sophia, naturally, could not accompany him. Consequently, Field devoted his days to honing his combat energy and magical prowess, witnessing a steady ascent in both his knightly and magical realms. One day, overwhelmed by the situation, Field decided to take Sophia to the Magic Academy. His sisters, Stephanie and Ella, were also present there, and being fellow women, he was hopeful they would find common ground. However, the lack of advanced mages, only a handful of senior mages and not a single grand mage, made the academy appear rather meager. Given that the Magic Academy in Wilson territory was relatively new, it was indeed supported by only a few senior mages. For someone like Sophia, who was accustomed to interacting with grand sorcerers and magical instructors, the academy felt rather insubstantial. Fortunately, Field's sisters found a rapport with Sophia. Otherwise, she would have never settled down quietly within the Magic Academy. Due to the presence of esteemed guests, various matters within Wilson territory had not required Field's attention. Just as he had seen Sophia off, the director of the Grain Research Institute, Director Ale, came rushing in, excitement radiating from his demeanor. Field, he exclaimed breathlessly. Curiosity piqued, Field asked, Director Ale, what brings you here? Ale, catching his breath, excitedly replied, I have created magical wheat. As he spoke, he retrieved golden-hued magical wheat from his storage ring. Look, this is the magical wheat you proposed. Field was taken aback, exclaiming, no way. What had initially been a mere offhand suggestion had now materialized into reality. Observing Ale's enthusiasm, Field couldn't help but internally grumble. It seems the fates have favored you, as if you were a favored child of the heavens. Though his thoughts were rife with sarcasm, his actions remained swift. He took the magical wheat, feeling the faint magical energy emanating from the seeds, each one imbued with boundless vitality. I could see that moment. Another breathless figure appeared at the entrance of the hall. Ale, why are you in such a hurry? I'm exhausted. Even before seeing him, Field recognized the voice. Indeed, it was the very mage Newman whom Field had sent to assist Director Ale in researching magical wheat. It must be said that Newman had concentrated all his magical talent on the cultivation of magical plants. Upon arriving at the Grain Research Institute, Newman had proposed two potential methods for cultivating magical wheat. The first involved mixing high-concentration magic crystals extracted from magic crystal veins with ordinary wheat to enhance it through magical means. The second method employed grafting techniques, combining ordinary wheat with other magical plants. When these methods were presented to Field, he wondered if Newman was like him, a soul transported to the continent of La. However, while Newman was from the biology department, he hailed from the mathematics department. Slow down, Newman. Don't overexert yourself. Field jested, as he always found their exchanges refreshing. Ale had evidently grown accustomed to their dynamic. After their playful banter, Field continued, Indeed, specialization is key. Newman, you should remain at the Grain Research Institute. With Newman and Ale working together, Field believed that given them enough time, they could produce an otherworldly version of biology, a prospect he eagerly anticipated. Director Ale, is this the first batch of cultivated magical wheat seeds? Ale shook his head. No, this is the second batch. It is the wheat harvested from the first batch of magical wheat seeds. As soon as Ale finished speaking, Newman chimed in. This is my contribution. Does that mean my debts can be forgiven? Luckily, Newman's nose was rather small. Otherwise, Field believed it would have been poking into his face by now. Consider your debts forgiven. Yet despite saying so, Field had ensured that Newman's salary had never been neglected since he arrived in Wilson territory. Field then inquired about the aspects that concerned him most, which were vital for determining whether magical wheat could be cultivated on a large scale in Wilson territory. How was the harvest? What is the planting cycle? The yield of magical wheat is comparable to that of ordinary wheat, Newman replied. This moment. He added, it takes 3 months from planting to harvest point. 3 months? Field exclaimed. Does that mean we can cultivate it 4 times a year? Both Newman and Ale nodded in affirmation. Field was astonished by the planting cycle of magical wheat. Even if the cultivated area in Wilson territory was minimal, it would suffice for all the mages with magical talents to practice regularly. Moreover, in the future, they could rely on magical resources for their training, eliminating the need to solve complex mathematical problems daily. Field was overwhelmed with joy, having endured countless nights solving these problems to attain the status of a grand mage at the age of 18. Only those who have experience can truly comprehend the hardships involved. Field, are you all right? Elle asked, concerned, as he observed Field alternating between tears and laughter while holding the magical wheat. I am fine. You have contributed to the cultivation of magical wheat for Wilson territory, so please each go to Butler Nelson to collect 2,000 gold coins. Thank you, Master Field. Upon hearing of the gold reward, Newman's eyes sparkled, and he hurriedly made his way towards the hall's exit. Ale, however, remained rooted in place. Director Ale, is there anything else to report? At that moment, the already departing Newman abruptly halted. Master, although the hybrid ordinary wheat has an impressive yield, it seems it can only be planted for 1 year. It cannot be replanted the next year, and it appears that hybrid seeds will be needed annually. This was entirely within Field's expectations. Different wheat species, when hybridized, would lead to genetic confusion, rendering stable inheritance impossible, thus resulting in no viable crops in subsequent years. Then Field contemplated that continuously referring to it as hybrid wheat was rather unrefined. Ale, let's give these wheat varieties names for convenience. The wheat you discovered shall be called wheat number 1, and the hybridized wheat will be known as wheat number 2. Understood? Ale replied. Field then realized he was still unaware of the yield of wheat no. If it were not significantly higher than wheat number 1, he would prefer not to promote it, as requiring annual breeding would be rather cumbersome. However, if its yield vastly exceeded that of wheat no. 1, the annual breeding might not be a considerable inconvenience. Ale, how does the yield of wheat number 2 compare to wheat number 1? The yield of the second variety of wheat is nearly double that of the original wheat strains. Field's eyes lit up. Thinking it was merely a breeding issue, a trivial matter, he patted Dinael's shoulder, saying, Dinael, Al instinctively recoiled in fear. There's no need to be afraid. I'm discussing serious matters. At that moment, Newman interjected, you hardly seem to be addressing serious business. If I were in your shoes, I'd be scared too. All right, no more jokes. The annual breeding task will be entrusted to you. Dinael nodded slightly, realizing that this way, the annual grain output could indeed double. Field gazed out the window, expressing his intention to sell the seeds of the second wheat variety. You intend to replace all low-yield, primitive wheat strains with the second wheat variety, thereby controlling the food supply of the Sire Kingdom? Newman astutely pointed out the crux of the matter. Field did not directly answer Newman's question. Instead, he continued, if we replace the low-yield, less adaptable primitive wheat with the second wheat variety, the food production could increase by at least 7-fold. Thus, no one would starve every winter. Field was not so magnanimous as to consider himself a savior. If he genuinely wished to save lives, he should unconditionally disseminate hybridization technology. Alleviating the food crisis and saving more people resonated with the humanitarian ideals Field had carried from his previous life. Controlling the food supply of the Sire Kingdom, however, was a realization of Field's self-awareness as a noble of the Loya continent. He planned to first test the waters by distributing the second wheat variety to several lords surrounding Wilson's territory. Every year, Wilson's territory would provide them with free wheat seeds, and during the autumn harvest, the Trade Department would purchase their wheat at fair prices, thereby transforming the surrounding lords into potential granaries for Wilson. As for why he did not sell the second wheat seeds through the trade guilds scattered throughout the Sire Kingdom, Field had 2 considerations. Firstly, the yield of the second wheat variety was astonishingly high, and he feared it would attract the attention of unscrupulous individuals. Secondly, he was wary of taking too bold a step, which might lead to unforeseen complications. progress should be made gradually, one step at a time. At this very moment, in the magical laboratory of the Magic Academy, several elderly gentlemen with graying hair were gathered in discussion. At a glance revealed familiar faces to Field, Kylov, Medinsky, and Mage Golova, among others. Ever since Field had entrusted Mage Golova with the magical texts of the elven race, Kylov, Medinsky, and Golova had seldom been seen in the apprentice's line of sight. The courses on magical knowledge were usually taught by Krog in their stead. And when he was momentarily preoccupied, Stephanie and Ella, who had long since advanced to intermediate mages, willingly took on the responsibility of imparting magical teachings. At this juncture, the trio's research had reached a critical juncture, merely a step away from breakthrough. Yet that single step had thwarted countless heroes. The elven race, being natural aficionados of magic, had provided Golova and his companions with immense inspiration. Through the study of elven texts and their continuous amalgamation with human magical knowledge, the trio successfully established a preliminary magical array model capable of absorbing magical energy. Golova initiated the model, and it sprang to life. Kylov, witnessing the hard-won magical energy dissipate before his eyes, felt an immense pang of disappointment. Alas, we failed. We were so close. Indeed, we simply cannot retain the gathered magical energy. Golova, observing Kylov's crestfallen demeanor, reassured him, "Fear not. Let us try again. Achieving this much is already commendable." Medinsky nodded in agreement. The hardships of his imprisonment in Santorini had tempered Medinsky's demeanor, restoring his rationality. Time is a great healer, capable of mending all sorrows. From his initial reclusive and taciturn self, solely focused on magical research upon arriving at the academy, he had now evolved to engage in occasional conversations with Golova and Kylov. The transformation was nothing short of remarkable. Medinsky, though disheartened, felt a sense of relief. Thank goodness Field brought the elven magical texts. Kylov, upon hearing this, nodded in acknowledgement. If it weren't for the meager number of mages in Wilson's territory, it would likely take them another decade to achieve their current results. Indeed, the elven magical books Field brought back have greatly facilitated our research. It is no exaggeration to say that without the contributions of Amelia's texts, Golova and his companions would still be floundering in obscurity. At that moment, Golova exclaimed, "Field, how could I have forgotten him? He has so many ingenious ideas." Subsequently, as if struck by inspiration, Golova continued, "Using the magical array to absorb and utilize ambient magical energy was proposed by Field. Perhaps he could significantly aid us in resolving this issue." Initially steeped in despondency, they were suddenly jolted by Golova's unexpected revelation. Field suggested that. Golova nodded affirmatively. Kylov had always assumed that such a profound magical inquiry must have originated from the erudite Mage Golova. After all, without a deep reservoir of knowledge and insight, how could one propose such intricate problems? As the saying goes, when a problem is identified, it is already 9/10 solved. Yet he had not anticipated that Golova's casual remark would unveil the true originator. Kylov found it difficult to accept. How could an 18-year-old lad uncover such profound magical dilemmas? Reflecting on his own 18 years, he recalled being a naive and foolish youth. Indeed, comparing oneself to others can lead to despair. Golova noticed Kylov's mental struggle and promptly reassured him. Everyone is born different, and Field is exceptionally quick-witted. He consistently comes up with ideas that astound the world. The magical crystal lamp, concrete, and more were all his innovations. And there is no need for comparison. As someone from an older generation than Field, Kylov naturally felt no need to compare. However, the matter at hand was indeed beyond his usual perspective. Presently, Kylov's worldview had been so shaken by Field that he was left with but a singular perspective. Only those mages who had spent decades accumulating profound magical knowledge could uncover these elusive problems. Yet Field's existence seemed to upend his understanding of magic. It became evident that age does not necessarily equate to a deeper understanding of magical knowledge. At this moment, Field's standing in Kylov's eyes transformed from that of a wealthy scion of Wilson's territory to that of a respected mage, akin to Mage Golova. Kylov nodded and said, "Let's send someone to fetch Field." Just as Kylov finished speaking, Field stepped into the secret magical laboratory. "Mage Golova, Golova promptly waved his hand, exclaiming, "Your timing is impeccable. Come quickly. We have encountered difficulties in our research on the device for absorbing ambient magical energy." He gestured towards the rough magical array model. This model was already capable of gathering and absorbing magical energy. Field was momentarily taken aback, surprised by the success. It was all so sudden that he needed a moment to collect himself. However, Golova added, "The magical array for storing energy is entirely incompatible with this model, and no matter what method we employ, we cannot store it." Field, feeling a mix of disappointment and excitement, crouched down to examine the newly created magical array. As he observed, Golova elaborated on the details. When two systems cannot merge, the solution is to separate them and connect them through a single node. This is a common method on Blue Star. Mage Golova, do you recall how we connected the magical crystal lamp with a tungsten filament? Golova nodded in affirmation that we can apply the same method. Dismantle the two magical arrays and connect them with another magical array. Field suggested. Medinsky raised a question. Will that work? Only one way to find out. For 2 days, Field had seemingly vanished from the world, ensconced within the confines of the Magical Academy, despite Sophia's relentless searching. He remained elusive, only for her to be informed by a servant that Field had pressing matters to attend to and would be absent from Wilson territory for the time being. Yet, unbeknownst to Sophia, Field was merely a stone's throw away. Deep within the very halls of the Academy, she frequented that moment. In a clandestine magical laboratory, Field bore a visage etched with exhaustion, as if the very word fatigue had been inscribed upon his face. However, perseverance bore fruit, as they finally succeeded in creating a magic array capable of absorbing errant magical energy. After days of relentless research, Field was nearly pushed to his limits. The rigors of magical study were beyond his capacity to endure. While secretly lamenting his plight, he couldn't help but admire the unwavering tenacity of the mages around him. In stark contrast, Golova, Krylov, and their companion wore expressions of sheer delight. Golova the mage exclaimed at last, "We have succeeded in our research." Krylov nodded in agreement and posed a pivotal question. What shall we call it? The energy concentration magic array? As soon as he finished speaking, all three turned their gazes towards Field. Not only was he the lord of Wilson territory, but he had also played an indispensable role in the creation of the energy concentration magic array. His suggestion would ultimately dictate the name of this groundbreaking magical formation. The magic web. That shall be its name. Field was not one to name things haphazardly. The energy concentration magic array was, in truth, a synthesis of hundreds of individual magic arrays. Indeed, you heard correctly. Hundreds. Initially, the four had believed that merely 3 arrays would suffice. However, upon disassembling their work, they soon encountered new challenges. With no alternatives, they could only continue employing the method of disassembly to address the issues at hand. Thus began the arduous journey of disassembly, culminating in the creation of nearly 100 various magic arrays over the course of 7 days, until at last, the magic web was born. The intricate arrays resembled a vast spider's web, making the term magic web an exquisitely fitting description. That name is splendid, Golova remarked. Both Medinsky and Krylov nodded in fervent agreement. Even though the mental fatigue had somewhat dulled Field's exhilaration, he still clapped his hands in excitement. "Bravo to myself," he proclaimed, as if heralding the advent of a new creation. "The magic web is officially unveiled." Turning to Golova, he instructed, "It is up to you 3 to organize all knowledge pertaining to the magic web and to compile the hundreds of new magic arrays." The trio nodded, recognizing that this was indeed their duty. Subsequently, Field hurried back to his chamber. The vigor of youth allowed him to collapse in a bed and fall into a deep slumber. It was not until the following evening that he awoke leisurely. Stretching his limbs, he sighed in contentment. Now that the magic web had been created, it was time to put it to practical use. Allowing it to gather dust was simply not Field's style. The magic web would continuously absorb magical energy, thus rendering the need for magic crystals unnecessary. That moment, Field rose and approached the window, gazing down into the abyss of darkness below. Only the crucial departments flickered with faint lights. How could he best utilize the magic web? With his left hand gently stroking his chin, he pondered its applications. Of course, I could create streetlights. Streetlights would be an exceedingly simple task for Wilson territory. By combining magical crystal lamps with a magic web, he could produce magical streetlights that required no magic crystals for energy. That instant, a vision of a sleepless city in a parallel world began to take shape in Field's mind. The next day, he returned to the Magical Academy once more. Sophia, Stephanie, and Ella were engaged in a spirited exchange of magical experiences. At least, that was how they appeared to Field. In reality, however, Stephanie and Ella were busily unearthing Field's childhood secrets. The scene was nothing short of delightful. Now it made sense why Sophia was so earnestly focused. Upon noticing Field's arrival, Stephanie and Ella abruptly fell silent. The awkwardness that ensued was palpable, having been caught discussing someone else's past misadventures. What happened? What did Field do? Sophia, immersed in the tales of yore, failed to notice the figure standing behind her. What is going on? Speak up, she urged. Why do you both look so uncomfortable? The two sisters exchanged frantic gestures, insisting, not awkward, not awkward. Yet Stephanie's eyes were frantically signaling to Sophia. It was only then that the slow-witted Sophia finally grasped the situation. Gradually turning her head, she focused on Field's figure, swallowing nervously. Her cheeks flushed a deep crimson. Field, perplexed, inquired, "What are you talking about? Could you enlighten me?" Yet he was soon met with a counterattack. "Field, you must tell me honestly, where have you been these past few days? What on earth were they discussing?" Field pondered, feeling cornered by their probing questions at that moment. Stephanie chimed in mischievously, "Oh, someone's in trouble." Ella chuckled softly beside her. Clearly, during Field's absence, Sophia had become quite chummy with Stephanie and Ella. Their collaboration was seamless, effectively resolving a dilemma that had plagued countless mages. Ella transformed into a curious child, unable to contain her excitement. "What is it? What is it?" Field smiled slightly. "In due time, you will find out." He then sought out Golova the mage. "Are you intending to use the magic web to power the magical crystal lamps?" Before Field could respond, Golova immediately dismissed the notion as impossible. To inscribe over 100 magic arrays on a mere magical crystal lamp is utterly unfeasible. Field shook his head, realizing that Golova had misinterpreted his intent. "I do not wish to install the magic web onto the magical crystal lamps. Rather, I propose establishing an enormous magic web centered around the entire Wilson fortress." What is the significance of creating such a colossal magic web? Furthermore, constructing such a vast network would likely require an immense quantity of magic crystals. Why not simply create a miniature magic web? "No, it holds enormous significance," Golova responded, confused. "The cement factory has transitioned from burning firewood to supplying magical energy. The magic web efficiently gathers magical energy, and a miniature version would suffice." Golova was baffled. He could not comprehend a rationale behind expending so many resources to inscribe an enormous magic web. Field spread his arms wide, gesturing to their surroundings before looking out the window. "Golova, when night falls, Wilson Fortress will be engulfed in darkness." After a brief pause, he continued, "When winter arrives, even with tightly sealed cement houses, the residents still shiver from the cold." Field, undeterred, posed a challenging question to Golova. You know how many residents and slaves perish from malaria during the bitter cold of winter?" Golova fell silent, fully aware of the hardships and suffering faced by ordinary people. Yet Field had transformed their plight. Life now was like night and day compared to the past. He had even noticed finer details, considering sanitation issues as well. Field turned to Golova once more. "And the magic web will render these issues moot." Golova had not anticipated the extensive and vital implications of the magic web. With a resolute tone, he replied, "Very well. I shall take charge of the magic web's installation." In that fleeting moment, Field beheld in the Galois mage the fervor of a youth in his teens or 20s. The establishment of the colossal magic network by Field was not solely for the purposes of illumination and heating to address the basic needs of life. It was also a preparatory step for the future deployment of the magic crystal cannon. Indeed, since the day Field discovered his magical aptitude, he had secretly embarked on research in this domain. Now that the primary functional issues of the magic crystal cannon had been resolved, it was time for the mages of the Magic Academy to delve into this area of study. Consequently, In the ensuing period, the mages of the Magic Academy mobilized en masse to assist Wilson in the construction of the vast magic network.